And we're live.
Day 3.
Yes, it is.
It's over
Almost over.
in 8 to 10 hours.
This is the start of the end.
There's a song about that.
I'm sure there is.
Anyway.
Welcome to the Core Podcast. And yes, we are presenting SolidWorks live. We have taken over the desk. They're not creeping behind us.
We've thrown them away. Just ignore Sean's creepy eyes.
Yeah, he is. That is a bit... My name is Kirby Downey.
I'm Jonny Harrison.
And we are tired. But it's not going to stop us from having a good time today, Johnny.
Of course it isn't.
You know why? Best kept secret ever, Joe Lance was in Waltham.
No wonder he had that background on last night.
He always has that background on. But he was with us yesterday, and I haven't seen him in any background pictures or videos or anything like that.
It's been lurking, clearly.
Yeah, and there was something about Nashville as well.
Yeah, something about that. Don't worry about that too much, but yeah.
I quite enjoyed those little skits that they were doing. I'm looking
for a button.
Button. I need to change this up.
Button.
Brandon, have you got your lights back yet? We heard Brandon lost his lights again. Again.
We're going to start a GoFundMe. Get him a generator or something.
He can buy his own generator, bloody. We got a donor over the weekend. Over the
night.
We got a donor overnight. Yes, Nick Allen with the $50 for Magic Wheelchair. So now we have...
Big up Nick.
Sorry?
Big up Nick.
Big Nick.
Big Nick.
We smashed our goal.
We're $51 over.
And we also beat our target for last year.
We did, massively.
Well, our goal for last year was $100, and we did 517.
Yeah, maybe we set it a bit low last year and realised, but with this year we went big and we've done it.
Yes. Have I changed the... That we're good. I thought the we haven't had enough sleep. This is day 3 mood. This really feels like a day 3.
It's day 3. We wouldn't want you guys to think that it's easy to do 3 full days of 3D Experience World, so day 3 tends to be a tough one.
Did you say button?
Or butt.
Or
bit late there, dude.
any of those that are in the chat, if you'd like to jump in and join us.
Yeah, reach out. I'll send you a link.
And if you have a link already, just use that link and you can join us. So far in the chat, I see Brandon's super active.
Yeah, Casey's calling him out saying he's not paid his electric bill.
Better pay that electric bill. I mean, that's maybe what he was on the phone about the other day complaining.
Maybe.
Yeah, in the chat there as well. John Patrician joining us. We're cheering up. We're ramping up. We've got our shoe ice.
All the isotonics or whatever they're called.
No, it's iso. Propanol.
No, that's alcohol.
Isotopes.
Someone help us out.
It's got
anyway.
I'll find it.
Someone, jump in here and save this train wreck.
It's
yeah,
just as much your train
beep sound. Is that new? Was that the same beep?
I haven't changed the beep. No, it's the same.
Same beep.
Yeah.
Same beep.
Yep. Yeah.
Getting all the important stuff out.
Electrolytes. That's what we're looking for.
There you go.
Electrolytes. Something happened in general session. Some travesty of comments were going on. Apparently,
pineapple on pizza.
No, that's fine. It's the one that really got me was sour cream on donuts.
Yeah, what is that?
What is that about?
Someone explain.
That just sounds like a bagel.
That criminal behaviour.
Donuts are sweet. You don't need sour stuff in it. If you want sour cream on a round thing, get a bagel.
Get a bagel.
You tweet. Oh, they've posted pictures now of Nashville.
Yeah, there's bits of Nashville going around.
I'm glad we're going back. Now that we can actually speak about it. I mean, we weren't not speaking about it.
We didn't name drop too much. It was name drop day 1 on the channel, I think.
Yeah, it was a few times that we actually spoke about it. But we We're
We
glad.
kept it. Me and you personally kept it quiet.
But we still told everybody. Not live, but we just told everybody.
Yeah, everyone knew. Everyone that met us knew, but it was like a secret they knew.
I think they just told us that secret to distract us.
Probably.
It's not sour cream on the donut, it's sour cream in the donut. That sounds even worse.
You can't even scrape it off.
No, you can't. There we go.
I think
You're
Andrew
muted
should,
for a minute.
Andrew should jump in here and explain what this criminal behaviour is.
So I'm chiming in.
Okay.
You don't put sour cream on the donut. You put it in the mix. It's just added into the mix.
So it's like a filling.
It acts as almost like a leavening. It just adds to the the mixture. It's part of the you have the dry ingredients and the wet ingredients.
So I'm going to chime in now and say Heather's completely 100% wrong.
You don't put sour cream on top of a donut.
I mean, whether it's in or on, it's the same thing.
Jeff
Sour
just
cream in a
wants to-
donut.
Jeff's been waiting all week just to disagree with me.
I can disagree with you anytime I want, Heather.
Easy. Where's your puppers?
What?
Where's your dog? Nice. I think we have not seen enough. Hey,
Rocco.
Rocco, sorry. He's cleaning
He's
his bed.
finishing up his tree.
Oh,
We're on
Mr.
TV.
Johnson.
Come here.
Mr. Johnson
I love
coming
him.
in.
Gentlemen,
love him.
ladies, how y'all doing?
We got we're doing great, but
How-
we've got a really important question mark.
How was your hot sauce?
Delicious.
Excellent.
There's
Good.
so much more. We filmed for like an hour and a half doing that. So there's so much that got cut. A lot of really dark jokes too. So those probably shouldn't be out there.
Yeah, Johnny and I have been wanting to do something with hot wings, but it's like, just drop a big hot wing in your mouth and then try and do a model mania.
Sounds
We
good.
talked about that. I remember you talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't do the models to start with, so that doesn't help.
We had joked at one point years and years ago. My wife and I had joked about having a get a bunch of the tech salespeople who have now moved on to other things. Your Jordan Taddock, your Tadich, Zayas, so on, and have them do the corporate demos, but while drinking. Every time they enter a wrong dimension, take a shot. That kind of a thing, and see what the model looks like at the end. So, what was your one question?
What do you think to this sour cream donut thing? Because
I don't know. I don't get it.
we can't get our heads around it. Just make a normal donut.
Make it normal.
Yeah, if you, it's basically a bagel at that point.
Yes, it is.
Mm.
People are monsters, though. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some true criminals.
People make interesting choices. Let's go with that.
Andrew Burns says sour cream is a moistener in cake, and it's a really common
Oh.
thing. They're delicious. You got to try it.
Maybe we will.
Yes, but
Is-
Heather's a blonde and she's
is-
wrong.
Icing and jam.
What? You're out of order.
So what else is new?
Congratulations, Heather, to you and DriveWorks.
Hey, Mark, thanks. Did you see my comments in the chat? I think that next year there's a whole concept of Earl playing Heisenberg and you playing Jesse Pinkman to do a whole
do that.
skit. Wouldn't
Could
it
do
be, wouldn't you like, I feel like you might have waited your whole life to play Jesse Pinkman.
I could do that. I could be Jesse Pinkman.
I feel like you guys have to go all the way to Australia and get a tracker.
Oh
Go
yeah.
out into the outback.
Let's build it. Let's build the whole concept right now. We have a year.
Sounds fun. I'll go to Australia.
Ivan's weighing in on Donut Gate. He's saying the sour cream donuts are the best. We got to try them.
All right.
Let's hope Nashville's
Where's that?
got it.
Where are you seeing that?
We've got
Where
some
you-
donuts downstairs. Do we have sour cream?
No,
on
but
the
they might be
YouTube
sour
channel.
because they're about 4 days old.
They were fine this morning. The one I had. They're not
Well,
4 days old. They're 2
That's
days
why
old.
you can't sit still.
Told you we should have worn shorts.
Oh man, not my carpet. You're not.
Oh my goodness.
Who would have guessed
I love
that
this
Joe
show.
was in was in Massachusetts, at the
He
Boston
kept a
office?
secret. He kept a secret.
I mean, they kept that secret, not the Nashville part.
Well, no.
Yeah, yeah. Nashville's but Nashville's a fun spot. I'm looking forward to
It
going
was
back.
great.
Considering, like, straight off the
Really?
bat, you had a big Nashville sticker on Brian's computer.
Yeah.
There's
Have
that.
you seen
It's behind Johnny's head. That way.
Kirby and
Yeah.
Kirby and Johnny, when we were in Nashville 2 years ago, did you see the the bars that were like cycling? You sat on like a bar and you could
Yeah, we
drive
saw
up
one of
and
those.
down. I feel like that's a core podcast segment, like just pedaling and podcasting.
As long as we don't have to pedal.
I was
I
like,
was
just-
just
well,
as long as we get a budget.
There's a lot of bachelorette parties, so maybe you can have some of them pedal while you broadcast live. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, there was also there's a cab that drives around like an Uber that has a karaoke in the back.
Nice.
I think Rachel managed to catch that Uber at one point.
Awesome.
It tastes like waffles. Oh, there. Have you tried French fries and ice cream?
Oh.
Oh, it's terrible.
Are we going to
Why-
get
why do
into
people-
like alternative food things? Because that could get that's a whole other podcast, I think.
Foodgate
That's a
2022.
session.
as a whole nother?
Is that a sticker of your dog?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It is.
Quality.
Aw, you know what? It is. This is my daughter's water bottle. I kind of stole it when she moved out. Mom, where's my water bottle? I don't
Possession's
know.
9/10 of the law, so
Well, I figured it was for, services rendered for raising her for the last
I mean-
24 years.
So you got the water bottle and Earl got the room.
That's correct. That's correct.
seems like a fair
Good,
trade.
yeah, good 50-50
enough.
split there, Heather. Yeah.
I
By the way-
ate the orange. I ate my orange this morning.
Oh,
Though.
nice.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Yeah, we're all.
We're
Those
hydrating.
are those electrolytes that you're taking in right now?
Yep.
It's like my
for
fourth,
you.
so I'm gonna be back and forth in a bit.
I know.
Have you guys been celebrating normal, world style where like after the show concludes, you guys just go drinking until 2 in the morning kind of a thing, or are you?
Well,
you
the
guys just-
good thing is it's our show, so we can just go to town.
It's excellent.
This is where it started.
Paddies. And now we ended up in the SolidWorks live studio.
Yeah,
We're back.
It's brilliant.
with creepy Sean.
Yeah, he's
Slim
got
Shady.
some.
Slim Shady.
Hey, everyone, leave Sean.
My name is what? My name is
Sean O'Neill.
I had my little segment yesterday. We stopped by the video card lab. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Was awesome.
I love that room. I want all of that hardware.
It is
Oh,
cool.
If I could
Oh,
take it,
dear.
if I could take it all home, I would.
We've got some. Also, I've programmed transitions as well, but we've got cool equipment as well. Got
Nice.
our road equipment, lots of computers
You
and
could
stuff.
let me know you're going to do that, and I'll suck in a bit more.
I got to say,
Look at Sean's creeping up behind you in that image right
Yeah.
now. He's like,
He's really coming in.
and
now.
that face, that face is a meme in the making. That image right there.
Mm.
Yes.
Well, I was saying Brenda sent me that picture, Heather, that I commented on your post with,
Yeah.
on all screens. And, as Johnny was just saying, if we're going to do this, switch the camera, I could suck in more. I realized after watching that video, I'm like, wow, I am really fat. Look at that. Like right here, it's like, this is all just it's not doing me any favors. A tucked in polo shirt's doing me no favors. I was like, I didn't think I was that fat. All right, I guess I got to start.
I think
I'm not
polo shirts are just not
They're
attractive
not good for
anyway.
anyone. They're no
There's
good for anyone.
nothing. I mean, there's other than golfers, right? It's like, and even some, yeah, polo shirts. It's the corporate attire.
The you guys Vance Martin, don't you?
Yeah.
So Vance Martin's a genius, among other things. But one of the things that Vance Martin has done, speaking of that, is he's got he had a sport coat made out of like golf shirt material. And so it doesn't wrinkle. He keeps it like balled up in the trunk of his car. So if he needs a sport coat, he can just take it out, shake it, and put it on. It looks pretty decent. But it's also made out of material, so he can wear it in, when it's 90 degrees out, and he's not sweating like everybody else is. So
Smart.
he's a smart one now. In charge of all of our electrical products.
Oh, you had the Waltham office as well?
What's that?
Are you at the Waltham office as well?
No, I'm at my house.
Oh, okay. You just didn't want to go.
I mean, I went yesterday.
Okay.
You know, they would like us to go 3 days a week. I'm going fewer days than that.
Don't incriminate yourself, whatever you do.
Yeah, it's a decent hike though for me. It's about an hour and
Yeah.
10 to get to the office. And
That's every day for me.
it's the usual thing though. It's like where if I log in, I put the kids in the bus at 7:30, and then instead of driving an hour and 15 to the office, I just come home and I have my dual 27-inch monitors and I'm working. So I start work earlier and then I stay later because I don't have to leave the office to get the kids from school. I can just keep working, duck out from it, grab them, come back and keep working, or run them over the soccer or karate and sports and come back and keep working. Or it's just you get working from home. DS gets an extra 2.5 hours, an extra 2 hours of work out of me, easy.
Yeah. And you get to do a lot of personal things and do some quick little things.
I have leftovers for lunch. My mother-in-law was here yesterday, helping get the kids off the bus and whatnot, and she made dinner. So I have leftovers in the fridge. I'm not going to go spend $9 in the cafeteria. I'm going to just go grab leftovers in the fridge.
Yeah, like
what's up, Mr. Barnes?
Mark Johnson, how you doing, man?
Doing well, sir.
Feel like we're like the unofficial staff room this week.
you guys are. It's been awesome. Like what I got like this and like the normal like SolidWorks stream up like side by side, and I just keep like flipping back and forth between the two. You guys have been cracking me up the whole week. It's been fantastic.
Which one have you had the volume up the highest so you can listen to?
I don't know.
I mean, what do you think to our new office?
I love it. I love Sean peeking out of the corner. It's fantastic.
He's just
Brian
lurking.
I mean, this one's even creepier when I actually do it right.
Again, dude.
I'm just pushing buttons.
It really does look like he's just like hanging out in the background, like he's like handling your soundboard.
Yeah. Thanks,
So
Sean
good.
Kramer.
And screenshot.
I can send you the picture.
No, no, I need one of you guys, so it's just because it's just Sean lurking.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with our
presented
backgrounds.
by the Core Podcast.
Yep.
You did a great job. Fantastic.
Yeah, this is
Well done.
future proofing.
It was fantastic. So like I gotta tell you, man, the whole sour cream donut controversy. I gotta tell you about it. Like, you don't taste the sour cream, okay? It's not like oh god, like this is like a topping I put in my burrito. Like what the hell is this doing on my donut? Like it just tastes delicious. It's a super moist, awesome donut. Like that's what it tastes like.
What's the difference
you
between
gotta try
that? What's the difference in having it on a donut versus a bagel?
No. It's not on the donut. And I would never put sour cream on a bagel either. I would put cream cheese on a bagel or like many other things, but not so. I would never put sour cream on a bagel. Yeah, I put it on my chili. Put it on. Put a little dollop on the chili. A little bit in my burrito. Love that. But yeah.
I hate to interject there, but JM just donated $100, so we've got to have a good time.
What?
That was easier on first day.
Yeah.
That hurt my head a little.
Yeah, it's bad when we start drinking like Lucozades and Gatorades and stuff to sort ourselves out.
We got day 3
I like
hangovers.
a bit of Darren Styles there. Good for you guys.
Hey, if this is supposed to be hallway hangouts, where are the non-SolidWorks employees?
Non-SolidWorks employees.
They're in the chat.
It's an accurate representation of the percentage of in-person attendees this year.
The numbers were a little low.
I've got more people registered for one of my sessions than were reportedly registered to go in person.
Showing up in person. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But I've also like the delta between registered versus attending is like a lot larger than I think you would get at in person. because so many people were like, yeah, I'll register for it, whatever.
Yeah, it's not costing you anything, is it? So
I kind of.
I just appreciate being able to hang out even though I'm not there.
Yeah, that's
then-
all. That's the whole point of what we're
Don't
trying to
use
do.
SolidWorks.
Neither does he. I don't use SolidWorks professionally either.
What?
You don't use it at work.
I used to.
Used to, but not at work
Used
anymore.
to. I used to use it at work too.
Not anymore, Mark. You're just hot
as
sauce
much.
guy now.
I'm just a hot sauce guy. No, I get lots of angry emails. That's what I get.
Did you actually eat the hot sauce, or 'cause that looked a little fake?
It was a little fake, yeah. So for filming, we were filming for a while though, but like it was the kind of thing where like what did get somewhat tiresome is like we would film a couple of lines because we didn't know how they get spliced together. So we filmed most of the lines as it's almost like one-liners. Like we just filmed the line and like we'll splice this here later. But like between every cut, the director would be like, "All right, hold on," and he'd like walk in and like had like a bottle of a spray bottle. It was just like soaking both of us down, like the start of the foreheads, and then like get our shirts wet, and then progressively.
I would have just used super soakers and do it from distance.
But like between every take, he's like, "This is looking great. This is looking great." Oh, I'm getting your. He goes, "You're like."
Like a cat being told not to do something.
It was like that. It was like that over and over and over again. He's like, "This is looking great, guys. This is great. All right, let's go to the top of page 3 now. Okay, ready? All right, and go when you're ready."
I really like the style of like doing all the kind of popular YouTuber styles and YouTube styles, like the Casey Neistat type of video, the hot ones. It was it was different. It was.
It worked with the online format too. The fact that like we're online this year again, so it meant that tied in really well. That was just luck of the draw.
Yeah. Because what was the previous year? No, it was Nashville. There wasn't a.
There was work from home alone, so we had the CAD cops. Oh no, that was online. I don't know what Nashville was. I don't remember.
I don't think there was, and people got quite upset. There was no skit.
Right, that was the year there was no skit. Yeah, people were upset. Skits came back, just like the colors on the feature tree.
People were very upset about that.
Well, we were glad we didn't see any green lawnmowers.
Yeah.
So,
Thank
so
God.
for the icons, funny icon story color for you guys. So we have T-shirts. After we changed the icons, we had T-shirts made that said "Don't panic, we just changed the colors." And we had those made during beta, and they were cool. And then once we released it, and there was all the backlash for people hating the colors, GP wasn't CEO at the time. Whoever was CEO at the time. Not maybe GP.
Bernard Seco.
Bernard. All right, we got an email basically saying like, if you have one of these shirts, that's cool. Do not bring it to World. We made the shirts. We thought it'd be funny, and like users are really upset about the color change. So if you have one of these shirts, do not wear it out in public at World. And we're like, oh, okay, bummer. So like,
I remember that, and I was all for the color change because it didn't bother me in the least. Being color.
Yeah, I
love the
remember
color
seeing it. I was like,
change too.
oh, it's changed. Cool. Carried on.
I know. Yeah.
well, the
I
thing
was
that hates-
working the support desk at the time at I can't remember if it was Cat Edge or Trimac, but people were like once or twice a day get like an angry call from a customer like demanding to be able to get the colors back, and I was just like, look, man, it's just the colors. There were people who told me
They
they
came out
wanted
with somebody came out with there's a third party something or other you can add in to get your colors back.
to... That's funny. Somebody wrote an API for it.
Yeah, and you could bring the colors back.
So I mean,
Yeah,
what's funny
there
about
was
that-
there was an option added, I think. Like
Yeah, there's a
shortly
setting
It's like
for it now.
SP3 or something. Yeah.
Mhm.
So what's funny about that is that it was Jim Wilkinson's team at the time, the UI team. They designed that color scheme after a ton of work. Years before that version went live, they designed it, and then all of our new apps and a bunch of Dassault apps behind the scenes were using our color scheme that we had designed and done a bunch of market research on. So they were using our new colors, and then we finally got around to redesigning our UI. And so it looked like we were the late ones to the party when we were the ones who actually designed that color scheme.
That's funny. I didn't know that we
Yeah, so
designed it first. Yeah.
We designed it first, but then all the X apps and all the online stuff started. Like it's like, oh, someone's already done this market research. Let's use this color scheme. So we look like we were
Yeah.
late to our own party, but we
Yeah.
We made all that
Mark
stuff. We
Johnson
just
has all the inside stories. I feel like I should just log out and watch now that I know Mark Johnson's in here.
All the juicy bits.
It's good to have you both joining us.
Yeah, like
Again.
Johnny and I have always discussed, and we brought up the green lawnmower, and that got us like, we were watching General Session yesterday when they were kind of doing the same thing, a product being developed across the platform, and how we almost fell asleep. But what you guys did with Jason Poole over Slug Me, kind of the way that you guys had showcased the platform and how it worked was the best display, the best showcase of the platform I've ever seen, because there was so much passion behind it. There was so much, it was all done by the community. There was no like corporate curtain in front of it.
Yeah, it wasn't, so scripted and rehearsed looking. It was natural and realistic.
Oh, that's just what Andy and I do all the time. Like log in, have modeling sessions, pick each other's brains, usually make fun of each other for the modeling technique each other's using, and so it was,
what are you
it was
doing?
just a day in the life.
Why aren't you using fully defined
Rotate
sketch?
it this way.
Why
God.
aren't you using fully defined sketch? I'm sorry, what now?
But
It's funny that you learn the tools that you learn when you learn it are like the tools you will always use. So I use, I use the view palette for dragging views in, but a lot of people use insert model view, and they're all the different ways you could do it, but you do like what you learn and what you remember. I
don't know, Mark.
I say file
think
new
that
drawing.
says more about you than everyone else.
Do you use mouse gestures? You use mouse gestures,
Of
don't
course
you?
I
You're one of
do,
those people.
but-
You're one of
Yeah,
those people.
man.
But
You're one
here's
of
a
those people.
confession. Here's a confession. I'm still, my mind is only evolved enough to use 4 slices of the mouse.
Yeah,
gesture.
that is hilarious. You're stuck on regular Nintendo while the rest of us are on Super NES. Come on.
Yeah, with the
It's okay.
joystick, you're
I don't use any shortcuts.
S key.
right. No,
Not
none,
even
no,
that.
It doesn't even use
No
the S key.
keyboard, no
So
mouse
do you have
gesture.
toolbars instead of the command manager?
Nothing.
It just goes through all the
See,
all the
And
bars,
he's
all the
saying,
menus.
they were just saying yesterday, like every time they try to do a Model Mania, they're like super slow. It's like there's tools to help you be faster.
I use the S key. I told Kirby about it like 9 months ago, and I was like, "Hang on, what?"
I was like, that's cool. I'm never going to use it. I'm
Yeah,
just
but the
so
S key
set.
now. Hold on. Do you use command search?
Yes, I use that, but I only use that for.
so the S key now
I use that
has
for one
command
feature.
search.
I use that for
Oh.
one feature, and that's split.
Split.
Why not
Yeah.
just add it to your toolbar at that point?
Nope.
It's just.
He just searches it every time.
I feel like I'll spend more time trying to figure out how to do that than just go to my taskbar and just split.
Kirby's the kind of guy who is like, "Yeah, I'll just do it this time, and then eventually I'll sort it." But then he just goes, "Oh, well, I'll only use it like, twice a day, so I'll just do it twice a day because why not?"
You know what I'll say though is kind of funny, because every time I come back to SolidWorks now, because I'm in 3D Experience apps a lot, I love like X Shape and all that, and every time I come back to SolidWorks, I'll have all the buttons on my shortcut keys, on my mouse gestures and stuff, and I'm just typing like every single command now, and that's not even a thing to do on 3D Experience. So I don't know why that's happening lately.
It is an X-Gen. It's weird. Like X generative design has like changed my brain to like, that's what I do is like I drag, type. So I have caught myself doing that in SolidWorks with command search.
I don't
But
even
I
want
do
to
go-
mention
I
that
do
other
go up to-
that other CAD product that had the command line, and it's like I always used to make fun of that, and now it's like here I am.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Don't. I used to. Hey, that was a jam. We modeling in 2.5D. It wasn't 3D. It was 2.5D. you could do extrudes and give things depth, but in R13, if you made a solid, you took like a square and made it your profile. You lost the snap points. Didn't work. So you had to like keep sketch geometry so you could like grab the box and the sketch so your snap points would work.
Wow, who would have thought, man? Invite Mark Johnson, you'd be getting R13 tips and tutorials.
It's a long time ago.
Well, turn on O snap. Yeah. That was a
Turn
long time
on
ago, man.
OSnap.
Yeah.
That should be a T-shirt.
Turn on
Gotta be.
The best T-shirt I've seen in One World was Marcus Brown. Everyone knows Marcus. And Marcus had a shirt. It had the picture of the extrude symbol on, and it said "like a boss."
That's pretty good.
That's great.
That's sweet.
Marcus
got-
like, "What do you think?" I'm like,
Was it the blue icon or the green and yellow?
It was the green and yellow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ah,
It was old school.
That,
it was predates that.
That blue icon shirt, I had never seen it. I had never even heard of it. And then like it was when I first started working from Waltham. It's like hanging up on Gabe Enright's cube. He like still has it. It's just hanging there. I was like, what is this? This is amazing.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
SolidWorks has a good sense of humor. All those guys in Waltham.
We have a good sense of humor, but we find it's one of those things where we have the sense of humor that it doesn't always translate well, or not that it doesn't translate well, but the user community sometimes gets upset about. We're like, we made this joke and it was really funny, and all of us laughed, but like other people are taking it really seriously. So if you guys could knock it off, that'd be great.
Nice.
You know, as the longer version of Hot Saw has a couple of jokes which are, because we just did like one line.
We need to find a way to release the not safe for work version of Hot Saw. Please.
Yeah,
we just
right?
kept doing it. Like they're like, keep saying things. Like, keep
There you go.
We'll do
I
it.
was like, I'll keep making fun of Mike. I'll keep making fun of Al Denozer, which hopefully you guys got that joke.
I think so.
No,
You
I
guys
did.
do.
I was trying to think
Oh.
about that. What is it?
So okay.
Oh,
AI.
wait. Go ahead.
So when NVIDIA came out with the AI denoiser,
Denoiser. Okay.
it was on
looks
the
like
slides. But it was on the slides though. Like when
I
they
feel
first
like
showed,
we should totally like just given Andy clues and see how long it would have taken.
I
him to
did. I
figure it
didn't.
out.
Once you said it like that, I was like, oh, denoiser. Dude loves GPUs. It must be that. But I didn't realize it was like the AI looked like an AL, so it was like Al
Mhm.
denoiser.
But when they first showed, they're like when they first like unveiled it and they were on stage at World, we're all sitting in the audience and it says it's like the third thing down now with Al Denozer, and we're all like, who the fuck is Al Denozer?
Who the who?
Who is this guy? Is that with this? What does that mean? Is this guy like? And then he's like, with the new AI Denozer, we're all in the audience. We're like, oh, AI Denozer guy. But on the stage at World, it says A. And like I was sitting, I'm trying to remember who I was sitting with, and they're like, who the hell's Al Denozer? Do you know this guy? I don't know who this guy is.
Andy, if
I've
you
never heard
watch
this.
if you wasted like 2.5 hours of your life and watched the new version of Space Jam, you would have gotten the Al version of AI.
I did not watch.
I did not watch the new
I'm
Space
not
Jam, I'm
planning on
sorry.
You're
that
lucky.
either. Yeah.
Just don't.
Are you required to do that being in Cleveland? You have to at least know about all things involving LeBron James.
Dude, with sports, that's like the only time in life that I'm like completely judgmental and spiteful. So like once LeBron left, I never forgave him. When he came back and won a championship, everyone was like back on board and I was hating the whole thing. I was
Good
like,
for you.
I got I'm trying to find it here. Tadic, I got something for you. It's Tom Brady's daughter has held the Super Bowl trophy more times than the Cowboys have won playoff games.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's some crazy stats like that.
all right.
He's like third.
Tadic
Somebody
loves
released he's
Brady.
third
New topic.
overall.
Brady.
New topic.
Love is
Wait,
Brady.
this is a good one though. He's third overall in NFC wins for quarterbacks. Like, but he's only been in the NFC for 2 years. I mean, that's crazy. So
It's
like
so
a
stupid.
vast majority of the numbers are literally Super Bowl wins.
Ugh,
It's nuts.
whatever.
And I hate him with a passion. I like hate him more than any other football player ever. Maybe
Can we
Gronk.
talk about this background right here that they have? It's so awesome with
Yes,
Sean
so
kind of like
good.
just creeping in the back.
You want to see him even more creepier?
Yes. Yes.
That one just gets me.
He's like looking right at you. Just like the slight hunch too. It's like, hey.
Hello.
You need to have like some like menacing. Do you have like menacing music that you'd hear like in a thriller?
Wow, that was fast.
Dude, they're so fast with the sound effects.
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
I had a lot more, but I had to get most of them were just fart noises.
Yeah, you don't need that board now, do
number
you?
of boards. 70%
Still
are
one.
fart noises.
It literally was.
I will laugh every time.
He turned up and I was like, they're the best sound effects you've got on here at the minute? Like, we're going to need something more advanced than just farts. Like 3 days.
We had Ed Eaton giving us a tour of the convention center yesterday.
Yeah,
And
it was great.
He managed to get inside the actual hallways, and I played that.
That's awesome.
Also made it a bit creepy for him.
It was kind of creepy him walking around in that empty building. Also, why were those escalators so skinny?
They were creepy.
It was like single file escalators, but it was like single file for like, you know, NASA's like average size human. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
we would struggle
50%
with
of
them.
people are too big.
Yeah, we would. You know, it'd be tight, especially on a.
I think it'd be tight for me. Post COVID.
And the lifts were just as slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that
And
lift
it
for a long time.
Max capacity of 2 people.
2
What
sticks.
is that?
Brandon in our chat says that your background is awesome.
Thank
Andy.
you.
Are you.
Yeah, I
you-
change it
Oh,
all the
yeah.
time.
You a fan of music?
No, I don't really
Little bit.
listen to music.
He just likes album art.
Yeah.
Did-
I just have like 500 records.
Did you make the bracket yourself?
Yeah, designed in XDesign and 3D printed.
Hashtag
There's like
sponsored.
Got a little
video.
video about it.
Yeah, there's a video floating
Send a
around.
link, Andy.
Dude, it would
That
take me
was-
so long to find that.
That was
I
like
have
your
no
first
idea.
project as
Yeah, it
as
was
an
one of them.
employee.
It was a funny experiment in sound as well because I had just like it was like COVID had just happened. I like created an office
Johnny's on
in
it.
my guest bedroom. He's looking for it. I created an office in my guest bedroom or a desk in my guest bedroom, and then recorded a video of me like you know supposedly having this like COVID problem where now I gotta like create an office somewhere. I wanted to create a cool background, so I print these things and the sound is just echoey the whole time. And then the last scene, I had the records up. I didn't realize it until I recorded it, but just putting the records on the wall, the sound was like so much better in the room because the records like created this like dampening effect. It was kind of wild, but
Really?
It's what my Lego does that.
Affected it that much?
really.
Behind me at home, I'm at Johnny's place at the moment. Behind me, I've got a massive wall of just tons of Lego. Way too much. I mean,
Yeah, it just
I've-
bounces off all the different.
I've got a set here as well. Even
Just in case you want to get going with them. It's great, man.
So great.
you gotta have one
Dude,
at
have you talked to Mark Johnson about Legos yet?
We talk all the time about Lego.
Nice.
All right, great.
How's your
we're Johnny. We're friends on the Book of Faces, so we're you know
how's
Nice.
how's your Saturn V launch pad going?
it is going quite well. I'm on step like 980 of 1200, so it's
Ooh.
almost done. I've had to take it off the desk and put it on the floor to keep working on it because it's that tall.
I mean, even
I was
even,
gonna ask how tall is it?
even
Yeah,
when
that's
building
awesome.
the Saturn V itself, I enjoyed the fact that I had to put it on the floor and like work on it
Yes.
versus on a table. That was great.
I have a picture of my daughter
So-
standing next to it, like when I first finished it, because you know when she was 3, because she was helping me put a couple pieces together and whatnot. I also like that set had 1969 pieces. I thought that was a nice thing.
Yeah, they did.
All right,
Oh,
so I,
very cool.
I call the interviewer role now because this is so intriguing to me. Like,
So I have. So
all right, I
Saturn V
was
is
more. Hang on.
there.
Wait, what?
I have the Saturn V rocket, the camera. So I'm gonna kind of spin the camera around the room here since we're
Do it.
trying to make everyone drunk. So they're
Whoa.
Jenny's city sets that she's worked on.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Is that like
And
all
then
of San Francisco?
Keep going around. We have. There's
My.
There's all the Lego. There's all that stuff. There's the roller coaster and stuff. And then my wife is hiding behind her monitors over there.
Did you guys
She
paint
waves.
hexagons on your wall? Or is that
Jenny!
like
No, those are actually to help with the echo. Those are like
a little
Yeah,
foam
foam
panels?
sound.
yeah.
Nice.
So because
Wait, Jenny's
bad.
back there?
Yeah,
she's hiding?
She's
Yeah,
hiding.
she
She
stuck her
waves.
Jenny,
hand
I see
out.
your elbow.
Stuck her wave. There she's waving.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, Jenny.
Caddix is hiding. And then we have this shelf over there where there's the Coliseum, and some other stuff. And then behind me is.
Guys, this is some exclusive material for your podcast.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna
I've
do.
never even seen this. Oh,
So
Solid
next thing I
work.
have
I've
to
seen
do-
it. He showed it to me once.
So next thing I have to do is I actually
Show
have
us
to take
what's in
this
your fridge.
Yeah, what's in your fridge?
So this shelf has to come off. I got to do this weekend. I got to take this shelf off and take another 2x4 and biscuit join it together because the new Saturn V launch pad is too wide to fit on a 2x12.
Nice.
So I have to make this I have to make the shelf 3 inches deeper so I can fit the Saturn V.
I had to lift one of my shelves so I can fit my 8080, but I absolutely butchered it. I eyeballed all the holes, got it up there, and it was all skew, and I was like, damn it. So I had to move it. Yeah, it was a party foul on my end. I should have just measured. But yeah, I
By the
ended
way,
up
we're
with
not
8
done with
holes
rounding.
instead
People
of
have
2.
asked me, did I use rounding for this? No, I did not use rounding for this.
Oh, you've shown me a photo of them holes, Kirby. It is bad, that.
I'm not going to try.
It's just like a pin cushion on his wall.
Wait, so I was more of like a constructs guy when I was. Do you guys remember constructs?
Oh, constructs are the best. I had a ton of those as a
Yes.
kid.
Yeah, with
What
like a
was
little
the-
blue
With a little
connector,
blue 4x things.
corner
Yeah.
connectors, and
What
then
were the metal
gray-
things called?
Those were
Remember the metal
connects.
ones?
Mechanic.
No.
Meccano.
Well,
I gotta look it up.
With like
Which
the little
one- that
metal
reminds me,
strips
have
and
you
the
seen-
bolts and nuts.
Whatever.
That's
My
Meccano.
question is,
Sorry.
I never
Yeah.
really got into Legos, but because I was more of a constructs kid, but my kids are into Legos now, and it like intrigues me. You guys being like having an engineering and design background, do you follow the steps step by step always? And is that like the thing to do, or do you like freestyle or try to figure it out on your own? Like, what's the tactic?
It depends. In the set that I'm doing now, the giant Saturn V tower is not like an official set, so I very frequently am like, I can't find a piece I need. I'm like, well, I'm gonna do this the way I want to do this. So I'm grabbing different pieces and making it work the way I want.
I
For
never
the most
even
part,
thought
yeah.
about that. Is there like whole communities where they're
Yes.
making their own instructions to build?
It-
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's
so,
cool,
so
man.
that's what the Saturn V. The Saturn V is not an official set. It's a 12,000 piece set that like someone designed.
Oh,
Someone designed it and put the PDF online and said, and
Do they
also
use
made
Composer to do it?
And Lego has its own proprietary software.
Yes, they do. They don't use
All right,
any
all
of our
right.
stuff.
Yeah,
but yeah, they.
And so
those are
have
the
you
holes
guys
that I
created
butchered.
your own instructions?
Don't show them that, Kirby. Jesus.
What is this? I can't
That's
see. I
great.
can't tell.
That's the holes that I tried. I needed 2 holes.
The man should not be given a power tool.
Yeah. But yeah, that's like my Star Wars wall.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, trying to find this. If I can, I'll zip this up.
Have you guys created your own instructions for community?
So I'm too dumb to do that. I just build the sets. But with the big 8080 I got, it was the first kind of big set that also has a very nice interior. So I'm busy collecting little stormtroopers to fill it up, and the shelf that I've put it on, I've put base plates, and I'm going to make a little Hoth scene. So it's like my first time attempting doing a mock, what they call it. So
Nice.
I'm looking at a lot of reference images and that stuff, and every now and then going to the Lego store, you get a little bucket, and you go to it's like a pick and mix. Pick your bricks off the wall, and you put them in your bucket, and you go.
Nice,
So
yeah.
I'm messing around with that at the moment.
So this is the
Erector set was I was looking for. I've never heard of
what
Meccano.
set?
Erector set.
So the question with Meccano for you guys in the
Erector
UK.
set, yeah.
So question for the UK guys: have you seen James May's series Toy Stories?
Mm-hmm.
The house that he did.
The Lego
He builds the
house.
house of Lego, and then he builds the bridge of the Meccano, and he does the Spitfire of 1-to-1 scale. Okay, you've seen that then. So
He
and
makes
these
a
are-
1-to-1 scale Spitfire.
Yeah, out of like you did plastic air models. He makes a 1-to-1 scale plastic
Yeah,
Spitfire.
Airfix model.
Dude,
Airfix
sick.
model.
I
The-
love
the
James May too.
racetrack,
I gotta
the-
look this up.
The racetrack.
I forget what car company it was, but I saw like a full size truck at one of our auto shows once out of Legos. That was pretty amazing. And then of course there's the Mall of America in Minneapolis that
They've got a
has
massive
crazy
store.
Lego displays. So all right, so I have a 7-year-old boy that is my 9-year-old girl is into Legos too. So they're both into Legos. Do you guys have any recommendations for them?
It depends what kind of like
Yeah.
films or cartoons they're into.
My boy's into Star Wars.
Star Wars Lego.
Sorry, Lego.
There you go.
Or
Well,
and then,
which
you know, then-
ones?
Then you graduate
Which
to
ones?
Grogu. Sets and-
How much do you want to spend? Because
How
like
I know, yeah. It
So,
is
like,
pretty crazy.
my largest sets are close to about £700. A lot of the
Danny, how
smaller
much
Not
ones,
that much.
Titanic?
I don't love my son that much yet.
Money.
like the ones that I can see Johnny has here, which they're about so big. They're closer to about £100
Go on,
or so.
insult me.
What?
Go on, insult me. Go on.
No, well, you've just moved here, so you've got.
That looks
you could,
impressive.
I've got an image that I'll make my background.
I posted some links in the chat, by the way. So one of them is to Bricklink, which is the go-to website for
I got banned
sets,
from there.
instructions, and whatnot.
You're banned from it.
I got banned from Bricklink.
How did
How do you get
okay,
banned?
How did you get banned from Bricklink?
From a Lego website.
We don't need your Wikipedia for
There you
construction.
go. Nice.
I just got this on eBay for my boy. This is like
Sick,
almost
man.
almost a complete set from childhood. Yeah, look at this. But you could totally like freestyle. All those different things you could build. It's so cool.
So what will happen is, for example, a lot of the big sets will have unique pieces to just that set.
Right.
So some people will buy a whole set just to start to collect them up, and then they'll sell add it to their inventory. And this is the beauty of what Bricklink does, is that you can just say, I've bought this set, and you add that to your inventory, and then that creates a store for you with that inventory. And then if people want a specific group of parts, they can buy them from all different stores around the world and collect their sets. So that's how Mark put together his
So in that the zip, there's a zip file there. It's in my Dropbox thing. So that has it's the PDF instructions, and the last page obviously has the full inventory of what you need. There's also an IO file, which is the file that you need for Bricklink. So you can make a new wish list, drag and drop,
That
and
doesn't
it will
work.
give you a list of
Hold on, are we supposed to be paying someone for this stuff though?
what, Saturn 5? No,
Yeah.
it's free. Free.
Really? Wow.
yeah.
The
So,
community
That's
is
beautiful, man.
The sets are
Give it to the
very
people.
like
Yeah.
some people will sell the instructions, but it'll be like $5 or so,
Right.
because you go off and buy the pieces. Like Mark, you said that you spent quite a bit of time figuring out what you had already.
Yeah, Jenny and I went through because my wonderful wife is insane, like me. I'm gonna try and find. I can't change. I can't. Make
She should meet
virtual
my
background.
wife and convince her to help me.
Jenny, we should visit the UK. We should visit the UK and come see you. I'm trying to find a picture of it. So Jenny and I both did, but it was Jenny's the one who continues to maintain the inventory. Let me go with that.
Brad has a Harry Potter Lego in their house. Dan running the Hive Hangouts. I get dropped. How swole is Dan? I did not see that coming, by the way.
I didn't see that coming either.
Oh,
He
yeah,
said it
dude.
was like
He is
he needs like a
jacked.
seamstress to like
he is
fix all the
absolutely
seams
jacked.
on his
That's
shirt.
right. Like, I'm gonna properly move out of the way. Like, those arms.
So I can't change.
Look at that. How'd that get through TSA when he flew to Walton?
I really hope he's still watching.
like he was wearing this same red shirt on Monday, and we only ever see him from the shoulders up. But he's jacked.
Oh yeah.
Dan
Yeah, definitely.
Swolner, I'm gonna call him.
He'll like that, Kirby, yeah. Nice.
So, is there a way I can send a picture? Can you post pictures into chat? of
You
things?
can. I did see someone do that.
That's a
Let's see-
perfect
see if
screenshot,
this
by the way.
works.
Like his little smirk, just like, yeah, what's up?
He knows.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
whenever
do-
you're done with that machine, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just realizing I got like multiple screens. I'm just the one like interview that I really wanted to see was with Kate Reed, and it happened while I was in here.
Dan's still watching.
Oh, Dan's still watching.
I'll go back. Nice, good. What's up,
see if that
Dan?
works. So can you click on? Does that link? Does that work for you guys?
Yeah, that allows me to download it.
You know what we should talk about without giving anything away for Dan's sake is Slug Me 7 a little bit. We gotta start
Well, I think-
brainstorming on that a little
I
more.
know.
Oh, there's
Well,
idea.
it
That's
is.
crazy.
Is this yours?
It is public.
Yes.
Oh,
what
very
we
cool.
So Jenny and I
Muffin
made that
tins.
Jenny and I made that piece of furniture. It's just furniture grade plywood and then some aluminum C channel, and those are bins from IKEA. And then Jenny we sorted all the big pieces, and then Jenny at some point decided to be completely insane and keep sorting the little pieces, and then we start buying the little things. So which is scary when I say to her, I'm looking for a flex. I'm looking for this. Do you know where I can find another of these? And she's like, third shelf down, 2 bins in, I think. And she knows because we were both working on Legos. She's building her sets and I'm working on mine, and she knows where most of the things are. And I'm starting to learn.
How much do the kids in the family get into these? And do they get discipline if they don't put something back, or I mean, that's got to be serious.
So with it's in that picture. We have the big shape sorters. You know, you put the bins in, you shake, and then the smaller pieces fall down and what fall through.
No way. That's awesome.
They're behind
So
Johnny's head.
Yeah, right there. So we have those, and we use those and we tell the kids to put the pieces in there because if kids are left to put pieces away, they will not be put in the correct place. You'll never. So when kids are like when they're done, they're like just okay, put them in the thing, and Jenny and I will take them apart and sort them and put them where they need to go. So that's all Jenny. She's the rock star for that. But the kids definitely into it too. They build tons of sets. Lily is the one who does the most, just grabs pieces and builds random stuff, most creative. Thomas has got all the big Harry Potter sets and whatnot, the Diagon Alley, and he did the Harry Potter castle and whatnot. And Stella, what is Stella getting into now? She used to be into like the Lego Friends sets, but she's.
I feel like we've been very out Legoed.
Yeah.
This Brick Link site is pretty amazing. That like changes my whole outlook on Legos.
It's what's amazing is you need to, when I was trying to buy the pieces for I needed, if I just drag and drop the IO file into Bricklink that said quick buy, it came up with like $1,800 to like individually order all the pieces from like 6 different stores. And then I was like, well, let me go through what I have, and I went through all the bins we had, and I went through and we pulled tons of pieces, and we pulled probably about 8,000 of the 12,000. And then it was only like a couple $100 to order the rest of the ones. And I was like, well, this is actually doable now. This is actually realistic. This is not just something that's absolutely ridiculous.
So do you guys ever freestyle and just like not have a plan and just start building something?
I do at Christmas. So we have a Lego train that goes around our tree and always buy a bit of the Christmas Village type of pieces that they release every year. But I always kind of build little things to kind of link them together. Like one of them is just like a fireplace with a Santa, so I would turn that into like a photo booth with a couple of little bits.
So Legos has train track sets, like pieces.
Yes.
Yeah,
they don't make many anymore, but I've got like a special holiday train that's got a tree on it, and it's got a motor and it goes around. I even put train sounds in my soundboard. I just wanted. I was just sitting there, just like beep beep. I deleted them now.
So I usually use Legos to solve like an engineering problem kind of a thing. Like if let's see if I can unmute my background.
Get out of here.
So this is.
You don't use simulation. You use Legos.
Well, this is standing up because I've built with extra white and black pieces this base plate here with a giant pad so that it holds the rocket upright and it doesn't tip over all the time. So like when I free build, I'm free building to solve some problem that I've created. So
to solve some Lego problem that you
usually
created.
a Lego problem. It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have a Lego problem.
No, I thought like you were gonna take us on a tour of your kitchen. You're gonna be like, man, this handle broke, and then like
just Legoed it up,
Yeah. That's how I am with 3D printers, man. If you like walk around my house, like there's just random 3D printed parts like everywhere that like
there's
solve
just that
all these like
manila colored plastic.
So I ordered these, or I just ordered. Well, I mean, you could from this guy. Let me phrase it. I bought the STL from this guy for $19 or something. So it's a
cool.
And so it's a way to mount the cars on the wall like that.
Yeah.
And he sells the STL for like $19. I'm like, cool. He's an engineer. He's designed this thing. Support people who content creators. So I bought this from this guy, and I'm waiting to print it in the Fab Lab.
$19. Now that it's bestseller, it's $33.90.
Well, that's if you want the actual brackets.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
let's select the option.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
you can
that's
also got it. Yeah, that's cool, man.
He'll sell you the printed brackets, or he'll sell you the STL. So I assume it's a he.
That's nice of you. I would have looked at
James.
it, taken a screenshot, and modeled it, done it for free. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. I'll just copy it.
I've actually been looking for a mount because I just built the Lamborghini. I've been looking for a mount to be able to put the Lamborghini on the wall.
So I have I have the Ferrari, I have the F1 car behind me, I have the green Le Mans racer over there. I want the Lamborghini. For one of the things that someone sent to me is a picture of, here it is.
Lamborghini's like 30% off on Amazon.
Is it?
Yes.
That's good to know. Someone sent this to me.
It's gonna be ordered in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Someone sent this to me. It's a link of all the cars compared by their size, and so one of the problems with this, I guess, is that like they're not true to scale. I don't believe. But it's just the kind of thing where like if you build one and then you start building more of them, it, the OCD in me like wants them to be all the same size. So if I'm gonna have them on the
or
wall,
appropriately sized.
and they're
Like
not.
a Mazda Miata should be smaller than a Lamborghini.
Right, like that for the Ferrari at the bottom there, which actually had ANSYS stickers, so I definitely did put the ANSYS stickers on the model.
Sure, I'm sure that's a hot item, a Mazda Miata Lego set.
Yeah, man. Hey, some people are very, very devoted
Some
to
people
their
love their
Mazda
Miatas.
Miatas. Yeah.
Some people love the Mazda MX-5s that were. Those are great though, fun little roasters. It's like a Triumph but reliable.
Oh, those are hairdresser cars.
The Miatas,
Yeah,
they handle great though.
that's the kind of car a hairdresser will drive.
Yeah,
So
again,
funny.
again, no.
The kind of car a hairdresser would drive.
Like a
You know what
Porsche
I
9,
mean?
like a 924. What do you drive? Are you guys car guys? Are you had the was the Charger Challenger when you were here? For your road
What was
trip?
it? Corvette.
No,
Oh,
Camaro.
No, Camaro. Yeah, that one.
All right.
So no, I'm not
One
that
of
into
the
cars.
C words. Yeah.
Kirby's not into cars.
I did drive a Lamborghini the other day.
Wait, I'm not into cars. I did drive a Lamborghini the other day.
Yeah,
You know, as does
You
there's
drove it, or you got in a
Yeah.
ride in one?
no,
I
I
did
had it for
England.
24 hours.
Ah.
A Turo or something, or
It was a Gallardo, but that was a prize that I won from Jack Daniels.
That was our prize.
sick.
Ah.
Just because your face was in the photo that won that.
He entered a competition, right? That was basically your best photo of Jack Daniels. It was me and him at the distillery, and he kept the fucking prize. Tell me I've not been hard done by.
I feel like this is a
He
a
didn't pick
touchy
you up and
subject.
give you a ride?
No.
contentious.
Feels expensive.
It's nice.
Oh.
So's friendship.
So,
Dude,
so
every
where'd you
time
drive
that,
the Lamborghini to? If you weren't stopping
To the
by?
States, just outside of London.
Nice.
And then we went to dinner at some fancy place.
Not me and him and his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys
And
ever
she
met?
doesn't even use Legos.
No.
Unbelievable.
Have you met Simon from the UK office? Either of you guys?
No.
I
Maybe.
can't remember Simon's last name. Starts with a G.
Which-
No, or he's
Oh,
a
I was just gonna ask.
super nice guy. He has got one of the silliest things I've had the pleasure of riding. He has an original Mini, but he's put like a turbo 1.4, like a turbo 1.4 in it, and it's got a roll cage and it has a straight cut gearbox, so the whine is
Oh yeah.
just deafening inside. But when he hammers on that thing, it is horrifying because it's so small. It feels like you're driving a Matchbox car, and it's because again it's such a short wheelbase. The whole thing is just darty and sketchy as fuck, and it's
Yeah.
not.
And if
It's
you
like
crash,
it's pretty cool,
you
isn't it?
know,
I'm like, this is terrifying.
the crumple zone is literally your knees. So
Yeah, this is
Mark Johnson is such an alpha. It was just announced, I don't like cars. Mark's like, I'm going to talk about cars.
Dude, I like every time I've like watched Top Gear and they have like one of the crazy cars and they go driving it around like the UK. I'm always like, how do you drive a supercar on these roads? It's always like windy roads, like tight lanes. Like it boggles my mind.
Mark, did you
There's
see
a
the
Lamborghini.
episode where they
Thick.
tumbled the Remots like off the
Yes.
hill? Yeah.
Richard Hammond was once again crashed something.
Oh, that was the electrical the
Yes.
electric car that he was like
Hypercar.
going up
Have
the
you
hill.
seen-
Yeah, that was
From
nuts.
Croatia, yeah.
Wow.
I sent you guys. I think I sent the TTM chat once upon a time. It was the video where the guy from I can't remember his name, the CEO of that company, does like a full factory tour. It's like a 5-part YouTube
Yeah.
series.
Yeah,
Monte
I've seen it.
Remots.
Sick.
There's a
Yeah, yeah.
ton. He's like, oh yeah, over here we do this, and you're like, that's SolidWorks on the screen, and that's eDrawings, and that's
Yeah,
that's some platform app right
They're a
there. Like,
good
you just
customer,
happen to catch it. You're like, oh look at that.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
2,000
That's why I
horsepower
get pumped
cars.
about them.
You see him in the background. You're like, Modern Marvels.
Where-
used to
I
have a
can't
lot of
remember.
shots
That's
back
a
in the
sharp
day.
photo.
Where are you at on electric cars, Mark Johnson? Love them or hate them or indifferent?
He'll be won over eventually. Who cares?
I know, right? I mean, there's so much
well,
torque.
No, I mean they perform they perform a great function, and the Ford Lightning truck is actually really interesting to me because
Yeah, I think it's going to be
'cause
a thing that
don't-
turns people around.
I want a 4-wheel drive truck, and I want to, and I'm plugging in is fine. But I feel like they're soulless appliances. Having driven, I've driven
Right.
Tom's Model 3, and he's ridden in my
Yeah.
car, and I took Zayas for a ride in my car, and stomped on the gas, and Gross and Zayas were like, "Oh my god, this is horrifying!"
Oh my god.
And so like. It's just different. It's once the acceleration is, hey Rachel, the
A
acceleration.
legend has joined us.
What up?
Rachel, what?
It does go on a smidge
Can
long.
you
that one.
descend down from the ceiling?
Yeah, that was very strange. Hi, guys.
So real quick, what's your opinion on sour cream donuts, Legos, and electric cars? Go.
No, yes, I don't know.
That's good.
Good choices.
Welcome, Rachel.
Fantastic.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I've been watching y'all this morning. I was finally like, okay, I should maybe get up and say hi.
What have you
Nice.
thought of 3D Experience World so far?
I don't know. It's been cool. It's been cool to sit over here and watch y'all do it.
Yeah, right. I was gonna say you're usually behind the scenes all the time.
Nice.
No, it's been great. I like the skits. The skits have been top notch.
They were good this year.
Yeah, they were very good. So no, I'm just
So
hanging.
Brian's Ice has asked for a link to join this podcast. How do I share this link? Let me get my-
Do it.
Oh boy.
Wait, is he gonna
Watch out.
join from the SolidWorks live desk?
You
We'll
know
have
what?
some
That would
sort of
be awesome.
inception
Let
happen.
me find
I've annoyed so many people in comments and Twitter the last 2 days. People are finally
See
joining.
if I can get Zayas to join. Ask me for a link.
You've just been tagging everybody. You just,
So here you go. I'm gonna send this to Zayas.
well, like Johnny
He
says,
was
it's the unofficial
inviting-
staff room.
It
He
literally
was
is.
playing
Yeah.
Mark Johnson.
Let's see if
This
Zayas
is
actually
fantastic.
joins. Because I screenshot the picture of where we're the one with the side angle one. If you want to show the side angle for Rachel,
with Sean. I'll do a
so
nice
Sean-
slow fade as well.
yes. So you need to move your head. So Sean is just lurking in the background there.
I don't know about y'all sometimes.
I screenshot.
Oh,
so I
boy.
screenshot this and I said to Zayas.
I mean, you should have
Zayas,
seen the
like, that's
state of
awesome.
this room this morning. Like, it was in utter
Oh.
state.
Mm.
That's a pretty solid green screen. You
I
guys
know, we
got
can even
there.
do magic. Ta-da!
Nice.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, we're doing floating heads at one point. That was good fun.
I noticed you guys.
we got
I don't know
front
if it
row
was
seats as
Monday
well.
night or- Very
Oh,
nice.
Will. That's good.
What's the next session that you guys are logging into? For me, I think it's going to be the magic wheelchair one. Oh, Pringle.
what time? What time does the magic wheelchair one start?
I've actually got it here 6:30 our end, I think.
1:45.
1:30 Eastern.
Well, we've got to go on 15 minutes
Okay.
before.
Oh,
I'm
Yeah,
hosting another
1:45
Q&A
PM
session,
till
so if you wanna join
2:30.
that, they're welcome to.
Actually, that brings back to what you had asked. We're going to be speaking about Slug Me 7 there.
Ah, nice.
Oh, nice.
So,
Wait,
they-
How
what time
much?
is
How
that?
much can you share? Did you find out from Dan how much you could share?
yeah, Dan, they you know,
stream to our channel.
just like the
so.
secret of Nashville, it wasn't kept very well.
Right.
But no one knew about Joe being there.
No,
That's the
kept
best
very
kid.
close
Yeah, that's
last
cool.
night.
Anyway, they kind of looked at it, you know, going from a 24-hour session. The only way to go bigger is do 48 hours or a week. You know, I'm down for that if they need hand, but they weren't too keen on that one. You know, once is enough. So they thought they really liked the Magic Wheelchair project that happened, and it got them thinking that there's, you know, there's Slug Me 7, there's 7 wonders of the world, but there's also 7 continents. So why not do 7 Magic Wheelchair builds or community builds across 7 continents?
Nice.
So crazy.
So the Slug Me 7 guys, they're going to kind of represent Antarctica because we'll try to find a kid there. But I think their mobility issues will be slightly different to the US.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah,
You guys did a crazy build last year.
we did that in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
so
it's
crazy.
nuts.
Still PTSD, but we're keen for another one. Johnny bought enough materials for 2 builds.
Why not?
Smart man.
Nice.
But yeah, we're gonna chat to them. We've spoken to Chunlu about it already, but Magic Wheelchair don't know that that's kind of their first idea. So they've created a smart sheet form to start gauging people's interest of all the champions and user group leaders to start registering and say they want to represent this continent and they want to help out. And we'll see if Christine has a list of kids in different parts of the world.
So awesome.
Nice.
It's so sweet.
Put this all together.
I was slightly involved with the SolidWorks' team of Magic Wheelchair, but it's like an embarrassment to even like associate myself to them because they worked 500 times harder than I did. I was just like doing this and that. And like the build part of it, as you documented so well in your video, like the time lapse one, just that's where all the work happens. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was one thing I wanted to do as well, was tell the story of how we went from point A to point B, versus just a reveal video with a bit of like quick time lapse stuff. Kind of like a little documentary for anyone who wants to attempt it and realize that you're mad to do it.
Yeah, see what you're getting yourself in for.
But when it comes to the actual reveal, that's the most rewarding part of it. When you look at this thing and you're like, I hate this thing. It's driving me nuts, keeping me up. As soon as you watch a kid light up with it, that's the first time you also step back and look at the overall picture and what you're doing, and that makes it a good feeling.
Yeah, man, that's
when
awesome.
we're like, we'll do it again.
So cool.
Build number 3.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like a drug. I mean, but if you participate anyway, I mean, it's still helpful. Like, I'm going to switch the camera again. I'm pushing wrong buttons. Like, we've got our Team George shirts on. So this was designed by a champion. Like, that was her involvement, was just making this logo for us. And we still consider she held a part in it. She was involved in it.
Nice.
So
I love it.
It should
I love
be-
it. Yeah.
should be interesting. And like Eric Beatty was saying, that doesn't have to be a Magic Wheelchair build if it's too tricky to put that together in the region. It could be any other kind of community build.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Keep it a little bit more of an open format.
It's easy with Magic Wheelchair because they've got the idea and the concept built already. All you need is a team, and that team to execute it, and you need that team to find the theme. Where if you're going from scratch with a community project in a location, you've got to figure out. You got to have a whole brainstorming session to figure out what you want to do.
We were quite lucky, weren't we, really, with it? We just had a couple of Zoom meetings, and then, because we didn't really have... We had 3 weeks from being asked to do it to deliver it. It was kind of like, right, well... That's why we have extra materials, because I didn't know how much we'd need, so I just ordered, like, a pallet of foam, a pallet of that.
Right. I would have done the same thing, man.
Yeah, we were quite excited when he said, I like Lego, and we're like, yes.
Yeah, that did make it easier.
Oh yeah, how about a complete Lego build? That would be amazing.
This is an idea I've been trying to push for quite a while, is to do a Magic Wheelchair build at World, as in it's designed in a specific way that it goes together like Lego, so that when that build team goes to World on day one, all they've got to do is put the pieces together, and all the attendees come by and they're like, you want to screw this in for us? And they just screw that in. And then by day 3,
It's like
everybody
fully
that's
built.
attended is participated in that as well. And then it's revealed on the last day to the kid.
Nice.
If you want to tell your higher ups.
Yeah.
It sounds like an awesome
that.
idea, man.
So-
yeah, make assembly
so-
instructions. Go.
Lego doesn't use our software; they use their own proprietary software.
Well, yeah, we couldn't call it Lego, but
The
I'm saying
machiners
that there's
use Siemens as well.
So Mega Brands, the toy company, they use our software. We did a big thing with them years and years ago with the CSWP event, or the CSWP event, where we gave away tons of this stuff. These folks, they use SolidWorks for everything.
for a while Hasbro had their own like Lego thing called like
forgot
Creo bricks or whatever.
Do they still make constructs?
I mean,
Because their website says constructs.
that build doesn't have to
For
be
real?
Lego themed. It's just the idea of
Sort of.
Right.
They bought
Construction
the rights to
How
the
it would
name.
go together.
Yep.
Dude, if they bring back constructs,
I
that
think
would
they
be
bought the
best thing
rights to
ever.
the name. That's it, Tadek.
You'd only do that if you'd be planning on making more, right?
I mean, they're making something here in products. I don't know. Or they bought the name Construction. They're using it as their community thing. I don't know. I mean,
I've also been looking for an excuse at the Fab Lab in Waltham. They have you could basically put like a 4x8 foot sheet of plywood on there of any thickness and just have it like cut or routered out like any shape you want. And like they have like those I don't know exactly what you call it, like flat pack kind of deal where like you cut everything out and then it all just goes together. So I've been looking for an excuse to like do one of those. But that might be interesting to try, and it'd probably be too heavy for a wheelchair though. Make it out of wood.
Yeah, you got to try and be mindful. Like ours was just foam and PVC. You got to be mindful in that. You can't
Talking
use
about,
mild steel and blocks of dark oak.
welding. What's the name? One of the guys in the Fab Lab was saying that like there are like 6 or 7 new boxes, big printer boxes showed up at the Fab Lab recently. So
Nice.
there might be.
Oh,
some
really?
Hardware. Yeah, it might be some new hardware planned.
Did you catch which brand?
I did not. This is coming to me secondhand. Someone said like, "Hey, I was in the hallway and there were like 6 giant printer boxes in the hallway."
Nice.
And I was like, really?
Yeah.
Because one of the 2 printers is one of the 2 of the printers gets so much use. It's in not optimal shape.
Both of
Wait, are you
both
talking
of
about the
you
large
guys,
format
Andy and
one?
Mark,
Hmm?
I was gonna
What?
say both of you guys, Andy and Mark, need to get into that lab more often so you
I
can
know.
3D print stuff for me. Come on.
Yeah. Well, the problem is every time that I want to 3D print stuff, it's usually like right before World, and there's like a line, like there's just like this massive queue, and like I like email some people and they all like laugh at me and they're like, "I can get it to you 2 months after World." You know.
But those brackets by the STL file to print them at some point, and I just haven't gotten around to it. I also am very fortunate. I hit up Jane all the time, the EBC, who has many a 3D printers, for corporate
Right.
events, and when we have customers come through, we always have things printing and whatnot. So she's also like, "Hey, I got printers and I got medium, so if you want some, let me know." I'm like, so that's always good to. It's always good to have. I like you guys are starting over there.
It's quarter to 5, so it's okay.
We went professional. We even got a little fridge.
Yeah, we've got a little.
So here's a funny story. The night before last night, I was at my cousin's house because he was gonna 3D print something for me. So I was like showing him, walking him through the model. We could have totally done it digitally, but whatever. And I lost my mouse somehow. And in this house, I realized I've committed a bad decision by like not having a backup USB plug-in mouse in the house. Like it's terrible because I had no backup plan. And this was a half hour before I went live for like the interview panel discussion with the other industrial designers. So I'm like running around the house. And I remembered I bought this one, a cheap Amazon one for like one of my kids' like tablets. So I got it and I like had to, luckily I could like tab through and window key through keyboard shortcuts to get to the Bluetooth settings to connect it. And it was panicked. So now this mouse who knows how old it is, the battery just ran out. I'm like, I'm not even going to be able to log out of this meeting if I wanted to. So
Taking hostages.
So there it
Right
is. Well, I just got to run downstairs and find a AA, but
I actually do
Just
have
take one
to
out of
hop
remote.
off. I gotta go get myself some lunch before some meetings that I gotta get on.
exactly.
But-
That's what I was looking at too.
Sour cream and donuts?
So dude, if I could, I really want to bring like if I could get in my car right now, buy some quality sour cream donuts, and then put them on the desk at SolidWorks Live and make them try them. You gotta try it. They're
I mean,
really good.
I would try it.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
will.
afraid to. He won't try pineapple on pizza, though.
It's just why.
No. I'm against that too. I'm 100% against like putting fruit on cake and pizza.
Just why
And I
make
know
why
it-
make something
it-
that's unhealthy? Try and make it healthy. Just don't bother.
Makes it
Yes.
sweet.
So's a
But
big
also
load of
like
pepperoni.
I have an Italian friend that's like an authentic New York City guy with the accent and everything, and he explained it best. He was like, if you put any toppings on pizza besides sauce and cheese, you're just trying to cover up bad pizza. So I've kind of stuck to that. I'm a plain cheese pizza guy.
Yeah.
No, Chicago style sausage.
Chicago style's good too. Yes.
Not
It's
deep
not
dish. I
really
mean, deep dish is good,
pizza.
but the square, not deep dish.
Oh, okay,
The-
okay. You're
the
talking about
stuff
the
that's
other
cut in
stuff.
squares.
Yeah.
Wait,
Deep
you're not
dish
talking.
is- I don't think deep dish is like shouldn't be in the same category as like pizza. Like it's this other.
It's like a pie.
cheese and tomato pie.
We call
Which
that
is
American
good.
pizza.
Yeah.
Anything
It's
that's way too
good,
big
it's
for the
just
UK
different.
is American.
American size.
American
Yes,
fridges.
yes, exactly.
American style fridges.
That's amazing.
Any double door fridge is classed as an American style fridge.
That's
American style
awesome.
fridge. For large people.
I mean,
40
Rachel, you
inches
said you
wide.
told me like you had 2 fridges and a freezer filled for Thanksgiving, and I live
I
on
just had to buy
half
a
a
new
fridge.
because chaos at my house. I just moved back to Texas, and so like my family and I got tons of people. So like Sundays are 30 people minimum, and like my fridge couldn't handle it. We got people to feed.
Wow.
So yeah, it's been fun.
We're the
It's
same
been
here. We have
chaos.
the fridge upstairs, separate fridge downstairs for beverages, and the freezer that works 50-50 in it. That's why we don't use the freezer part. And I have a chest freezer because, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
But kids also, there's a fair bit of kids stuff in there that you need to you just have to have. You have to have a million Eggo waffles. You have to have because otherwise chaos. School morning if you don't have, breakfast kids, food for the kids.
I don't know
So.
about the kids part, but our house is pretty much the same. There's like a section for Hot Pockets and a section for frozen pizzas and things that just have to stay.
You have to have.
Nice.
Yeah, me and my
They're
wife
great
live on
first world
a
problems.
me and my wife live on an under-counter fridge in our kitchen. That's all we need.
See, that's what I
That's
would call a
amazing.
dorm fridge. It's like
Dorm
what you
fridge.
have when you're in a dorm.
Yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
live on. But we do have an off license around the corner, so we can top up if we need to.
You're not worried about food. You're worried about
It's
keeping your
convenience
mixer
store.
cold.
Yeah, but I have a second fridge out in my bar, but that's just for beer.
It's important to have that, let's be honest.
All right, now that there's somebody else with a red beard, I feel like I can get off now.
The handshake
Yeah,
is
no.
complete. Good
Appreciate
stuff.
Somebody.
it. We're filling a
Fairly well.
demographic.
Yep.
All right, I do need to go, but it's been real, and maybe I'll hop
I'm-
on later. You guys are
I'm
great.
the
Great to know
same,
I had a
but-
stunt double.
Gents.
We got to come back to this show if you guys will have us. I
So
love
we're
you guys.
going to like 4 p.m. today.
All right.
Nice.
Cool, man.
I'm gonna
Sounds
do a
good.
slow
Maybe
log
7,
out by
depends
turning
how-
my camera off, then run down, get the AA battery, plug in the mouse, and then log out.
Have you tried unplugging your computer?
That's an idea.
Yeah,
Just rip the
that might
cord.
work.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a
Or reboot.
laptop though. It's got a battery.
Yeah.
All right.
Alt
All right,
F4.
later, guys.
I could
Alt
probably
F4,
kick
man.
you out.
Oh yeah, do it if you can.
So let's
Otherwise,
see.
I'll try.
Or alt.
Take care, guys.
Remove.
Thanks a lot.
Remove.
No worries.
Bye.
Thanks, Jordan.
See you guys.
No, I'm not going to report you.
Take care, everyone.
He'll get a wordly email from Zoom.
We got some new people.
What did he
joining us.
report? Would have to give a reason to report him. Inappropriate.
Crimes against Bob Ross.
No, he did that very well.
No, it was good.
He did that excellent. Rachel, how's the new house?
Amazing.
Have you got your own office?
Amazing. You what?
You got your own office now.
Yeah, I have my own space and all my things. And I think the next thing I'm going to do is actually build in those bookshelves. I built the deck and it's still standing. So bookshelves, why not?
You still using the hand-me-down PC stuff?
Am I what?
You still using a hand-me-down PC?
I don't think we can have this conversation. I've kind of switched to Mac. No, it's been an
That's
interesting
not very
adventure.
nice.
I know. Yeah, there's
It's
sound
okay.
effects.
You can partition the hard drive and install Windows on it, and you can do that. Me and my buddy used to do that. We played Counter-Strike back in uni, and he was on a Mac.
Yep.
It's not unheard of.
I like how the first thing, we can make this better. We can make this better. Now I'm still waiting on Austin to get a card so that we can build me one for the games, but
I really
They're
want a new
impossible to
card,
come
but
by.
I have no reason for one.
yeah.
Josh May says, Rachel, we miss you. Starry can't connect now. He's in a session.
Toby says, great to see you, Rachel.
Yeah, do tell
Hi
Toby.
guys, miss you guys.
Everybody misses you.
Yeah, I don't know. Eventually, I'll get the gaming PC set up, but not until you can get a hold of one. We won a lottery, but it was the card and a motherboard, and it was way too much. Yeah, that's not what we need. So
You could
we'll get
resell
into
that
another one.
motherboard.
I could. Don't want to.
Why not make a third PC?
Why not? Right. That's the problem. This is the problem. I was like, all right, deck. Why not bookshelves? And I was like, bookshelves in here. Why not in the living room? And just snowball scary.
Yeah. You put a hot tub on the deck.
You and Austin should chat because he's adamant and I don't care.
Sarah and I had this conversation. I thought I cannot be asked to service it and clean it. And yeah, it's hot for a week in the UK, so there's no point. Yeah. And we got a hot tub bath, so if we really need that, we can't have friends with us though. It gets a bit cramped.
Yeah, that's why we had to put more room out back. But the sort of like the lines in the sand or everything outside is Austin's problem, and everything inside is my problem. So hot tub, squarely his problem.
Have you got a bar out there?
Not yet, but that's coming. So I want to put the pit in the ground first. So I got to get the dog settled and do all that.
You get a dog? Oh yeah, you got a new dog.
Chief.
You know what? Everybody this week's been getting new dogs or these new babies.
Oh, you know.
Yeah, Matt got a baby instead.
Brand new.
Wait, Matt, you got a baby?
I did. Wife and I had our first kid this last Sunday. It's great to meet you. Well, not in the flesh, but over a screen, by the way.
Same difference.
Heard a lot about you. All good
Congrats,
things.
Dad.
That's
kind of a big deal. Right before World, too? Like, what's that like?
I asked her real nicely to come before and not during, and she did, so.
Good start.
Yep.
I would have asked her to wait.
But now, because it's her birthday, you can never go to World.
She's coming with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walking her with the baby Bjorn thing.
Birthdays. Johnny, happy birthday.
Thanks.
Yeah.
A day late. $1 short.
It's your birthday week, Johnny. Just celebrate all week.
That's what we normally do when I'm away, isn't it? It's Kirby's excuse.
Yeah. 2 years ago with Jack Daniels. Last year we went together because pandemic. But yeah, since I've known this guy, we've been celebrating his birthday together. That's how we usually end up in a state like that.
It's because we're both pissheads.
Oh, y'all are special.
Thanks.
But
That's true.
Yeah, Rachel, Matt is taking over from Sean as Champions Program in that.
That's fun.
Yeah, and Rachel, she's Dan took over from where Rachel was for the user group networks and that. So
it's the circle of life.
Yeah, it's basically Rachel's fault
why this. Yeah, the circle is.
We are Rachel's fault now. Actually.
Yeah.
No, I feel like y'all are your own fault. Just kick them in the shins. That's all you gotta do. Just kick them back. They'll be fine.
Good times. Okay.
That's a good point. Brandon says nobody's got any cats this week. It's just dogs or babies. John Patrician says howdy.
Somehow.
John. I called John earlier and I didn't get attached. It's weird. Like whenever SolidWorks, like whatever world and all these things come up, I'm like, hey, how's it going? It's a good week. All the memories show up, all the photos show up and everything. You're like, how is everybody? What's going on? But you guys have Magic Wheelchair at 1:45 my time.
Yep.
Is it 1 or 1:45?
1:45.
1:45 Eastern.
Okay.
We'll
do that one.
I don't know what that is in Texas time. I'm not
You
going
guys
to try and work it
are you
out.
Central?
Early
Texas?
12:45. I'm earlier.
Yeah.
And then straight after that, I'm doing
West
my
Coast.
3D printing presentation.
Nice.
That's pre-recorded, so I'm not too stressed. I think I've got 900 people registered to watch that.
Nice.
Awesome.
That's more people than registered to attend.
So, what's your 3D printing session? What's it about? How's it gonna go?
It's just designed for 3D printing, but from a perspective, because every 3D printing session I've went to at World, I got bored because it was all basic stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just me showing off the cool props that I made.
Nice.
Talk about the 3 different technologies that are available and what their benefits are, and then just some design considerations while modeling, and which technology that will benefit.
What props did you use?
I use a sleeper simulant, the one that you spotted
Nice.
the first time we got in contact. My BFG is in there. There's an AT-AT. So I'm surprised they approved all of these guns.
Yeah.
Because I remember we
Lots
struggled.
of projectiles. That's cool though. I'm painting right now a G7 replica. Pretty excited. Getting that going. We'll see how it goes. When I actually
Guys, I
learn how
gotta
to
jump
GoPro.
off for an internal meeting, but I'll be back later. Rachel, great to meet you.
No worry, Matt.
Same goes.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, it's you still playing Apex in that?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
You still crushing that?
Trying. Trying. I've decided I'm a pretty strict diamond player. I don't think there's any up from there. But
I jumped back into Destiny for a little bit, but it was quite lonely.
oh
It's
yeah.
like all the people I used to play with aren't around.
It's going to be about that time though. Like Witch Queen's about to come out. Like everything's about to start popping again.
I've got maybe 3 people that play, but they've got their clans and that they run with. No, but I actually enjoyed jumping back into it because I had separated myself from it for so long that I didn't know what content there was. So when I got there, I was like, "Oh, this is cool. I enjoy that."
Yeah.
It was quite nice.
It's a lot of game. There's a lot of game there.
I'm just. What'd you do?
Party foul.
Nearly party fouled over his laptop.
Oh my goodness.
So, are you excited for Nashville next year? If you're
Yeah.
going to attend?
I loved Nashville.
Nashville was
Back
off
to Narnia?
the chain. Back to
Narnia,
Narnia.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, no, that'll be fun. It'll be good. You guys got to come do the Texas tour.
We
I
want
feel
to.
like that's close enough to do the Texas tour.
So all my leave for this year has been booked out because I'm going to South Africa and seeing my mom's coming to visit. And next year is my plan for a bit of traveling. I'm thinking of going to Australia. I want to do a couple of trips to America
Nice.
and just travel around. So next year I plan on doing some stuff.
I feel like everybody that I know that's sort of a diehard traveler, that feels like a bit of a common theme. Like, okay, we haven't seen our people this year, so we're gonna go see our people, and then next year we'll go back and start
Yes.
exploring, right? So same goes. I went on a road trip. I went to California and drove from here to California and back and did all the national parks and did Grand Canyon and Painter Desert, and I did all that stuff right before Christmas, and it was beautiful and it was a blast. But I cannot. I don't think I can imagine doing it like flying and all those things right now. Like I just straight drove, so it was good.
Yeah, I've only really, and you as well, just toured around the UK the last year. Going to, but it's like I drove across the country to get to him, and it took me 4 hours.
Yeah, not really as much of a road trip as it is in America, is it?
It was like, oh no, it's only 8 hours to the next city. We're like,
Oh, right, great.
Excuse me?
4
That's
hours
like
to
a
get to
round
my
trip for
dad's
us.
house.
I could be in a
Yeah.
different country in that time. Multiple countries if we
Yeah,
did that in Europe.
Right.
Yeah. You'd be most of the way through Europe.
What was the best thing you guys found this year?
At World.
No, just like, well, yeah, sure. At
Or
World,
like,
what was the best thing you saw?
or on the ground.
Either way. Either way, what was the best thing that happened this week?
We've just had a lot of fun. We really enjoyed the conversation we had yesterday with the women in engineering.
That was good fun.
And that followed with Ed Eden. We knew Ed Eden was going to call in, but we didn't expect that kind of...
Crazy, massive,
yeah, that he actually
hour-long
could get it.
exclusive
It's an hour and a
thing.
half walking through the whole convention center. Didn't get asked questions or anything. He didn't want to break into the stadium, though. That was a bit more sketchy. But yeah, he just took us around. And then it was happy hour, and we just sat and chatted shit for
Talking
2-3 hours.
Chatting shit. Jason Pull's in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not reading that one.
Jason Poole says, sorry about the football team.
From KC.
from Casey.
I like you, but we're still in mourning, okay?
Is the snowman down now?
Yeah, the snowman's down. You know the rules. Got put up with the Christmas stuff. Oh, it's a sad day. And it took Austin. I actually set a timer. Okay, so we lost at 6:17 p.m. on Sunday, and I like set a timer to wait until Austin actually like acknowledged it. And it was like 101 hours or something before like he actually like said out loud that we lost. It was very sad. It's been a very sad time in the house. Okay.
Had to process it.
Straight up. Like
the stages.
It's been a couple weeks. I think he's mentioned it 3 times.
Went through the stages of grieving.
Yeah, we're still working on acceptance. Okay.
It comes with time.
Oh, rip. That hurts.
Right in the
okay.
meow.
All right, so you liked Women in Engineering and Happy Hour. How do you like pre-recording your stuff, your sessions? Did that feel better or worse?
So the way that I do it, I just do it in one roll. If I make mistakes, tough, it's in. I'm not going to edit it.
Very Kirby of you. Just roll with it.
He like we spoke to him just after you'd submitted, and he was like, "Oh, I was going to re-record it because there was loads of mistakes, but I just couldn't be asked."
Yeah, we So because it was going to be hybrid, I really felt like I didn't want to sit in a box in front of a computer for an hour presenting to people. So for me, the convenience of having it pre-recorded made it a lot easier for me, because then I could just purely focus on the in-person presentation that I was going to be doing it at World anyway.
Yeah.
But now that it's completely virtual, it would have been nice to actually present it properly.
Yeah.
But I think they had 2 weeks to switch this all around, so I think they just went straight with their game plan already and just added extra sessions.
Yeah, that's hardcore, dude. That's a lot of work in 2 weeks. Like, so much respect for that. That's a big pivot.
I mean,
I think on the presenting and doing all these, it's so hard because you don't feel responsive. Like, you don't know, like, did people laugh at my joke? Like, what did they do? Like, when you're recording it, do you like pause to just give them time to laugh at your joke, even if it's not funny? Like,
I mean, even in a Zoom meeting, you know, like, 90% of them don't have cameras or the mics are muted, so you still don't feel that energy in the room. Eddie, we said it would be great if you could do a presentation for us in the UK. You know, you can do it over Zoom. He's like, I'd rather travel to the UK and do it than do it in Zoom, because he likes the social aspect of it.
That dude's one of my favorite presenters ever. He's one of my favorite teachers.
Jason Poole says hashtag next year. Josh says it's Ohio's turn this year.
Yeah, okay. You know the whole, like, sometimes you think that it's your story, it's your fairy tale. Like, it was obviously Cincinnati's year. Like, fine, just go win it. That's all I ask. Just, like, if you're gonna put us down like that, just win the damn thing.
Don't have to rub it in. Just put salt in the wound.
Right? Like, if you go and then you don't win, like, we're gonna have issues. For now, I'm rooting for you.
Gabe, how you doing? Right when he...
Pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to avoid, wait until he'd finished his snack. But you just...
Yeah. Grabbing some lunch. Hey, Rachel.
How goes?
Yeah, it's going all right. I'm sure if you guys are scheduling things or just finally found a minute to pop in and say hi.
Nah, we're just hanging out. It's the hallways. We just run into each other.
Okay.
That's it. I've been lurking all week. I was like, all right, I'm gonna come say hello.
Were you lurking when we got bot attacked?
No, I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, it was during the Women in Engineering, and just some like aunties and uncles, cousins, and that were trying to spam OnlyFans links.
I was just like,
so sorry.
So Johnny was Johnny was dealing with it, and I said it's like our views went up, which was great. because there were quite a few of them. So I'm glad about that. But at least subscribe, you know.
That's awful. I'm sorry.
But
that
yeah,
happened.
we managed to handle it. No one really noticed. Toby, like at the last minute, is like, I'm in. Promote him to moderator to help out as well. But he it was by then that disappeared. So we're not too concerned about it. It happens. Buddy of mine that also does his gaming streaming, he's now made his comments subscriber only.
Yeah.
There's a plague going through YouTube at the moment. But I mean, we haven't had really many technical issues other than being on SolarWorks Live and not having any audio.
Oops.
Yeah, whose fault was that, Kirby?
Well, we said to Kramer, like, it would be nice if we have like an IM system, you know, like Facebook or WhatsApp to go live. They wanted to use email, and then we were 5 minutes in when we got the email saying you guys are live. We're like, we know.
Yeah, luckily.
And then we figured out
it.
that the audio was wrong. We fixed it. Then 5 minutes later, we're like, we can't hear you. I'm like, it'll catch up.
It'll catch up.
But it went really well. It was with
Mark
Algar, the painter, chatted about that and community and all that stuff, and it went well. And then at the end, we were one of the day one highlights.
Yes, I saw
So we
that.
pulled that off. There's Muffin Fuzz. Not the gamer. It's,
You got user group leader of the year too, right?
yeah, the DriveWorks user
Driver,
group
you guys
leader.
are like, you're cleaning up. You're doing so well this year, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, we're trying. We try our best. Actually, really, we're not trying to achieve a specific goal. We're just
Just having
hanging
fun.
out and having fun together, and creating a space where people can join in on that fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's funny how those two things go hand in hand.
yeah. Muffin Fuzz
Just
says
play and build some stuff.
it's
and see
risky
what
having a
happens.
gaming stream with an open chat now. You just get
Yeah.
bot spammed. I know there was a problem with Twitch at a while getting a for some reason they'll just bots will start liking your channel like 500 at a time, and they will like make your notifications go crazy and all that.
Yeah.
It's not that fun. I mean, people pay good money for those bots to follow you, especially on
It's
Instagram.
very strange.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd one. Very weird. But yeah, we're just two dudes here in a room. We've got our own equipment. We're doing just as good as Kramer did. I mean, they lost audio today.
Yeah, that one not swimmingly smooth in that YouTube video, but they got it back.
Which was odd because the live site at which people said was fine. I had the chat up from YouTube, but then was watching on the event. And
I think they're streaming to multiple IPs, because that's what they wanted to try and do with us, was to multi-stream our stream to an IP
That
for
went
them,
wrong as well.
and they couldn't get it to receive our stream for some reason. So they had to go with screen recording our YouTube channel, which I can see why they didn't want to do that, because obviously between us and our channel there's a delay, and then from them screen recording that there's an even longer delay between all of it.
Well, if we learned anything from Ghostbusters, it's don't cross the streams, right?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Where to
Anybody?
go with
Yeah,
that
you're
one.
right. Online, it's tough with the jokes.
No, we've had a good couple of days though, haven't we?
Yeah. We got coasters as well now.
Yeah, we're professional.
What? You want those? When did you get coasters?
Well, when it was in person, we thought we'd
We
leave
have
them everywhere.
thousands of coasters.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Like
Well.
our plan was to like just take a stack with us wherever we go and just litter them around wherever the events were and that, and they'll just appear. If we go speak to someone and there's an uncoasted drink,
we got that covered.
we'll be covered. Just there we go. No one will know who did it.
No.
No clue whatsoever. That's pretty good.
That was get them to Heather Hawes, and she can distribute with her DriveWorks.
That's a good idea, Gabe. We might have to chat to Heather.
So we should have just gone to like the DriveWorks booth, find their stash of coasters,
just swap them out.
Just swap them out and put one or two of theirs on the top.
You got to make sure there's a little DriveWorks logo on your core background.
It's partnership.
It's a partnership.
Just a tiny little Triworks.
Something. Oh goodness. All right. Well, I will see you guys at Magic Wheelchair, or at least I will be watching.
Yeah, that
What
one's
else should I not miss today?
That's a live panel. So if you put something like "butt" in the chat, I'll probably laugh.
Don't count on me to have your back.
Did you hear what happened at the at Cad Monkey?
No, what happened at Cat Monkey?
Obviously, Dan had a kid as well, so he couldn't fully organize a full Cad Monkey, so he did kind of like a unsponsored version of it. So he organized the venue and that.
He asked us to set the link up and
all of that got cancelled, so he said, cool, going to go virtual. So we helped him. We set up a link here. We live streamed it. We said, cool, we'll host it. You can just have your thing with us.
Yeah.
And we decided, GP joined in at one point in the opening chat and that.
Nice.
Wave, okay, cool, conversation was going. Eventually we decided, let's play Jackbox.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yep.
So we jump onto Jackbox.
Me and Kirby went quite tame to start.
Yeah, we went
GP's
tame,
in the
but,
room, you think?
But we were laughing that Tom and Gary looked like Beavis and Butthead. So they started doing Beavis and Butthead voices, and we were playing bracketeering, and where you got to like compete words, and they chose butt, and like whenever butt was up, they're like butt. And all you see is GP's face just blank, just working at his office, while we just like butt, giggling. Heather's howling a lot with laughter and that, and just like out of the blue, we just get a message in the chat. It's like, "Hey guys, I got to prepare for tomorrow. It was great hanging out. Cheers."
GP just disappears. Yeah.
We're just like, well. It's live streamed as well, so you can go back and watch that.
Oh yeah, I missed that part. I don't know. What else do I have to see today? Like I said, I got Magic Wheelchair on my list. What else is left?
I haven't looked at too many sessions myself, other than my own. I'm vain that way.
Well, I mean, you guys have been here all week.
But like I've always said, we get more out of world with networking and connecting people than actually going to sessions and that, because like for example, Jonny doesn't use SolidWorks at work anymore in his new job. I don't use SolidWorks for work because we do just purely manufacturing. We just mess around with SolidWorks in our own projects, so we don't feel like we don't need to go to any sessions to help us with work.
We're here for networks.
We're good enough, I feel like.
Search split.
Oh, you were there.
Okay.
You've been called out right there.
Oh goodness. Okay. Well, I'm gonna bail out. Happy Wednesday.
Yes.
No, thanks.
Is it going to be a party tonight, Rachel?
I don't know. You tell me where. I'll be there.
Sounds like...
actually, no. You know what? It can't be. It's Austin's birthday. The curse of world. Nope. No party for me tonight.
Oh, so this is now the second year that you're with him.
Yeah. You see how naturally I was like, yeah, and then I was like, no. But yeah, I gotta do that. So have fun. Blowout Wednesday.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
Bye. We had a blowout every night.
Excuse me?
We did. We've been drinking a lot.
How many bottles is that for?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't think we have a problem. I think the problem is we don't drink fast enough.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, you think though, we've been streaming, how many hours have we been going today, just as a starting point? We did 10 yesterday and 8 the day before.
It's 18.
And where are we at now?
Almost 2 hours.
So we're at 20 hours, so
Total
it's a bottle every 5 hours. Not excessive. Gabe's smiling but keeping quiet, so he's in agreement. I'm taking it as agreement.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
Whatever works.
But you had a good week then, Gabe?
I have, yeah. It's not being all the scramble goes ahead of time once we scramble to virtual. So everything was done. Now I've just been trying to attend a lot of good sessions. You guys were on the the live hangouts, those seem to be the best ones that I've attended so far. You know, these Zoom meetings where
Yeah, we didn't attend. I was trying to figure out how to jump across to another Zoom meeting when I'm in Zoom already, but it's kind of
tricky.
It's tricky with what we're trying to do. But we do enjoy when others come in here and they actually talk about what happened at those sessions and that kind of thing. So it's nice to hear that way. They did say, I think yesterday, that a lot of the sessions will be available 24 hours afterwards.
Right. Yeah, I haven't looked yet to see what's up, but yeah, anything live should be up there. And yeah, the session on the hand project that they started 2 years ago. Did an update on that. And that was a really fantastic session. I'll head over to the Magic Wheelchair one shortly.
Oh, fun. That'll be quite interesting. We've got our little agenda somewhere. But yeah, part of it's we're going to just be going over our UK build that we did last year and then talk about the future of projects and that. Because, I mean, the last year and a half, Magic Wheelchair projects have kind of dipped down because most of the kids are in the vulnerable brackets, so it's not as easy. But they have found a new genre of having more personable meetings instead of having a reveal on a massive stage at Comic-Con. Go to the local park and it's just the family, and you can spend a bit more time with the kid.
Yeah, the one we did for Freya was like that, and that worked really well. And,
yeah, it's what we did with George, and we sat in the grass and ate pizza afterwards.
And watched him tear up a cricket pitch, so someone's going to be a bit annoyed, but it's for a good cause. So,
but just the fabrication, even we were spending all that time in. Normally you're wearing masks if you're sanding, but
yes,
all
masks.
that work was not quite as fun.
Well, I mean, how long was your process of building the?
We're very slow, or we're methodical at SolidWorks, so we spend a lot of time planning, and because it's a much bigger group, how decisions get made with large groups. So, we spend months and months deciding on things and changing our minds, and then you compress it all down to a month and a half of fabrication.
Yeah, we did 2 weekends.
2 weekends, and I had 3 evenings. So yeah, Kirby.
3 weeks building time, mostly Jonny on his own, or with Mike from his work.
Kirby turned up and there was a PVC frame, and it was like, well, that's what we've got, so we're going to roll with it.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to clip onto the chair the way we wanted, so then we just had to start covering it. And we weren't. Well, we didn't have a big team, so as you say, it makes it easy to make decisions. But we were sort of like, well, we need to just make the decision on how we're going to do it and get it started. Otherwise, we ain't going to make it.
Yeah, our team of champions, they led just most of the design concepts, and we took their ideas and fabricated them in a way that we could work. Maybe there'll be a shape that they achieved that we won't be able to achieve. We decided to just
get as close to it as we could.
Go on top of that and just do it our way. I mean, with the whole project, it was the first time we've used polystyrene. So in that way, it's the first time we've used foam. So it was a lot of us learning at the same time. But a lot of the techniques we used is popular techniques by a lot of cosplayers. So, we knew what direction we needed to go.
We knew it would work. It was just the finish maybe in parts wasn't as nice as we wanted. Where maybe, the extra couple of weeks would have been nice. But it was good.
I tend to find, I think after we were done with our fabrication, I found there's some amazing Facebook, foam model builder groups. And people have figured out a lot of this already. We could have saved a lot of time. So it's amazing some of the stuff that they're doing.
Yeah, and we could have got the foam CNC'd and that, but that just would have taken a lot longer to be able to
model it up properly as well, almost.
Yeah, because it would have to be modeled properly, not just
right.
A rough model. It'll have to be planned. You need time on a machine. But I feel like we achieved what we set out to do. We planned for a short schedule, and that's why we chose materials that would be the easiest to work with.
One of the things I want to build for the lab is I've seen these plans for these hot wire cutters that you can make yourself. I think that would, even if you wanted to digital, print out a 2D and slap it on there and then just trace it by hand, it'd be a lot faster than.
Like the Dragon Head, we tried to use a cutter, but it was just so slow. I just eventually went there with a rasp and just
started shaving parts off, didn't we, to get to where it needed to be.
Yeah.
And then just sanded it a bit smoother and then coated it with epoxy, didn't we?
Yeah, resin so that it wouldn't disintegrate if it touched any paint.
Yeah, you start with a block of foam and cut away everything that's not a dinosaur or a dragon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a similar concept to modeling in SolidWorks. Extrude your block and start cutting shapes away. You just can't add. You can't control Z on it, and you can't add material on very easily.
Right.
So it was interesting, and we got enough materials to be able to do a second build. So with Slug Me 7, they're looking to do more Magic Wheelchair builds for that, which we'll talk about in our little session. So that will be quite cool. It is quite cool to see that a lot more people want to get involved in it. A lot more people want to, how can we do something with this as well? And with the Champions program and the user group network, there is different ways that people can help out. Like I said, we were thinking of CNCing a lot of the Dragon Skull and that. And we would have gotten that done by one of the champions who has a CNC shop. But it was the time restraint of having to get the model right and getting the time to get it cut. Yeah,
there's a lot of methods we wanted to use, but the time just meant it wasn't possible for us for lead times and things, so we just had to go old-fashioned.
Yeah, leveraging the Champions program now, the user group network and that, we can achieve a lot. Now that I think this is the first year that there's been more new user groups internationally than there were in the US. So there's people all over, and I think it comes down to the entire event being online. We can reach a lot more people. While we're not all together, there is a benefit to it. I mean, 25,000 people, I think, registered for the event.
I think there'll always be some sort of online presence now because it's just so hard for the planners to, for the marketing folks to say, how can we turn away this many people?
Yep.
We can reach them. So we'll, I imagine there'll always be some form of online.
Yeah, we said similar, didn't we?
Yeah,
it's very hard to go back to what it was.
Like the user group network in India is massive now. There's now, I think, 2, maybe going to be 3 in Egypt. Quite a few have popped up in the UK and around Europe. Johnny's one of them now. But Jade, who's a champion, has also decided to join the user group network. There's one in Ireland now. So it has really helped increase the reach. And also with the Makers Edition, making it more accessible. I mean, in the past 8 months that it's been out, suddenly there's 11,000 new SolidWorks users.
For sure. Yeah, no, I'm so happy that we did that. I went out and bought my own just to give it a try and give it a whirl. So
yeah, like Brandon Walters, who's lingering in our chat around, he's modeled things in the F word. He's messed around with different free softwares and that stuff for his 3D printers and that, but now he's got the Makers Edition, and he was sending me pictures today. He's made his first 3D model and 3D printed it from SolidWorks today. And he's attending different sessions and learning new things, but also kind of getting involved in the conversations here and starting to network with people so he can start learning for himself. And with an event being completely virtual, you lose that social interaction. You learn that ability to ask a question of, hey guys, I'm trying to make this, how can I do it? I mean, I've said if at any point he wants to jump in here and ask any questions, I can go into my SolidWorks or my SolidWorks copy, open it up on the stream and screen share it and show him right there and then how to do it. You miss that out in virtual.
Right.
So hopefully you'll learn more.
I should probably get going. I got to jump on to get ready for my next session. But I'll see you guys over in the makers or the wheelchair.
Yes. Are you on the panel as well?
I think I'm an extra on the panel, so yeah, I'll be in, and but not deeply involved with the actual planning or presenting.
Yeah.
All
No
right.
worries.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, you're welcome. Talk soon. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Thank you. It was a nice little prep,
Yeah.
mock
Nice.
prep for our presentation. I am trying to find the email from Chandler. It's been a good morning, Johnny. Well,
Yes.
afternoon. It's 5:30 already. Where is it? Does that mean we have to go in, don't we?
I don't know.
6:30. So
Half
an hour.
6. An hour's time.
An hour's time.
Chat needs to remind us of this.
They won't.
There's a play button on my nipple.
What happens if you press it? I'm not going to touch your nipple. It's your other nipple.
Hang on. Apparently that. Oh, there's fast forwards there as well. I can turn this up. What have you got in yours?
Nothing. Mine hasn't captured.
Oh,
No.
I think that. CC.
I can pick. I'm not touching my nipple. I don't like touching my nipples. That's just. It's just a foreign feeling. Is that an R2D2? Where's your R2D2, Johnny?
In bits.
When are you going to finish your R2?
Probably never.
Never. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much, Too Tall Toby. You are good people too.
Yeah, we need to get Toby back on again tonight. Don't think you're
Yeah.
escaping, dude.
Taking a weird turn. No, weird is good, Johnny.
Weird is good.
Weird is good. It's fun.
Mm.
We're not robots. We don't compute. We don't.
And what time's our friend?
You broke it, Johnny.
Killed it.
Mate, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
What time's Michael awake?
When the sun goes up in Australia.
It's 4:30 there. We've got a little while till our Australian cousin makes an appearance.
Brandon, let me know if you're still in the chat. I've got to call you out for something. Oh no, that bum.
Damn.
I've got to call him out for something.
Hmm.
And it's his fault. It's entirely his fault.
What's he done?
Yes.
Hello there.
You're still flying a plane.
Apparently so.
Your audio is very muffled.
What do you mean it's muffled?
I don't know. It just sounds very processed.
Processed.
Okay,
It's a bit better.
it's all right now. It just sounded like there was a noise gate or something on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently boarding the aircraft.
You've lost
Jeez.
your filter. You're not in a plane anymore.
I was doing the opposite now. Okay.
You're not in a plane anymore. You're home.
Always changing the swivels. No man, it's supposed to be on.
Your background's gone.
I don't know, I took that off. Yeah.
Oh right. That's going great.
Hello. Oh, it's legit off. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Core Podcast Flights.
You even got.
He's got a trolley dolly.
The person that brings me a Coke. She came with her torch on because hey, the lights are off again. I'm streaming out.
Why are your lights off again?
I think rats have honestly chewed to the top.
Your mic really sounds muffled, especially when you turn away.
Oh, okay. Let me do this.
It's
then.
fine there, but as soon as you go away, I don't know if it's because you're directional.
Well, it is a directional microphone.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you guys by yourselves. So I'm like, I have to join you guys. Can't give Too Tall Toby all the glory.
Yeah, he's hiding in the chat again. Hopefully he'll join us, a little bit later.
After his Uber.
Yeah, he's got an Uber shift. He's got some airport runs.
He's also got a gear next to his name. I'm jealous. It can be only one. So like now that he's got the gear next to his name, must him and I fight?
No, it's because you were streaming while we got bot raided.
Yeah, where were you?
I was making
like
a living.
Oh, no. I thought your light had just come on again, but...
Are you sponsored by Coca-Cola now?
No. But you guys have the cooler box. I've got the bar fridge.
What are your thoughts of Creepy Sean? Have you got a bar fridge now?
Yeah.
I've always had a bar fridge.
Oh yeah, isn't our faces on it? Or my face is on it?
Yeah, because your face is easy to Photoshop. Like, Johnny's is... it's a bit complicated and bland.
My face?
It's flat. It's flat.
No, that cartoon thing, it doesn't cut out well. Well, you lose a lot of features, but like your beard...
There's a lot of, what's the word? Contrast in mine. There's dark colours and light colours, so you can easily do that. When yours is just flat. Sean in the background just cracks me up every time. I forget he's there.
I might knock him out soon. It's not like box.
Bit of a PK, yeah.
Dude, we can't get this. We can't get this extra sub, and it's really doing my head in.
Yes, if you haven't already, please do like and subscribe. It's doing Johnny's nut in that.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I was supposed to post that we're live. Photos. Gave me a
the live action cam, guys.
I was wondering what he was going to show us then.
See? Where's your core podcast sticker?
I have to put up with you all week here. What more do I need?
Yeah, we stuck it on the wall already.
It's right there.
No, I saw Kirby at multicam, so I'm like, okay, now I gotta.
Yeah, I got fancy. I can even do transitions. Look at that. Ta-da.
Oh, do you want me to get my streaming software out? We can start showing off.
Can fade us. I can even do this, and I don't know how the software is going to freak out with that. I can have 2 views at once.
Oh, that's not happy with that.
No, just put it back to the normal way we always are. Stop pissing about with it.
I got this angle. Man, got this angle. You can see my 3D printers in the background.
I was trying to look around your head. Jeez.
Whose head?
There.
His.
Oh.
2 3D printers, all the filament, my tool wall.
How's your experience with SolidWorks been today?
I got my first 3D print done. I was so chuffed for myself.
Did you see
a
the
little note for you for all your watching viewers and stuff, guys? Radius and diameters are 2 different measures completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's normal. Anthony, if you want a sticker, Johnny's going to post a link in the chat to our merch store where you can buy stickers. You can either buy my face, Johnny's face, or a Core Podcast sticker. No, well, you could buy both.
And if you want to,
don't copy that link, by the way.
I'll happily ship them from my place.
YouTube automatically shortens links.
Oh yeah.
So you got to go to edit video, or that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So my official first 3D print from SolidWorks.
What is that going to achieve?
It's a spacer for the baby gates for the you put in the walls.
Yes.
My kid's figured out that he can, if he rocks it enough, he can pull it. So now
he's a big boy, isn't he? Nice and strong.
He's almost as tall as Zeth now. So I can screw it to the wall, and then this goes in.
Didn't your baby gate come with those already?
We got a second one for free. I didn't have all the extras.
Oh, okay. Because my one, we've got those that are all what you've just made, and then those are bolted into the wall.
So the one that was going nuts on yesterday, where you said was let him out the cage, and he was literally behind the gate going, ah! That's bolted to the wall so he can shake it. So he tried the same thing on the one in the kitchen, and he went, ah! And the bitch and hit him in the face. So I've had a request from the wife to
fix the problem.
Do that, and this happened as, like, pretty much
like a cat.
The day my 360 ran out. Then I jumped on SolidWorks again and thought, okay, let's actually get this going. Let's try it out.
Anthony is looking for a new 3D printer, and we want recommendations. First question I'll ask you
Ender
back
5
is,
good.
what is your budget? Are you looking for this as a hobby, or if you're looking for this as a business? Because that could really determine what machine you go with, what grade.
But my opinion, I would straight from the word go, Ender 3, Ender 5. And then
if you can go a bit further, go for a Prusa.
Prusa, yeah.
Prusa's got very good community support. But if you're not too concerned about budget, you can go a bit further for Ultimaker. And
sorry, I'm watching the model mania results.
Yeah,
so third place was Camille Lewinsky.
Lisowski.
Second is Derek Laura. Cody laughing. He's laughing at all of us.
He's laughing at all of us. 9:52.
9 minutes 52. That's very cool.
Yeah, Ender 5 gives amazing quality, like the accuracy of the print. It's a very slow printer. The Wanhao pumps things out in seconds.
There was a podcast I was listening to called Safety First. No, Safety Third.
William Osman and those guys. I was actually watching it.
They have an episode with Maker's Muse. And something that Maker's Muse had actually said that I actually thought that actually rings quite true is that you can either spend a lot of money on a printer that works straight out of the box.
No, you need to learn the pains of it.
Yeah, or you can buy a machine for cheap, but you got to spend a lot of money to make it good. The industry isn't as bad as it used to be in terms of that kind of philosophy, but it's, for your under $500. Hope that's dollars. Ender 5s are very good. Voxel Labs are extremely good.
Solid Solutions take the reseller first place.
8 minutes and 47 seconds.
Gordon Stewart.
Yeah, so Anthony, like I'm a hobbyist, so I would say if you want speed, Ender 3. If you want accuracy, Ender 5.
I mean, if you go with one of those kind,
Ender 5 is so tall though.
So those are the kind of machines that will have a lot of support online in terms of, if you print out a Banshee, which is a little boat, put that picture online, and then you put that picture online, and the community will look at that and start to troubleshoot what your problem is. So you'll never be stuck if your machine isn't working properly. Josh is looking as well. Yeah, Prusa is really good in terms of that kind of. If you can go up to about 700, and if you're going to go for a Prusa, I've muted you, Brandon. If you go for a Prusa, go for a kit, and the reason why I say a kit is because you get to build it from scratch upwards, and that means that you know every single thing in that machine. So if you know you have to replace a part, you know how to take apart the print head to replace your a part in there. That's probably the best way to learn a lot about 3D printing. Apparently, there's some.
That's the max height at the end of 5.
That's very cool.
That's the max height. This is the first thing I printed on. Like, let's do phase mode from the word go.
Chat's kicking off.
Yeah.
Where do you get a chair?
Shots being fired in the chat.
Yeah. It's murder.
Which chat now? The SolidWorks one.
It's absolutely murdered him.
Did you watch the general session this morning, Brandon, or this afternoon for you?
I watched your podcast when it started, and I was in and out because I was still working.
It was before that. It was like the final morning big session with SolidWorks presentation, and they brought up
no, I didn't get that one.
they were speaking about the Makers Edition, and it's been out for about 8 months now, and they've got 11,000 people who have registered for it.
That's good. Also, like, now that older 360 is so expensive.
Well done, Brandon. We like that. I rated that. Very good.
Creality 3 or Prusa? Jonny and Kirby use
Prusa.
Prusa. I use Prusa. Jonny, what have you got?
Prusa by far.
He's got Lolsbot Taz, but they
Lolsbot and an Anycubic. The Anycubic's
I've heard a
good if
lot
you
about
just want a cheap entry, but-
Lolsbot.
they don't exist anymore, don't they?
Who?
Lolsbot.
No, they do. They do, yeah.
I thought they went under.
No, someone bought them
No,
out
like
and kept them going.
didn't they recently sponsor Colin Furs?
I think so, actually.
Yeah, it was Colin Furs recently got one of these.
They are good printers, but they are expensive. For
Toby says, hi, Brandon.
Toby, my dude, how you doing? Let me quickly just mute him.
So, Toby, last night I was, Brandon, he's new to SolidWorks and wants to learn a lot about designing and that. I think you were in the... No, you had left by then already.
Who?
Brandon.
Oh, I was going to say, I think I was here.
He was load shedding.
I had left shortly after Jason joined.
Yeah, this was
He
happy
gave me
hour.
that wonderful advice.
Yes, during the walkthrough of the hallway, you left. I think.
I had that open, but there's no audio. 'Cause I was just popping it up on my stream.
Josh, you don't know how to use Zoom, and you can handle a printer. He's got us to teach him.
Yeah, we'll help him out.
I can
We're
show
a friendly
you
community
the world.
channel.
Yes, that reminds me, Brandon. You got me in trouble.
I'm swearing.
No, with YouTube.
What do you mean?
I haven't shown you this yet.
You got who in trouble? You or us?
Let me go to YouTube Studio. Let me find it.
I just try to make sure I use all non-copyrighted stuff.
We got copyright claim. I mean,
Really?
it doesn't. It's not a strike.
Because some
It's not.
keeps that one song.
Was it Toto?
No.
Oh,
I mean, I could blame Matt for this as well. It was Green Onions.
yeah, because it's such a.
But I mean,
Oh yeah, we actually played a decent amount of that song.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, they only struck once. You played it for 10 seconds.
yeah.
Anyway, but it doesn't affect our channel. That's fine. All it means is that we no longer get ad revenue for that. I mean, but we're not
We
even
don't
earning
anyway,
any
so-
ad revenue. So
There we go. But I had an extra YouTube channel I made.
I hope it was us.
I hope you subscribe to our channel with it.
Wait, what do you think I just did? If you want to refresh.
Oh. We hit the 170.
Oh yes. Why did that? Oh, yeah.
Brandon.
Thanks for subscribing. Whoever subscribed.
Wait, weren't you subscribed?
No, he's got more than one channel.
No, I had made a shorts channel. That
A
I
bot
hadn't done
channel.
any
So
posts.
you're responsible for the bot raids.
Well, I wasn't here, and the bots happened, so you could blame.
It was Redhead and all her cousins and uncles and
I was
aunties.
going to say, yeah, what's this one you've just subscribed with? Muffin Fuzz's cousin or?
It's called Fuzzling Army Shorts, whatever I called it. Yeah, Fuzzling Army Shorts. I don't even know if it's public.
No, because we didn't get a bong. So you don't get
Yeah.
celebrated, but we are at 170.
There we go. The subscribers only, if it gets bad, you can change that live in your YouTube dashboard. Eh? You just click edit, and then you look down at the bottom, it says change to subscribers only.
Yeah, but it's...
That, I think they should give it as a mod tool, to be honest. Because on Twitch, you can turn it, mods can turn it to subscribers or followers only mode.
Twitch does give mods a lot more access.
Very good. Johnny, how was that bottle of Jack's? Because it was here when I started my stream and said cheers to you guys, and it was here when I came back. And then also, you started by pouring, and when I came back, it finished like this.
Which one, Brandon?
Yeah, you were doing the honey.
Yeah,
How was that other one? Was it actually good or not?
What
Kirby,
the?
is the new one good? The
number
blue one,
7?
yeah.
That's number 7. No, that's a different one.
This is a different one.
The one you opened last night. You said this is.
We opened
new,
them
eh?
both.
Alright. Well, they're both nice.
Yeah.
This one's a bit more smoky, and it has a bit
That's what I
more,
said, yeah.
a bit more of a kick to it.
You can tell that's sat on the charcoal longer.
Yeah.
I
Whereas
found out that down the road is a brewery from me.
Mm.
The brewing equipment. I needed stuff for my chilies to ferment the sauce. I went and bought some stuff. I got my fermenting bubblers. That's quite cool. The 3D printed designs for this, but it doesn't last because the water starts soaking through the layers.
yeah,
The amount of time it has to be.
I mean, if you printed in ABS, you could vapor fuse it,
Oh, clever.
and that will seal your pores.
That's such a good idea. I did print an ABS, the original one. Even did a glow in dark film because that's what I have with ABS. And then
That
the guys
probably
don't
ate
know.
up your nozzle. Nice buzz.
This is a bun. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Where's your bunghole?
Yeah. Nicely done. I can. Do you guys have shares in a beer company or something like that?
Brewdog.
Yes,
Quite
Brewdog.
Ah, duh.
Casey
I've been looking
is
for that
joining
beer.
us.
This
Ooh,
apparently
good.
some people have it. Apparently, it is in South Africa places, but
Yeah.
like in Cape Town, I think, not by actual proper places.
So I was trying to find some hot noodles this morning,
No joy.
and I was going to say if I set a new goal for the donations, if we hit it, Johnny and I will eat hot noodles.
Well, I'm tempted to do the $4 to make it an even $6.55. Casey's here.
Casey,
Oh, nice one, Casey.
are you in Atlanta as well? Or are you going to show us your
No,
neighborhood?
he's in Florida.
Oh yeah,
Can't you tell it's nice and sunny?
it looks like good weather.
Very good weather.
But I mean, we could still say let's do it, and eat the hot wings or the hot chili stuff on another day.
Yeah, next stream maybe.
So how about this?
I think Casey's going to show us something, or
And I'll make a bot for it to remind the chat. If we get to $1,000 with Magic Wheelchair, and we won't do it now, but we'll do it in our next stream. You and I will eat really hot noodles. If we reach $1,000,
noodles or wings.
noodles, because we can just buy
Noodles or wings.
like a pot noodle that will destroy us.
Mm.
See, I don't want to do it now because I've got to drive tomorrow, and that will be absolutely painful. Okay, so let's go to Tiltify. Let me change. See if I can change our goal. Goal.
Changes.
Changes. Okay, that's been changed. Has that changed on our... Yes, it's changed. Go back to our stream. Let's have a look at that. Should change in a few minutes.
It'll catch
So yeah, what do you think of this, Brandon? And those that are watching, if we reach $1,000 raised for Magic Wheelchair by the end of today, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, on our next stream, Johnny and I will eat stupidly hot noodles. Stuff like that, yeah. Ooh. That looks spicy.
I'm not done.
Ooh. See, I
And
know
the latest editions.
I'm not going to do well with that, but I think it'll be quite fun.
Ghost pepper Pringles.
Ghost pepper Pringles. Let me make...
Make it more even light. Yeah, I found these online.
I think Casey's struggling with signal, maybe.
I do too.
I'll do it now. So if somebody donates, what?
$4.
$49. $49 to make it even 700. I'll chow one of these right now.
You're tempting me, my guy.
Chow the cat.
By the way, this brand is available in the UK, huh? I know, because it's imported from there. These peanuts are nice, but they're violent in big bunches.
So you got the Tiltify link, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can post it later.
I'm not streaming tonight, so I'm here. So you guys are doing your... What time is your thing?
40 minutes, roughly.
Woo!
In 40 minutes time.
That's some spicy peanuts.
You want to be very clear how you say peanut.
That's a spicy penis. I mean peanut.
No.
Where's Casey hanging out?
Casey, your face looks great, but your voice sounds better.
You're on mute, Casey. Ask to unmute. You're on mute.
Oh, you can unmute.
There we go.
There we go.
Just say again what you're saying. Repeat.
I just said I'm out here walking around seeing if our alligators floating around in the pond.
Of course, because Florida.
Yeah, those are just small crocodiles. I'm not worried.
So I'm surprised it's kind of quiet at once there today.
I think alligators are just the metric version of crocodiles. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
The imperial version, yes.
That is now on the chop. Oh, Sarah's. I think Sarah's in. Sarah, please don't donate money. Please.
That would be great.
What do you mean, please don't? There's nothing you're going to suffer, Kirby.
I struggle with anything hotter than medium at Nando's.
It is true. We got to.
You don't have these chips, so I'm doing the first challenge. You guys can see me die first. Luckily, I've got like 2 2-liter Cokes here.
Because that's all you need. That will solve the problem.
Where's my fly swatter?
But has Mark got you guys eating hot stuff now after his little skit?
It's something Johnny and I wanted to do already, is try and do some CAD work.
I think your bank balance might be in trouble here, Kirby.
Yeah, she's got access to it.
See, I don't always have to have the fly swatter. My hands are fast here in South Africa.
You're like the Karate Kid.
No, our plan was to get some really like hot wings or something. Eat a few of them and then do a Model Mania challenge.
Right.
While suffering and dying. But we haven't been able to pull that off yet.
Well, I like Mark Johnson's concept of start drinking and then start modeling.
I've always wanted to do that as well. You just kind of, I mean, I do that with gaming already. So,
okay, imagine modeling while you're drunk. Like the model keeps rotating. You're like, what the hell's happening? You had your hand rest on the shift key. Like, you're just like chilling. You're like, what's happening?
Wait, so I keep forgetting this. You're left-handed, Brandon. So you do your WASDs with your right.
Hold on, let me look at this. No, I'm right-handed.
There's a YouTuber I watch. He's right-handed, but he holds shift with his thumb.
Yeah, no, my gaming is. Okay, let me get the other camera quickly. So go to the other angle because I want to be fancy.
Total Toby's.
So, when I play, it's like that. So W is with my middle finger. Shift is.
Now do that with your left hand and try and press shift with your thumb. No. The shift closer to you.
Sticky keys, fuck off.
Yeah, so he plays like that, and he uses shift.
Oh, you weirdo.
Yeah, like that.
No. That's because they tilt their keyboards.
Wow.
Some of the big CS:GO guys do that. They tilt their keyboards, so
play-
then they have more keys here.
Just play with a controller. They're designed for your hands.
Your keyboard could do that, and just like numpad comes right off.
Yeah, but my numpad isn't on the left of the keyboard. It's where it should be.
On the right.
This is where he breaks his Asus branded keyboard. This is all it is an ad for Asus.
Yeah, you just do that. You take the covers off.
Are you switching it?
Yeah, numpad just.
Can you not run them? Why don't you get one of those like gaming specific keyboards where it's just the buttons you need?
Okay, sure. I'll get it now. There.
Oh, you've got one.
Yeah, just with the key. You call them 10 kilos when they do that. So that's the joy of this keyboard is that the numpad comes off because it's like being a lefty, so I have to shift my keyboard over to get a comfortable WASD. Pretty much the only reason I like this keyboard.
It is quite smart. I mean, they are accommodating for lefties. Your mouse is
I don't think they're doing it on purpose.
Is your mouse an ambidextrous mouse or?
Yes. I can't get the fancy mouse. They have to be the symmetrical guys. The nice thing is that these buttons, these side buttons, they're magnetic. Oh, what is playing here? Go away.
What are you doing?
You're
You're gonna get us copyright struck again.
No.
Casey, you found this alligator or not?
Ah, he's not out there. We're it's still a little cool around here. We're running about 62 degrees Fahrenheit, so he's
Did you try?
This one will actually come out because we've got a moving company that's in the back part of our parking lot, and they come out and feed him and stuff when they're here. So once he starts hearing people, he usually starts making his way out to the surface if it's not too cold.
Cool.
Is he that hungry?
Yeah.
Toby.
What's up, boys?
Oh, he shows the face, Kirby.
He's
He's got a
drunk
Gundam
already.
in the background. Was that
Brandon?
It's
Voltron.
Voltron. You.
Voltron? I was supposed to go to ASUS today to get my next batch of ASUS gear. I'm getting the Gundam series. Ah, that's so cool. Printed or is that bought?
It's original, like from 1981. Die
That's
cast.
so cool.
Pops apart and used to pop apart. Takes a little more force now, but
And Ghost
I used to love the Power Rangers.
Go
And
Power
then
Rangers.
Dude, I got my 3D print and all that. Printed the Halo helmet, did the Iron Man helmet. I was like, hold on. The Power Rangers had really cool helmets. Why have I never printed one of those? Then I look
Yeah.
around, there's pretty much just like the Green Ranger. Like people are really fans of the Green Ranger.
let's do it, man. Kirby was saying yesterday that you're looking to learn some moves on how to maybe take some of those ideas and turn them into solid models so you can print them. Maybe we could do some collaboration. You could show me what you want to build, and I could teach you how to build it.
The White Ranger, the Tiger Ranger, he has the coolest helmet for me.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
The original guys. Dude, I saw the funniest thing, eh?
Oh wait,
It was like-
better be careful how you type that into the search. The Power Ranger and then the color maybe instead of the other way around.
Well, that's like, it's a good thing what I was going to say. Like, some dude was like, they made like a TikTok skit. They were like, okay, Power Rangers, get together. Pink power, green power, black power. The guy's like, White Ranger.
Yeah.
Such a good skit.
But yeah, Toby wants to help you learn some SolidWorks.
I'm keen. Like, dude, I had to change the dimensions on this thing, right? So I had like, because it's 40 mils with 2 mil tolerance. So 42 mils. So I'm like, okay, cool. Divided by 2. So I'm like, okay, 21. Cool. So I did the 21. I'm like, okay, cool. So it's
You're gonna have to pull out and go back in there.
it's sort of similar to old 360. I'm looking for the timeline which that program has. I'm like, okay, no. If I make the adjustment, the whole thing's yellow. I'm like, okay, I fucked up. What do I do now? I'm looking. I'm like, there's a button that says rebuild. Click. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Awesome.
There you go, mind blown.
It's the one that looks like a robot.
Yes, and then but the thing, but when you're using 360, it lags out because you got to go back on the timer. So it works cool because you can go back on that point where you fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, when you up. And then
still counts.
You're like, okay, cool. Like, then it goes like, I don't know what the rest of this is, and the thing just looks like a spaghetti monster. But that rebuild button, I'm like, that's nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's an important tool in SolidWorks. Rebuild.
One I never use.
Yeah. Really? Control Q.
Own?
I go back and fix every single little one.
Yeah.
I do the
Control Q
rebuild.
rebuilds like
I don't trust
you know,
robots.
in SolidWorks all the time, but Control Q is kind of like a default quit key in most other Windows-based programs. So like you get used to doing it, and then if I'm doing like photo editing, I'll be like, okay, just Control Q, and then like I just lose all my work. I'm like, oh no. Yeah,
I like with this something. I don't know why. Like when I'm doing websites, or you like copy paste some products and stuff, I often copy them across. And every now and then you hit the mouse with a scroll, but you're holding in control, and then your browser like zooms in and out.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
yeah.
I didn't mean to do that. The text is really big. No, I must say, like, it's nice, but it's not as intuitive as 360. Because they got big, pretty pictures everywhere, and then like SolidWorks is like, you should know this.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe there's some adjustments you can make on your settings too to show you a little bit more, you know, as far as like.
I've
the
literally
tooltips
gone in
go.
cold turkey, no tutorials or anything like that. I've gone from 3D Max. That's also a bastard of a program to me.
Blender, you use Blender
Yeah.
too?
I've used Mesh Mixer, if that counts.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Same, but different.
Mesh Mixer, that's edit models. Like, no, that's how to stuff up a model very quickly. It looks worse in Mesh Mixer because like there's shading and like, why is this green? Like, don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Like, no, it's green. Highlighted green. I don't know why.
Yeah, like there's so many ways you can customize your own personal UI, so that it works for what you do. I can't be asked to do it though.
I drag
The only
some
thing
tools
I
out
would
that
say,
I
but I
use.
don't like I don't know if it's to you guys as like full license or just the Makers Edition. Is I got to go to the website first to launch the program.
I think it's because it's connected. You're
Yeah.
using the connected version.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
like that's slightly annoying because I can't just like go shortcut SolidWorks go. I have to go to the 3D Experience, go to 3D Experience SolidWorks Professional.
Yeah, I think if you check out the hold on, I'm gonna find something for you. Stand by.
So like this is the
I'm
perfect
excited to
time.
be using it again.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, Kevin, you later. I don't see you. Hopefully, we'll see you all at Nashville next year.
yes,
Thanks, Casey.
definitely.
Hey, Casey.
I'd love to join.
But because you're so fresh in it, this is the perfect time to customize a UI for you. Because I've used
I'm
it for so
launching it right
long
now.
in the standard UI, that's why I don't want to change anything because I'm so used to it that way.
You're so used to the butchery.
I'm perfectly fine without the S key.
I can't believe you
I
just
must say,
refuse it.
I launched SolidWorks for the first time, and I saw like part and assembly. I'm like, Johnny would be proud. Let's do this. Like I was watching the click of a shits and giggle. Like I'm excited to be using it because like I've seen Kirby design it for so many years. Like I even spent like a month trying to find a pirated version just so I could like try it out. And then I finally got a version. I opened up. I'm like, I don't know what the. I'm
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's fun to work with people who are doing like a specific thing, because then it's not like here's how you set up your templates and here's how you do this, here's that. Instead, it's like, what are you trying to make? All right, let's see what the shortest way is that I can teach you how to do that. You know, let me just give you like the 5 things you need to do that one thing.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's a lot more fun.
One thing I've seen is that like I didn't know it had this many like instances. Like I said, like with the pirated version I found a while back, like I saw all the expanded, like the electrical, the aerodynamic, all that kind of stuff. And like I saw yesterday that they got like other 3D simulations where you can put models in now, and they got the jetpack stuff. I was like, what?
Yeah,
There's like game rendering stuff now.
I mean, that's the great thing about the Makers Edition is it's almost you don't have access to any of those things that you're not going to use. I mean, if you want to simulate a jetpack, you know, you'd want to have to purchase that kind of equipment. You're running a business there at that point.
Building a jetpack, then I think you can.
You can, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think you have the budget for the software.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're making brackets for your audio equipment or for your computer or for customers,
fair enough, maker.
To mount a water cooler in.
Well, here's something I want to do now. So, I want to design a new headphone stand, tabletop headphone stand. But I want to sort of like have, for me being an ASUS hall, like I want to have the ASUS stuff in the.
Yep, that makes sense.
My original one, like I look back on it, it was very amateur, but it represented my skill level in it. But now, so like I've learned a lot. So I've had injuries because of it, and so on. Like I've learned, like I got like an under desk headphone stand that I use now that's got perspex. Instead of cutting the perspex out, I just put behind and backlit with the silhouette. I'm like, it's so much easier.
Yeah.
So that's my next goal now. So I want to make like a nice fluid motion headphone stand with like sort of like the ASUS or ROG logo in it, and I want to have like aluminium or stainless steel rods. Like you see the stuff behind me, that's all acrylic and perspex rods and things like that. I've had my desk has actually got backlighting, so I've experimented, I've bought tons of that stuff, so I'm gonna implement that into it as well.
Is that all for while you're streaming? Like you change the backlighting for while you're streaming, or it's just because you like it? It's just fun.
No, I just like messing around. So my desk, my other camera quickly. So my desk here, that white strip, that's like a backlight strip, and then this, same as this headphone stand.
Mm-hmm.
The Xbox stand and all that. So that's backlit just with the same kind of acrylic and perspex that you get. It's just different opacities for different scenarios. Stomach view.
Does everyone like my new co-host?
He's sitting so far back behind you.
Yeah, he doesn't say a lot either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that under desk thing, I'm very happy with how that turned out because it's like 4 pieces, so it's easy to mount and it's easy to run a little RGB cable in the back and stuff.
What is it manufactured out of?
It's PLA.
It's just PLA, okay.
That's when Sean's the creepiest.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'd love to work with you on something like that, either on stream or even if you want to just work offline together. I'd love to.
Oh no, stream both are great, dude. It's no, I want to incorporate like sort of like bending plastic as well.
Yeah.
Okay, get my lights and I'll show you something similar.
Yeah.
Like your lights there, Toby.
Thanks. That was a gift from Design Point, one of the resellers of SolidWorks. They're actually also here in Pennsylvania. I did a presentation for them during one of their rollouts, and they sent me that in the mail. And it's pretty cool. It actually there's the lighting has little terminals on each piece. So when you
I was curious for the wireless.
When you take the piece off, so like the leads are right there in the metal stripping of each piece, and then there's like the blue for the eyepiece in Tetris lights up, and then if these terminals contact, then the rest of them light up. So it's pretty cool.
Have you seen those new wireless LEDs?
No.
Dude, it's so cool. Like, so you got like a dish that gives the power, like wireless power. Then any LEDs in the vicinity, they sit. You can hold the LED midair.
Oh, it's like induction, I think it uses.
Induction, yeah. Yeah, so that's my wife. So she wants like a horseshoe design.
Okay.
So then I just incorporated lighting. Just light off, so it's not so reflective. I incorporated some like just aluminium rod, so 8mm aluminium, sanded the top off. Like
Very cool.
So,
And then
I want to be more flowy with like sort of like incorporate a bit of wood and use the cam parts of SolidWorks to cut it on the CNC.
Nice. Yeah.
Use
And
the
then
plastic
to adhere that aluminum to the PLA, are you just using super glue?
It's just press fit.
Oh wow, nice.
Yes, that's
Okay. Wow,
And-
that's impressive. That's nice.
I put a bit of I put a radius on the block, and then just did a subtraction move.
Okay.
It's got sort of like it seats itself. It can pop out at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, it's not going to be. It's a headphone stand, so it's not going to be under immense pressure. It's like it's got the horseshoe design because she loves the horses.
That's awesome.
The gamer tags because 3D printing, printed flat. You can print anything, as you guys know.
Yeah.
So like, I'd love to do so get like some anodized aluminum or like even titanium rod. So like cool like purpley rainbow titanium rod, and then make like a centerpiece out of like clear perspex, and then etch it with the CNC using the CAM software, and then do the base with like a wireless Qi charger.
That's pretty clever. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Have the wireless charger built right into the base, and that way, anytime you hook up you hang up your headphones, they're just charging, and then they're just ready for you. I like that.
Found online, which is
Yeah, it is.
we've all had this these cheap like LED strips.
Yeah, we've all had one at one point.
Get all over the place. So I found out that these things exist. They're quick connects.
Mm-hmm.
All it is LED rod. Pop it open. 4 pins. Yes, this. You can use this because it's super flexible, so you can fold corners and stuff. Hold it flat for it nicely. All you do is that, and there's no soldering.
That's quite
And I've
clever.
got water pipelines as well. They're like, what? About 8 rand, so it's what? $half.
So can you run that then off of just like a USB bus as well, or would you plug it into the wall?
It's 12 volts.
Okay.
So you could run off USB with a little adapter, but you can run it straight from a PC even.
Mm-hmm.
The 12 volt rail.
Oh, right. Right. And you already have the 4-pin connector there. You might even have one coming right off your PSU. That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
like I said, the motherboards have got the
Right.
4-pin RGB.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Free
Yeah.
RGB. I've got
Wow.
tons of
That's cool. Yeah. I like it, man. It was really cool.
Yeah, so that's like sort of like the idea. I want to sort of like do like a showpiece because ASUS has got their own one and it looks nice, and there's nothing else that sort of tops it. But I also want to like make a open source sort of like, yeah, guys, put your own logo. It doesn't have to be ASUS. I'm just a fanboy. Put an MSI logo, put a Gigabyte logo, put a SolidWorks logo.
What is it about ASUS that you like so much?
It's just premium and they work well.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's
That
a
was like
brand
one of
that-
my first, when I built one of my first computers, I used an ASUS mainboard, I remember.
Most people did, like, yeah, the Gigabyte mainboards are the work PCs.
Mm-hmm.
But the brand, they look after everyone. So it's like in South Africa, I don't know how it is. I've heard people complain in the States, but it's just the sheer number of people. I'm sure the other brands have the same issue. It's just, yeah, I just love their design, their premium.
That's cool.
They've always done like things I've thought of. They've done. I'm like, okay, cool.
Toby, we got a shout out in the chat for you.
Yeah, Josh says Yaya just said we went fully defined next every time in his session on on animations.
Wow, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
I wonder if you played the full song.
Yeah, Brandon, you should go to Tutor Toby's channel. He's got a
did.
whole song about defining your sketches.
Yep, that's how it starts.
You've already watched it.
I think I'm subbed on my normal YouTube channel.
I used to play a lot of music in bands and stuff. So I see, you know, I heard Kirby and Johnny saying you're like audio technician by trade. So
Oh yeah, that's well before I did the IT stuff because IT makes the money, music doesn't.
you play it all, or are you mainly like sound guy?
No, actually like British qualified Trinity College, guitar, bass, and drums.
Nice.
Then sound engineering
awesome.
was did like 4 years sound engineering and all that kind of stuff.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, I am not.
So it modes it out audio.
That's.
And he comes
But,
on
dude,
here and just beeps everything up.
It's the hardest thing to turn off. Like once you've learned how to listen to it, it's so difficult to turn off.
Yeah.
Like it's like when somebody teaches you how to find continuity errors in movies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you learn about like errors of continuity, and then you're like, dude, you see his thing was off there. It's on now.
Yeah, it's funny how that kind of stuff, like even like using the movie example, even I remember I saw a YouTube channel that was dedicated to pointing out when coffee cups don't actually have liquid in them in movies. Like the way that you hold a cup, if it's filled with fluid, you hold it one way. If it's empty, you hold it a very different way. Yeah, and so like it's just like you said, once you learn that, you can't unlearn it. And then it becomes like every time you see them walking around and they're like so cavalier with how they're like flipping the cup around, you're like, oh, I would never noticed that before.
You know, when I was talking to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I know other sound engineers, and it's the same thing. You know, like I hear a song, and I'm like, this song was great, and they're like, this song was recorded like shit. You know, and like they can point out all the things. The drums are not balanced at all. They're not using compression the right way. Like they can just point out everything.
Well, I mean,
AKA mumble rap, yeah.
Well, that's one thing I learned about doing videos and that stuff is that you can have an average video, but audio has to be perfect. People can watch videos with 3 pixels if the audio is perfect, but
sounds shit.
You can watch something 8K that's just in the background and terrible audio. People won't watch it. It's too hard.
Well, even like watching a video where the audio is slightly delayed or slightly ahead of the video.
You been on SolidWorks Live today?
It's like it's super difficult. It's super difficult to like you got to go like a live example like how hard was it to zone out and just listen to the audio and not watch the video?
Well, that's the thing is that I wasn't watching the video. I was just listening, so it didn't matter. But when you came to actually watching it, it is hard.
Well, yeah, it was seconds as well. It wasn't marginal.
When I do my YouTube shorts, like I like now I posted a short. It should be live now at 8. I hit it up and then it was distorting. I'm like, oh no, quickly edit it. Then like I listened on the phone, like nobody would have noticed I edited the video, edited the audio. Nobody would have given a shit. But for me, like I'm like that irritates.
Yeah, I've spent many hours editing videos and kind of like trying to mix the sound just right in videos, and like I'm like nobody's even gonna notice this. This doesn't matter at all, but it matters.
Even
to
like
me.
I got this voice meter thing for my microphone, and it's got echo and reverb and all that. I'm like I want to mess around with it, but I'm like, Brandon, the mic sounds fine, and in the videos the mic sounds great and it sits well. Like, but it's got the EQ.
It's so tempting.
Like that was my first problem with with my previous soundboard is that I couldn't listen to myself, and I couldn't hear my own levels. And now with this, I actually can. I can actually start to. I'm getting more involved with that. I can start to understand what you're hearing, because what you have and what you're hearing in your ears versus what the stream is hearing is always different.
That's one thing I would give Corsair versus the other brands of headphones. Like I've done like Logitech, Asus, Corsair, Gigabyte. Corsair's software, their real-time feedback and stuff in your ears, it is a zero delay, so you can actually hear yourself. But like Asus Gigabyte, all of them, it's like a Windows feedback delay, and you're like, "Hey guys, I can hear myself and I can't talk because there's a delay and my brain is breaking."
Right.
You sound so wasted.
Yeah.
And then like you're like a little audio box like this, where it's got live feedback, but then I got to use actual headphones that got jacks in them, so I'll use that for like specific tasks.
Yeah.
I'm an audio guy. I've got 3 pairs of headphones in my computer.
Just sitting right there, ready to go for whatever the application is. I love it.
Exactly. I've got these USBs and I've got analogs and I've got wireless if I need.
So much sound.
I think when I recorded that song, it was just using Audacity. I don't think I even used any plugins.
Audacity is actually really good.
It was
the non-pro software. The second program I found that's also really good, but you can get it for cheap is Adobe Audition.
Okay, I haven't used
the mastering stuff on like the bass effects and like the noise reduction. It's really good. You could actually master a movie soundtrack in that thing.
That's cool.
Have it come out really good. Like Audacity, the noise reduction. Like if you want to make karaoke songs, you can use Audacity. It's got like a vocal remover.
I've seen that. Yeah, vocal remover. Yeah,
and it's good. And it's actually
good.
It's
Yeah.
convincing and good.
Like I've got Audacity, but I don't know enough about audio engineering to know what I'm doing on it.
Yeah. So
I can do
guy,
the noise and I can do the noise suppression, but I don't know how to use the EQ and kind of change it. I'd rather use
no, don't use the EQ. But like there's you're gonna for like your voice stuff, you're gonna use a compressor and a de-esser, and that's what they got. And then even a high pass filter and a limiter maybe.
But my soundboard has all of that built in now, and it's all because I've got a Rode mic with a Rode soundboard. They've already pre-programmed everything for the specific mic.
Like on my mic, I use a slide compressor just to level up my voice because my voice can be a bit deep sometimes. So then it'll bring that deep down and keep more of the mids going. But so it makes it more. It cuts through better.
Mm-hmm.
So they play a lot of shooting games, a lot of like that low end stuff where I want the high end to cut through the. So then I can have less volume on my microphone but more clarity.
I watched that feature video on your channel where you were showing the exploit in Battlefield with the hovercraft. It was pretty funny.
Oh yes, dude. What grates me with that video is that some dude stole it and got 3 million views on that video.
Oh no!
Wow.
It grates me. And I'm like, oh. So I copyright struck it and I gave him like instead of like nailing him, like I said, like no, dude, I've asked you to credit me and I've asked you 3 times and you haven't. So I don't care if you watch it. Like I said, like plenty of people ask me, like, "Hey, dude, cool video. Can I use it and credit you?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." This dude refused to, and then even on his TikTok, he banned me on TikTok.
Oh man,
that's how
how you know you made a successful video, man.
Yeah,
that was a perfect only in Battlefield moment.
Yeah,
exactly. Like you saw some of the comments are like, "Oh, this is gonna be in the next trailer." I'm like, "Yeah, it would be the next trailer."
Yeah, like Angry Joe put it in his review of the game.
Dude, so the dude that stole it, he got 4,000 subs from my video.
Wow, man.
And then I did a copyright strike, and I gave him 7 days to take it down. Took it down on the 7th day. And I watched his channel. I'm like, I can't watch one of his videos. It's kind of crap when your own videos don't get the same traction, does it?
Yeah, man, that's your business model, just going around stealing other people's videos.
I was so salty. Like I said, like if you just credit me, like I've had people say like, "Hey, I came here from Noobs Gaming. Hey, I came here from."
And Noobs Gaming also featured it in their top 10.
Twice.
They featured it twice now.
Top 20 and top 5, yeah.
I think it's still mad.
No, dude, I'm actually like so sick of hearing myself going, "What the fuck, helicopter!"
Oh, it's so funny.
Like, no, the video is gaining traction. It's my third highest gaining video.
It's probably because all the people watching this podcast are going over now to watch your video.
No, it's not the main video. It's the one where I did. Guys, I featured on Neeb's Game. I did like a little selfie of me watching the video. That video is getting like tons of views. It's almost got more views than the actual video does.
Nice.
I think Counter-Strike for some reason just gains traction. Like
Yeah, you got a
crazy.
lot of subs from Counter-Strike. You need to. What's your gaming channel, Brandon?
Muffin Fuzz. And it's YouTube /C/Muffin Fuzz Live.
Yeah, he's trying to break the 500 sub. We just won 200.
I got another 8 subs last night, so we're getting there. On 466 now, so. Well, Toby, you know what the struggle is to get to the 1K, dude. It's like it's an adventure.
Yep. It's been an adventure, that's for sure.
Dude, I honestly thought you had more than this, like 3K subs. It's like, no, you deserve way more.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, I'm subscribed to you already, man. I was gonna go over and give you another sub, and it's like, oh, I'm already there. Of course.
I think you subbed to me on the charity stream.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Actually,
posted that quite a bit.
Yes, so the charity, I've decided on the charity, there is an orphanage like two houses down from me. They've been going for 25 years, and they've raised over 250 kids through matric.
That's to end of high school.
Wow.
Yeah, so grade 12 or whatever freedom units America uses.
Yeah, we use that. We use 12. Yep.
Yeah, so I was speaking to my wife, and she's like, no, she actually holds it quite close to go. I love doing the animal stuff. And I was asking, like, what do you think about doing animals again? She's like, no, like, the orphanage, I would like the orphanage or something with kids. Now that she's a mom,
Fair
it's
enough.
quite close to her heart. So I was like, okay, cool. So I was actually, before I jumped on Zoom, I was speaking to them. So they're more than happy to get involved. So I think we'll try to do...
You're just going to torture
we
yourself again.
Do a horror stream, yeah.
You can't do horror.
This is how much I can't do horror. I can't have mobs on in Minecraft. I shit myself too much.
Well, I was hoping at some point this conversation would get around to Minecraft, so maybe I can start firing those questions at you there, Kirby.
Well, then I'll have to wait, because in a minute we've got to jump onto our session.
Gotta go. All right.
But
All
I'm
right,
gonna make Brandon host of this, so you guys can carry on chatting in the background.
Tries and spicy nuts for you guys.
Because I don't want to close off this completely, because we've got to go into a different Zoom meeting, and we can't run them both at the same time.
There we go. Domain is registered. Thank you.
I do need to make.
Fuck, these are hot. Woo! Like, sometimes you get the gentle ones. Every now and then you get this motherfucker. It's like, yes, come, let's go, let's go.
But I mean, after our session, I'll be happy to speak about Minecraft.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Should be an hour.
I'll definitely pick you up on that.
Brandon, I have made you the host. So I mean,
Hi guys, welcome to the Muffin Fuzz Gaming Channel. This is Muffin Fuzz.
if you guys want to carry on chatting, or if you want to jump into that other Zoom meeting, you can. It's fine. But for our stream, we're gonna switch over to the Magic Wheelchair thing. We're still going to be streaming
the
it.
One thing you've asked me to do is hold this down, hold down
Yeah.
the fort. while you-
I mean, we're going to be streaming the. You can still watch the Magic Wheelchair presentation from our channel anyway, so you don't have to go anywhere. Just hold down the fort for us, Brandon.
I don't like the way Brandon poured the biggest measure of the weekend as we've made him host.
That's a pure like homemade dope cake eater move.
See?
He's like, let's go. Let's go for it.
There's a little bit left. Hold on.
That's how we do it.
All right, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Your channel's in good hands.
I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, everything is going to go fine. Yeah.
Cheers.
You got nothing to worry about.
Bye.
I'm going to shut down Zoom this time. We're still live.
We have issues with Zoom. It doesn't like changing meeting.
Yeah, you got to be gentle with Zoom. Okay, just refreshing this page here. Gentle. Yes, open Zoom meetings. I'm gonna have to change our name again.
To what?
Oh, waiting for the host to start the meeting. I thought we were late.
No, it says you can join at 6:35. So.
Yeah, start 6:45. I can hear that, by the way.
You like it?
I'll mute you.
It's the way it's going to be.
I really like that. That there is going to be some collaboration between those two.
No, that's good.
They-
They're both very cool people, and
they'll get along well.
Brandon's going to learn from probably the best SolidWorks person he could.
Yes.
He'll be able to explain it in a way he'll get without.
You'll understand.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'll be cool. Some cool content as well if they stream it as well. For other people. Oh, there we go. Join with video.
Probably have to change that background.
Yeah, I'm going to switch it in a minute. Join with computer audio. Yeah, connected. Can I start your video because the host has stopped it? Smooth. I can change our virtual background though. I thought they said sound effects. I was like, we're missing out. Cool.
What about name? What are we doing with that?
Well, I mean, in the meantime, we can have a dance party.
I want to change that now.
Cool. Let's see how that came out. That'll be good fun to look at the background. Things are happening. Can we share our video now?
Hi, everyone.
Yes. Hi.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Hey, Donnie.
Hi.
Okay. We need to rename ourselves. I can't.
Oh, well.
You're both Kirby now.
Yes.
Great.
How you guys doing?
Good. How's everything going?
We're all good.
I just had a 5-minute panic attack. I was getting some worms shipped, and they're perishable, and they shipped it to my neighbor. I didn't know. I'm freaking out because I think the worms are frozen.
Yep. Sean decided to join us.
Oh, hey. It's like a lurker. Hey, Luke. Do you guys want to unmute yourselves? Can you unmute? Let's see.
How you doing?
Yes. Hey, awesome.
I was clicking through the links in the email. And I'm like, why is none of the links lining up?
Yeah. I had to try 2 different ways to get to this session too, but I think it's working. Have any of you guys heard from Christine? I sent her an email earlier to check, but I haven't heard from her, so.
She just asked if it's just to join at 1:30.
Thank you, Toby. Yeah, Brandon,
Okay,
we're live streaming this Zoom meeting. You guys are just hanging out in that Zoom meeting. By the way, we're live streaming this as well.
Thank you.
Cool podcast.
Yes.
The core podcast.
We've raised $650 already for Magic Wheelchair.
Well done.
And if we hit 1,000, we're going to eat hot noodles. Like really hot noodles.
Excellent. Hey, Rachel. Yeah, I also invited a bunch of the build team members from the follower side, so we'll see if everyone makes it. But all right, people are coming in. I have my garb on too.
Yes, for those that are watching, there's
Princess
a
Fairs.
link down in
Yeah,
the
I see
description
yours.
below.
I also even have a.
And if you hit on that link,
Oh, nice.
if you hit on that link, you will be able to go to our Tiltify page and donate over there. That will go straight to Magic Wheelchair. Like I said, if we reach $1,000, we're gonna eat hot stuff.
I don't know. Do I need to record this session? Maybe. Might as well.
Yeah, record it for yourself. Else your other option is us in the background streaming.
Yeah, I'll start when everyone's ready to begin.
And pressing sounds occasionally. I mean, I can fill it up with a bit of elevator music.
Ooh, I love it. Thank you. Mood song, mood music. Oh, and for those who are just coming in, if you want to think about any questions or topics you want us to cover about Magic Wheelchair, feel free to enter them into the chat. I find that it's helpful if you preface whatever you're gonna type with a little Q. Like
I've gone old school, if that helps.
Yeah.
It is branded at least, so.
Everyone who is familiar with Magic Wheelchair, feel free to chime in and help answer or share links. That would be great. Yeah, let me. Annie, are you in a live conversation with? Oh, sure, I left my phone somewhere else. With Christine.
No, she had messaged me at 12:30, so.
Luke, Brad says hi.
Hi, Brad.
Says hi to Luke and Karen.
Huh? Hey.
I like the elevator music.
It's a good filler.
It is.
We should be at every session, just kind of filling in the
Just sat
gaps.
in the background with the soundboard.
No one wants that.
Luke's clearly enjoying it.
I am, yeah. I definitely. I mean, to be fair, it's a very low bar for entertainment for me.
There's Christine.
It's Christine.
Hey, Christine.
Hi. Oh,
Hi,
I can't even.
friends.
No. We're still waiting for folks to show up. The session doesn't actually start till 1:45, so
yes.
We can just chit chat. You see lots of faces, recognizable.
Emma, can you make me host so I can share the 3D model for the Freya build up?
Oh, I need to get a folder together for that as well.
Yes, you are now the host, Annie. Apparently, we can only have one host.
Yeah, you can under security allow anybody to share their screen.
But that could end badly.
I think this is quite secure. No, actually, it's not. This is an open link. That's really cool.
That looks
Look
amazing.
at
We need cat sound effects right now.
Give me
Get
a
it?
minute. Luke can supply with real cat. I can get.
Nice.
Rob can bring his cats too.
Cat session.
All right, I'm actually gonna start recording because this is good stuff. So even though we haven't started the session. Oh shoot, I can't, Annie, because you're the host now. You have to start the recording.
You have the power, Annie.
Yeah, you hold the baton of power.
Jeremy Regnoraris has donated us $100 for Magic Wheelchair. Thanks to
Nice.
everyone involved in the project. Absolutely.
Recording in
Always
progress.
amazed by what these teams do for the kiddos. Eat some spicy noodles. Basically, Christine, now that you're here, we can also tell you we are raising money for Magic Wheelchair again. We've raised $751 so far. And if we reach $1,000, we're going to eat hot noodles.
That's amazing. All of that. That was a lot. Oh my gosh. So cool.
Santiago has become a cat head.
Can have an inception moment.
You could.
Yeah, that's the first one we machine. Actually,
There's a link in the description if you want to use that. Oh, Johnny, you want to? Oh, no, you're not in this. I'll get to it myself. You're going to see yourself now.
Kirby's pointing at his computer telling me to do things, but it's his computer.
I
'cause he
keep
seems to
forgetting.
think that
I keep forgetting we have two different computers.
Well, Annie's driving, so we're just gonna. Oh, who's driving right now?
I'm driving.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so you're
I
gonna
did
be
the inception moment.
awesome. If you don't mind being the masters of ceremony with the screens, totally do it.
I've posted the link to donation in our little chat.
Sweet. Oh, and I'll post something too. In case anyone's interested, this should be the link to the community, the swim community, where you could find actually quite a bit of the Freya build and Ben build and Jonah build that we've done in the past.
Smooth.
Yeah, I agree, Gabe. So there's some conversations already about the model. So we should probably give more specs on how it was done and all the cool things about it once more people join once the session starts. I agree.
Totally agree. Yeah, I jumped again.
No, totally no. I'm glad you mentioned that. Andy, you have to tell Rob. Is Rob here? Did he hear it? Did he read it?
I think so.
I think that's the one we'll use.
So Andy, Andy, that means that you didn't watch SolidWorks Live where Rob explained making the cats.
Got called out. Man.
Oh wait.
Just wanted to show my face so you can see all the egg on it.
You're up.
It's got the cat. Nice.
Great. Oh no, it's like coming in and out.
I gotta take my background off.
I know that the camera's not happy right now. Yeah. There you go. Ooh, that was a good one. Can you double it so there are two cats?
I can get a different sound as well.
Yeah, here's Smooth Rob talking about the cats.
No.
All you have to do
What did you
is
talk
go to
about in your
YouTube.
stream about Magic Wheelchair? Just cats for like.
Meow. Don't think we can use that one.
Meow meow, nigga.
Christine, did you get an okay? We were worried about whether or not you could log in and all the craziness. Wasn't that?
Yeah, I got in fine. I just my work was running over a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I just want to make sure you were able to get here. I'm glad you got to join us.
I logged in early and still was late.
I feel like if anyone's listening with speakers and have dogs, the dogs are gonna go nuts.
Hilarious.
Just like that, Rob had to just censor his camera since it was cat X-rated there for a second.
I was trying to control that.
My pug does that when I'm on like important government meetings, and he'll like jump on my desk and flash the wrong end of himself, and it's so embarrassing.
The world. Well, we're at time, so maybe let's kick it off since we're having so much fun. I wanted to welcome everyone to this session. We're gonna just have a casual conversation about Magic Wheelchair, but I do want to introduce at least the key folks that are on the panel. There's clearly you've heard quite a few voices from other members of this the SolidWorks team that's worked on our builds, but I wanted to introduce and actually ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and a short kind of synopsis of what role you play, how you're involved in Magic Wheelchair. So I'll start to set the example. Chinlu Lama. I work for the Dassault Systems SolidWorks user experience team, and I am part of the build team at the Waltham, Massachusetts office. And I just love Magic Wheelchair. So let's pass the baton over to Christine.
Hi everyone, Christine Gutman here. I am calling in from Portland, Oregon on the West Coast, and I am the executive director of Magic Wheelchair. I got involved in 2017, and it's been just so amazing to see the mission grow and to see our reach grow, thanks to a lot of people on the call right now. So good to be with you. The next person on my screen is Kirby and Jonny.
Go for it.
So I had buttons to push. I'm not always good at that. So Johnny and I have been involved with Magic Wheelchair, also with Luke Daly. We've done 2 builds now. Our first build was with Luke Daly doing a awesome Star Wars one that was revealed at 3D Experience World in 2020 in Nashville. And then Johnny and I were asked to try and do a Magic Wheelchair here in the UK, which ended up being the first Magic Wheelchair build outside of the United States, and we got that involved with Slugamy as well, and we documented the entire process, and the reveal was live streamed on the SolidWorks channel for George, and that's how we've been involved with Magic Wheelchair so far. We're also currently live streaming our Zoom meeting here to our channel, The Core Podcast, where we're raising money for Magic Wheelchair as well. I'll let the next
Should we
person
go to Luke then, and then we'll go to Annie maybe after Luke and Karen, obviously. Go ahead, Luke.
Smashed it, I think.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Luke, and this is Karen. We're JJ Industries. We're prop makers in the UK. We're sort of geographically somewhat close to Johnny, and Kirby's at the other end of the country here in the UK. We've been involved with SolidWorks for probably 4 or 5 years now, I'd say, Kirby, because Kirby introduced us to the SolidWorks team, and through that we met someone who's not in the call today, Christian from Bowhead, and they make a fantastic wheelchair that's access all areas. And years ago, we laughed about the idea that this needs to be a speeder bike. Flash forward, we meet Chin Lu at SolidWorks World, and there's a fantastic photo of all of us stood there. We had to adjust our height somewhat because Chin Lu is not the same height as all of us, which is a brilliant photo. And yeah, basically from there, we got our heads together and made a pretty special wheelchair. I really enjoy doing it, but actually I guess the big thing about it was actually seeing the impact that Magic Wheelchair has. There's nothing like it that I know of as a scheme, and you know we were honoured to be part of it, and you know we can't wait to do something again with you guys. But yeah, that's our story.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us. And Annie, do you want to close our loop? Yep.
Yep. And so you're all seeing my screen. I'm a member of the Soul team as well. I'm part of the product definition team, but I've had the fortune to be part of the 3 builds that we've done, leading the most recent build that we did for Freya. And it was like a castle and everything like that. And so here's a picture of the actual costume, and I have the 3D model of all of the pieces that were actually modeled in SolidWorks and the X-apps and so on. And you know, I wanted to show this model to show like the different pieces of how it was put together, where Albert, one of our build team members, he did this, the main part of the castle, and he color coded a lot of the pieces to tell us which ones were going to be fabricated with foam, the pieces that were 3D printed, and so on. So we never get a chance with all the time that we have to like dive deep into some of these little things. So if anybody has these kinds of questions, I know that in the past we've had a lot of people interested in how we even make a portion of it come to life, and it all comes together with, you know, a lot of different heads coming together and to try to turn something like this into what we actually bring to the child. So ask questions.
Yeah, excellent.
And I think you guys can unmute yourselves if you wanted, instead of just to have like a, you know, casual conversation about all of these different things and to geek out about it.
I just want to say, like, the look of excitement on that girl's face is A grade. She's so happy.
Yeah, and I've described it a lot of times that like the moment with the reveal, it was like the costume kind of just like dissolved away, and it was just like the feelings that it gave her, and you know what it meant to her, and what it, you know, bringing that voice and that excitement, just like all the cares of the world just, you know, withered away.
Annie, before we get too deep into the build, if you don't mind me interrupting for a second, because I see a comment in the chat that maybe we shouldn't assume that everyone knows what Magic Wheelchair is and like what it's about, its mission. So Christine, I'm about to share the website link, but would you like to take a moment to kind of introduce Magic Wheelchair to everyone?
Yeah, absolutely. Great. I think we all got so excited to react about Freya's build and the recent builds that I forgot to do the, level setting here. So Magic Wheelchair is a nonprofit organization. To answer your question in the chat, Jeffrey, we're a 501c3 nonprofit, and we build epic costumes for kiddos and young adults in wheelchairs. And the whole purpose is to create opportunities of self-expression and inclusion by converting our wheelchairs into awesomeness. I'm a wheelchair user myself. I've been in one since I was 2 years old. Used to crash into the walls at home, and now, now we decorate. And so it's just all about bringing visions to life, bringing imaginations to life, and empowering young voices. I think if we can honor their young ideas, now we can create the next generation of self-advocates, which is what we need, fierce advocates. So yeah, this is the website here. You can volunteer, you can donate, you can see our past builds, and get involved. We're on all socials as well.
Yeah, I would also add to that. Thank you, Christine. Is that there are many ways you can contribute your time, your money, whatever it is. You can see on this webpage that Annie's showing that there are two giant buttons on top: volunteer or donate. And as a community full of makers and people who just love changing people's lives, I think this would definitely resonate with a lot of you guys. So definitely explore this website. I also do want to make sure we have time. And yeah, since Annie kicked it off with talking about the build we recently had in Waltham, maybe we can dive a bit into like the technical aspects and kind of the experience from the team. And then I'll make sure we have enough time to switch over to the builds that Kirby and Jonny and Luke have worked on, so that we can also close the entire conversation on kind of next steps. Where do we see this, and how it's going to impact the entire universe of kiddos and other folks in wheelchairs. So should we hop back to this build? So any questions or conversations or any stories that the team want to share about just our experience with Freya and her family? I'm going to add one. We were very quick in understanding from our experience of building the other costumes. We knew that it wasn't going to just
Jeremy,
be this
when we
thing
build
that
a
went around
wheelchair,
her,
it does
and
get
that it was
stressful,
just
but it's awesome
this,
for the reveal.
Costume that is mounted on her wheelchair. We wanted her to feel like a princess completely. So there was a lot of other things that were done, like a dress, a crown, a coat of arms. Like there's so much stuff that just went above and beyond just the foam and frame. So that was amazing for me to see.
I love it because the integration, you've not just got a wheelchair part as a costume, it is a whole approach. Did you guys make the costume as well?
Yeah, we did everything.
Wow.
Rachel actually was the one responsible for the sewing and the design of her dress.
Amazing.
Her gown.
There was a costume community waiting for people like you.
Yeah, you can see some of these pictures where
in
some details of the dress. Rachel had multiple fittings with Freya to make sure that especially it was hard for us, especially given COVID. We had originally gotten the measurements from the mom getting measurements, but she had to take these measurements while Freya was like in her bed, so she didn't. The numbers that she gave us weren't exactly great. So when we went there to fit with the practice dress, it was really big on her. But Freya lit up the minute she saw the dress. She got excited just from the Rachel, what is it called? The whatever the under
the petticoat.
the petticoat. Like the minute that she put it on, she started ordering her parents to bow and bow to the princess. And so it was every piece of it was you can see how it was making an impact with Freya, that she was realizing that we were listening to what she was saying to us and bringing it to life. And I think that's the most important part of Magic Wheelchair, is giving these children their voice and allowing them to express themselves.
There's a couple of questions in the chat that I think is worth the team commenting on. There's one that talks about from Eric, how much of a part does CAD play in the builds themselves versus just using foam modeling and such? Maybe the CAD builders on our team want to chime in? Rob, Sal, Albert?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the component, right? So the cats are 100% done in CAD. Actually, the whole castle is done in CAD. Now I'm thinking about it. So is the frame. Things like the casters obviously are purchase components. Anything we need to make is typically done in CAD. And I'm trying to think of an example where we didn't use CAD.
Well, for our team, we had the fortune of using CAD. So a lot of things we have the ability to do the modeling, but the land, if you look at the land, and parts of it were machined, but to get like the more organic shape of it, a lot of that was just hand sculpted. And I'll speak for Sal, like some of the things that were supposed to be just machined, he actually just sculpted it himself. A lot of like the roofs and everything like that on some of the pieces, he actually just used pencil and paper to do some of the sculpting, because sometimes things just seem like they would be faster or whatever it is through.
Technically, that's still CAD. There's a guy in the YouTube world called AVE who refers to that as cardboard engineering, cardboard assisted design. So it's still CAD.
Nice.
So you can see here from this picture, Sal had done the basic outline of the layers for the arch, but he cut away the main archway from those pieces. He didn't machine every piece of it.
I would also say, and stay tuned, because I think if you look at some of the stuff that Jonny and Kirby's done, and like if you go to the website and watch some of the videos from Magic Wheelchair, I think the SolidWorks team is an exception. We are obviously filled with CAD savvy folks, so we are CAD heavy in how we approach the design. But absolutely, I don't know in general if CAD needs to be or has been a huge part of their design. Not that I'm not pushing for using CAD. Of course, you should use CAD as much as you can. It really helps us during the crunch times when we had to like reproduce or tweak some things and get it out the door with a 3D print quickly. That was great, and not having to mold and all that stuff. But yeah,
I think one of our local builders, Bonnie, her My Little Pony build, a lot of it she did foam and the layers, but all of the layers she had done by tracing the outline of each part of that layer. So a lot of it just can be done with art and pencil, paper, tracing.
And there's a question from Christine, you want to say something?
Oh, I was just saying totally. Like I think what's really cool about Magic Wheelchair is that anyone can build with us. And the end result is this epic creation. And then we all sit back and go, how did we get here? And sometimes it's hand sculpting, sometimes it's CAD, sometimes it's a big foam robot milling machine. And, it's all of these brilliant minds coming together. And how we get there is always different. I think that's what's so cool, because that really says a lot about how disabilities communities work, as well as we make it work, and all of our builders make it work. So super rad.
Yes, and there was a question on like what type of manufacturing processes were used for Freya's project specifically. I think you've heard most of them. Just to reiterate, there was definitely foam milling, wood milling. There was a whole lot of right here 3D printing of the cat. We definitely him and Hall went back and forth between milling this, sculpting this, or 3D printing this, and we settled on 3D printing for various reasons. Did I miss anything other folks, other processes and the sewing, obviously.
You forgot the laser.
Oh yeah, the one that I worked on. Thanks, Al. Laser cutting. We definitely use laser cutting for, and Annie too. She worked on some of the, you saw the stained glass decorations. So laser cutting some of the acrylic and engraving some of the acrylic.
We definitely use this Japanese saw, whatever it is, to a very high degree.
Sanding, lots of sanding.
Lots of sanding. We actually didn't do as much sanding like to perfection on this build that we have in the past other builds, because a lot of our surfaces didn't need to have kind of like the glossiness. So some of our type A's came in a little bit on the sanding part, but you can see that a lot of the sculpting on the land, that was all done a lot by David on the build team. He kind of just looked up some videos to see how to get that more natural rock look into the foam. And he had to, because all of these pieces were coming together, also had to make sure that it was shaped so that each piece transitioned from one to the other. So a lot of that was just, art and, just playing around with different tools to chip at the foam.
I would also just add, some of the milling techniques. I don't know if you saw that in the frame, a portion of that frame. It's also, Sal worked on really getting a really nice contoured frame around the wheelchair to give us as much room as possible by using some milling techniques to get the perforated, foldable kind of wooden shapes, because we needed to run electronics around the frame, between the costume, the foam and the frame, and be able to get to, we also use some RFIDs to do some really cool lighting effects that was driven by figurines that she could play with while she was in the costume. So some of the cool stuff we did. So I'm going to move the conversation along a little bit. Continue to ask questions, obviously, in the chat, and hopefully the Dassault team can reply. But let's give Jonny and Kirby, you guys ready to talk a bit about your build? And then we'll just try to give Luke some time if you want to talk more about some of the builds, that especially the stuff you worked on for the speeder, or
Well, Luke, have you got any images in that you want to show for the speeder?
I was going to try and pull up Annie's photo album if we can.
I've stolen a few images.
Oh, there you go.
Because I was going to chat a bit about those as well, because it
I was going to say, Annie, have you still got your photo album of the whole thing? Because I think you had like a
I can open that up as well. Yeah, I've still got that.
Yeah, how do you guys want to go? Do you want to talk about the more recent build? Then we go back to the other one? Or?
Yeah, we'll start with that one. We'll start with our recent build. If you want to just make me host.
Can?
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Hold on.
Sorry, Annie.
It's all good.
So Kirby, you should have the host.
Oh, Christine, I think you have a volunteer. Jocelyn Josh says, if you have an Avenger theme project in San Diego, contact them. Ooh, Avengers. Nice. I would say if you want to help build, sign up on the website too. If you guys can make sure you're in the database so that you can be matched with someone in San Diego.
There's a question from Jeffrey about, do these wheelchairs require an electric motor to operate? This full costume looks like it may be too heavy for a person to move themselves. So it all depends on the kiddo. So you make the costume based off of what the kiddo's wheelchair is. So in our first build, we had for Jonah, we had it was like a full electric wheelchair. So we were able to, you know, make a costume that could that could be supported by that. And for Freya, her wheelchair is it's actually a manual wheelchair, but it has the ability to have a battery on it. So her wheelchair also was electric powered, so it was able to handle the weight of it. But we do take a lot of that into account, and everything was pretty much made of foam and 3D printing. The heavier part was actually the cats, because those were all 3D printed, and those were in the forward facing, and that's why in the pictures we had a support to support that kind of thing. So
yeah,
it's all based off of the kiddo and what they're it's all designed based for them.
yeah. So that's one of the things. Annie has it right. You do get to learn about the equipment that they have, and you have to understand the size. The other thing is it's all in the engineering design. A lot of our design is the weights not carried specifically by the wheelchair, but on casters and a frame, which is ratcheted to the wheelchair. So in a sense, you kind of offload a lot of that away from the wheelchair. So there's a lot of that pre-thinking you have to go through. So maybe Kirby and Jonny will talk a bit about that.
Yes,
No.
it's actually one of the points of our build.
Perfect.
But yeah, this is
Let's
the
hear it.
dragon that we built for George here in the UK. He is a big fan of Lego. I'm a big fan of Lego. He liked the dragon from Ninjago, and we just decided let's go for that. So similar to your build, it has an organic aspect to it. We were on quite a tight deadline, so we couldn't go around the route of milling anything or using machines. So we made everything by hand. So this is a good example of a model that isn't very CAD heavy. Where's the doodads? There we go. That's George and his family over there. And George with his Team George t-shirt. So the idea of our project was to showcase the build from point A to point B, but also utilize the SolidWorks Champions program to help us design the costume, put it together, and kind of design it from all different points in the UK. And then we'll take those designs and interpret them to real life and build it ourselves. The button's on. I've got to go all the way back. So, yeah, Adam Weir, one of our champions, he helped us out gauging an idea of how we're going to mount it together and kind of like the ideas for the dragon. That's obviously the reveal. So this is the most CAD-heavy part of our model, was properly identifying the most important parts of the wheelchair, such as where the wheels are going to be. These little hooks over here are the D hooks where everything gets mounted. So we just had to visualize what are the most important parts of the wheelchair and what do we need to avoid when starting to figure out the skeleton frame, which you can see here is made out of PVC pipe and then covered in foam, and then the head and the bones, that's all polystyrene, hand sanded and that stuff. But I'm going to show you a little video. He's an absolute legend. He just loves speed. So this is the official video that we released that's on our own YouTube channel, and I think it's on the SolidWorks channel as well. But yeah, we had a little chat with Christine beforehand. This was released at SlugMe 6, so it was also live streamed. But we wanted to showcase the process. So we obviously met George, had a little conversation with him about what he really likes, and he was telling us that he really wants Lego.
I thought it could be like a Lego Ninjago one.
And from there, I was like, yes, this is going to be great. I'm a big fan of Lego. So we met with the champions. Well, first I had to obviously drive to George and measure up his wheelchair and find all those important parts, and then actually model that into SolidWorks. And then we met with the champions, and we had quite a few meetings discussing all the different ideas and things. And then Adam looks at designing the head in X-Shape, because that's a great modeling tool to do surface modeling, to do really organic modeling. So he went in there and he did all the organic stuff. So we then took all of those. Jonny and I met up in Newcastle and we built the wheelchair. Oh, going a bit too far. So it's all PVC framing, followed by EVA foam, which is a common prop making and cosplay material. So for us, it's the first time working with it, but there are tons of tutorials online to do that. That's a bit satisfying. And then obviously everything's coated in resin. But yeah, we spent 2 weekends building this together and hand carving everything, which was quite fun. We learnt a lot with the whole thing. But this is an example of, we used as lightweight material as possible, and the entire wheelchair is supported by the 4 casters. Actually, there was a 5th one in the front, wasn't there, Jonny?
Yeah, because the head, the polystyrene head got so heavy, we had to add a 5th wheel at the front to support that. So much like Annie was saying, we had sort of a support structure that was taking the major weight of the major parts.
So we also added some electronics, but Jonny, being part of the 501st Legion, you used a lot of the techniques that stormtroopers and that use for their own sound effects, and R2 units would use it for their own sound effects. So we didn't go with any kind of Arduino board. We went with kind of prop makers style of things. Obviously, we couldn't paint outside because it was raining. The UK, good stuff.
Standard problems in this country.
You know, there's a moment that I have over here that I think every Magic Wheelchair builder's always had, where you just have a lie down. But yeah, you spend so much time with these models. You know every single crevice of it. And when it comes to, so we added some electronics and moving wings as well. When it comes to the actual reveal, and seeing George's smile, and how excited he is and how excited the family is, that's the first time as a Magic Wheelchair builder that you actually step back and appreciate what you've done. And this is the best part of the whole thing. You stress, you sweat, you have sleepless nights. You're like, why am I doing this? And then this is the moment that you remember this is why exactly you are doing this. And then George and his sister. So part of the model was we actually put a plate of Lego over here and gave him some Lego sets to be able to build on it. But yeah, he just went straight up ripping and tearing across the cricket field, digging up the pitch. We ran away real quickly after that. But yeah, he was having an absolute great time. But yeah, this is you can see it's bubbling around and bouncing, and because we use quite flexible and lightweight materials, it was holding together quite well. And he had an absolute blast out there chasing his sister. We didn't have time to do a costume with him because of the time constraints as well. But we always know that the costume is also an important part of it, because you know that creates the immersion for the kid as well. I mean, the whole concept of Magic Wheelchair is built around cosplay for kids that can't have easy access to that. And you know, he loves going to Comic-Con, and now he's actually got a costume to be able to do that. And I think that will be a good handover to Luke. I'll just show a picture of the speeder while you get the. Well, I can show the album.
I've got the pictures. I've got the card as well. I've managed to finally load it. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
So this is the first build that we did with Luke, and this was an example of a very CAD-heavy model, and a way that we did the Magic Wheelchair build that was completely done in a sort of reverse way. Usually Magic Wheelchair will assign you a kid in the region that you want to go, and you meet the kid, find out what they want. This one, we approached Magic Wheelchair and said, we want to build this, and we need a kid with this type of capabilities. Because obviously we need a kid with decent and old enough to have good upper body strength to be able to drive this. But I'll let Luke speak a lot more about that. He took lead on that whole project and smashed it as always. And I'll let you take over there. I think I can make you host, Luke.
Awesome, yeah.
Or I can close this and make everyone go.
Yeah, let me see if it let me share my
Okay,
screen.
you are now host.
I am now host. This will stop other screen sharing. Yes, let's do that. Right, okay.
Sour cream donuts in the chat already.
So you should be able to see SolidWorks right now, hopefully. So this is is actually our full SolidWorks CAD model of the speeder bike. It looks like a mess because it was made at speed. When basically I think we did the whole thing in, was it 4 to 6 weeks? It was a tiny window. Although we'd wanted to do it for years, having everything lined up together at the right time was a real challenge for us. It was an absolute international effort, to not put it lightly. We had obviously Kirby Downey.
Thank you very much for the donation, Jason.
Yeah, me and myself and Karen, and then the other part of the team was in Canada at Bowhead. So in the space of that 4 weeks, or 6 weeks, sorry, leading up to Christmas, all of the design work rapidly got done. So Bowhead make these fantastic mobility wheelchairs that I'll show off in a little bit. We've been good friends with them for years. We met them at a previous SolidWorks event, and as I said earlier, we always wanted to make it into a speeder bike because, well, why not? It looks almost like a speeder bike without modification. So they sent over the CAD data, and we just started absolutely piling in. It was an absolute Star Wars CAD fan's dream to just be able to apply Star Wars bits all over this thing. And we did some early sketches, and we kind of worked off those sketches in the CAD, because sometimes having something in the real world can be a little bit helpful. And we started as a team, just sort of going back and forward, looking at different concepts, seeing what we thought. And then actually, crazily, I flew out to Canada for a week, and everybody keeps asking me still to this day, how was Canada? Do you enjoy it? I have no idea. I literally, those like basements where there's a little window, that's what I saw of Canada for a week, because morning, noon and night, we absolutely slammed it working on this thing. So there's a combination of sheet metal working here, there's foam carving, foam smithing, there's a lot of painting and weathering, and actually just general engineering, because actually we made a lot of this out of actual sheet and bar aluminium. I'll actually switch over to the photos because they're a little bit more, actually let me show you the bowhead first. So this is the bowhead, this is what it actually looks like. What it looks like unmodified. So obviously we did a fair bit of work to move it over into what it ended up as. And obviously Christian was on hand. I was basically sleeping in his basement for a week, living in a tiny dark room, coming out in the morning to sand and smooth and paint and drill. It was really great. But this is actually our little photo album. So actually the one big benefit I'd like to say about CAD versus doing things in hand is that when you've got a huge separated team like we did, it is such a powerful tool for collaboration, because making sketches and having things in hand is great if you've got a central team, but like us, if we're in geographically different places, it was invaluable, I would say, to do that. And although that week when I was in Canada was pretty nuts, because the time zone difference between the UK, like I'd be going to bed super late and I'd have messages from Kirby and Jonny, how's it going? I'd be like, good, gonna die now. And that would be me. And I'd speak to Karen for 20 minutes in the morning, and that was it. But the end result really came together. We were still building at the event the days before. We were still, like, Kirby and Jonny were still going out to buy glue and sandpaper. We huge massive thanks to the maker van. What was Brett's van called? Was it Makerspace?
I think it was
Was it Makerspace, Chinlu? That was that Brett's van that he
It'll
had
probably
there?
be in one of the pictures.
Yeah, I think that's the name of it. But it's like a mobile maker space.
Yes, I just feel bad for not crediting the name, because without his van, we would have been ruined.
Yeah, you also have to credit Abhishek. He specifically positioned you guys right next to that van.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. So, in fact, a lot of these pictures actually at the event, a lot of the work was done, but actually a lot of the work at the event was carried out by my wife, Karen. So the first time she got a chance to do any of the real painting on site the first time she really got to do any painting and weathering was actually on site, which is in the Star Wars universe. You'll notice nothing's clean, nothing looks nice, and actually there's a lot of painting and finishing work involved, and dirtying and aging and sanding things down. So
Unless they're Vespers.
Yeah, as opposed to Vespas. Yeah, we should have gone for that era. It would have been much cleaner. But yeah, I mean, we had an absolute fantastic time, and actually, the real joy wasn't even the wheelchair in all this, because there was a moment we had with Jacob, who was the kiddo we were building this wheelchair for, and he came in I think the night before the reveal, just so we could meet people and it wasn't such a big big scare, and he was scared. You could see it. He was white as a sheet. He's meeting all these random people who are gonna do something for him. He didn't
was
fully
very
necessarily appreciate it.
overwhelmed.
He was overwhelmed.
Yeah.
He didn't know where to put himself, and the minute we revealed the wheelchair to him and he got in it, and this thing's motorized, it could drive itself. We had to limit its speed because I think they can go 50 kilometers an hour unlimited. Obviously we didn't allow Jacob to ride around it at 50 kilometers an hour. But yeah, his face and demeanor, I mean, I don't know, Kirby and Jonny, what your because you ran around with us with the wheelchair. How did he change from meeting you to that moment?
In front of the crowd, he was quite shy, but as soon as we were running around, he was having a good time, and we had the second private meeting with him. And it's actually, for example, Jonny and mine's second reveal that we did, that was a private reveal in a park, and, it's kind of a blessing to, it's awesome to do a big reveal with loads of people and be flash and cameras and all that stuff. But there's also something also special about doing a private reveal. I mean, it was just us and the family. And then once the reveal was done, we sat in the grass and ate pizza and chatted with them. So there's two kind of ways to do a reveal. And both of them are just awesome.
Yeah, because I mean, I totally agree. Actually, the moments we spent with Jacob the next day, when it was a bit quiet and we had pizza and we just got to sit, was just lovely. And it was brilliant because the stress on security's face, this kid going up and down the hallway in this thing motorized, they were like, you can't do that here, but it's a wheelchair. It's not a wheelchair, it's a wheelchair. which was quite interesting because people don't know where to put themselves with this thing. But I mean, you can see the team here, we were all pretty happy, and Jacob was pretty nervous at this point, but by the time we got him in that helmet and he got riding around, it was pretty spectacular. So you can see, let me see if I've got some good photos there we go. And also costumes with helmets always help.
Oh, I was gonna say, there's actually, I think we have a video of this. I think I shared the link to the swim community, the Magic Wheelchair Swim community earlier. You can actually watch the reveal and all that, the whole event actually there, and comment.
Yeah, it was spectacular.
Yeah, so we have so much to share. We are down to like the last few minutes of the session, 7 minutes, but I do want to give Christine some time to talk a bit about the future, like the next steps, and how maybe our SolidWorks community or our builder community can help, and also allow people to ask more questions on what you've seen so far. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yeah. Keep the questions coming for sure. I just wanted to say, since we started this live stream, 4 people have applied to build with us. I'm multitasking with another window over here, seeing the applications roll in. So you all are so awesome, and we will be in touch and plan something super epic with you. I'm wondering if can we pass the sharing back to Annie? I just sent you a link. I was hoping we could screen share. We can't.
I've just given the hosting back to you, Chinlu, so you'll have to boot it over. Sorry.
Sorry to be all over the place. I just whipped up a quick map to show you all where we are at with requests. So really, there is no shortage of brilliant ideas coming from kiddos. So I'm just so excited to match all of you with builds for this year. Magic Wheelchair, we're slowly trying to ramp up, do things carefully and mindfully, and build for kiddos who are ready now and families who are ready now. I think beyond building and doing our standard ramp up, getting ready for events and whatnot, this is exciting. I did something super adult. I signed my name on a lease. Magic Wheelchair is starting our own Magic Wheelchair inclusive makerspace. Fully accessible ramps to all the build rooms. We just renovated the whole bathroom. We're waiting on doors. Then we can open the doors. So we are hoping to just continue to expand the way that we can build. And one way to do so is to make sure that everyone can build. Make sure things are accessible. Make sure that we are adapting the way that we do things. Because if you have a brilliant idea in your mind, we want to match you with the tools to share that with the world. So not only are we helping bring kiddos' ideas to life, but we want to bring all types of builders' visions to life. So yeah, this map is kind of my, what to kindly say, it keeps me up at night. These are all the open requests that we have right now.
Oh, you have in Dominican Republic and Colombia.
Oh, and Sal just said in the
And-
chat,
and
in
Mexico.
Oregon, yes. So this first Magic Wheelchair Makerspace will be in Oregon. It's just about 10 minutes from our house in the cute little downtown strip. And it's near a high school. So I think one of the things that kickstarted a lot of our conversations with getting support from Dassault was our education program, taking a build and applying it to high school and college curriculum. So this will be another location for students to come and just get their hands dirty and learn how to create with us.
Congratulations, Christine. That's massive news. Well done on the makerspace.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you. It's very scary. They're like, "Do you know how to write your name?" I'm like, "I don't know, not really." And they're like, "Here's a building." So we're doing it. So it'll be the home of Magic Wheelchair for the next 5 years at least. And we'll see how everything pans out. So if anyone has suggestions for tools or things that we should install, please let us know. We want to hear from the experts.
So I just wanted to say, for the reveal that Jonny and I did, we did it at an event called Slug Me 6, which is the SolidWorks largest user group meeting ever. They're currently planning their Slug Me 7, which will be the next edition of that. And they've been so inspired by Magic Wheelchair. They thought that with Slug Me 7, there are 7 continents on the planet. What if we can do 7 Magic Wheelchair builds on 7 different continents? Antarctica is probably the trickiest, so they were saying that the Slug Me team could kind of handle that. And it doesn't have to be a Magic Wheelchair build, it could be a community build, but some sort of build, and Magic Wheelchair is always a good option. So they want to do something like that, and they've put together also, I'm going to put the link in the chat, is a little form to fill out if anyone is interested in taking part of a Magic Wheelchair build or any build with a Slug Me 7 team. And I put in there what continent you'd like to represent as well. They've already got lots of people from around the world. So that's something that they're looking to do as well. With Magic Wheelchair. So I thought I'd let you know that one, Christine, while we're talking about the future of Magic Wheelchair builds.
That's amazing. That is so exciting. Let's do one in Antarctica. Why not?
I mean, it also got me thinking.
Penguin.
It also got me thinking. My favorite Magic Wheelchair build that you guys have done is the Metallica one, and Metallica is also the only band in the world that's performed on all 7 continents.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice.
Some parallels there. I like that. Yeah,
All
no,
right.
that's what's fun about these builds is you never know what they're going to ask for. Like, whatever's in pop culture, you can expect some of those. But then we get these one-offs, some cool music, or like with Freya's, that was completely original, Princess Freya. So I think that's what's really fun about this is the kids run the show. And thank you all on the call for helping us make that happen.
Yes, thank you everyone. We are going to close out the meeting in like half a minute. But thank you everyone. If you have continued questions, I'd encourage you to go to the breakout Q&A community to ask, or if you want, you can contact Magic Wheelchair directly
Or
through their website.
You can come to our podcast, which we're live streaming right now, and
There
raising
you
money
go.
for Magic Wheelchair. We've raised what was it, $850 already?
Yeah. 851.
851. If we hit 1,000, Jonny and I are eating hot food.
Exactly. So yes, those are all channels you can go to continue the conversation. So, and please do fill out the survey. And yeah, so have a great rest of the conference, and thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I'm
Love
gonna
you
try to
guys.
save out. Christine, I'm gonna save out the chat and also share it with you. There's some comments here. I think people wanted to find out more about connection. So, all right, guys, take care. I'm going to.
Thank you.
Yes.
See you
Christine.
soon.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
everyone.
Possible, Christine.
Ooh,
Hello?
someone. Yes.
This is me, Shane.
This sounds like it's like right up my alley. I just want to make sure that I connect with you because I do special effects, and I want to get involved with this. I know I was just looking at the website real quick. I'm not seeing how to connect, so I want to try to connect directly with you.
I will. Yeah. So Shane, I will send you an email right now so that you
Okay.
can connect directly with Christina. I'll CC her.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. And Annie, I think you're the host. So when you end it for everyone.
Recording.
And it's back to you and me, Johnny.
Mm.
All right, whole Hangout is carrying on. So if you want to join us in the hallways of 3D Experience World, Jump on in. We'll be 2 minutes. Take over from Brandon if he's still there. If he's passed out yet.
No, Toby's left him, so
Yeah, I
I
saw Toby had to duck out for a bit. I hope they had a good conversation. I think we'll find out. Reclaim host is carrying
Take it
on.
from
So
him.
if you want to join us we're going to reclaim the host world.
No.
We've taken it.
It's us now.
Yes.
No. My power.
It's ours. It's gone.
Hold on, where's my wedding ring? I just saw it on my phone. Wait, I guess my power. Oh, wait.
Her power.
I remember I went in the shower, so it's in the bathroom.
What do you think of that?
I watched half of it, and I went into Twitch just to check something on my channel. Then found some random chick that looked interesting because she's building Lego, and then I got a gift sub. I'm like, oh, cool. I'll hang out for a bit. This is weird if I get free shit and I just leave.
Yes. Yeah, we've had people across as well. I see Jason Poole. I said it
In the
right.
chat, yeah.
I'm not sharing my screen. Jason Poole donated another $100. We're at $850.
Oh wow, it was
And one.
751.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be trying one of these at the end of the night. By the looks of it.
Yeah, you better. We don't have hot food on us. We're gonna have to plan. Also, I don't want to eat hot food and then drive 4 hours tomorrow morning. It's not gonna be easy. It might make me go faster.
We'll give you a bucket.
Oh, Kirby, you like that's the same as saying I don't want to have a drink now because I might be hungover tomorrow.
It's not the same thing.
Kind of is.
Coward! Coward! It's just different ends it comes out.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, hopefully there'll be some more magic wheelchair builds around the world.
Definitely, we're up for another one, aren't we? 100%.
Yes, I've posted the link to the smart sheet in our chat, so if you want to register interest in doing a build for magic wheelchair and register what region you'd like to build in. It should be good.
Too tall Toby ditched me.
Good
So he
old-
thought we weren't live anymore.
Yeah, he said you were doing his head in.
Luke, jump into our chat here. It's the same link. Always a pleasure to hang, my guys. Or you can come hang. Hang with us. Bring Karen with. We can speak Afrikaans.
Oh, God, I'll be outnumbered even more.
Dit voor lekker wees.
Kijk, die hond bluff.
I've got my hot
Christine.
coffee over here.
We've got Christine with us. And we just got $20 from Anthony. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Ignore that friend request.
Why is it not popping up on the chat?
It is. Doesn't pop up in the chat. We get a
Oh, there. Thank you, Jason Paul, for the donation. It doesn't give the amount. Okay.
Luke's on his way as well by the seams of it.
Oaks. Christine's joined
So
us.
are you
again.
enjoying stream elements or not?
I am. Like stream elements is easy if we together. It's when we separate that it's tricky because if we're not together, we got to use a meeting app to kind of do the formatting. Where with this we just screen record the meeting app. Where StreamYard allows us to do that as well as control pop-ups and all that stuff. Christine, how are you doing?
I was going to say enough tech stuff. Christine's here. We want to hear about magic wheelchairs and
You
plans
can talk about
and
tech
maker
stuff.
spaces.
Yeah, I know, so wild.
So-
well, that was fun.
Brandon's one of the makers that has signed up on that smart sheet to do a build in South Africa, if possible.
my
One of the
somewhere in
Sappers.
Africa.
Athos.
That's amazing. That is so exciting.
I mean, he's going to be doing a charity stream soon for a local orphanage. So if there's any kids with mobility issues, you can maybe synergy. Lucas Dalis.
Well, I was just finished talking to the lady now. Actually,
where's Karen?
I literally, the minute you said speak Afrikaans, she's like, she's demolding in the. No, she's decided that she's going to go and do some work in the garage now because then she can get away from being on camera and talking.
That went very well.
I think so. Like the minute I realised that there wasn't a presentation, I was like in the background rapidly running through all my folders. Where's the card? Where's the card? It's like there are 600 unresolved components. Click, 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 click.
I saw the red. I was like, ugh.
There was a lot of red. I don't know if you saw, but like the M4 bolts for some reason are 10 times scaled, so they were like giant, massive, like arm-shaped fixings just floating in free air.
I did not see that. That sounds amazing.
I have no intent of going back to that card anytime soon.
Yeah, that one could be put back to bed.
Yeah.
So 164 people registered for that session. 139 people attended.
That's pretty good.
0 turned up for yours.
Well, mine hasn't started yet. So
hey, Christine, how you doing?
Doing pretty well. I'm super stoked to be hanging with all of you, breaking away from my adult grown-up day job. I just put in a fake thing on my calendar. I was like, nope, not available.
It's just unavailable, yeah.
Yep.
I miss in-person SolidWorks World or a 3D Experience World. It's this is still nice, but I miss being there and just seeing the people. So, but yeah,
Yes.
I hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you again.
Yeah,
it's so good to see you. It's so fun to reminisce on. I mean, I feel like Nashville, we were all in Nashville, and then like something happened, and it's kind of a weird time warp where it feels like it's been 10 years, but also just yesterday.
It's going to be even weirder because hopefully if World's in person next year, it's going to be in Nashville again. It's going to be like nothing happened.
It's gonna be. Is this gonna be like? Oh, what is it?
Well, it was supposed to be in Nashville last year, so it's like the last 2 years didn't happen.
Yeah, time loop.
Well, the crazy thing is, like when we left Nashville, there was some crazy storms going on in the world. All the airports were shutting down. Me and like Jonny had crazy journey back where we had to get on a train and all sorts to get home. And then literally 2 weeks later, they were locking down for Corona, and then that's it. It just like I remember us looking at the airport because I felt like a weirdo because we'd been at that event and I didn't feel very well, and I was like, I don't want to be that guy who's got the first case of Corona and has brought it back to the UK and it's all my fault. So they went, oh yeah, you'll be fine. Here's your $1,000 American bill for coming into A&E, but also here's a mask and some tablets. So I'm walking around the airport with Jonny. I've got my mask on the whole way, and I felt so weird, and I felt so bad for Jonny sat next to this weirdo with his mask on the whole way.
It wasn't good when we got on that train. There was an old couple opposite us, and they were just like staring at him constantly. Like
They were. And now you would not bat an eyelid.
no, it'd be
really
normal
at
now.
all. Yeah, it would. It was so surreal because I think back to how weird I felt and how that's entirely changed now, and it's just normalized that's life now. I put it very succinctly down to SolidWorks World because it's like the event happened, then the pandemic happened. It was, it's hand in hand.
Totally. I think we had like the first case in Seattle and we had a layover in Seattle to come to World. So we wore masks there and like we were the odd ones on that trip. But that was just a wild 3 weeks because we did Nashville and then Magic Wheelchair had 3 like wild reveals. We had kickstarted that Monster Jam project at 3D Experience World. And then in there, we somehow managed to go to Los Angeles and New York, like all the hot spots because we're smart. And then went to flew home to Portland, revealed that Monster Jam, that monster truck, and then everything shut down.
You got them all out the way. Yeah. I mean, I remember going up to Canada because there was some big hoo-ha that the Canadian airport had let in 200 Chinese nationals from somewhere near Wuhan with no checks whatsoever. And the Canadians were up in absolute arms. And then, a week later, I was going to Nashville. I'm going, that'll blow over. It did not blow over.
And now that's what my day job is, which is really ironic.
What's that?
Oh, I work like in COVID response at our state health authority.
She's making the laws now.
She's
instead
making.
of breaking
I
them.
am the law.
I'm critiquing.
Yeah, it's mad
COVID,
how like when Christine had to go into hospital and Scotty couldn't join her, that kicked off so much, and now she's
That
in
was
charge.
impressive. Yeah, that was very. Oh, is that the result of all of that? Amazing badassery. That's amazing.
I wouldn't say maybe, I don't know.
No, it was absolute badassery. It's like, hey, I don't like this system. Just change it. And that's
Yeah.
I get the impression that's not an easy thing to do in the American anything system.
Gotta get real fired up to get things accomplished.
I liked it. It's very good. Hey, Annie.
Hi. Christine's doing a lot of adulting.
I entirely apologize when we got into that thing. I was just saying to Kirby before you joined, like when you had up the pictures, and then I think Chinlu was like, "So have you got any pictures up, Luke?" I'm like, "Annie's got the photos, right?" Luckily, we still have that WhatsApp group, and the title of it literally has a link to the photo album. I was like, "Oh, thank God for Annie being organized." Click, or Johnny, or whoever it was that did that.
Yeah, I had it open as well and put it together. But like our build was mostly videos that we used to document that one. So that was all screenshots from the videos that I sent to people and that.
Our Freya build went way beyond the number of. We broke the record of number of pictures and videos. The album that we have is 5,011 videos and pictures for the entire build.
Which one's that for?
For
Freya.
the Freya build,
Nice.
the Princess Freya build,
You guys knocked it out the park. The cats are amazing.
so many pictures.
Meow.
You know what cat that is?
No.
It's Gary from SpongeBob.
Love it. Do you want me to pull up the horribly janky card and share off all the horrible stuff that has broken in the past 2 years?
Yes.
Since I've opened it. Since now I'm not in an official SolidWorks stream anymore.
Well, you're quite brave with all those red.
I know. I was like, brrr.
Look at the size of those Allen keys. Those Allen bolts.
Look at the size of the bolts. I have no idea what's gone wrong, but like they are 10 times larger than they should be now.
You know what, Brandon? One day you'll be able to model something like this.
No, as long as I get the radius and diameter sorted out, then yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at the state of those fixings, man. Jesus.
I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, Brandon made his first SolidWorks model today.
Oh, really? Congratulations. What'd you make?
Yeah, it was
a circle.
It looks like we've got a V8 engine in here that's so big.
I'm proud of myself. But when I printed it, I was like, that looks a bit bigger. I saw it on the printer. I was like, oh, that's really big.
Yeah, basically he mixed up radius with diameter.
I mean, you know, I have to admit, like my friend who is who Johnny knows, KP Lim. He's a doctor, and he said the big problem he had coming into the CAD world was just the expectation of knowing what a boss is. And it's the first time I'd really stepped back and thought, actually, some of these terms we have in all the CAD software is just weird.
Yeah, like who was it? Adam was telling me they had got a shirt made that had the extrude button, and underneath it said "like a boss."
Nice. That's what we need in SolidWorks Maker Edition. The meme alternate words, Annie. You need to make that happen.
That would be good, yeah.
Hey, Mark.
And Mark's back.
Just want to say hi to my boy Luke there. I haven't seen you in forever.
Peace. I know. Yeah. It's.
How are you?
I'm very good. It's been a pandemic worldwide
Oh,
lockdown.
I'm gonna eat some spicy chips soon.
Yeah.
That's a donation.
Yeah, Anonymous just donated $64.05. We are, but we're under $70 until we have to eat hot food. What? Why do we do this?
You did it without asking me because you're.
It's called motivation.
That's why we can't
Racing
buy
it.
things.
Have to. You get to.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's a good way to look at it. We get the privilege.
I mean, it doesn't bother me. I like spicy food. Kirby is going to be affected.
Right, I was saying, spicy food's delicious. What's wrong with you guys?
Johnny, when you
Yeah.
get to the ghost peppers and stuff like that, just violence ensues.
Yeah, we said spicy noodles though, not ghost peppers, Brandon.
Is that what Brandon's having?
Yeah, he's joining us.
noodles.
So
Spicy
Brandon likes
noodles,
to eat hot
yeah,
stuff.
these are ghost pepper spicy noodles, Johnny. Or you can step it up with 3 times spicy noodles.
Suspect.
Yeah, Brandon did a 12-hour charity stream for a animal shelter, and when he reached certain goals, he had to eat progressively hotter noodles, and he hit his goal in like the first hour.
Oh, really?
Like the final goal.
Love it.
Yeah, it was like every
For
1,000 rand I was gonna eat a
approximately
packet of spicy noodles, and then I had enough for like 10,000 rand. So like first hour we hit 10,000 rand. I was like, I'm gonna space this out every half an hour, if you guys don't mind.
But you had to eat a Carolina Reaper as well, which is brave.
That was actually at the SPCA. So when I met up with the dude and we went, okay, cool, here's your free money. Yeah, eat a chili with me. And it's the only time I've actually been close to throwing up. The only time I've actually been close to throwing up from eating a chili.
So this is something I'm not enjoying about. I'm gonna look at that and that scares me. Oh gosh,
Oh,
Luke. Luke,
Oh, eat the nudes, boys.
eat the nudes. We don't have the nudes.
What?
I mean, I can go to.
No, I'm having steak tonight.
See, I've got to drive back to London tomorrow, and having hot noodles.
I mean, I think that's defraud if you don't, you've had the donations.
I mean, when I first said it, I said on our next
You
stream.
can't defraud the public, sir.
On your next stream. Oh.
Yeah.
Your
It means you have to
reputation
like,
is all
subscribe,
you
and come
have.
back.
Oh, there's
That's called marketing.
That's
Are you-
$1,000 right there.
Are you
Guys, I
letting
gotta
children
go.
down?
Are you letting the children
Letting the
down?
children
Did you
down.
say
What about
that?
the kids,
Do you have any
Kirby?
hot sauce?
No, because I just order. Brandon's got some hot stuff he can do to kickstart the efforts.
Oh, throw it.
What time does the Tesco close?
It doesn't.
It's 24 hours a day.
I can go and get some.
Do it. Do it.
I'll wait. Yeah, I've
I'll
got
be
the
back.
I got the chips, and I'm not happy about it.
I'll be back.
I'll be
I want my
back.
dinner anyway.
Kirby, tell Kirby put his headphones back on quickly.
He's off.
He's gone.
Johnny, tell Kirby has to hear this quickly. Kirby.
Luke, could you
Put
pass
them
on the host to me so I can show some pictures from him?
Yeah.
Dramatic music. I love. Great.
Should I log in to the Zoom meeting from my phone?
Yeah, you should. Absolutely.
Oh yes, we need a tour
Yes.
of whatever
Of
Johnny says.
Tesco. And then we can pick the hot sauce.
Annie, that's beautiful.
I wanted to
Wow.
show. There's some things that we still haven't had like since
That's
the build
stunning.
that we've had a chance to talk about. So after the reveal, we got the costume back to do a couple of repairs on things, and the gifts just didn't stop being made. So we were able to make Freya. I took a picture from the reveal, and we used our laser cutter to engrave a picture from the reveal, and with her name. And Sal did the box, and we did this box so that she could put the figurines that we made for her in like a nice keepsake box, but also for her to end up using for other things. And then we actually made like another set of these like 3D printed pieces that represented different parts of their family, and then engraved again a whole picture of the family from the day of the reveal for her. So there was a lot of different things that we were, just picking up from the family, and the reveal became like a very much. It wasn't just a costume for Freya. It was a costume for the entire family. Everyone was involved. Everything was incorporated to make something really special for them. And we managed to like arrange this like in a case of like a million things that just kind of kept like falling into place. Like the universe just kept like saying, "Oh, what about this? And what about this?" We had like one of our team members, Heather Snyder, her husband is a photographer, and we went to his studio and took photographs with the costume, which allowed us to like showcase a lot of the lighting that we couldn't do from the outside. And they put some extra staging of like clouds, and I think they called it zhuzh or something like that. And we had like smoke effects, and she had like a her own special photo shoot. But this is not to bounce around, but this was the box that we made that held the figurines that we had for each of the people. And I think we have a picture of her where we were giving her, you don't see her face, but you can just see from this picture like how much just this box meant to her. So it was one of those like really magical builds where for speaking about myself personally, I really connected with this family, and I'm still in contact with them. I FaceTime with Freya all the time. We're like little besties. So it goes so much more beyond just making a costume. It's something that it's life-changing, not only for the kiddo, it's life-changing for the builders, it's life-changing for the family, on what something like this can do, and bringing people together.
You guys are
like
amazing.
You don't realize how it is. You don't realize how awesome it is until you actually do it, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, and then her whole reaction to it all, like leading up to it, I kept like saying to myself, she's not going to care about the costume. She only cares about the dress, because that was the only thing that she was, she knew what what she was going to get. Like the whole thing was a complete surprise to her, and I couldn't have predicted as big of a reaction that she had, and it was.
That makes it so much more worth it, though.
Yeah, it was just amazing. Like she understood like all of the things that went into it, that they were her like pieces of her. And she like went straight to the cats, and she turned to her mom, and her mom leading up to it was already emotional and crying at certain points, just overwhelmed. And when we revealed the costume, she turned to her mom, and she's like, she said, "No, I'm crying."
Well
So
done, Annie. Honestly, you guys have done such a good job.
Yeah.
The one photo you had of her outside, I think she was like visibly fizzing with excitement. There's a GIF that's famous on the internet of a girl who's in some football arena, and she's like eating candy floss for the first time, and she's just like hyped up. And when I saw that picture, I'm like, yep, that's that. It's that exact same energy.
The Sugar Rush girl.
Yes, that one. Yeah, exactly that one. Yeah.
I know exactly. I use it.
I use it a lot when I saw it. I'm like, she's the new Sugar Rush girl.
This one was amazing too, because with the pandemic delaying things, stopping things, it allowed this build to become exactly what it needed to be.
I just got to Tesco, by the way.
Hey, my dude.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like we tried to get it going that first Halloween, and then we tried again. But the way the timeline worked out, I think this was exactly what it needed to be. I thought that was really special, because that's what's like funny about Magic Wheelchair, and I can't even articulate it very. I don't sound smart when I try to articulate it, but every build is so different, and the kids and the families and their ideas are what kind of run the show and shape these end products. And yeah, this one was just so special to watch unfold, and like slowing down gave you all the time to get to know the family and add all these little Easter eggs into it. So
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
really special.
I was
I mean,
doing.
like the customizing it the way you guys do must just be so much fun.
We were fortunate enough that the family is very active on social media. So a lot of things I was just finding out by doing some
Just
stalking.
Messenger.
And so a lot of things that we incorporated just became a surprise. And when I was talking to the mom, she didn't know where I was getting some of this. She thought that some of the stuff she might have been saying to me, because she said that she talks a lot, about different things, and a lot of it was just coming from, looking at the Instagram posts and getting a feel for how the family is, and and they're big advocates. And Freya, I will say, is like the biggest advocate I've ever met for herself. She she will speak for herself, and it was like a big learning to to make sure that we made something that fit her personality and what she likes. And I've said it many times that she just notices everything, so she was picking up on so many subtle things that whether I was saying something, and she's like, well, what does that mean?
You think this will be hot enough?
No.
Did we hit the number?
No. That's entry
Yeah,
level.
$1,000.
That's as
No,
hot
man.
as they get, yeah.
So this
Okay,
build,
look for this brand, dude.
this
It's
build had a lot of
called
electronics.
Skybuck.
We even had like Nicola, even had the PCB board imprinted with Freya's
Oh
name
my
on it.
god, yeah, I can see that. That's amazing.
So something that she probably will never look at.
She might.
I actually, we had a hard time after the reveal getting her out of the costume because she was enjoying it so much. Similar to Kirby, what you were saying, that George was just like whipping around and like going all around the fields. Like that's exactly what Freya was like. And she has quite an arm with the cats. So she was like whipping around and like taking us out, and she was loving it. And but we had to end, and we were having, she told her mom, she's like, I just want to keep playing. Why can't I just keep playing?
Bless.
And so we showed her taking the costume apart, and then I showed her the inside of the board, and she was shocked. Like she's like, oh my god, it has my name on it. So like even those little things that you wouldn't think that she would appreciate or be amazed about, she really did pick up on it.
You've had a rare I guess a rare period, I guess, for doing a magic wheelchair, because typically these things are, condensed into quite tight timelines, and you've been able to really stretch your legs, and you can see it, and you guys have just knocked out the park. It's so impressive. Well done. You should be so proud of all of it, because it's just stunning.
Thank you.
Ditto.
I mean, it always seems like we have a lot of time, but then when it really comes down to it, where we're moving, it was like, okay, we were like in the middle of September that we were really like fabricating, and then we were doing the reveal in October, and there were some moments of like, are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it? And we had a lot of different things planned, and I would say that most got done and we added more to it. There was really very little that we sacrificed as far as what our original ideas were, which is amazing given COVID. Our team was very spread apart. We faced power outages on a build that relied very heavily on 3D printers that needs electricity.
Do you have that picture of your house with the 3D printers sprawled everywhere?
I think I have it somewhere.
That was
I have,
so
like,
funny.
5,000
You
pictures.
texted me at like, I don't know, it was like pretty late here, and I laughed so hard.
Yeah, we had spreadsheets of all of the print jobs that we had, and we had a power outage like the the second week of September, and then I knew that we had to keep moving. So a bunch of us, I packed 6 3D printers ended up in my apartment. I think I could find a picture somewhere. But so you can see the playfulness that like Freya has, like when we came to have like a little reveal for the dress, so that she could come to the main reveal with the dress on. You know, she already broke out into a tea party with her sister. So many pictures.
It's not a bad thing. You guys have, you know, you went above and beyond, I think.
So I've got a question now. With the magic wheelchair, do you guys design the stuff with the wheelchair included, or do you guys design it with putting their wheelchair in it?
We make sure that we got the key measurements to make sure that we had we always call it the keep out zone, to make sure that the frame fits into the wheelchair and certain areas are you know, account for the wheelchair. And then the wheelchair is actually just attached to the frame with a bunch of ratchet straps. So that's actually what's.
But are you using their wheelchair, or do you supply a new wheelchair for the build?
It's all their wheelchair. It's all their.
Okay, then do you accommodate for it to be easily removable when they're done playing with the toys and stuff for every day?
Yeah, so a lot of the way that we built it is to make sure that there's a way for her to get out easily. Like the parents can get her the wheelchair detached or the kiddo out, especially if they need to, you know, do something. And a lot of our builds, we try to also account for whether the child is claustrophobic or things. So does the child need an open space, or
yeah.
You know, so a lot of things go into account on what we ask a lot of these questions to the family and to the kiddo.
Yeah, they're all very, very custom. I mean, and some kiddos have like medical equipment on their chairs as well, and so we'll have quick release areas so you can access feeding tubes or ventilators or what have you. But I think the real goal here is to make it feel like, you know, if you're just a kiddo without disabilities putting on a costume real quick, like the goal is to have it take that much time so the experience is universal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they want to enter a little fort in their like fun safe space.
Yep, totally.
It's even harder for them to come out. Like, I don't want to come out my fort. Go away.
So
you put all these like clips and stuff in it, but it's actually getting the kid out's the hardest part because they don't want to leave.
So these pictures are in the dark because this is the weekend we didn't have power, so we tried to do as much that didn't need power. So like you can see that Chinlo started to try to shape some of the land. This was the first weekend we kind of had put like what we had together. So we were constantly just trying to adapt and do things to keep moving. Yeah, so this was.
You should have got some of the power bikes with the generators on them.
This was the moment of like panic.
I can relate to that part. I'm in South Africa, so
Brandon doesn't have any lights.
I saw that clip the other day of your power just coming back on midstream.
If I turn my streaming lights off, that's my current situation. My plugs work.
Your plugs work, but your lights don't.
So luckily, I've got the streaming lights that work off the UPS, so I can actually sort of be presentable. But this is my facade for you guys. Like when I leave here, I walk around the house with a torch now. No, it's fascinating stuff that you guys do. Also, like like you guys incorporate so many different like design elements. Like so you got the CAD, the molding, the 3D printing, it's
Yeah, and then we tried to figure out how to do like a stained glass window for the side. So we ended up with a million laser cuts of these mermaids for the glass, but what ended up happening for the mermaid is another thing that incorporated her in it. So the hair color matches Freya, and Yunli, who was setting up the artwork, she incorporated the constellation that matches Freya's sign. So there's a lot of like every piece of this had an element of Freya.
so like. Did you do any like? I know the car makers used to do. They would like sign parts of the car and then cover it with carpet and things. Do you guys do any of that kind of fun little Easter egg stuff in the builds?
We did that in the dress. So since it was a very heavily cat in the lining of the dress, and I have a picture somewhere earlier in here. So the lining of the dress, each one of us picked a cat that represented us, and we got it printed on the fabric, and then it was made to the lining of her inside of her dress. And then I gave the family a picture, like a legend of who was who.
There we go.
For the cat. So that was our in another build we signed the inside of the grill for the motorcycle. So that was another way that we incorporated ourselves into the build.
You should have photoshopped over everybody's face with the picture of their own cat. Just replace the heads entirely with cat.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
And this is like a little bit of
the detail on the cats is amazing.
Yeah, and it had whiskers on it that
Was that done in 3D Sculptor?
Yep. Yeah, all
They're
entirely.
really nice.
Yeah. And then Rob had to do a lot of, because there were different techniques that we were trying to figure out how to actually make the cats, which ended up being completely 3D printed. He was constantly making different, cutting up the cat in different pieces so that it would fit into the Cindo printers that we ended up printing it in. So it just one half of the like his belly, one of the cat's belly took like 48 hours to print.
Yeah, 3D printers are no joke time wise.
Even with us trying to like minimize as much of the material that we needed to use, but that's why
the fun thing about 3D printing.
The printers just kept on moving, and then the figurines. So this Nicola figured out some last minute thing that we could use an RFID reader into the costume that could control the lights. And each of the figurines were programmed to set the costume and each of the light elements to a different color or a different effect.
Imagine you got that Harry Potter thing where you could get the gestures on the one movie.
So yeah. So each one of these characters represent the family, including a friend of the family that's been very important to Freya's life. So and each one of these has elements of what that family member.
You got the very well known the electric lute, yeah.
Yeah, that's her sister Thora. She's an artist. She's playing the guitar and learning it, and her mom's a writer, so that's why she has a little quilt in her hands, and she loves birds.
These also 3D printed, or they're like resin printed and stuff.
Yeah, so these were 3D printed on Formlabs printer.
Now the power. What do you guys do? Just battery banks, or do you actually use like a battery that you'll have like an inverter on?
We have I think this picture has it. It's like basically the batteries that you can use for like drones.
Oh, okay, Lapos, yeah.
Yeah, and
How
then
did,
there was like
how did you do the minis, Annie? Who did those?
so we found this website called Hero Forge that lets you kind of configure characters, and it allows you to get STL from it. So we configured each of the characters and then got the STL, and then Jordan did some work to make sure that the base he modified the base so that we could have the magnets that we wanted to put and that would fit into the costume. So a lot of CAD, a lot of 3D printing, a lot of different things. And here's the costume. It ended up in Freya's room. It and actually ended up fitting perfectly into the little corner.
Is that also an element you discuss with the parents? Is like, where can we store this once it's done?
Yeah, so because the family didn't a lot of it was a surprise. They didn't know leading up to the reveal how big this costume was going to be, and they don't have a garage to like store it. So after the reveal, we took the costume back to allow them to have some time to figure out how they were going to store it, and they had a lot of family friends that were offering to give a place to store it, but they wanted Freya to enjoy it and really play for it. So they set out room. They knew the measurements of everything, and so they cleared out a space in her room to fit it.
Well, that's the thing with parents when they got kids with disabilities and stuff. They adapt so much better than other people do. Like, it's like an able-bodied parent would be like, I don't know what to do, and then like the disability parents are like, oh no, just move that, let's make the space cool, done. It's fascinating to watch like the difference in the different dynamics.
Yeah, and it ended up we had this like star field inside the cabin, and when we put it in a room, the star field actually like lit up the entire room. So on her roof, she could look at the stars just from the costume.
Now, was that just holes in the foam, or did you guys do the fiber optic thing like with the Rolls Royces?
No, it was just like a USB like laser thing.
Like a projector light.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it can reach pretty far.
No, there's little cheap laser things, yeah.
And the great thing about this was we were able to give Freya a lot of different opportunities to express herself, not only through the costume, but you know, we featured her on the SolidWorks Live event where she got to be like, you know, like a star, the star that she is. And there wasn't any, she loves makeup, and there weren't any real plans for her to like get her makeup done. But she being her, she saw this guy in the makeup room just kind of like sitting there, and then she just told him, she's like, you're gonna do my makeup, right? And he ended up being the makeup guy, and he's like, sure, go hop in the chair, and then he started doing the makeup. So she's
absolutely writing her own narrative.
Yeah, she's a force of nature, and you know,
she's a superstar.
Amazing.
Yeah. She will make things happen.
She's gonna be a Christine 2.0. She's gonna be she'll be coming after your job, Christine. You need to watch out.
Good. That's the goal. I mean, I know I say like it creates advocates, but really, I think these extra little details that bring their imaginations to life really can go a long way.
The cool thing is, like, when you put that much effort in, the longer they play with it, the more details they find, and it's more entertaining. But, like, I've got one last question. So, who named the cats? Did she name them, or did you name them?
She named the cats.
Okay.
There's a lot of different discussion, and some people were giving her suggestions. Like they were looking up. So Freya, there's like a Norse god, or that, you know, she's being pulled by like a chariot of cats, and they went to look up the name of the cat, and it was something that Freya could not pronounce.
Mufasa.
But you know, there was always like hawk and I wanted to wait for her to just, you know, figure out what she wanted to name them. I was one of the people that just like kind of just like stayed back and just waited to see whether she would what she would name it, and she did end up naming them Annie and Christine, which, you know, just was the ultimate gift from her.
How did you do the eyes? That looks, is that painted or is that?
You said the eyes?
No, the blue face of the eyes.
This? So this was just
yeah.
the color of the 3D printing material. So you can see that we were just basically using everything, and we ended up painting.
Yeah, but like the actual like the glitter.
The puppet eyes, are
Oh,
they?
the
Are they puppet
eyeball?
eyes?
And then the eyes we bought at like a, you know, there's all sorts of Etsy shops that have like the eyes for plush dolls and everything like that. So we just Rob gave me the measurements of what that opening was, and then I just looked to see.
Remember, I'm South African. We don't have things like that, so that's why I'm like looking at you did that.
I think I have a picture of it. There's like 5,000 pictures in this album, so it's
Yeah, so like you outsourced that to someone that actually does that professionally. That's
yeah.
It's crazy actually, because here in the UK we, like when I went to America and we were doing the prop build for Jacob's wheelchair, and me and Christian we were in Canada, we could just go to a superstore and buy anything we needed, not a problem. And in the UK, I'm like, we can't do that. We haven't got anything.
Any.
But then South Africa's got to be even more so.
Chinlu and Sol says they're waiting. You've got to let them in because you're host.
Oh.
Don't let them in.
well, like you're just hearing like so like you hear on Instagram and TikTok. Oh, it's come a little Etsy store. Me make these cool things. I'm like, no, I've got to like find this person like deep down underground on like some kind of forum.
Do you have South African Etsy? Is there a South African Etsy? Like a
No, we got Gumtree where people advertise, and then Facebook Marketplace has been our biggest thing. Is Facebook like for all the weird, odd stuff like so like.
Brad, it's the exact same link.
Onto Facebook Marketplace. That's where I get a lot of my traction. We don't have Etsy, and then Gumtree. So because like so we're in Africa, like so there's a absolute shit ton of scammers and bullshitters and all that kind of stuff like that. So it's the trustworthiness is just I had a guy that wanted to buy a graphics card from me the one time, a second-hand graphics card, and then I was just like, I was so nervous because he was from Morocco, and I'm like, there's a Moroccan in South Africa, can I trust him?
So Brandon, Johnny seems like he wants to dig into these noodles. He wants to get it over and done with.
I'm hungry.
What flavor did you get?
So you can't get fancy flavors. Bombay Bad Boy. It says turn Bad Boy in 4 minutes.
Now you did put 100% of the bad boy in there, didn't you?
Yes.
Good lad.
Kirby was quite specific. He wanted me to have this one.
Okay.
Was it like
we can swap
that's because he's bought 3 and he's put all the sachets into one.
You know what, that would have been a good idea. Now that I think about it,
even one will hurt Kirby, so we're all good.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Johnny, hold on. We got your bum cream, Johnny.
With the fundraiser, what was the turn? What was the kicking
$1,000.
point to? Okay, the 1,000 is what has made you guys have to eat the super spicy hot.
It's not that super
so
spicy hot.
I said $500. I would eat one of these chips just to get it started. Then we hit 1,000 so quickly.
A couple of years ago, we had some live streamers commit to shaving off their beards. So, I mean, good thing we're not doing that right now because I'm seeing some beards.
I think Brad would be the first to sign up.
No.
That would have been epic.
Yeah, so Brandon, in this picture, you see that they're just like these eyes that are like you pop in, and one of the big worries was whether the eyes would be too scary, you know, depending on, you know, if they're too realistic, if they're.
They came out really well.
It's like when somebody gets a white rabbit. Look how cute it is. Got these red eyes. You're like.
There was a picture of Sal holding the cat upside down, and it did feel like a little Area 51, like alien vibes. I don't know where that photo went, but I thought that was super funny.
Are you ready
Was
for this,
it
Johnny?
Sal or was it Rob? The two of them look the same from the back.
I was so distracted by the alien, I actually didn't really look at the human, so
No.
maybe it was Rob.
It's not you, Christine. It's just we make fun of them all the time. They're doppelgangers. We never can tell, even me.
I'm worried about these chips. It's got a certificate of achievement on the lid.
See, if we waited to do this the next stream, we could get like decent stuff like he's got.
I think you need to do that as well.
Kirby,
Yes.
you were the one who wanted to go and buy something today.
Yeah, I know. I think this is still correct. This is correct. This is the immediate celebration, and the full one comes in the next stream.
There you go. Kirby, I've got my charity stream. I've got my charity stream at the end of the month, so you can join me on
We got
that.
to line up on that. You know what?
What kind of chips are those? Oh, good lord.
Black.
Show that again. I'm just highlighting for the.
Oh my gosh! Are you
the
sure
stream.
it's not expired? Is it?
No, it's ghost pepper chips, and literally has like a certificate of achievement.
That's what color it goes in.
Oh,
Oh,
wow!
Does it have a
This
Scoville?
woke up and shows violence.
Are they super spicy? Does it have a Scoville rating on it?
Well, it's ghost pepper, so it'll be 1 million plus.
There you go.
Do you have water
I'm
nearby?
gonna get it. Any good editing? I've got Coke.
I like
Yeah,
Jim Lou's like instantly mothering. She's like, "Are you well protected? Are you prepared for afterwards?"
I'm just expecting
Glass
him
of
to
water?
explode.
Can I FedEx you some water?
The problem is water will only make it worse. You need,
Yeah, you
milk,
need milk.
or cheese.
What will whiskey do?
No, drinking makes it worse. Alcohol makes it worse.
Combo.
Yes.
Alcohol and fizzy stuff makes it worse. Drinking yogurt. I don't know if you guys have it in the States. But
Yes.
drinking
You could
yogurt.
have told me this. I was at the shop.
I wasn't going. No, man, you're a beginner to this. I'm not going to give you any.
Also,
good alert.
you're having Bombay Bad Boy. You ain't gonna need
Exactly.
yogurt.
It's a pot noodle.
Yes, Bombay Bad Boy.
I'm doing. I'm working with what I have.
Jawohl, Bombay Bad Boy. What you doing here?
Don't you have a song for that? All right, I'm doing this.
Okay, nobody touch your eyes after this.
Mate,
We need to tweet. Can we pin you, please? Because we need to see this. This is very important.
Yeah,
You
I want to see
can't.
this chip go down.
Annie, can
I'll
you
wait for
chuck
Kirby to
host
finish.
back so we can pin?
I just pinned him. I can stop sharing my screen.
They're not sweating yet, so.
You won't sweat with this.
You've got to drink the fluid at the end as well, Kirby. You can't just eat the noodles.
Oh, the dagger shot that he has had.
So if it was a beard shaving thing, Brad, would you become Brad the light armored vehicle Meadow instead of?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
We'd have to reword it slightly.
I think
Yeah.
if I were Brad, I'll do it tactfully and make sure you get like it in one piece. So you can reattach it when you're done.
Yeah.
You're really heavy breathing.
I don't do hot stuff.
Clearly not.
You can tell you're struggling a little bit.
Does it say what chili's in it, Kirby?
You're feeling it.
Johnny doesn't have hot food in his house. I looked.
You don't. You still don't have hot food in your house. It's a Bombay Bad Boy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We
I
gotta
am-
sip it up with the chips.
Johnny, I kind of feel you need to at least give us a bit of commentary. What's Kirby's? Is he look like is there beads of sweat? Is he glowing? Is he?
He started to turn red.
I just saw like a.
I'm getting a sweat on.
Like a heavy breathing.
He's panting. He's like dying.
This is the entire. That was worth it. I'm sorry. that
Kirby,
was the most
Kirby, you're gonna
expensive
struggle.
pot noodle.
You're gonna
Yes.
struggle when you visit
Imagine
me,
if you
dude.
bought proper stuff.
It's impressive.
Just wait. Have a little sip of that fluid, Kirby, because it's just to
I-
help wash down the noodles.
I've got noodles that go with the chips, and these are. And then this is the best one.
Yeah.
This is quite a nice dinner. Thanks, Kirby.
Is his face turning red, or is that just my camera?
Yeah,
he's
my
turning
screen
red.
discorded.
Johnny, he used the company card. Sorry.
Has he finished it yet, Johnny? 'Cause
No, he's about.
Good lad.
He's got about a half left.
All right, yeah.
When are you doing a charity stream, Brandon?
End of the month.
Did you see that little glance of charity he was hoping for, Johnny?
If you postpone it a week, I
Yeah,
can
he
do it
doesn't-
at your house.
He's not getting it.
Looked at the pot, was like, "Tell
Okay,
them
well, I
there's
haven't
only a
done the
little bit left."
graphics yet.
Because I'm in South Africa in the beginning of March, and I can then do it with you.
Okay, give me a day. We'll do it, dude. We'll
I'm
do it.
regretting that.
I am all for watching Kirby physically explode with heat because this is.
Kirby, the worst part is my Carolina Reapers should be ripe by then.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Mm.
How many you got growing?
I got 3 plants.
Okay, that's plenty.
I
Make
got
good
about. I
salsa.
got about. Well,
have a little swig of whiskey, Kirby. I think that might help you. Well, just a little one, just a wee dram. You just got Sean on your shoulder behind you. Just,
yeah, he does.
Just like a little Yoda sat on your shoulder. Meet the partner and all. Johnny, pass him the whiskey. You know, he's
got a glass of it. He's just not drinking
got a glass
it.
of it. Drink it. Drink it.
There we go. I'll put the flames on in my background on my PC.
There you go.
It stops working. There we go. Look.
Wait, here's an accurate representation of
you.
No, not that one. Of us right now.
Don't say us.
No, because this will make sense.
Yeah.
You guys are laughing, but I'd love to see what you're laughing at.
You can see it.
We can only see a little bit of fire just behind your head. You've switched camera angles.
Oh, there, the flames in the background. Okay.
Yeah. And behind Johnny's elbow.
Oh my god, you are kidding me. You're the sort of person that orders a korma.
No, tikka chicken.
Oh, another pointless curry.
Tikka chicken.
Bombay bad boy.
It's, to be fair, the name is better than the noodle, unfortunately.
Johnny drank the soup.
He did? Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Champ.
I think you need
You're
another little
not
wash.
sweating.
Another,
My god.
Another little wash down there, Kirby, I think.
Oh.
Mate, it's going to be frozen if you wait any longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the chip now.
Do it.
Let's pin him up on the big screen.
He's pinning you so he doesn't have to be seen.
His nose is so red.
There we go.
Okay, it's good.
That's a big problem I find with these. Sometimes those chips just taste bad and they're just hot.
Kirby's trying to offer me his now.
Starting
He just hit him.
Okay. Let's do some more.
Oh!
Champ.
Ring sting.
Dude, I love charity. I love charity.
You won't love it in about 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not sure. I'm not sure the rest of you might like charity as much.
I wish you were in the room, honestly, this man.
I can see him, Minnie. Considering Brandon's barely flinching, like there's pain and suffering there. I see it, but it's not.
Stop worrying about the bits and just chuck it all back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that,
man.
another 3. Oh my god. How many's in the pack, Brandon?
That was a. Oh man.
Take a stack.
I don't think you've got any right, Kirby, that you're struggling with a Bombay bad boy.
Yeah.
For everybody else who's not.
I
heard
think
about
if
what you
somebody
do.
does, we do another $100, I'll do all of that in one bite.
One bite, my lord.
My lips are on fire.
Oh, it's violent.
Have you finished it yet, Kirby? Come on.
No, he's not finished yet.
Jesus.
He's got the juice and stuff to go yet.
Come on, Kirby, you got this.
Oh, it's getting hotter.
Brandon is literally killing himself, and you've got Bomboy Bad Boy. Come on, man.
I literally take these for lunch at work.
You should have a curry in South Africa.
Oh, I bet you haven't had one, have
a
you?
real curry. No, because I can't stand them.
You need to have a real curry, like the ones I've never had.
The ones I don't eat.
No, but that's a different kind of heat.
It's a Durban curry.
Oh.
I bet you there's liquid in there, Johnny.
Yeah, there's a good
No, you got
20 millimeter of liquid.
Just burns your throat.
Make sure you give it a good swill around first.
What I have noticed actually is around the top of Kirby's pot, there's a lot of chili that he's not mixed in.
Oh, so he's scraping it on the top of the pot.
You know what? I put both next to him, and he chose the one that he wanted.
Yeah, I wanted it mixed in. If you look at mine, mine's like a constant color. Kirby's got a big orange chunk.
I'll lick it. Okay.
It tastes nice.
I need to have a meal of some sort tonight, and now you make me hungry. But I'm not sure Bombay Bad Boy is going to be it.
I was going to say, do you want to get a pot noodle?
I know exactly. I don't think I'm going to have the crisps that Brandon's having though. That is a level of pain I would not like to subject myself to.
Yeah, that looks kind of painful.
We might be able to do more hot challenges on this channel because I think I'm all right and you're not.
He's Brandon's hurting over there. You all right?
I'm good.
He's drinking a fizzy drink with whiskey in it. What he's just told everyone
Big
not
right.
to do.
Just chowing down a few more. Well done, Kirby.
Yeah.
Well done for raising $1,000, guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
that's awesome.
Your pain just built another magic wheelchair, so good job.
Yeah.
Well done.
There you go.
Well, it's not his pain yet, Christine. Ask him in about 5
Okay.
hours.
So if I was someone to rate them, Kirby, compared to these, they're about a quarter of the heat of these. You look so happy with that news.
I don't think he's comprehending what's being said to him right
I think
now.
Kirby's
I'm warm.
he's gonna have an
very
early
warm.
night. Early
I
night
think
go
he's
to bed.
having a drug-free trip right now. I think he's on another plane of existence right now. Bombay Bad Boy induced.
Something just hit the back of my throat.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Oh.
Kirby, let's give you a test. Which one is Sal and which one is Rob?
I can't even see my screen. Wait,
Sal's on the left, Rob's
wait,
on the right.
there we go.
Gotta be.
I think that's what's good.
I mean, that's
Isn't it? It's gotta be. Surely.
Sal's left, Rob's right.
yes.
So Kirby,
It just keeps going.
why
Sal
don't
is
you-
the one who always wore the safety glasses, and Rob is the one that didn't. You could always figure that out from the pictures.
Because he's doing CAD. He needs his eyes.
Is he doing cat or cat? Got two different.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, we were going starting doing 3D design, and there was a toss up between them calling it CAD or CAT because it was computer aided technology.
Kirby's sweating.
I never
badly.
hear anybody use CAT now.
I'm adjusting my headphones. Almost got a bit of a sweat going.
Sal had tried to machine the body of the cat. It was going to be a potentially a hybrid cat.
Hybrid cat.
Yeah, we dubbed
Better,
this
stronger, lighter.
We dubbed this
No.
one the little piglet because it's never had a head.
This is us
We've got
right
8 people watching now and 171 subs. Come on, guys.
It's not.
Another $100. We'll chuck the rest of these guys' pepper chips down. I'll even throw the peanuts in.
Kirby, are you done having a rough time? Did everything kind of settle out now?
No, it's still going.
He's still too hot. He's...
Kirby, here's a trick. Breathe through your teeth. It gets the cold air going in your mouth. Yeah.
I just saw the alien cat.
Oh, when we because we had.
Oh my god.
This, right?
Makes it look like it's got a unicorn horn.
We had to mask the eyes while we were painting it.
It was the white cat upside down, and I just keep getting
Flashbacks. It
Yeah.
haunts your dreams, doesn't Christine?
My wife's in the chat.
Yeah, Rob had.
Yes, sir. Big time.
That's amazing.
Big Trev on the journey.
Kirby, check your WhatsApp. I'm on Facebook and you're suffering, and I see a picture of your brother.
I don't even have my brother on Facebook.
I didn't know I had your brother on Facebook. I'm like, oh wait. I don't know why I never clicked that. Like, because I joined with your brother and I joined with you separately.
So this was a coat of arms that Rachel had designed, and then Santiago in Texas machined with foam, and then got it over to us, and then eventually it got painted.
I love that we have two events going on here. We've got Annie carefully going through Magic Wheelchair, and we've got Brandon suffering.
And Kirby, don't forget Kirby.
Just as a bass track behind, just suffering in the background.
You know,
it's all for the same cause, so it's all good.
They weren't too bad.
Yeah,
they at least have flavor.
Yeah, that's what
Oh my God!
these guys.
Whoa! Wait! Did I just see the dress was lined with pictures of cats?
Yeah, that's what.
I did not see that.
Yeah, so
That was the Easter egg.
now
That's
that I
all the
have
people
it,
that
this is
created it.
the
No,
picture of
not the coat of
the
arms.
crest.
Like the dress
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
lining of the dress cats.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, let me.
Oh my God!
It's not just any cats. They're special cats.
Is it her cats?
No, it was the cats that represent each one of us. We had.
Oh.
Yeah, Rachel asked us to pick a picture of a cat that represented it. So each of us submitted one to her, and yeah, Rachel, you can talk about it.
Yeah. Actually, hang on. My camera's not on. Okay. Hi. Yeah, so we all knew that she loved cats, so we thought a nice Easter egg would be to have everybody pick a cat that represents them and then use that as the liner for the bodice of the dress.
The star from the world.
Yeah, a lot of us picked like our actual cats, and then some people, Santiago
Felix.
picked a cat too. Yeah.
I gave Sal a hard time for picking a tiger because I said that's.
It's
Did
appropriate.
Joe Exotic work? Did Joe Exotic work on the project?
It's Carol Baskin just teasing in the corner, just a little picture of her face.
That's been ominous putting Carol Baskin on that day. Oh.
Like as a like from costume perspective though, Rachel, that dress is beautifully tailored. Well done.
Thank you.
That looks really good.
No, yeah, every single detail I'm like so impressed by.
Yeah.
Thanks. I got a lot of input from her when coming up with a design for that. So I'm happy with how it came out.
Yeah, and it looks like it fits her perfectly as well. It's really, really good.
Oh yeah, we had multiple fittings, and I think I had 15 different drafts until I finally got the measurements just right. And then that final trying it on that last time, that was what did it. And then the very next day I started on the final, like the real material, not just the mock-up.
Nice. Yeah,
it's cool.
Amazing. Very good.
Sal, you missed it earlier. I showed off the box.
Cool. I'm gonna have to love you and leave you guys.
Thanks, Luke.
It's been amazing to hang out. I miss seeing
You're
you.
gonna
all
eat
in
some noodles
person.
now.
Yeah, gonna go eat some noodles. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to roll too because I got to get back to work. But I figured I'd jump in and see how you guys were doing for your $500 goal. But it looks like you've smashed that. So
Clearly, should we set another goal?
Yeah. Anyway, look after yourselves, guys. Nice to see you all.
See you.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Cheers.
Brandon,
Hope to see you next year.
Kirby,
Cheers,
be careful
guys.
with
Love
all
you
that.
seeing all you guys there.
Cheers, Brandon. Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers. I think Kirby, $2,000 goal. You snort a noodle. Just straight up.
You know what? Yes.
Make sure it's not spicy. That would hurt even more.
I was going to say, is it cooked or
What do you
not?
mean not spicy? Then what's the fun? Well, okay, no,
How
it doesn't
far
have
is
to be
the A&E
spicy.
from here?
It just has to go.
I used to
Just
have
dip it
a
in
college.
vinegar.
there was a college friend I had where he would eat spaghetti, and he knew how to push it through his nasal passage, so it would go like half of it is in
Like
his mouth, the other half, and he'll just exactly. It freaked me
So he would
out.
floss himself.
Yeah, essentially.
Good to clear
I've
your
had spaghetti come
sinuses.
through my nose before, but it's because somebody made me laugh. It was the weirdest thing in my whole life.
Here's a
Okay,
quiz.
so
What's
highly
missing from
recommend
this
it.
picture?
The kid.
No. Well, the kids.
The
That's not the
cats.
main. Yeah, the cats are missing. So we made sure that the castle had the costume had a configuration where the cats, if they didn't want to attach all
Playing
of that
footy with me.
together. So you can see that this piece on the bottom here of the
That's
cloud,
cool. Yeah,
it was it's a separate piece
like an
to allow
insert.
for
Yeah.
the stand for the.
I love how you did like the waterfalls over the sides of the moat, so like it doesn't just like end.
Yeah.
But like it carries on the story into the clouds. A fun little Easter egg you could have done. You could have had a beanstalk popping out one of the clouds, just as.
This was like another one of those. So we laser cut. This is acrylic, and then Sal used a heat gun to bend the shape into that 90.
Okay, then the backlight is just like LEDs through the
Yeah, so
resin.
it's edge lit. There's a set of LEDs on the bottom here, and then there's a strip of LEDs along the
There's a whole strip. Okay.
horizontal. Yeah.
And then the top part, was it also just like a piece of plastic? Or was it like a resin that you would pour into it?
It's a piece of plastic. We were originally going to we were looking at resin, and then Chinlo and Sal did a couple of prototypes with the acrylic, and it seemed like, especially for the depth of the waterfall and the moat, it just actually ended up being easier to do the acrylic instead of us playing with the resin, which is something that none of us have actually played with. So it was one of those, do we have time to experiment with something like that, or do we need to?
The resin's great until you forget that it gets hot. You put it in something plastic.
The other thing we were thinking of is if we use the resin, we were gonna try to find the little like mermaid characters and try to like sink them half in and put it into the river. So we had some great ideas, but I think ultimately with the resin, in case anything happened to the LED strip, we wouldn't be able to replace them or do anything once the resin's in. So at least with the acrylic, well, yeah, you could come from the back too. Is that what you mean? How would you have done it with the resin?
Well, the resin, like I would have said, like you would have put like a little, like say, take a big straw and put it there, then mold the resin over that, so then the LED can sit in there. Because in the resin, you can get like little bubbles and stuff to make it look like water, and you could also, I've seen people with the train guys, they take a bit of wood glue with the resin and they blow on it, and it makes little waves.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You get a cool like little like a shore effect, or like as if there's like a weather element to it. That's why I thought it was resin at first. Obviously, then with clear resin, the backlights beautifully.
Yeah, we try to get an effect with waves on the acrylic with this medium that Annie bought, which is we saw this on YouTube too. Like it's one of those. Yeah, it's a gel that you would normally apply to acrylic paint to make it dry slower, so you can mold it and make texture with it. So we applied it on the acrylic and created this clear, wavy texture. It seemed to, I mean, it worked when you went close up and the light was reflecting off of it to make it look like a little wave. But I hear you. With the resin, I think you can get all the bubble stuff, which we didn't get. But that's
So
cool.
the bubbles sell it. That's the thing. Like it looks so cool. And if you look at look at model train guys with their what's it called, liveries, I think they call it, just with just like wood glue, and how convincing it makes a wave look. It's insane.
Yeah.
And when it dries, it stays sort of like soft and rubbery. So the effect it's really like convincing.
And Chinlo hand painted all of the brickwork. So she had to, with all of the different pieces, had to make sure that each piece transition from one to the other. So it was a lot of different coordination of having one piece ready and the other to make sure that all of that transitioned well. And there were a lot of different prototypes of how we would possibly do that.
The brickwork seemed like a good idea until you started painting. You're like, I hate
Well,
this. Right
exactly.
now."
So we went for different ideas. We originally were like, okay, no one's gonna do manual work, so let's laser cut all this and just like, or have like a stencil and do all that stuff. We even talked about using a roller, so you could like 3D print rollers or even buy rollers and just press on the foam. We tried all the different variations. None of them gave the definition we wanted or the ability to knit the texture together properly, like what Annie was saying, the transitions and the nooks and crannies and getting it like fitted just right. So I was like, okay, I don't mind. I'm just gonna hand paint it. And then as I was doing it, I kept thinking it was gonna go so much faster than I thought it it actually did. But I had some all-nighters, a couple of days, but it worked.
Yeah, it reminds me of when I was younger, when I first drew a big dinosaur picture. But I'm gonna put scales in this dinosaur. And I started. And I very slowly regretted my decision. And that's what reminded me with the bricks, because like when you're done, you're like, oh, I'm so glad I did this. Then, but if somebody had to say, would you do it again? You're like, no.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those situations where the whole time I'm thinking it shouldn't be that bad. It's actually easier than having a bunch of people trying to like wallpaper match up texture and make sure it's all done in the right size and scale. But at the end of the day, it's still one person. Yeah.
You stand up, you're like, oh, I've done so much work today, and there's like that much. Like
Yeah,
that
so
little
these were some of
yeah,
her
like-
tasks that she did, where she, on some foam, she used the laser cutter to get the lines in, and then she was painting along the lines.
Oh, the shading it's so convincing. The colors that you got.
Yeah, it was just like the tricolor approach, right? You got the main gray and then the dark gray for the shadows and then the light gray for the highlights. But the thing is, like what Annie was showing before, the one on the upper left was the engraved version, which also was very similar to the roller version, which just you couldn't get the grooves deep enough. So when you paint, when you do the cross swipe of like gray, it would sometimes highlight the edge or like fall in, and you get this really weird effect. Whereas the etching version, so the other ones where we would just engrave and cut, actually instead of engraving we cut the grout lines of the rocks, but they were so fine because laser is so precise that you also lose the outline of those lines. Like you get this really like partial line. And then Sal had this great idea of like using the heat gun to kind of warp or just like heat up the foam so it would just stretch and expose all of those cracks more. It did work, but the amount of effort to do that and then still make sure that it's stretched properly over the 3D prints or foam, it just started to become something that was much more cumbersome. So I was just
and
like,
to attach it onto the costume, like
right, and glue it.
There's constantly these debates about gluing and making sure that things actually look correctly. And so we had so many different glues. Well,
So it's like like an example of what you did just today. Say for example, like I was fermenting some chilies and stuff like that. So like, oh no, I've got 3D print. I'll just 3D print an airlock and everything like that. And I had so many issues with it leaking and all that kind of stuff like that. But I could just spend what $2 and just buy the thing. It's the same like sort of approach you guys do. Like you tried all the cool little techniques, but like it's just do it like the way we know it's going to work, and then don't do 1,001 extra steps to get to the same exact result.
Yeah, like you see all these bends and like corners and whatnot. So if we had to try to wrap that thing around, we would have lost a lot of that detail and maneuverability and like things that came
So I
out.
don't think it wouldn't look as natural as, or wouldn't look as convincing. You'd lose your whole appeal.
Yeah, and we were also racing against time because each process it takes time, and depending on what it was, we needed the time to either let it dry, and we had to put some like coating on things and put the hard coat to protect the foam. So it was like a different set of processes that we had to make sure that we had enough
Just
time.
imagine how crazy the project management must have been for this. It's like there's no schedule. There's no there's no manual on. Okay, we're gonna build a cat castle thing for a wheelchair. Get the manual 4 out the shelf.
Yeah, it was
Day
like
3 painting.
it was trying to keep track of like what can be done in parallel, what needed to happen first in order for the next thing to happen. So you can see that even like for pieces of the castle, some parts were painted. There were different parts that does the roof need to be painted in order for Chinlo to work on doing the brick, or and the base.
You don't want a 3D.
So a lot of things where we try to figure out what could be done in parallel.
So, what was the biggest stuff up of this entire thing? Like, did you have any of those moments where, like I said, you finished a big part of the castle, then somebody tripped and crushed it, or anything like that?
Oh, was probably, but I might have like blocked out some of this stuff. And
The PTSD's made you forget it.
I think some of the.
Oh no, go ahead, Annie.
The nerve towards the end, with the cats, because originally they were going to be like cantilevered attached to the costume, and that was one of the pieces that we just didn't figure out, and like we didn't have it mapped out well. And then we have one cat together, and they're weighing it, and there's even just the one cat was too much to attach to the costume and do that cantilever effect. Like she was like, the costume would just like tip over. So there was like a bit of panic, and then trying to figure out like how are we going to keep the cats. So that was one of the moments where we were in a little bit of a are the cats gonna make it? And then Rob like figured out how to make this. We called this thing the sled. And when it started to become like this running joke of like that's like one of the most beautiful pieces of the costume. And this came about very down to the wire. So it was just like, and so it was the drive of everyone trying to make everything happen. Like it was like, no, we're gonna make these cats happen, and we did it.
Oh, that must be like so disheartening. Like, okay, let's put the cats on. Oh, the cats are tilting the wheelchair over.
That's why I think I have try to find the pic. That's why the configuration without the cats was actually one of the later things where we had the front piece of the clouds already one piece, and then because of this switch in the decision, Sal was cutting that piece after we had actually had it all together. So that was I'm trying to find the picture of the surgery.
Yeah, we had one of those moments where it's like, okay, we're about to cut. We share, no turning back. And then we did it.
Yeah, and Sal was definitely
it's a very good addition.
Yeah.
Like we had to also drill the holes into the cats now that we changed the decision to be more like the carousel kind of
yeah, that's why they were never modeled in. We didn't actually 3D print with any of the holes, which was a good idea because we changed our mind.
I can imagine like the nerves in the room while you got this drill to the cat. You're like, are you sure? Are you sure this is the right place? Are you sure?
Yeah, those were like one of those moments, like even cutting the clouds to fit the waterfall, that again had to happen. That couldn't just be done in CAD. Like we figured out how to cut the pieces. So all of those moments were like, are we going to?
You could have done it in CAD. Just draw it after you done the cuts.
Entire piece it was a lot of different moments.
I'm the type of asshole that while you're cutting, I'm like, wait. Just to make it worse.
We also had the crazy magnet thing. Remember, Annie? Like the magnets. So we have a lot of these turrets and pieces that had to be quickly attachable so that we can have a good way of letting Freya get into the costume and out of it. So we have to get all the sharp things and the things in the way out of the way, but then snap back on. So we have all these magnets attached to the foam, but they kept falling off. Like it would just magnetically attach, and we had glued everything and put it on, and David would set it there, and then next thing we know, we take it off and the foam will come off, but the magnets will stay attached. So we had so many just glue, magnets, holes everywhere.
Yes, Johnny?
Yeah, it was even when we got the costume back,
Johnny wants to
we were making tons of repairs on the magnet.
Just
We need
quickly,
a
Annie.
sign, Johnny.
Is Matt Clegg waiting in the waiting room? Could you allow him some hangout time? Sorry.
Oh, that must be like so disheartening if you put magnets on and you take it off and the the foam goes up and the magnets
I'm
stay.
not seeing anyone.
Yeah.
No, hang on. Let me.
But no, when I bought my first little bunch of these neodymium magnets, I couldn't believe how strong these little things are. Absolutely crazy. That
Yeah,
like,
it's nuts. We tried like putting glue on top of the magnet so that there would be another layer of material in between the two magnets. So there was some techniques eventually that we learned to make it work, but yeah, it's still learning
they're
too.
just crazy strong. Like my background, I've got like my curtain sags a bit, so I just cover the whole window. So I'll just use one magnet to stick to the arm of the shelf. It just holds it there like a champ.
Yep.
Yeah, one of our team members, Nicola, had this magnetic ring, and he put it on the magnetic board, and we ended up having a contest of who could pull the thing off because it was so strong.
Strength, yeah, like you can't believe that, like from the magnets we play with as kids to like just how small and powerful they are now. It's unbelievable. And when you actually start like when you start implementing, like I'll try to do that encapsulated 3D prints, and with the little cheap magnets you can do it. With the neodymium, you 3D print and you put your magnet in, and it goes gee tink, and you're like, oh shit, and it's stuck to the heat break.
Yeah, this was the surgery to drill the holes into the cat. So this was a very nerve-wracking moment.
What's that thing type? Is that a 3D printed like God?
Yeah, so Rob modeled and 3D printed the piece that would keep it as a stopper onto the pipe eventually.
Okay.
And to keep it from rotating around, to keep it in a straight. So that's what this piece is. So it could pin into the cat.
Yeah, and they used that as like you said, a guide so that you knew the angle of the bit to go in because it's not perpendicular to the surface. It has a very specific angle.
Yeah, so you can see this one piece, and then another piece had the pin that would go into the cat so that it keeps it from rocking.
That's cool. That's very.
And then we ended up using that so that we knew where to put the drill in the hole. So.
But like your collective like skill base from what you guys have like done as a team is it's so impressive.
I've recovered.
With Sal in that blue coat, he looks kind of like a dodgy vet.
I was about to say when
especially
they were
that photo with the drill.
Yeah, the drill one is like, yeah, don't put that anywhere.
Hey, you don't want them having more cats without the.
It does. It totally looks like some horrible.
Oh, it's a video as well on my days.
You can
Look
see
at that.
Rob. He was like the constant like.
Holding the leg for assurance. Yeah.
That's like nightmare material.
No, Sal's the one who's leading. He's got the safety glasses on.
Oh man. Well, you guys, I have to go work. I'd rather hang out with you all though.
So why don't you tell them that?
I know, right? I have to do magic stuff. Well, no, seriously, thank you guys so much. I think this live stream, this hangout session is so fun. You make
Thank you.
fundraising and donating like just so fun and easy for folks to get involved. So
Yeah.
I can't wait to do another project with you. And thanks for letting us, take
I'll
over your
introduce you
channel.
to this. I'll introduce you to this like me 7 people. Get that
Yeah.
ball
we must do
rolling. That would be awesome if we can.
Yeah.
At least do one.
Yeah, let's plan a meeting where we can like look at the wish list and maybe do some preliminary matching and then meet the whole group
Like,
and
what-
kind of present projects or something.
Like one thing they're also saying is like maybe there isn't a kiddo, for example, in Africa, but there could be an African themed build. That kind of thing, some sort of compromise or another way to kind of represent it.
Yeah.
Or if there is somewhere else in Deso that wants to do a different type of community project. But Magic Wheelchair is easy. All you need is the team and a theme. You don't need to figure out a concept or an idea. You've got the idea covered.
UK and America are the easy ones. It's the other continents.
Australia.
No, like Africa, dude. Like here in South Africa alone, we got tons. I've seen tons of kids who would love this kind of stuff.
It's just
Totally, yeah.
It's
the
like
network
the
of
Rage
builders
and
and
Comic
stuff,
Con.
yeah.
Too. We got like a gamer event before Comic Con came to South Africa. We had a thing called Rage, and there was like a computer fest and everything like that. And the kids that would come there also like dressed up and stuff.
like Africa only had their first Comic Con 3 years ago.
And all the celebrities that were scheduled cancelled.
We should let Christine go. Bye,
Yeah, sorry,
Christine.
we're rambling.
Yeah, sorry. Like the gift of the gab.
No, but loop me in, guys. When you guys plan that, I
Definitely.
would
Yeah.
love to be part
Yeah,
of that
because the
conversation.
Slug Me 7 team want to take care of, like, cover the Antarctic region. Whether they'll go there or not, I think they should all go there and build it out in the snow.
I think Matt should take them.
But
Down.
yeah, it's like right now that's their idea.
Helicopter.
And that email, that link is just to start to build up interest around it and try and start to figure out how possible is this. So I think we're in the early stages right now.
Totally.
And I'll create an email, get them all linked in with you guys.
Get a kid in
If you copy me on that too.
Yeah, put you, Dan.
Yeah.
GP.
Yeah, we have his email
For,
definitely.
for anybody on the call that I haven't met yet, my name is Matt Clegg. I'm the new manager for the Champions and Influencer programs.
Yes.
I know I'm very interested in working with Magic Wheelchair
He's
on
box
future
fresh.
projects. So, yes, the new car smell.
He's new
Yeah,
out of the
Matt.
box, but with the new baby, I'm not sure he's feeling so fresh.
It's very little
Training
sweet. So,
2 hours of sleep.
So Matt, we should chat on the side when after
Yes.
all the dust settles. I'm happy to
Yes.
talk more about our opportunities working together. I
Perfect.
also have to duck out. Sorry guys, I have another meeting.
No worries, Chinlo. Thanks for hanging out.
Why don't you have your meeting here?
Because she wants
Good,
it to be
invite
professional.
At the moment, this is the unofficial staff room we found.
I know this is where all the DS cool people are. No, sorry, have to go.
Okay, no
Maybe in
worries.
trouble. But yeah, thank you so much for doing all of this, and thanks for being at the meetup. That was really awesome.
Not a problem.
More than welcome.
Thank you
as
for
always.
organizing it.
Yeah, for sure. Talk to you guys later.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
You've had a good day, Matt.
Matt, did you look up Jonny Clegg?
not yet. It's just a couple late projects wrapped up last night. So, thanks for the reminder, though, Jonny Clegg. I'm gonna write it down a second time.
Matt, we've got a bone to pick with you while you're here.
Oh dear God.
Your intro song, Green Onions.
Yeah.
Got us a copyright strike yesterday.
No.
But we blame Brandon because he played it.
Did you two pick up on it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a Oh. No, it's just a thing that they do. Like, if you do play any kind of music, they won't like hurt you or anything. It just means if there's any ad revenue, it goes to them. But we don't make anything anyway, so they're getting nothing.
Oh, okay.
They're getting.
But they do. They still put adverts on your video.
Yeah.
That's impressive. They can pick up a sound clip.
Yeah, they scan it, and there's software that picks it all up. You get some people that pretend to be studios and would copyright claim.
I've had royalty-free music copyright claimed many times.
You know, they'll copyright claim like 1,000 videos, and then all of a sudden they'll get ad revenue from it. So all you do is you dispute it, and that if they don't respond, it automatically gets removed. There's a whole business on it. It's basically
All the way to
scammers.
30 days, and then if they know, then threaten you with copyright strike, you still take that. Then, like, if the next step, you have to give them your address, and they have to give you your address, and then they back out every time.
So we gotta find a new song then.
Yeah, something that's copyright free, please.
Oh. So where would I look for that? How do you find that?
Nah, we'll just take the strikes because we don't make money off this
Well,
anyway.
if you do what Brandon did, if you play it for 2 seconds, you're fine.
I'm surprised we've got no Sean's.
That's true. We've been bunging Sean's all over the place.
Right? And that never picked up anything.
No, it's not that one.
Sean O'Neill.
Yeah, but that's less than 5 seconds, so you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
But
figure
also,
something out.
you change it afterwards. No, so like if you do this and you talk over it and you make noise over it, and then it won't get copyright strike because it's constructive. I've had it where I've had royalty-free music, but I haven't spoken over it. I've just gone for a P, and then that section gets nailed because it's.
So what Brandon's saying, Matt, is you need to come in like all guns blazing straight into the meeting.
Right.
It's fair use. So, for example, if you are, for example, wanting to stream a sports game and commentate over it, that's okay because you're fair use. You're watching that content, but you're reviewing it. But if you just
interesting,
and there's another way you can get away with it. You can like live stream a sports game, such as like football. But if you sit there pretending like you're playing with it, the Twitch bots don't pick it up. So I've had people that would like stream like pay-per-view fights and that stuff and just sit there with a controller and pretend like they're playing on the screen as well.
Anyway, Annie and Rachel are really bored now.
You've lost half the group.
I know, I'm listening.
We're an
Well,
all-inclusive
it's
staff.
impressive. All the back end to content like this. It's impressive. All the hoops you got to jump through and keep an eye on, and yeah.
I mean, for example, I've shared with you today already an interesting YouTuber that does some interesting, like he's just teaching people how to be an industrial designer, and a little part of it is he uses SolidWorks as his CAD software. And he did a review on 3D Experience World in 2020 as well, which that's how that just popped up on my feed. But for example,
Jimmy Design.
if I try and approach someone like that, then very little chance they're going to look at me and they might reply or anything. But you coming from SolidWorks
with your official email,
you get
And the red shirt.
Yeah, you're able to approach a lot more of these bigger people.
I think we should work together on
got
that
the
stuff. That's
power.
great.
Folder.
It's like
your
it's
your
like-
radio voice and my email signature. We're gonna do great things.
What radio voice? Oh, the Australian is awake. You gotta wait for his audio to join as well.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
get your finger on the button.
I'm ready on the button.
This will be a good handoff because I got to work on more Champions applications.
There we
Yeah,
go.
mate, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
Good morning, Michael.
Oh, good evening, Kirby, Johnny.
Rise and shine.
Always.
You see-
How's the day been?
Well, we've taken over SolidWorks Live again, as you can see,
Oh,
very
nice.
professionally.
I saw that. That's why you didn't let me in earlier, which was probably very advisable.
Oh no, I wasn't host, so. But
I know. I saw you had the magic wheelchair thing going, so I didn't want to disrupt that.
I do have Sean watching
Sean's
over me.
just breathing down our necks.
It's Sean.
Oh, I see. Very good. Very good. How's the day been?
It's been good.
Successful. We've smashed our goal.
Yeah, $1,000.
Excellent. Well deserved.
And we ate hot noodles, and Brandon ate hot Pringles.
We didn't eat hot noodles. We ate noodles.
Very hot.
They were hot.
For you.
Okay.
Obviously,
I'm gonna get
Johnny
some
was
real
doing
hot
all
noodles.
the
Some of
work.
Brandon's hot noodles.
It's fine. I'm all good.
I'll just sniff it and die.
No, the ghost pepper ones don't taste nice at all. It's just it woke up and chose violence. That's all it did. Okay, I've sent you a message on Facebook. That's a rock and roll like royalty-free artist. They've just signed up with YouTube Music.
I've got my own rock music.
Oh no, you don't.
I've registered on one of these music websites that allows you to use their music, Epic Sound or something like that. That's a way to get away with it.
These guys have actually got music in that YouTube audio library. There's like guaranteed it's not going to get nailed at all.
Yeah. But you also got to be careful with like music libraries like that, because it's if you end your subscription with them, you've got to make sure that you don't get copyright struck afterwards. So you're kind of like trapped with them. They won't go back and strike previous videos, but if you've downloaded a song that you use for your intro, for example, if you end your subscription and you carry on uploading that intro, that could get a copyright strike. So you got to make sure that's in the wording of it that if you've downloaded it, you still keep that. It's a perpetual license.
Interesting. Well, I've got plenty of fun facts for YouTube today. I got to get back to it and stare at some spreadsheets here. As usual, though, good time had by all.
You've been here for so long.
Right? All right. Take care, guys.
Cool, Matt. Sorry.
So a friend of mine just sent me this picture saying, just got an email from Autodesk's new community manager about a question I asked in the forum in 2014 when we were still in uni about Inventor in Windows 1.8, and he didn't even answer the question. I'm sure SolidWorks can beat that response time. I mean, if you just go to 3D Experience World, you get to hang out with the employees.
Longer or shorter?
See, I've never had to deal with the resellers or anything like that, so I don't know what that kind of support is like. I've never been on that end of the.
I think it's like most things. You know, there are some better resellers than others, and most of them are pretty good. I mean, I don't think a reseller has ever not supported.
Yeah.
The people behind them.
Well,
just some like everything else we know, they're a better AUs. They're the ones who hang around with you guys.
Yeah. Well, the reseller that we use at work, basically, the one guy at work bought himself a license in a 2014 license. He didn't renew the subscription or anything, but he just bought the license, and that's what we've always used. We use SolidWorks maybe 2-3 times a month in the office, and it's a license that we can just move around the computers. And we recently came into a bit of trouble with it, and he can still phone that same reseller, and they'll still kind of give him a bit of support, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, and I think most of the resellers are pretty reasonable that way as well. I mean, as I say, but we all know there are going to be some better than others, but I think most of your resellers, especially long-term ones, especially you've been doing business for a long time, will always help out.
Yeah, we've thought about renewing it, but with the amount of times we use it, we don't have what we can do in 2014 is perfectly fine, and usually it's to make a bracket for a jig or something, or a bracket for a new machine or something like that.
I think that's the issue. I think it's the issue for many companies. I mean, it's a little different from what I'm doing, but for many companies who are using it, as a as a product. They're not using it on a daily basis.
Yeah.
You know, you're using it once a month or something to say to design a product. Then yeah, of course you can continue to get away with using that because you're not looking at the productivity savings all the time. I think that's where the issue really changes and lies. You know, I think but if you're using it daily basis and using it 12 hours a day, like most of us do, you're trying to get the best out of the software at whatever times and doing your job quicker and better.
It also depends. I said, like me being an IT guy, I deal with like software installation and support and that side as with my clients. So the client that was using Autodesk 2010, and they recently had the PC bomb out. So we phoned the resellers and they said, like, no, like literally they can't renew the license because it's end of life now. But if they had 2011, they could. So a lot of these guys, I'm sure SolidWorks also, they have like legacy support for up to like 10 years.
Yeah, and I think that's and we all know. And we all know that Windows and other programs have been known to kill other software really quickly. Either through intentional or unintentional means of upgrades all the time, and the software just don't get supported. And that's just a daily happening with computers in general.
Yeah,
I find the occasional PC that's running Lotus, and you're like. That's like ancient software. You got to keep like Windows XP going for that kind of stuff. And they said like, well, it's just they haven't found anything else that's replaced it. And some people that buy like additional like simulation packages and stuff like that. So the client I was working with, they had some sewage stuff, and back in the day, the government released like an actual like template for what you need to use all the time, and then it just didn't translate to the newer versions. They kept the legacy version going purely for that. We had to babysit the computer for that.
Yeah, and yeah, we it's simple. You've seen that in plenty of anything you're running a machine off. Like we had a simple decal cutter, sign cutting machine. It was still running off a serial port, and all you're doing is printing labels. So you had to run the most ancient computer you could find because any time it updated, it would just kill this sign program. And it's such a simple thing, but I think the technology changes, and again, it's difficult.
We got a client that has a kitchen company. Same thing. They've got this massive CNC, but it needs like this ancient computer to run. That PC bombed out as well. So I managed to source old PC that has still had the serial ports. And then eventually we went on these like compact PCs that had serial ports for signage. And we're like, okay, well, let's see if that works. Put Windows 7 on and actually managed to save the computer. I'm like, oh, and now you got Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Somewhere along the line, you've got to bite the bullet and change. And we as a small company here, we find the same thing. We used to run a typical network off a server, and always looking at server updates and all those things. And again, with some changes, eventually you've got to make decisions and obviously going across to cloud and all those things. And that just creates this whole other issue of even taking old machines off a network and making them back into workstations. And, all of a sudden things change. But somewhere along the line, you actually have to bite that bullet and do that. And I say it's fine for... Yeah, and it's fine for, it's the balance between what size company you are and what you're handling, doing with the software all the time. I think it's always that trick.
I just guys trying to like actually justify it sometimes because like industry says you must do this, but you look at the client, you're like, no, I can't justify you spending this much on it. Like there's better solutions, but you go to the client like, well, here's what you should do, but this is perfectly fine at the half of the budget.
Yeah, we find that. So we've been going through the process here. They've been taking paper out of the workshop, and they've been running off tablets and the like, and they've been making do with a whole lot of variations of tablets and just running off Google Drive. And they just decided the other day that they really needed to, again. So we've been moving that for a couple of years, and all of a sudden now they've decided that they're going to get a whole lot of iPads because there's about 30 guys in the workshop, and they're going to standardize all that. And again, the Wi-Fi in the workshop now can't handle it, so they've had to commit then to going to a mesh system. And you're saying, well, you have to do it, and then all of a sudden, everybody's now on Wi-Fi, and I'm going, well, that's fine, but doing data transfer on CAD over Wi-Fi can be a real pain sometimes, fellas. So again, it's just one thing after the other. You've got to
Archie guys like, well, because you bought this one, you spend 3 times as much, it'll do the job just fine.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Why didn't we?
Oh, yeah, no, and it's a trick, and I think and again, sometimes the technology isn't there, and you can see the future. So you start off with something, and it's doing the job adequate, and then you make the next jump, and it's suddenly all perfect. And you're saying, "Gee, we had 3 years of misery of this. Wow, how good is it now?" So,
the best thing is putting people onto solid state hard drives. So they're like,
"Oh yeah,
this thing's amazing," and then like after a while, like everyone's on solid states, and then they start being like, "Oh, these things used to work just fine. What's wrong?" I'm like, well, your computer can run at full speed, and everyone's computer can run at full speed now. So your network's now the slowest thing.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's a constant, and as I say, for companies, you know, they have budgets, and you know, it's always a choice sometimes depending on the size of the company where you spend that money. Is, you know, is it in the hardware, is it the software, and you know, all those things always come up, and it would be nice. It would be nice to always say you had the perfect world and you can do whatever you ever you want, but that's not a realistic part in life.
Well, it's getting so like the directors where you guys are like phenomenal at what you do normally, but then get as an IT guy saying, okay, I need to justify why I need like me R250,000 to do a couple of servers and stuff like. And in my mind, it perfectly justifies, but they just see the number going, that's a really big number, and it's like, but you need it, and they can't justify. But then you tell them like, oh, but this fishing rod is a couple of thousand, and they're like, oh, that's worth it.
Well, it's funny. I mean, we did this years ago, and with of all things like phone systems, and so you know you're setting up for a new phone system, and again trying to go through that whole thing, and you know they were getting VoIP systems and all those, and you spend a fortune on servers and all that, and you know 10 years down the track, you know that's all gone, and now we work off a virtual box. We don't even have desk phones anymore. You know, you know you run off an app off your phone, and it becomes, it's now so much simpler, so much cheaper than it was 10 years ago. You know you've dropped 20 grand on a phone system. You know,
what do you do with the phones when you're done? You're like, oh, why don't you tell me about this app? No, but it wasn't that good then. The salesman but he still get his commission off the phone sales, and then sell you the app afterwards.
Yeah. No, as I say, again, so that technology is it's when you make the jump, and then hopefully the technology is there when you do it. So
no, exactly. So it's like with the CAD software, it's like there's features you never knew were there. Sometimes you're just like, oh wow, that makes my life so much easier. Like even like say like data capturing, like your point of sale stuff and your inventory management. One of my clients said they didn't even know that their software could do barcoding. I'm like, no, it does barcoding. Why just put that on the shelf and scan the things? It can do that? I'm like, yes. They printed barcodes, labeled their shelf, stock take took 2 seconds.
Yeah, and that's again that's going back to a little bit with VARs and how they're interested in your business and how much they know of your business. And I guess sometimes that's your employer, how your employee, how enthusiastic they are into delving things, and you know whether they're a 9 to 5 guy comes in, does their job and go home, or is a guy who pokes around the software and sees what he can find, to do things better.
Employee enthusiasm is something I have to deal with a few times, where it's like, I know you don't like this, but don't hit the printer, please.
Oh, hang on, hitting printers are justifiable. Let's be honest.
I'm literally picking up a printer tomorrow because the mechanic hit it. It seized the motor. Like, And the printer just started going all of a sudden. I'm like, oh. So then I take it to the technician, like, no, this normally happens when the guys hit it because the jolt jumps the belt and then the gears grind.
Yeah, no. Let's be honest. Of all technologies which haven't kept up with the systems.
But it's my motto. As I always tell people, like, if printers were reliable, I wouldn't have a job.
Well, see, it's beneficial. It's got to be beneficial to somebody.
It's like a parasitic relationship. Like, I need you to work because it makes my job easy. But if you did work, then I wouldn't have a job. Was it symbiotic? I don't know.
Very funny.
It is 11:30. I think I'm gonna go to bed
already.
Well, some of us have got work in the morning, Kirby.
You're your own boss.
At least you haven't got to turn the light off.
You judgmental prick.
Have your lights at least come back on yet?
You tell me. Here's my button for my ceiling light. You notice how it's not working.
Maybe your remote's run out of battery.
Have you tried the light switch?
I have. The smart switch and everything's not going on. I honestly think there's a rat that's eaten through the wire.
Gee, if only he knew someone who knew things about computers and software.
I've got lots of lacquer stuff. I got that, and I got my colorful lights that go on. You can change the color of those. It's like fully automated, turn on as it pleases. Got that, it's lots of lovely stuff. I just don't know how to automate rats. But yeah, guys, it's been absolutely lovely meeting all of you.
Well, thank you for hanging out, Brandon, this week.
Oh, it's been an honor and a pleasure. I'm glad I joined.
Yes. How was your first 3D experience world, though?
Oh, I learnt a lot about people. Didn't really learn much about SolidWorks. I spent most of the time talking here.
Hey, we're educational.
But like, you know what? Johnny and I were just
I designed something in SolidWorks. It's a little cup.
Just the once, or did you do it twice?
But like,
I think you're ready to do a magic wheelchair costume after that.
That's the next step.
Look, there, it's a wheel.
Like Johnny and I were saying that, like, if you were to attend 3D Experience World virtually, like, you wouldn't have had this opportunity to chat with so many people that could help you now. Because you've just started working in SolidWorks, you've got a maker license, and you're going to be making a couple of things for yourself. But now you've met plenty of people that you can draw advice from. And I think that's one thing that the virtual event doesn't have, that the in-person event is the most valuable. I mean, if they've got 11,000 new users, those users need to.
Well, here's my impression so far from, like, say, meeting all these, like, epic people, is that I've got great confidence that if I met half these people, or half of you guys even, at the event, and I asked a question, I think 90% of you guys will whip out a laptop and actually show me on the spot. And not just like, oh no, but just follow this tutorial, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna feel like some people are like, oh no, just check, let's quickly do it here. Because like I said, like just the enthusiasm and the passion behind it, it's all there. It's picked up. It's awesome.
Yeah, because I watched my own session now. It's the first session I've actually watched, and there was no chat, no interaction. I don't know if people enjoyed it. I don't know if anyone learned anything. I don't know if anyone had any questions. So that's what's I feel like is missing.
I think they did, because your makers thing that I attended was not makers. What's your community thing called again?
Aswagan.
The one I joined, yeah.
The user group.
That was cool. The user group, there we go.
Yeah, it's the same presentation basically.
Yeah, but that was interactive and everything, so I'm sure there's plenty of people learned stuff.
Yeah.
But unless you're good at faking it, so.
You fake it till you make it. That's how we got to the desk of SolidWorks Live.
Yeah, with some people behind you.
Sean's just been creeping all day.
You've got to do something about that. That's just not right.
I mean, he's even weirder
Oh, wait until you get this angle.
From this angle.
Oh yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, no, that's not good, fellas.
Yeah, guys, that's my flight. I've got to get going. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Brandon.
Bye, Brandon. Thanks, dude.
Good night.
What a legend. Yeah, he's a guy I used to go to school with back in South Africa, and he saw the things that I would do in 3D, and he's like, I want to do that too.
So you're going to South Africa to visit him, or?
I'm going to visit family and go to a friend's wedding and that, but he still lives in the hometown that I was in. So I'll be visiting him while I'm there. But yeah, now that Maker's license is available, he's got himself a copy and that, and he's going to be messing around in it. Which is cool. I was quite surprised with how many users have actually bought a Maker's license in 8 months.
There's been over the years, because we've attended a number of maker fairs, and that's always been the number one question of how can I get a cheaper version of SolidWorks.
We've had that question in the UK for years and years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've a lot of people switch to 360.
Yeah. That was always the well, when are you gonna do something like that?
Yeah, and Brandon now he used it a bit because at that point it was free, but now they've changed their whole model and it actually works out. It's more expensive than SolidWorks for Makers now, and I think you don't get access to a platform as well with Fusion. A lot of people really don't like it. And those are the people that use it really hard, that push the limits of the software. Oh, so we got a bing bong in our ear. Dan Wagner just donated $100 to.
Whoop, thanks, Dan.
Dan the man.
Come hang out.
Yes, he said he might. Apparently, there's a staff dinner afterwards.
Well, most of the staff are on the channel, so.
only the good ones are on the channel.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, what's his name now? Just completely. You were talking about him earlier, Johnny.
You'll have to do the amount of people I've been tagging today.
Joe Lance, that's it.
Joe Lance.
Apparently, you just pitched up.
Yeah. So GP just announced on SolidWorks Live. Joe Lance just turned up to headquarters this morning, and GP went, "Oh, well, you can tell them where next year is then."
I
Not
saw
planned.
that Joe had. I saw the screenshots that Joe had announced. I thought, I wonder if they'd pre-record that. He didn't say anything yesterday.
No, he just turned up this morning apparently and just almost let himself in, sort of thing.
Knocked on the door.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Johnny and I said. Like, I wonder if we could do that, and they'll let us in. Clearly, yes.
Sure.
Well, I could have got to Atlanta
We
because
missed
no
that.
one cancelled my flights.
Yeah, but you had Ed there, and you saw there was no one else there, Johnny. You and Ed could have walked around by yourself.
Brandon says, "Good thing he left because he would have had to eat all those chips." Yeah, it looks like they're doing their whole wrap up now, which means it's happy hour.
Yeah, beer 30.
Beer 30. We're now on the
How
bar.
long are you planning to stream today?
Yesterday
was pretty long.
Yeah, like we usually kind of like 7-ish hours, but like last night the conversation was just so good that we just let
And
it
then
go.
The bourbon started coming out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reminiscing started going on.
Welcome to the Core After Dark.
Thank you, Rachel. No, it's not Rachel. It's Heather.
Heather.
I'm reading names. It's been a long 3 days, Johnny. Yeah, Dan says Joe is the first official world crasher. I'm trying to get him
No
on.
one knows
'Cause I'm trying to get
no
on.
one knows.
I need to discuss some things with Dan.
Nobody actually knows if he was in Waltham the whole time, though. Is that the
No.
that's the secret?
Well, that's the thing is he was on with us last night, and I don't know if he was doing that in his hotel or if he was at the airport or at home.
He always had a background, so we couldn't tell.
That's the thing. It was the normal background. And I wonder if, like, when I asked it, I wonder if he thought I suspected something, and he was like, "I got to dodge this one."
You did swerve it.
Well, we started talking about locations, like where is the next world going to be?
Is this stretch goal for the noodle challenge? It was $1,000, but I think didn't we have something about $2,000?
Yeah, we said if we get it 1,500 or 2,000, we'll take it to the next level. We're at 1,100.
Next level.
Well, for Kirby, it's like a teaspoon of chili powder will probably put him in an early grave.
Share that link so I can throw some money on that.
You should do the hot one sauce, the one that's always
the bum.
Yeah, the one that like gets everyone.
I need to find that link quickly. It's in something.
Chili powder will probably put.
Shush. I heard myself talking.
So did I.
Okay, it's in our little chat here. Beep beep.
I was about to try and control V on here.
It's just mute everyone. Yeah, it does sound like they're wrapping up now, which is cool.
Yeah, Tracy's doing her final.
See, there's a couple of people in our chat now.
Man, whoever's
Gabe's
on
joined
screen
us.
now makes damn
There's a
much
stretch
more.
goal. Yes, there's a stretch goal. We'll see how much we can. Basically, at this point, we've just worked out.
$1 million.
Yes. Then just chat to GP and see if he can expense that. But yeah, what Christine said that $1,000 is one magic wheelchair.
Really?
Yeah. So we've raised enough for one magic wheelchair, and we doubled what we did last year. Last year we did 517.
617, I want to say.
That was 500.
517. Yeah, we did have this discussion.
So I think that's really good. We've done well.
Mm.
Smashed it. Another successful world.
Mm. They're always successful.
Have you all enjoyed your world at least? You've.
Yeah, Annie, Rachel, how's your few days been?
Been very busy. Lots of presentations, but it was good.
Good.
This year is actually quieter for me, especially since the pivot, the virtual sessions didn't have a Q&A.
Yeah, that's the only thing it
Q&A.
missed.
So a lot of the sessions were just, people just watching the recording.
Well,
So-
one thing I find interesting is within 48 hours, you can replay any sessions that you had missed. I think that's really good because, like, if we spot anything we want to go and rewatch, or if anybody sees, wants to go back to see a tip, you can do that.
You can view a lot of them right now. You don't have to wait 40 hours.
So the certifications now are happening after World. You get an email afterwards.
Yeah, so a lot of meetings that we normally would have to be involved in, they're gonna happen later because you really don't need to have those things during the conference.
Was it a mad dash for you guys to change anything when you got the announcement that it's cancelled?
I didn't change anything because my sessions are live.
Yeah, for me, I had to.
Ed with
We're all
$100.
given a
Thank you
choice
very
of whether
much.
Not a problem.
Thanks,
to
Ed.
switch from a.
Go for it. Use it.
There's another one that's going to pop in somewhere, I think. Somehow we got to 0.69. I'm sure that will come through at some point. There it is. Gabe with $20.69.
Nice, Gabe. Nice.
What animal does that?
Well, that's
Toby
what,
last year. Do
That's
you
what
remember?
Toby did. That he donated
An exact amount.
He calculated it to figure out how to get the percentage to 69% of our goal, which I think is good.
That's just diabolical.
He's just thrown off all of the OCD people. Because that's what it was offset a bit because Anonymous donated $64.50, And that bugged Luke so much that he had to balance it out. I mean, it's not a bad way to get people to donate. Just that's a good way to capture all the OCD people.
What's this post-show recap on the 25th? Is it something special or just sorry you missed it, we'll do it again on the 25th?
I have no idea.
That's weird. You can review all this stuff anytime you want. At least most of it. All right.
I think because everything was cancelled, I think they're trying to give a bit more content.
Highlight, little highlight reel. For those that might have missed it. All right. So.
Well, I was going to say the only advantage of World, I guess, is to go back, be able to see everything, because I don't watch any of the sessions because it's at 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's a whole different feeling from being live. There's nothing compares to it, but it does have its advantages.
Amazing work, everyone. Thank you very much. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong chat.
You're reading the wrong chat. I was like, we are reaching a few people, but I'm not sure we've quite reached that level yet.
I was reading the SolidWorks chat. I'm going to start calling people out in the wrong chat.
Well, we got Gabe waiting to be entered.
That just popped up.
I know.
I don't think Gabe has ever been on one of our shows.
He was in earlier today.
No, I remember.
Literally about 3 hours ago. Well done, dude.
How you doing, Gabe?
All right.
Gabe. Hey, Gabe.
Hey, Ed.
How are you?
Dan the man.
Doing all right.
Dan the man.
How's life in New Hampshire?
The way he's looking at you.
Right.
Yeah, I know, I am. I do have that effect on people. Dan, give us a bicep curl, will you?
Wow, it looks like I'm.
Please give us like one of these. Jeez.
Like
what?
Where you
Why
been
am
hiding
I-
this gun shot?
Where did those come from?
Jesus.
All right. Let's calm it down here.
We never knew.
Hey,
Dan Swolner.
hey, I try and look good for you guys. What do you want me to do? You know?
No, but all we see is like
this up. We didn't know about these.
We strategically placed the laptop. Camera.
Where did those come from?
Where am I getting echo from?
The Dan Wagner gun show.
Well, listen, we didn't come here to talk about me. Came here to talk about you guys.
I think we get that from Gabe.
The funnier thing is, Dan, is you're like 20 minutes from me, and I have a whole bunch of beer over here. You could have been helping me drink.
Damn. Sorry, Ed. Yeah.
Right over there.
I definitely need a beer right now too. Been
Right, Dan. Let me just show you. Right
there.
there.
Over yonder.
Right there. And I'm going to go grab one right over there.
It better be a good one. Hey, everybody else. Hey, Annie. Hey, Michael. Hey, Rachel. Gabe.
Hello.
Have you seen Sean being creepy though?
No,
this
let's
is
load
weird.
up Sean.
So we took over the live stage, but then we didn't realize that Sean was behind us the whole time. He must be jealous.
Right there.
Oh, that is weird.
Right over there.
I mean, that's normal for Sean though.
Everybody else. Hey, Annie. Hey, Michael.
I gotta look and see if he's here before I talk S on him. But guys, we just wrapped. They just wrapped the live show, and
Took over the live stage, but then
that was pretty amazing, right?
Mhm.
They were live the whole time. You guys were also live this entire time.
Yes.
And I just, holy cow, man! It's just you guys put in the hours, and you created a really cool space for everybody to come back to at all times, which was really cool.
Thank you.
We owe you a great debt, sirs.
Yeah. Yesterday was what, 10 hours?
10.5 hours.
10.5 hours, and we did what, 8 hours the day before?
Yeah. Plus
that's
wherever
crazy.
we're at today.
We are now at 6 hours. We'll probably do however many hours it takes.
No, 2, 3.
Just wherever it goes.
It's awesome. Any like crazy highlights you could think of from the last 3 days for you guys?
We've raised $1,200 for Magic Wheelchair so far.
That's awesome. That's a big one.
And $20.69.
Yes. Some
Gabe.
animal, Gabe.
Psycho. That's psycho. Some psycho.
And you'll have to
That.
rewatch the feed when to watch them eating spicy noodles and.
Oh, I missed that. I want to see that.
Yeah, we
for
ate
sure.
spicy noodles.
It weren't spicy.
I'm going to teach you a lesson in what spicy is.
Kirby, I don't think you can handle any more spicy.
Kirby had a moment.
But yeah, like what? Yesterday was awesome with the woman in engineering that joined
That was
us.
good fun.
That's cool.
That was a really, really good conversation that we had.
That's awesome.
We did the magic wheelchair stuff today, and that carried on. We did the official session, and that carried on over to here. We had a good time hosting the SolidWorks Live with Matt Olga.
Yeah. The events
tour
team
of,
came.
the tour of Atlanta of the convention center that we got yesterday.
From Eddie.
That for me, I just went and told a bunch of other people about that. That like, hey, do you know a guy's like walking around the convention center and filming? They're like, what? It was
that was pretty fun though.
That was
good
amazing.
fun. Really good fun.
That for me, that was a highlight for sure.
I mean, you guys didn't even have that down.
Night, yeah, that was.
Look at that. We're more exclusive.
Yeah, you were more exclusive.
It didn't
for
look
sure.
like they had much security there.
We got Too Tall Toby to join us.
Oh, you
bear,
did.
bear in mind though, if SolidWorks would endorse it, then they get in trouble, right? But this,
Very true, Jeff.
Yeah, he joined us last night. Him and Brandon are going to be doing a collaboration together because Brandon's new to SolidWorks. He just started making models and he's got his maker's license, and they're going to work together to start making some cool things. Basically, Toby's going to take him under his wing and help him learn.
That's awesome.
Which I think is going to be really awesome.
I'll have to go back and rewatch that.
So that's a really fun thing that I think, and we were saying it earlier, that if Brandon, and I'm sure there were many other first-time attendees for this thing, they had no opportunity to network other than the maker event, the Hive sessions.
Yep.
To sit down and chat with people. So I'm glad we're able to kind of create a place for Brandon and anyone else to come in and network and start chatting with each other.
Yeah, you guys effectively made like one big long hangout, which was awesome. That's.
We were the only ones that streamed from the actual Hive Hangouts.
Yeah.
That's
We
true.
visited the Hive this year, Dan.
That's very true. It's crazy. What a wild year, huh?
Yeah, we've smashed our goal for Magic Wheelchair.
what was your final total?
We're currently on 1,220 and 69 cents.
Still donate.
What you do that 69 cents?
If you want to level that up, and then Gabe can offset it again, and I think that will be fun.
I gave $100 earlier today. Is that not enough?
You did
Give more.
Well, you did, mate. Yeah, that was a good effort, Jeff. Thank you.
Any donation is great.
Good donation, that's right. Even the
But,
cycle
I mean,
that gave 69 cents.
Christine was saying that usually on average they would say $1,000 is enough to build a Magic Wheelchair. So we've raised enough money here to build a Magic Wheelchair.
Awesome.
Oh, well, you should have set your sights higher, man.
We started at 500, now it's 1,000. I can change it.
No, stop changing.
Also, like before, it was only gonna be like one wheel.
And that was Brandon's wheel.
We must be screwing that average up higher, though, right, Annie? If you take out the solid
Oh, we definitely don't. We go way beyond that budget.
I think we wasted $1,000 in materials.
So I think it'd be really good if SolidWorks were to match whatever donations you've received.
Dan, just go to GP or
All right, I'll bring my
Make it
laptop.
happen, Dan.
Hang on, I'll go.
I thought he was actually going to go.
I thought he had balls of steel then.
Dare you, Dan.
Do it.
Do it.
You may have guns, but
He's got arms of steel, so maybe he's got the balls to match.
Get Nation to do it. He's Joe. He doesn't know any better.
GP, look at this. Right here, GP, look at this. Right here.
And you're a married man. Just shh.
Not married yet. Still living in sin. Not married yet.
That's why he's still hitting the gym.
Ed, you haven't put any new pictures of the house up yet lately.
There's really not much to show other than the the asbestos that we removed on the other side and some of the other hazardous stuff we had to wear
Oh,
monkey
that's fun.
suits. Ah,
Well, hey, when I'm back east next year, visit my sister, I'm gonna swing by your place naked.
did you say naked or just swing by my place?
And egg it.
Egg it. Okay.
Or egg it naked. You know, just go all out.
Yeah. How about just swing by my place and be nice?
That sounds
Hang on, that's Jeff. That's an
I'll tell you what,
impossibility.
if you're gone, I'll be nice to Janice.
You always be nice to Janice. Janice is super nice. She puts up with me, so.
Yeah, well, yeah. And Annie,
right there.
not you, Annie, my Annie.
Yes. You guys are welcome. Hopefully we'll have the whole house done by then, outside included.
As long as the asbestos is gone, that's all that matters.
It's gone. Some of the mastic is still here, but we're gonna paint over that, so that'll be gone.
I forgot to change my name again. Sorry, I just realized it should be the Core Podcast.
We just had a little excited moment, didn't we, Kirby?
What? You just like to call it out when I make mistakes.
I hope you're not going to hit enter like that. At least capitalize us. Jesus. Man's an
There we go,
animal.
fixed.
Jesus.
Sound by that.
Yeah.
Chris White from our friend from north of the border says hello, everyone. He said he wants to join, but quote,
Great
I've just
Matthew
been told
Hall.
I have to go pick pizza up by the boss.
We're doing happy hour with the Core Podcast here.
Does he have
We're
the
in
card to
happy hour.
match the donations?
Sure.
Howdy.
No, definitely not.
Wrong person.
Well, pretty wild few days, everybody.
It's been
times,
good.
though.
I was quite surprised by Joe on this thing.
Yeah.
Me as well.
We had him on. We had him on last night, and he didn't.
No way.
He didn't say a thing.
He was on last night, wasn't he, with his backdrop, all like backdropped up.
All lit
Didn't
up.
say
We
a
had
thing.
no idea. Yep.
I kid you not, and this is the full story, and Joe will tell you, and GP will tell you it is this full, legit, true story. He bumped into somebody last night at the hotel, and then I got an email saying, "Hey, did you know Joe's in town?" And I said, "No, but I guess I'm not surprised." So then I emailed him and said, "Hey, you want to come in and watch General Session? Be the only customer in the room tomorrow to watch General Session." So he did. He came in.
You see,
But,
like Johnny had said, if we just rocked up and knocked on the door, we were wondering if you'll leave us out in the cold or not. Clearly, we could have had a good time. We didn't have to be in your room.
I felt like I didn't have the authority to say yes or no, right? So of course I did, and I asked somebody else. And not only did we say yes, but then it was, you know what? Let's bring him up on main stage. First, it was like, let's keep it quiet. We'll just bring him in, and nobody will know. He'll just fly. It'll be great. And then GP was basically like, "Nah, let's just bring him up, and he'll just tell everybody where World is next year, and we'll have a good time with it."
Yeah, because we were saying how Nashville was the worst kept secret, but you kept Joe a really good secret.
Yeah.
But he wasn't a secret. He was just a last minute surprise.
He legitimately was not a secret. Yeah.
Known by none.
Known by none.
Did,
but he became the first official world crasher, which will live on in legend for a long time.
And he wasn't here because of the event. He was here because of other reasons, or did he just get on a plane and say, "I'm flying to Boston"?
I think it was that.
No way.
That's mad.
Yeah, that's about as psychotic as whoever donated 0.69 cents for your fund.
You know, it could have been a couple people donating pennies, and it just added up to that. It was a coincidence.
Well, so someone donated 64.5, which offset it. That threw away Luke. He wasn't happy with that, so he had to offset it and round it off, and now Gabe's just ruined it. But I mean, like I was saying, is like you're going to trigger someone who's really OCD, and like, I need to fix that. So I think it's actually a good marketing technique.
Yeah. For the next person, anyways.
I just text Joe. I just put crashing world at HQ and announcing next year's location live. even more of a legend than you already were.
Yep. Like, how do you step it up?
Like he even did a wave with us, and like he mentioned nothing.
We did a Mexican wave last night because it wouldn't be World without one, and he didn't even mention that he had these plans.
Stone cold, man. Stone cold. Amazing.
I mean, I live 20
Jeff
minutes from
Mirasola.
Waltham. I had no idea to go crash and knock on doors. I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Jeff is putting some pressure in, Dan.
Pressure?
The social media team have just started sweating.
He basically just tweeted, I think SolidWorks should match the
Dan,
amount.
I have like 2,000 followers. They're all going to be canceling SolidWorks.
Do you want to...
Jeff's tweet is literally, I think SolidWorks should match the dollars that the core podcast have raised for Magic Wheelchair. What a great way to end.
What a great...
Why don't you put the donation link in there as well?
That's a good idea.
I love that because it's not going to go to me. It'll go to
Because I'm stupid.
Yeah, it's been good fun. Andy, it's been awesome hanging out with you this morning as well.
Yeah,
I think
it's been awesome, like listening to you guys the whole time. I got like have it in the background like the whole time.
Yeah, like you called
stuff.
it. This has become the unofficial staff room for SolidWorks.
Yeah. Genuinely is, yeah. But no, I reached out to Jordan again earlier and said that we'll have to get yourself, Andy, and him back on for a full episode.
Yeah, man, I'd love to. Yeah.
This has all been an elaborate ruse for us to create content.
Yeah, we basically every January we run out of what the hell to do for the next 12 months.
Yeah.
Hey man, surface modeling, X shape, and weird patterns with XGen. I will just like randomly talk about that for hours.
But you know what?
do it in my spare time.
It doesn't have to be. It could be like the conversation we're having this morning. It could just be about anything. So,
okay.
See, Kirby, I was going to say that sounds like he's willing to present at user groups as well.
Yeah, that's a
which is even
user.
better for
That's a
us.
user group type of conversation.
Yep.
Well, Andy's a big music guy, as evidenced by the albums hanging on the wall behind him.
I wouldn't have known.
Hey, if you
Heather.
guys want, I'll come on and do it. We can do a whole segment on the old 8-hour exam.
Yeah.
We'll get Mike Puckett on at the same time.
Is that all at once, Jeff, or in 8 episodes?
No, we'll do straight 8 hours of talking about the old 8-hour exam.
And then those that that can get people to know what it's like. I think it'll work.
Timers.
Did you get one of these?
We got a gate crasher.
I think it predated that.
Wow, that's nice, Andy.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I got look at this.
Wow, calculator and everything.
Yeah, all you gotta do is
I've got a calculator
Mark
too.
Martel really frustrated at his backpack one day, and then he'll just be like, "Just take this thing; it's in my way." And I got everything in it. I got a bunch of Mark Martel business cards around here too. Oh yeah, I got his business card holder.
We've got some beer mats.
Random.
If you guys want beer mats for
It's almost
HQ, we'll hook you up.
I want some.
Yeah, we've got thousands.
I've got thousands.
Did you get the green apple? Did you get his green apple that he was eating? That was thrown on the desk.
Do you not know how to say SolidWorks now when you give those cards away?
Yeah. Solid works. The funny part is I couldn't tell the difference between like 3 of them. Like they all sounded the same to me.
Dan, why don't you rope and Sean to this?
Yeah, making fun of Mark's accent is
Sean just talked for 3 days straight, and I know you guys feel the same way, but he is like, he's the same after like we were kind of after Slug Meat, where he just like, I think he just needs to go sit in a corner by himself for like 10 minutes.
Well, you can go sit in the corner on his phone and
I
join.
was going to say, we're still going, and we don't get paid.
Yeah, you're not even paid. Yeah.
That says more about you guys than him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, who's the fools?
I was going to say, so who's got the real commitment?
This helps a bit.
Oh man.
Yeah, we've
Well,
honestly.
I think
we've increased the amount of bottles we've gone through this week compared to.
I mean, it's kind of helpful because we start at 3:30 in the afternoon, so everybody thinks we're psychotic, but actually we're normal.
No, the bottles behind you. No, there wasn't enough on there.
Great
there
shirt.
should have been a lot more.
I'll show you what.
I don't know, I'm doing a podcast right now.
There you go.
You're fine.
Yeah.
It's casual.
Exactly.
I'm fine.
It's casual.
Need a
Dan
few
says
more.
it's casual.
It's casual
Need a
Friday.
few more.
I thought we were professionals. Oh
Ah.
no! I must have
little
mixed
bit.
this up with someone else.
Have you guys looked at your background?
Yeah, we're still waiting for a barman.
We've been waiting for 3 days now.
We just want some service.
Puppers.
So hey, listen, I
Well,
think
Chinley
you
wants
guys
one of our
forever,
BMX.
you guys forever cemented yourselves in the fabric of the community and I think of world. I think
I mean,
like,
considering our name is in a video on the YouTube channel, I think
That pudgy
Yeah.
thing.
you're in.
He's a
You're-
good boy.
You're in.
that's a big bulldog. Aren't they illegal now in the UK now?
No, that's pit bulls.
No, bulldogs. They've just made bulldogs illegal
What?
Why?
What?
because of the way that they're bred.
No, bulldogs are one of the most gentle,
No, it's because of the
crazy creatures.
Let me Google this.
The most
Yeah.
vicious
Oh, it's
creature.
because
So
like
English bulldogs are illegal in England.
No, just the American ones.
British bulldogs.
Yeah.
Ozzy. Hey, come here.
French bulldog.
Ozzy.
Uh,
Come here, Ozzy.
Clearly, I was on some like site that just.
Yeah.
I'm the one that falls for the misinformation. I should unsubscribe from Joe Rogan now.
Oh, don't do that. He needs help right now.
Clearly, I'm the fool.
Hey, Heather Driveworks, don't just like the tweet, retweet it.
Jeff
Thanks.
is
So demanding.
Jeff is-
I'm on
There's
it.
your shit,
Wow.
Jenny. You supposed-
I need to do a wardrobe change. You're not wrong.
Jeez.
I
Yeah.
did it.
Matter
this is why I'm not on
You
Twitter.
know what? Where DriveWorks is so integral to SolidWorks, you guys keep getting, what you call partner of the year. I think that you guys should also match the donations.
Wow.
That was a good response.
Damn, Jeff.
It was good. That was
You're
better
like the
than my
hype man.
response.
You're like the hype
That
man we
was-
didn't know we had, Jeff.
You know what,
He's the hype
God?
man. We didn't know we
I'm
needed.
He's not a. He's a henchman. He's
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Henchman is better than hype man.
I'll break kneecaps.
In
That's
our
what I'm
defense,
thinking.
we didn't ask him to do any of this.
He's just as passionate as we are.
Apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe more.
Be a shame if you were to not donate for that software.
It'd be a shame. It'd be a shame, Heather, if you didn't show up in Nashville next year.
Right.
Be an awful shame.
Awful shame.
I don't know.
He's actually retweeted it as well, man.
I did. I got bullied into retweeting that, by the way.
You could send it to
But you know
Maria.
what?
Boy.
It's awesome. And why not? I mean,
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm off. I'm going to go find
Bye,
a seat
Dan.
at a bar.
You know
somewhere.
what? If we're still going and you're at some bar or dinner,
Please tune in.
please
Come in.
just
I'll pull
hop
it
in
up
for
on
a
my
couple
phone.
of minutes.
All
Even
right,
if it's just
I'll try.
loud music and we can't hear anything, you like
Put the phone right in the
Just
center of the
do it.
table. And
If
just
you see Sean,
let-
right, the amount of
let
hype
people
comments
view.
we've given him.
Before I forget, let me copy the Zoom room to my phone so I can easily do that.
Yeah.
And you should copy the donation link as well, so you can pass it on.
So I can pass that around the bar. Hey, I'm taking donation.
Hey, no, you know what you should do? Say for every $20 you donate, I'll buy you a drink. Put it on the company credit card.
he's a smart man.
Yeah.
Jeff is a
All
smart
right.
man.
Bye, everybody.
Dan, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan.
Good times.
Good times.
You guys are
Get
See
them
you in Nashville
gains.
next year.
Get that
Let me know
protein.
next time you're up in Waltham.
I need some protein. I gotta go get protein for dinner. See ya.
Oh,
Hey, Edson and Michael, thank you for retweeting that without having to be told to do so.
Hey, easy now.
Damn, it's going.
We're all in agreement that he's not going to the bar, right? He's definitely going to the gym.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. Yeah.
Via
Going
like
to
the
the
nearest
bar.
steak place.
Lifting bars.
That's right.
It's going to be lifting bars.
The smoothie bar.
Get
Gotta get those proteins in.
Yep.
I'm gonna retweet it as well.
Ooh.
There.
Boop.
I'm gonna create a Twitter account just for this.
Well,
I'm not actually. I don't know.
Just to shame SolidWorks.
Just to see the shit show live.
All I do now
Should
on
I tag
social media
Suchit?
is like,
Don't not tag
yeah,
Suchit.
definitely do
Tag,
that.
yes, tag.
He
Tag 'em
likes us
all.
at the minute. Stop. Don't.
Do it.
Jeez.
Tag them all.
Just
do it.
But I'm going to do it from the core podcast this time because
for God's
it's a better
sake.
name than.
Do it.
And GP actually.
Oh,
And maybe Maria.
The new guy.
You know what? I'm sure Luke has GP's.
Tag everybody.
Yeah, Luke has
gonna do?
GP's personal
On
number.
WhatsApp, yeah.
What's he gonna do?
Dude, you
What's he
should
gonna
tag
do?
Joe Lance. He has the most pull, apparently.
Yeah. There you
Yeah.
go.
Should tag like, yeah. Keep going.
Joe, knock on the
tag
door.
Kristen. I mean,
Lance.
she's the one that needs to be tagged.
Kristen Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, tag her.
There you go.
Ooh.
Only because hers was
Wow.
I can remember. I
No
blanked on
way.
everybody else.
Anonymous has donated and made it equal. Has donated
$79.31.
What?
Go.
Nice.
Did they
$2,000.
even it off? Did they even it?
How are we not getting copyright struck on that song?
Wow.
See, you know what'd be great is if SolidWorks says yes, we'll match the donations, and then we can get a flood of user donations, and then SolidWorks doubles that amount.
There you go.
You're an
You know
evil
what I-
genius, Jeff. An evil genius.
It's really
You
amazing.
get half of that right, Michael.
I don't think. Yeah, you don't want to put both those words in the same sentence. It's one and then the other.
Wow.
That's fine.
Kirby and Johnny, what you've done with this is honestly like amazing to me. It's
I know.
it's the
We-
idea that last year you raised what?
$517.
Right.
I think for once, both of us are a bit like.
We're just as
shit,
blown away. We're just
what's
looking at ourselves
happening?
like, how do we do this?
You guys are like the new Jerry.
We just wanted an excuse to have a couple of drinks together. Like,
Honestly, we've just been absolutely wrecked on Jack
like
Daniels all week.
The truth of the not wrecked, but we had a good time. There's 4 bottles empty there.
No, there's
But-
about 5 now.
But Johnny and I, like the
Over
whole point of this
2 days,
podcast was
3
for
days.
Johnny and I to hang out together. That
It's
wasn't just
literally,
at World.
It's literally our excuse to have a catch up every 2 weeks.
Have a couple of drinks and catch up. But the whole idea of our podcast is bringing people on, having a couple of drinks and catching up as if we were in a bar somewhere. Whether we're meeting someone new that we've never spoken to, or whether we're hanging out with old friends or anything like that. That's why I was saying to Andy, it's like, we don't even have to speak about SolidWorks. If you come onto one of our episodes, we can talk about whatever we want. It's a way to hang out with people outside of World every year because, you know, especially for Johnny and I traveling to the US, that's the only time of year we get to see pretty much everyone that's in this call and anyone we've spoken to this week. It's that one time of year that we get to all hang out, and when went virtual last year, we need to socialize with these people again. And when they cancelled it, we thought we'll do it again.
No way.
Andy Barnes with
He's not put
Doing this
69.
Andy
Are you
Barnes
doing
with
this
the
on
$1.69.
69 cents.
The evil man.
Oh, that was not me. Somebody else put it in as me. But that's a great way to get somebody to donate $998.31.
Oh,
You guys doing
but
this on YouTube as
real
well?
life has begun. Children are home. I need to go. You guys have a great rest of your night. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
Andy.
Everybody, great to see all of you.
Yes, thank you very much for joining.
Are you guys doing this on YouTube as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube only. We tried Twitch, but that's more for gaming.
No, we tried. Oh, yeah, we did try Twitch briefly, but nah.
And Facebook's just a bit rude.
Yeah, we just get up in people's faces on Facebook. At least on YouTube, you're like looking for something to watch.
That's nuts.
Flawed.
You guys make a special check to present to Christine. And,
It's gonna have to be a big one the way this is going.
yeah.
Yeah, we usually have a whole segment about what we're drinking, so I thought I might as well throw that out. Yeah, what's everybody drinking? It could just be water, but what is everyone drinking?
Water.
Water.
Water right now.
Sorry.
I'm at work.
Yeah.
You know, vodka's clear as well. Some Sam Adams.
I'm a Scotch man.
Scotch
is.
whiskey. That's the byproduct of most bourbons.
Gabe, what is that? There was a
well,
glare
that's
on
what
the
Jack Daniels
screen.
sells the
Oh. It's pretty boring.
Oh.
I've been
Nope.
That's a nice beer.
Did you just beep yourself?
Fuck no.
So, question for Ed.
Yeah.
When you go up, do people comment on how nice it is that you take your daughter out when you're with Janice?
Say that question again.
When you and Janice go out, do people comment on how nice it is that you take your daughter out?
No, because most people know my daughter is 3.5 hours away from me.
You know what I meant.
No, I don't know what you meant.
I'm implying that you look so much older than your fiance. You can't. So you can't. You can't say that because you'll make her.
Are you
look
done now? Are you done? Is it the white of my beard, Jeff? Is it the white?
There's a lot of it there, Ed.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's gonna grow this way, eventually make its way up to the top of my head.
And I was gonna say from like here up, you look young, but then down here you look old.
Right.
See, right
Sure,
there, you do that, you look like me, but then you take your arm, you look like Michael Lord.
Michael Lord's a handsome guy. I take that as a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment.
Okay. Costume change.
Gang,
Yay.
gang.
Swinging.
Awesome.
Great shirts.
Schwiggin'.
Well, thank you.
Swing. Schwiggin'.
Schwagen.
Schwaggin.
Schwiggin'.
Instead of calling it swag, we should be calling it like schwagen. Schwagen.
Schwaggin'
Schwagen.
swag.
Schwagen. There we go. We got there eventually.
Schwaggin'.
Schwagen wagon. Trying to convince Jordan to join us as well. You know, if he does, he should wear his wig.
I think you could have people join if they make a donation.
I mean, I can close up this completely.
Again, wasn't there chest hair too? The chest hair wasn't the. You should do both.
I'm trying to figure out if that was real or like a prop.
No, that was.
You know, that's one of those things that we will never know.
I hope that was a prop.
Might be a personal question.
Perfect place to ask personal questions.
No, let's just keep it roughly PG for now. It's not quite happy hour.
It is for us. Twitter's on fire.
Yeah, Jeff.
We're all adults here.
Well,
Some are more adult than
some of
others.
us are. Yes, thank you. Words right out of my mouth, Michael. And look at him. Look at him. What, me?
Who?
I think next to Michael, I'm the oldest one here, so watch it there, Pally Boy.
Johnny's quite
I
old.
think we've
Apparently.
had this conversation before. There, Johnny boy.
Right. Let's just get this settled. I'm under 30.
Let's just get this settled.
Did you know that I didn't know how old he was until a year ago? We've been mates for 4 years.
Yeah.
I could adopt him as one of my own.
Jeffrey Miracle.
Either of us,
when do you-
actually.
when do you turn 55?
October.
Okay, so that means you are younger than me. I am older than
Ooh.
you. We've had this conversation before. I am older
I'm
than you.
old. I
by
don't remember.
I'm older than you by 2 months.
Mm.
See, you're already going senile. You forgot that I was 2
Yes,
months older.
but you look like you're 6 years older than me.
I knew that was coming. Wait, is this still a family show?
Well,
No one's
it got
answering.
really quiet for that.
I mean, I came in last night. Toby was here, and I went, "Hey, Toby, I don't want to give you vaccination card. Fuck 'em all! Come out the door blazing."
Yeah, that was
Yes,
something I'd
Jeffrey,
expect Jeff would have
you are
done.
2 months.
I wasn't
What's
expecting
that?
you to do that. So that was something I expected Jeff to do. It's not something I expected you to do.
Yeah, that's true.
It's an individual ones.
I don't do things like that.
What do you mean? You don't.
If Ed
do
and I are
things
in a
like-
room together, he's the bad one, not me.
Oh, so you just make an exception when I'm with you that you say things.
You're gonna hate me this.
I don't have any clue what you're talking
Figure it out.
What about the poor girl when
I will-
you asked,
I will pick
you
them
asked
up.
for the T-shirt in where was
That's
it?
a
LA.
plead innocent.
That
right
was
there.
over here.
Yeah, I know that. But quick question: who wants beer mats?
Wow. Beer mats. Nice.
But seriously,
Make it rain.
get hold of us. We can
rain.
we're trying to organise to send these off to
We
people.
literally have thousands.
Dan Bircheye is 56. Dan, I thought you and I are about the same age too, but you've got a lot more gray hair than me.
Yes. I'm getting a few on the side. I shaved them
Were you
off.
talking to Dan?
Dan's on the YouTube channel.
YouTube.com/The Cool Podcast. Dan, if you want to jump in this conversation, you're more than welcome to.
Come
yeah,
on
Dan.
in.
Come on, Dan.
For
You
the
need to-
low
you can
donation,
contact-
for a $25 donation, Dan, you too could be a part of the Core Podcast.
Come
Oh,
on
wait, here we go.
down to
There's
the
your
Price
new
is
thing.
Right.
Wait a second,
Like,
25?
I'm just saying.
100 bucks you get
Dan,
in.
bring your Ohio accent.
This
Then
is
we
an
could
exclusive
say,
club.
Act now, right? Act now. Your
Call the
$25
800
donation.
number.
Wait a minute. Let Heather do this so they can be recorded because these guys can use it. Ready?
Be like,
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go.
for a $25 donation,
100.
you can help.
Cut.
You know what? Do you know what Jeff is like? Jeff is the cousin from Boston.
This is going to
guy,
confuse
right?
you, though,
He's
but
so
He's the
good.
one. Take your fucking Dunkin' Donuts
For a
get the hell
$25
outta here.
donation, you
100.
can help.
Cut.
You know what? Do you know what Jeff is?
I'm going to keep that one. 100.
You just gotta lay the Sarah McLachlan underneath it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
All right, do one for the 100 to make Jeff happy, and then maybe do one with 25.
What do you want me to? Actually, I could just say, for a substantial donation.
When you're ready. Ready? These guys will cue you guys ready.
I need to put
record.
together my thought though, and not look at Jeff while I'm speaking.
And
Hold
not
on.
let Jeff interrupt.
Oh, I'll say go. Give it a second, and then
I just
do
need
your
to.
thing.
I just need to.
Just needs a minute to compose herself.
I need to think of what I'm gonna say.
We don't have that much time.
We've got
I
plenty
got
of
all
time.
the time I need, young man. I got all the time I
Quiet.
need.
As long as we got whiskey, we got time.
Yes.
You want the Heather After Dark, or do you want like for your donation?
No, do
Heather
the
After
Heather
Drop
After
your
Dark.
dollar bills
Heather
in the
After Dark.
chat.
I'm voting for Heather After Dark.
After
Heather
dark.
After
And a few
Dark.
glasses of wine.
I'm voting for Heather After
What,
Dark.
what about the
Wow.
Southern Baptist donate?
She's writing
I
a script.
I know I was writing. I was just trying to think about how I would phrase it for you, but do you want me to say an amount?
A donation. That's a mystery.
Let's be honest, we're letting anyone in
And
regardless.
then someone's going to donate 69 cents.
No psychos allowed.
At least 31 cents.
You get 12 donations at 31 cents. That would send
There's
my
a dollar
OCD
minimum.
into
Now,
over.
so $1.31.
Growing concern of a storm
Okay.
this weekend in eastern
Ugh.
seaboard.
Oh, well, it's going to be 50 here on Saturday. So you stop that because I got to run 14 miles out there.
I'm just reading Pete Bouchard, NBC 10 Boston.
Pete Bouchard needs to
Pipe it.
silence. Okay. Are we got to mute Jeff? Are we good?
I will be all right.
I'm just look at the
I
face.
literally I can
love
mute
it.
Jeff's face, so offended.
Like, who, me?
No,
Who, me?
We'll just do it. We're just going to do it.
Okay, record. So yeah, when I say go, just give it a second and then do it. So, go.
Your donation can help the Magic Wheelchair
Sorry.
team.
I pushed the button. I pushed the. I pushed the wrong button there. We'll do it one more
But
time.
she said
Heather, you sound like a 976 operator, not like you're
that's
trying
the
to-
idea. That's the idea, Jeff.
Okay, you ready?
A little bit more husky in the voice then.
Look, no infighting within the group.
Marisola, zip it.
All right. Go.
Your donation can help the Magic Wheelchair team make a child's dream come true. Donate today.
Damn, we might use
Perfect.
that in a lot of situations.
I'll play it back for you.
Annie, Rachel, if
Your
you guys want a
donation
copy.
can help the Magic Wheelchair team make a child's dream come true. Donate today.
I'm going to sell
Perfect.
that.
Oh, I like that.
Holy shit, that is awesome. You are in a wrong line of business, my friend.
Well, I've
You are
done
in the wrong line.
voiceover. I've done it like a little bit.
You think you should do it more? You got the perfect voice for it.
Heard an excerpt from 50 Shades of Grey.
No.
Welcome to the Core After Dark.
Is that Rachel?
That was me.
That was you?
We got Michael as well. He donated a voice.
You know,
Michael's is brilliant.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Clean that one.
I gotta go figure out what I'm making for dinner. So the cooking show will start soon.
Jeff Sweeney in the chat says, "Hey, they're thinking this is a big day."
Jeff Sweeney.
What's
wow.
that?
Nice.
Wow, Jeff. Maybe Jeff needs to make a donation to make up for that.
Damn, people are calling each other out now.
Jeff. He likes my voice though. Jeff Sweeney.
I miss seeing Jeff at World. I miss
Oh
seeing
my
everybody.
God.
I miss seeing
I think
everybody.
that's Dan in the chat.
Yeah, it is.
Kadan. Kadan.
What?
Damn. So I got to listen to that blooper again though. That was great.
For a $25 donation, you can help.
That actually is pretty good. Almost
Actually,
radio
is
gold.
really good.
100!
Jeff and I could do a skit where we're like this couple that's been married for like 30 years, you know? What?
That was great.
What?
Talking about married, where's Earl?
Oh, he just came down. He was just come down from his office upstairs.
Or is he
Tell
cooking
him
meth?
to go make dinner.
I know. I think we're going to have scallops this evening, Jeff. We're going to have some scallops.
Hold on. He's cooking. What is he cooking?
No, he's not cooking. He's not cooking meth. Did you guys catch
Meth.
Pearl on the general session today? That was pretty good.
Yeah, you could have given me a heads up you were going to use our model again.
I didn't even know. I thought he ended up on the cutting room floor. I'm like, when is it happening? He's like, I don't know.
I've got some
Had all
exciting
these-
news, Kirby.
What?
The party crasher Joe Lance is on his way.
Ooh.
Yeah, he can go straight up to GP and tell him.
Yeah. How about Joe? I'm secretive. I'm in Boston last night.
Yeah,
Lance.
we're gonna call him out. Dan
Yeah.
Rafael. Actually, I've got to get this right. How do I say his surname? Is it Riffle
Right,
or
Dan,
Raffle?
yeah. Clear this up, Dan.
It's Riffle.
Riffle. See, Riffle.
Riffle.
You got your chain and sunglasses?
I'll cue the music as well.
Cue some tunes. This is unrivaled. We've never had such commitment from a dropping guest.
You should set his desk because here we go.
My name is.
Dan Riffle. He's even got a ring tonight.
Oh, that is funny.
Did
the random one.
Yeah. That was great. You missed. Rachel's been recording for us again. Have you donated?
Heather.
What did I say?
Rachel.
I'm just reading.
donated to what?
Oh,
Your
Magic
donation
Wheelchair.
can help the Magic Wheelchair team make a child's dream come true. Donate today.
Pop in the link.
That was.
You know, there's a minimum amount as well.
No, it
For a
don't be.
$25 donation, you
100.
can help.
Earlier today, you needed 150 so that you would eat some hot stuff. Where are you?
We're at $2,001.69.
Oh, nice.
We're trying to convince SolidWorks to match us.
No, hang on. Jeff is trying to convince SolidWorks to match it.
I've just put into the chat there, Dan.
Oh, we got other Dan.
It's the invasion of Dan's again.
Are we having a Dan party again?
So happy to see this live. Jeff,
Why
if you
is-
want to join us,
No, this is Dan Burchett.
give us a follow and we'll send you a link.
Comments on YouTube. Dan Sweeney Jeff Sweeney should be
That's
in the
Kadan.
chat here. Dan
Oh.
Burchett made it. Jeff Sweeney, what's your excuse?
Did Dan donate?
I have to ask him.
I think Dan donated yesterday, to be fair.
We've had a lot of Dans around.
Dan has donated, therefore Dan Riffle is sound.
Dan, I can match your hat.
That I used to hang out with.
Hey, Rachel, you're out of the local area, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Howdy.
Let's talk.
You do presentations, correct?
Did you just drink out the bottle?
I'll have to reach out to you to get you in, once we start doing in-person meetings for the Boston Swug.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, if you want to travel to England, we have user groups too.
That too.
Mm-hmm.
Hashtag road trip.
Sure.
Yeah,
Hey, Dan
Johnny,
Burchai.
you're never going to be happy until I bring a Lamborghini up to you.
You're on mute, Dan.
No. Oh, we still got plenty of Coke. Coca-Cola.
Oh, that refrigerator.
You gonna be up all night?
That refrigerator is conveniently placed. It looks like you're at slipping underneath the bar. Like
Yeah,
that
just-
was meant to be.
This is the most prepared we've ever been in our lives.
And we're still not very prepared. I thought you were pouring yourself a second one.
Cool, I'll keep it.
Rachel, what do you like presenting on, Rachel? Any specific topics or?
Not just anything. I have one presentation coming up in a couple of weeks for the Armenia Swug about makers.
Oh,
Oh,
that'd
cool.
be perfect. I'd love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. We'll
I'll-
reach once we start doing in-person meetings. I'll reach out to you and get yourself hooked up with these two dudes here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, both Johnny and I come from the makers communities, and we're both like involved in some sort of way. So if you're doing presentations on makers, I think that would be awesome. Mike Bucket is in the chat. Who's excited to go back to Nashville in 2023? Mike, will you still have a walker then?
Rachel, I've got a 12-year additive background too in my own Mark Forge machine right over there. You can't see it, but it's over there.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, Mike, if you
very
want to
immersed
join
in
us,
the
let us know.
additive world.
We'll drop you an email.
Cool.
But you have to donate.
Leave
There you
Michael
go. Donation made.
I'm going back to Nashville in 2023.
We'll wait for the jingle.
We'll have a walker then. Rachel, I've got
Can't do
the,
anything until the jingles.
12-year additive
There we go. Dan Raffle with the $50. Thank you very much.
Hit the tune.
What, the tune? No, I've got it.
You should get the Vegas slot machine jingle.
No, that's the laughter
that
track.
one.
Yes, that one.
Chipmunks on crack.
Cool.
Anyway.
Wait. We just have too much fun. That's the problem.
We're just both idiots.
Jeff Sweeney, Nashville, SolidWorks must not have been able to get the deposit back. Hopefully not. Let's make my way into the studio and join. Mike Pucker's going to join us.
Nice.
Email sent, Mike.
He's
Very
good people.
nice.
We were talking about him at like what, half an hour ago.
We were, yeah.
What were we saying?
And you can still get certified.
Yeah, they haven't done the certification stuff
Nope,
yet.
Still rolling on.
Isn't that next week? That pops around next week.
Well, Mike will tell us all about it.
Yeah, well, who better?
There you go.
Yep.
Oh, I just got Mike's out of office though, so.
I'm sure he'll get it. I should have
You
set up
get
an
a-
out of office. Out of
You
office.
can get a free mug with your certification.
Or you can purchase a mug from our store that has Johnny's
Yep.
face or my face.
Oh, nice.
We sell all kind of tap.
We even sell socks.
Yep, Jeff
Jeff.
Sweeney has subscribed.
Nice one. Thank you very much. One day we'll get to 200.
One day we'll get to 200. Where are we at now? 173?
Nice.
So how do I get the beer mats?
We're trying to figure out. We're either going to get a bunch produced in the States or.
How many are you after, Dan?
I don't know. It'd be a good user group giveaway.
Oh, we like that.
Oh,
Hey,
Dan.
there's an idea for you.
Message us on Twitter tomorrow once we sober up, and we'll sort you right out.
No, we've got literally thousands. Our plan was just to like hand them out to everybody. If we see a beer that's uncoasted, we would have coasted it. No one would have known it was us though, but the coasters will be everywhere. But yeah, we got literally thousands. But my work, I used to manage the whole dispatch area, so I know how it all works. So I can just send things off quite easily. I think we're trying to figure out a way to just get a bunch in the US.
Ooh, nice.
I've got a box of those in my attic that I use every time, and that's actually what gave us the idea for the coasters. Is
we had our big UK Christmas meetup.
Mugs are big. Shirts, not everybody not everybody likes to wear shirts with like brands and logos and that stuff. But a beer coaster.
Oh,
sorry, we're getting Bing Bong Stan Riffle. Subscribe. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan.
The subscription. Hit that bell notification so you can see when we go live.
Ding ding.
So you can see when we go live next. She's got to head off.
Thanks, Annie.
Watch Book of Boba. No spoilers, please. Thank you all you've done for Magic Wheelchair. Thank you for joining us, Annie. I spoke to Christine today. Oh. And today we've got... What beer is that? Great
Notion.
Great Notion.
Extra large Jamie Pants.
Is that from New England as well?
No, this is actually from Oregon.
Yeah, that's a Portland brewery.
Yep. Every now and then we get it out.
That's where Magic Wheelchair is based, Oregon.
Is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the color on that.
Great Notion is an awesome brewery. I love that.
Man, that's
Yeah,
some red.
I've heard. My goal is to try to get back out West Coast again and take in a tour, especially that place.
Yeah.
Jonny and I have shares in a brewery now.
Yeah.
Really? Do tell.
A whole 2.
You have 2. I have 14.
That's why they send you free beer, and I just get a pin.
Dude, beer's beer.
Holy shit!
At least I got 3 pins.
Ooh,
we got questions.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Nice and tart, Dan. Nice and got that nice tartness right in there.
What is it actually?
It's a fruited sour. It's
okay.
boysenberry, marionberry, and blueberry.
Nice.
Yeah.
Kettle sour or in one of the.
I'm sure it's kettle sour. Those are easy to make.
Tastes like yogurt.
We've got a bot that does that.
Oh, thank you, Brian.
Brian with $50.
I think Brian needs to come hang out.
Yes.
I've been in the chat lurking constantly.
You lurk more than Rachel does. Yeah, we had Rachel on earlier. Rachel, if you're lurking, please come join us. I'm going to text her.
Lurking.
There are multiple Rachels.
We're going to have to bring back R1 and R2.
Has anyone spoke to Rachel recently?
Yeah, we had her on about 3 hours.
She was on earlier today. Yeah. She joined us.
Was she?
She's doing well.
She just moved into a new place now. They've kind of redoing it and all that. Mike Puckett is also joining us now.
She's still working for the gaming company?
It's not really a gaming company. It's a company that helps and supports other community managers.
Oh. Okay.
And part of her job is working with such community managers like the community managers of Twitch and other gaming companies. Mike Puckett, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Oh, good.
Hey, Mike.
Quick question: how many sounds do you have on your soundboard?
I don't even. Let's see here. I actually have all 6 of them filled.
What do they do?
Just the basic stuff. The applause. Turn up the boo.
Oh.
All that good stuff, right?
Fancy.
And there's actually multiple boards, I think, on there, right?
Yeah. Have you got Heather?
To the core after dark.
Got Heather. Michael threw his voice in there.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Let me just close the door really quick.
So Mike's got this exact same audio board as I do. Remember Jordan Bob Ross comment? If you drew that jagged line going up and down like a crypto account, insiders have learned one of the takes was up and down like COVID cases.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
That reminds me, I need to look at my Dogecoin. Is that still going down? It was going to the moon, and then I held on for too long.
So I'm gonna pick up some stats here for you guys. See what the certification stuff's looking like so far. I heard you guys talking about when it starts. So it actually starts next week, unless you were originally signed up to go to the conference as in person. Then we opened it up early. We opened it up a week early yesterday.
That's interesting.
So we'll see if there's anybody. I know the first day there was already a few exams taken. Interestingly enough, the first like 5 or 6 exams that were taken were 3D experience exams.
That's right, because we saw it there towards the end of the SolidWorks live session. They were talking about it and when it's going to happen. Obviously, we weren't listening properly, but kind of watching the graphics.
Yeah, it starts on Friday the 14th. So cancel your Valentine's Day dinner plans with your wife and stay home and take exams.
Yes.
Don't worry, I don't have any.
Well, that will go over well, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife said not to buy anything, and I feel like that's a trick.
That is definitely a trap.
Right.
Joe, we've got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, Joe. Joe Lance. Mexican wave and all.
Direct from the main stage.
That was sneaky.
Very sneaky.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, look at that. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, Johnny and I always wondered what would happen if we turned up and knocked on the door and whether they'll let us in or not.
This man did it.
He did it.
Open.
I mean, it's cold outside there, isn't it?
I guess they felt really sorry for me. Or maybe I wasn't even there.
Oh, it was all CGI. That was all the platform simulation software.
It's kind of like me reaching out to say, "Hi, Miss Rachel. How are you?" Shake my hand, Rachel. Other side.
Other side. All right.
Depends on what your layout is like, right?
Yeah, it's not for me. Joe, you down there. Rachel's up there.
Yeah, that was all over
for everyone.
Yeah, you're 4 people over for me.
Okay.
So, Joe, did that go better or worse than you expected it to go?
I'm not really sure. I hadn't seen the results of it, so I don't know.
Were you planning to be in Boston, or did you just go?
No, it's normally during the world we take vacation and just kind of hang out wherever we are. So of course Atlanta was out, no real reason to go there. So we were decided to come up at Boston. This area is that when I come up to do a marathon, there's always some areas that we don't get a chance to visit. So this was an ideal opportunity.
Oh, that's good.
Right to Boston. Of course, we didn't plan on a blizzard coming through ahead of us before we got here, but it turned out, and it's good to be able to play in the snow and get to go home and leave the snow behind. So, so it's been fun. So
that's awesome. Yeah. We thought you just had the wool over our eyes, and last night we were just like chatting to you about, what's your background like? You know, tell us more about your background. Like we're trying to dig in.
Yeah, where do you think World's going to be?
We just thought that Nashville was the worst kept secret, but I feel like it was a ruse. You know, we'll tell everybody Nashville, but no one will expect Joe to announce it.
Well, and yeah, that really wasn't planned. That was just actually all that came about in probably 5 minutes before it was done.
Yeah, no. GP was on SolidWorks Live and well, just in the closing remarks, and he said, it wasn't planned. Joe just turned up, so we thought, why not?
I mean, that is quite a GP thing to do.
Yeah.
And that was exactly it. And I'm thinking, you guys really want to do that? Like, okay. Yeah.
That's mad. That's really awesome, though. Like, Johnny and I were joking about, it would be cool if we just rocked up and they let us in, but...
You fulfilled the plans.
You nailed it. You proved that it can be done.
It can be done.
Especially if you're outside the window going,
cheers, Gabe.
It's cold. It's cold out here. Dunk, 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 dunk.
You spare some food. Hungry.
Open the door.
And then to get it all on recording, like I'm at the headquarters and they wouldn't let me in. Imagine that, right?
You're doing a selfie.
Yeah,
doing exactly. A selfie looking in the window.
Apparently, like a bit of news spread before because someone had cited you at a hotel.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
The jig was up. No, that was really awesome. I think that was a nice, like especially all of us in the Swaggen community and that were blown away by that. We did not expect that because we all like everybody waits for the announcement of when World's going to be next year. That's like the most exciting part. That's why they put it at the end.
Unless you found out 2 weeks ago.
Does anybody notice that they had dates up at all?
They didn't.
No, just said Nashville.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no dates, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think Cindy might have posted about it in the community
I'm sorry.
or answered a question about
guys.
it.
That's a good set of
On,
eyes there.
on Slack, February 12th through 15th is what was going around, which is
We can miss
both
Valentine's
the
Day
Super
again.
Bowl
Never mind
and
that.
Valentine's.
You and I can go on a date.
We're not away for my birthday.
Speaking of birthdays, that's why Rachel can't join. She actually has to take her husband out for his birthday.
It's Austin's birthday.
Yeah.
Wow.
So for one of the first times, she has to actually.
Second year in a row.
Hey, you guys are all right if I put the link for this Zoom? If I tweet that or no?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, if anyone wants, I mean,
yeah, just $25. It's a magic wheelchair.
We have got an emergency button, so if anyone does take over, the stream won't see it, but you get to enjoy it. That happened last year.
Did yeah, we had some.
Bit of anime naughtiness being streamed.
It's still there because we haven't taken it down either.
We won't tell you where it is.
Hallway Hangouts day one.
Mike, I saw that you had to squash some things in one of your presentations in the chat.
Oh yeah, it's. I was gonna say I wouldn't be too worried about tweeting the link right now because it's in the middle of the night in a certain region of the world where people tend to do all kinds of nefarious things with software.
I didn't stop Redhead and all her cousins and aunties trying to share their
Cousins,
OnlyFans link.
aunties, uncles, sisters, brothers, everyone last night.
Yeah, trying to send their OnlyFans links.
Jeez, 20 minutes.
But I mean, it did double our views. So
yeah,
wow.
We got a hell of a lot of views.
They could at least subscribed.
Ours is full of ours is full of LinkedIn profiles. People posting their LinkedIn.
Yeah.
You know, so I put a notice up there. So we can't be responsible for the links. So click at your own risk. And hopefully that might. I don't know what the point is of posting your LinkedIn over and over and over and over again, but.
I've heard it's the best way to get a job.
It's aggressive networking.
It is, yeah. I guess if they make a few bucks, it's more than you normally get. So
you can set up bots to kind of help spam and certain words, but
yeah, there's not a that's in YouTube, right? Or are you talking about Zoom?
Oh, Zoom, no, yeah, you're stuck.
Yeah, on Zoom, you're on your own. It's
You think
just
there'd be a setting to
depending-
disable the posting of links by attendees?
Yeah.
Right, but
Well, you can
we're
allow
only 2.5
participants. You can remove the ability for participants to chat.
Yeah, but we were getting legit questions and stuff through there. So.
Yeah, that's the only problem. It's the same thing with I could change our chat in the YouTube to be subscribers only,
Yeah.
but that person has to subscribe for at least 5 minutes before they can actually comment anything. Which I don't want to limit people like that.
Yeah, but it wasn't that bad. People kind of caught on it for a little bit.
Yeah, Mike,
So-
are you
Okay, I'm
able to
being
send an
informed that we
email
have
to your
to go home
higher
now.
ups?
To get them to donate to you guys or to match.
Are you
the
off, Jeff?
donation?
Yeah,
Oh.
somebody wants to go home and eat.
Hey Jeff, bye Jeff.
Uber Eats.
Hey Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, Jeff?
Not a problem,
Hey,
Jeff.
Joe.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Joe, I hear you're going to talk to GP about SolidWorks matching donations.
Yeah, I heard that too, but I need to. I'm at a lost word here.
He never got
Yeah,
invited
yeah.
to the staff meeting. Is basically it.
All right. See
All
you
right, Jeff.
guys.
See you,
Hey
man.
Jeff.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Joe.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, send me an email. Like, there's a couple groups that might be able to. I'm sure it's not going to be, tens of thousands of dollars, right? So there's budget. It's the beginning of the year. Everybody has budget right now.
Yeah, we Jeff was just saying that because we've raised so far $2,101.69 for Magic Wheelchair. Some psychopath did that.
69 cents.
It's like the third time it's been that. We're trying to convince SolidWorks to at least match that, or
Yeah, when it's all said and done, shoot me an email. I'll send it to a couple people. Somebody will probably will. I know exactly who to send it to. Who probably will. Anyways, it's not GP.
okay. Johnny,
If I knew where my budget went, or my sales went, I would do it. But I have no
do
idea
you
where
want to
the
send
money
that link
To who?
to Michael? He'll get it organized. He knows the right people. Yes. Because Christine was saying that $1,000 is basically a Magic Wheelchair paid for. So we've done 2,000, so that's 2 Magic Wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get more.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure they'll do something for it. So did everybody enjoy the conference? I mean, it's a little bit different this year than last year. I think it was a little more. It seemed a little more professionally produced, or like it was more seamless this year than last year, with the exception of YouTube today, right?
Yeah. Or when we took over. But we, like, I rewatched my own session. I didn't really go watch many other sessions, but that was just a recording. There was no. I was hoping, yeah, cool. The recording would go. I can just sit in the chat and try and answer people's questions and see what people are saying. But there was none of that, and it kind of felt very disconnected in that kind of sense that.
I had a jam-packed agenda all 3 days, and you don't have the literal running between.
Even though they put
sessions,
15
but
minutes between them.
If you're lucky, you get to run to the bathroom in time to get back for your next one.
Yeah,
And,
I'm guessing the. Go ahead. Sorry.
What was interesting about that, even though you had, you at home and your virtually can click over, it still seemed like it was just overwhelming. I'm just trying to keep up, and it seemed like there was, a lot, but obviously it beats having to run from one building to another, one classroom to another.
Yep.
Also, I think it's maybe we're all getting used to these online kind of conferences, and last time it was like none of us really knew what was going on. So having these secondary areas where we can hang out and debrief and that kind of thing, I think that's pretty key to having.
I agree, Dan. That was key for
sure. We've been
because-
open the whole time, so anyone could have come in here and chatted about it. But for example, an old buddy of mine, Brandon, he's been hanging out a lot with us this week.
He's learned a lot.
Yeah, he's recently got himself a maker's license. He's made his first SolidWorks model this week. But if we didn't have our little social thing and he just attended 3D Experience World,
he wouldn't have got out of it what he has.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to make the connections he has here. So, for example, he's going to be working with Tutul Toby. Toby's basically going to help him learn SolidWorks. Because they both have their own YouTube channels, they're going to try and do some collaboration together. But that's the one thing that I found virtual is always missing, is that social aspect of meeting people and connecting with people.
Yeah, and had it not been for this and other ways to connect socially, that would have been a big problem this year, because even the interaction with the session leaders was not there like it was last year. And I know it was a little convoluted, the separate sessions that you had to jump in to the Q&A separately, but this year, some of the presenters mentioned to find them on the platform and or send them emails for questions and so on, and they would follow up. But it just felt like that interactivity was missing generally. That was the only complaint I would have.
There was the Hive, and what I heard from what the Hive Hangouts was that they organized little breakout sessions, but out of 13 people, 2 people had mics on and cameras.
Yeah.
And it's pretty quick. It's a shotgun style.
It's really, I think for us, we don't have a problem with just going into a room and immediately start speaking and go straight to it. But the average person comes in, it takes 10 minutes to get them to speak, right? Or to warm up, and then by that time it's over with. So you don't make the connection. I think it's designed to. I think it's too fast for the average person. But it's a good attempt, but I think it's just too fast for the average person.
Yeah.
So here's a question for what's happened. Like you guys has been online consistently. Do you? Because I got invited from you guys because I saw you guys and say, hey, and I got a Zoom link. Are you officially one of the sessions, or could you be, or do you want to be? I guess because I think this is pretty cool.
We had plans, didn't we, this year?
It all depends. So last year, what we did was we put out this Zoom link and the passcode and everything to get in the YouTube chat. And the problem was that there are people that have bots that look out for that, and they'll come in and they'll spam you, and they'll because for example, we're using a virtual camera, so I can literally put anything I want on my camera. I can switch it around to different camera angles or anything like that, and that means that I can literally stream anything from here, and then with the audio being open as well. So we got not say attacked like that with someone actually throwing some like explicit content onto their thing, and so this year we decided to not post the links, but more interact with the chat and ask you guys directly if you want to join. Here's the link. So if we were to be an actual session, what would happen is what happened with Mike, where, for example, his chat got bombarded with links to different LinkedIn profiles, and you can't really say those are LinkedIn profiles. They could be short links to something else.
So you don't have any control.
But I mean, I don't know. Being something official part of Worlds, we like this year we were supposed to be part of the Hive.
We were going to be broadcasting from the Hive.
Yeah.
Every day for lunch.
But I like the idea that we have the ability to, because we're not directly connected with SolidWorks, we can do what we want. We can talk about what we want, and that gives us a lot more freedom for us to have fun. It doesn't have to feel like this corporate setting.
It's nice though, isn't it, to get
you're representing you, and you're not representing the software, so you don't have to worry.
Yeah,
about
and we're not here to push us. We just wanted a place for people to be able to socialize.
We started this to hang out every couple of weeks and catch up with each other more than, to promote ourselves or grow an audience. And we just love to highlight the likes of everyone in here and what they're doing, the user groups, the jobs, the makers.
Well, it's one, highlight them, but also hang out. It's highlighting them or hanging out with them, because Jonny and I met at 3D Experience, SolidWorks World in Dallas. And both went back to the UK, other sides of the country. Next time we got to hang out was 3D Experience World in Nashville. We decided we need to hang out a lot more. And that idea of this is, instead of just phoning each other or chatting, let's just make a planned thing. Hang out with each other and whoever else wants to join in. We had Mike Puckett on twice already talking about certifications, but those conversations went all over the place at the same time. This morning we had a conversation with a couple of people, and we're just talking about Lego and different places you can buy, parts of Legos and that kind of stuff. So we're not SolidWorks orientated, but we're here because we connected through SolidWorks.
But I think that's the beauty of it also, because you find out so much more by just having those general conversations, and you're not restricted to talk about SolidWorks. You go off on a tangent sometime, and that's when you really learn a lot about someone.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Elgar, the artist that we had on the first day, he was saying one thing he really found interesting was that he had his paintings in Nashville, and he got speaking to people that were there because they were in SolidWorks, but they saw his paintings and they got talking about art and composition and color and that stuff. And those people said, like, I really want to go home now and paint. They got on and they connected because of the because they connected of their hobby, their interests, everything out. That's how Jonny and I got off on a house on fire, because we both love Star Wars. We both love nerdy things, prop making and that stuff. And that's how we kind of clicked. We all use SolidWorks, but we nerd out about other things, and that's where the real friendships and connections are made.
Yesterday's conversation was pretty awesome.
Yeah, yesterday we had
I'd say it was really good.
A lot of the women in this community having an open table discussion of what's it like being in a high-tech industry.
Yeah, that was eye-opening, because the women were honest. They
it was a kind of like, tell us what we need to do to make things better.
Yeah, that's really my angle on it. I mean, I'm not the voice of every guy, and I definitely think more immersion and inclusion than I do than probably most, but it's kind of interesting to see that from a male perspective, as Dan said yesterday, it's kind of made for us. I mean, it's just the nature of the relevance of the world we live in, but can that change? And it looks like it is, but I think it's still going to take a long time to get where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then how do we do that in a way that makes
I don't know.
sense without making things worse, right?
Yeah.
I can
It's
that
just
and that's a huge topic, and it's going to take years, but to start, we should listen more. They need, and I'm saying that speaking from, that's a huge topic. That's a topic for another day, so I won't go down that path. But I like what you said, Ed. It's we have to accept the fact that we're ignorant.
Right.
And
Right.
ignorant is
No,
not a bad word. And we should be more empathetic and listen, because we intimidate for number one, and we don't even realize we intimidate. We should be more open that and invite them.
The inclusion and immersion I speak of, Joe, it's not just women, it's Asians, it's blacks, it's minorities as a whole.
Totally.
And I was never raised with, because he's a black man, he doesn't count. I was always, if your voice counts, you listen to that person. He might have or she might have a valid point. That's the way I was raised. So where does that start? It starts at home. But we can't always send that message back at home. So how do we do that? We're doing it at the workplace. Doing immersion and inclusion at the workplace. I get it. Got to start somewhere. But a lot of that starts at home, man. That's not the way I was raised.
Yeah, and that's perfect. And I have people, a lot of this got flared up, as you all know, 2 years ago, the George Floyd thing. But what came of that is people started opening up their eyes and seeing things, and had a lot of questions about how can I help, what can I do, right? And I never knew that was happening. I'm thinking it happens every day. You just don't see it. I live with it. I haven't lived it all of my life. How do you put up with that? Well, I don't have a choice, right? Because I'm black. So at the end of the day, how can I help? You can help by when you're not that way. I applaud you for doing that. I applaud you for always accepting me for who I am. But when you hear some of your surrounding and your friends bashing a female or bashing a child or whoever,
say something.
You should say something, not because you're not saying nothing, you're part of the problem. And you learn how to address that. Just kind of step back and say, well, what made you say that? Just a casual conversation. And that's a huge way to start helping. And we have to bridge that gap. It's I'm going to say this now, I'm going to kind of leave this alone so we don't go off on a tangent. But for me, for example, it's like, if you look at what took place 63 years ago compared to what took place, not a couple of months ago, I look at a picture and it's like, what really changed? A lot has changed, but a lot has still the same.
Yes.
And that's what the females, the Asian, it's like they get up and they have to kind of plan. Every day when I leave the house, I have to plan every move I make, because it could be deadly. And that's deep, but again, it's a discussion for another day. But this is what females are encountering, that because we don't allow it. We're blocking them, don't even know it.
That's one thing that was kind of brought up was we may think that we are making a difference or we're trying, but actually we're doing it in a way that isn't constructive. Right. It isn't helping. It's it's about the perspective, and that was one of the conversations we had. Maybe I've had a similar experience of being treated unequally or underestimated.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
But that may not mean that someone else felt exactly the same way. That person, it's about that perspective and understanding that it's not exactly the same.
Well, we learn from a perspective, though.
Yes.
That's the key. We learn, we listen, we learn.
Exactly.
People don't take time to listen. People don't take time to understand, because I go back to where they were raised, how they were brought up. So to deprogram or reprogram that person to think, wait a minute, these people do have a voice and it's a valid one. That's a hard way to program people, or to get them to think of inclusion and immersion rather than that he's a black man. What does he know? She's a woman. Who cares? Because that's how a lot of people are. And I would love to see that day when people don't think like that. I'd love to see the day when, hey, no, bring him in a conversation. Every good idea is never a bad idea.
Correct.
And I don't know how close we are to that, but I think we're a lot better off than when we were, like Joe said, 60 years ago.
The human experience is one of constant learning, but it's painfully slow, because I think when you become enlightened on a particular topic, you're just, then you have that feeling of like waiting for everyone to catch up, and you can't really accelerate that as an individual across a society. It's a very difficult challenge. It is generational. I agree with what you said, Ed, about starting in the home, and as a father, I'm glad to see, like the results in my kids. My oldest is an adult now. It's neat to see that change happening, but it's just painfully slow, based on the fact that tribalism is so prevalent in our society. People love to argue, and I think the social media has become a great tool for good, but obviously it brings up all the bad too. It just amplifies everything. And so we're going through a growing pains period of time right now, I think, with social media, and I think we're going to see things improve.
Right.
But it's hard to watch sometimes in the process.
In
that's like
in South Africa, there's. I'll let you go, Ed.
Good.
In South Africa, there's still a huge divide between black and white. I mean, apartheid is still, within my lifetime kind of thing. So there's always still that big divide, and kind of like looking back at a lot of my family and just seeing that the way that they talk about black people, and especially now moving to the UK and being away for that for almost 8 years and now going back, I just kind of like, I wasn't happy with it, but I just let it happen. But now it's kind of like, whenever I hear them saying things like that, I call them out on it now. I just be like, stop that. You can't do that anymore. They're still in that generation where that was okay. And, it makes me feel uncomfortable when they kind of do that, and I just kind of move away.
Even the negative generational, the transfer of bigotry from generation to generation has less power now because of social media, because kids have a chance to see, hey, my dad makes these comments, he's clearly a racist. I don't want to be like that. Where, 50 years ago or so, they may not have seen their whole society. If they were in a small town or in a closed environment socially, they may not have had experience or exposure to other points of view. Yeah. So I think there's, like I said, I think overall we're on the right path, but it's just going to be painful and slow.
Like when I moved into the area, one of my family's members just searched what is the demographic of the area, and they're like, oh, it's this many whites and that. And I said to them, why does it matter?
Exactly. Why does it matter?
Who cares?
Why does it matter?
Yeah. What's the crime statistic? Okay, that's fair.
But to Kirby's point earlier was we can't do the fast track with this. We do the fast track. We're going to regress. Is that the proper word? We'll regress. We need to keep moving forward as a generation, as a community.
That's what's caused a lot of the hate in South Africa, is that they're trying to fast track it.
Yeah, you can't. You have to. You need people at the top, whether it's government, social environment, whatever, to make sure they're pushing downstream that you need to listen, you need to understand, you need to know that we're a whole. Just remove the color and the skin and the gender out of it. I mean, everyone has a voice, everyone has a meaning, and and I still go back to the home light. That's kind of where it all starts. But to Josh's point,
Thank you for joining us, Will.
Yes, you
Get
will.
back to your toes.
Thanks, Will.
Bye, guys.
See you, Will.
Get back to them toes. They don't make themselves.
To Josh's point, you have to step up. Somebody in a family say, I don't like being around him. Why? Because it's always racial comments. I don't need to listen to that. And you step away from it because that person is going to, platoon themselves eventually. If you get a mass people, just understand that that's not acceptable. Eventually, that voice dies. That voice of the discrimination dies.
Yep.
And you can't always just step away from it. There has to be a point where you've got to call it out.
Yeah, power in numbers, man. Power in numbers.
I think it's also a bit of morality. And people are either a moral person or they're not. And so there's the saying that goes around is you can't legislate morality, right? I don't think you can change the morals of people either. They're either a bad person or they're a good person. So it's just, me personally, I tend to not hang around bad people. So, and they kind of find their own negative path in the world and end up down at the bottom, and eventually they figure it out for themselves. So,
Yep, agreed. Totally agreed.
So,
Rachel, well, hold on a second. Rachel, you've been very quiet. You are a female on this podcast. We're giving you an opportunity to say something if you want. So
I'm glad you said that, Ed. I was going to ask her. Want you to chime in, definitely.
I mean, for me personally, I've never had any issues, ever.
Because it's what you wanted to do, right? This is what the path that
Yeah.
you chose. So I think that's another thing to be cautious of as well is projecting these things onto people and not forcing them, but telling them this is what you want to do. Because in a way, aren't you?
Yes, that bothers me a lot.
Yeah, you're really kind of doing the same thing, but in reverse. Telling women like, oh, you should be in the kitchen and stay at home. And now we're saying, oh, you should be an engineer. It's like, well, why don't you just what do you want to do? Okay, this is what I want to do. Okay, then here, let me help you do that. And let them choose their own path.
That whole narrative gets on my nerves. I think anyone should do what they want to do. I mean, sure, it's great to have an effort to say, hey, let's get more people to do this one thing. That's so cool, right? But only if they want to do it.
Well,
if they don't want to, don't make them.
You reduce barriers. You don't push people into a corral and pigeonhole them. That's just
close
the
the
same
gate.
problem, right?
Yeah. And then they'll end up presenting it, and then you made the problem worse.
But you got to take the barriers down so that people do have that freedom to choose their own path.
And I think we have those things that are called labor laws here in the United States. I mean, when I interview people and stuff like that, on the application, you don't even see all that stuff. I mean, my team is, I guess it's diverse,
Hey, Matthew.
but it's
Matt.
more importantly to me, it's full of capable people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, Rachel brought up a very good point. And I'm trying to hold back here because one of the things you said.
You're more than welcome to let loose.
Yeah, I don't.
You'll always be welcome no matter what.
So,
Joe the legend. Joe the legend Lance.
Okay. So the interesting thing I'm hearing from you is that I have nieces and a nephew. Without getting into your age, you're the next generation, and the beauty of that, it's a double-edged sword. I say that is because your next generation, you don't know a lot of not that you don't know the history, but you don't bring it in. This generation that's coming up now, they kind of just do things and not even think about it. My generation, there's too much, and this is where the ignorance come into play and the stuff that's embedded in the head. Part of my problem is that I grew up during that time of all this was going on. So it's in my storage bank. So there's three things that normally Black people teach their kids. It's the look, the talk, and be aware. And every family would have that talk with the kids is be aware of that. That's being kind of phased out to a sense. So we try not to embed that in their head, to let them think freely and not have to deal with that. But there's some things you have to be aware. And I think with you and your generation, you're very aggressive, and I think that's good. Unfortunately, what's happening today is that a lot of the roadblock and a lot of the corporate companies, and they're being pushed, and I won't call any name of companies out, but a lot of the executives in place white males, and they don't even realize how ignorant they are. And that came to light a couple of years ago. These companies stepped back and brought in some blacks to have the conversation, that uncomfortable conversation. And I was a part of that discussion with a few companies, and oh my God, they had no idea. The one thing they all advertise, we want you to come to the office being your authentic self. Like that, them, a few of us look at them, it's like, we can't do that. And they're like, well, what do you mean? You don't understand. You have to be educated first and understand. You're not gonna, and so it's a lot. It's gonna change over the generation. It's gonna take to get the old guys like myself out of the picture. And then the next generation, like what Ed was saying, in the household, the family, bring them up. Kids are not born with having that problem. You put two kids together, it doesn't matter what they are. They're gonna run and go play to each other. So it's being taught. You don't born with that racism or all that problem. It's being
It
taught.
is upbringing.
Yeah. So
Totally.
you're phasing out that generation slowly, and it's taking too long. You can't expedite that. It's going to have to grow into it, but we can help by trying to have like we said before, having a conversation with someone that's speaking that way. And some of them you can't talk to. Just let them go their own way.
No, ignorance is blind. I mean, there's no way you can change that. So
correct.
Well, Joe, to what I think we have incredible reach with. It's a tough one to find words for. Bear with me. Our user groups, our user group leaders have a huge amount of influence of setting the tone, the culture for people that come into our ecosystem here. Setting a place for inclusion of all walks of life, all degrees. Like it's something that Eric Beatty did really well when I was brought into the Seattle group. I'm sure it's something you do well too, Joe, and making sure as we add new user group communities or like the Champions program, that is the tone that's set, that is welcoming, accepting, that we learn about each other.
Yeah, it's like
so
I was going to say,
can.
Toby's in the chat and he's saying if you witness a social injustice happening, like a policy that endorses segregation, you should be willing to take a stand against such a policy.
Right.
That kind of falls in line with my power of numbers comment. The more they speak up against it, the quicker that will go away, or at least be reviewed from a corporate sense, anyways.
So I mean, so the thing that the ignorance of me over the past couple of years, it's going to sound really bad, but bear with me. I learned how ignorant I was of not knowing how ignorant you were. And I think
that makes sense. No, that makes total sense, Joe. That makes total sense.
Yeah. So in order to move forward, and this is not for everyone can't do this, but my thing to you is that how many times have each of you on this call have you, I'm sure all of you have either Black friends or Chinese friends or someone of a different race. How many times have you had that uncomfortable conversation with them? We don't talk about that. We never do. We'll ask, hey, how you doing? It's all good. Give fist bump, we move on. Hey, how's that car? We never, and ignorance, why would you? No one really want to hear that. But if you were to talk to that person that you're friends with of a different race or whatever, you find out that person is struggling with something that you never knew, and you could help with that. But no one ever goes there.
I think
until we're willing to go there,
I think everybody struggles with something at some point in their life, and it's not always easy to reach out to people. I mean, look at the suicide rates over the last couple of years, right? Skyrocketing, and it's I don't know. It's to me, it's like when you say when you think about your Asian friends or your Black friends. I maybe I'm naive, but I just have friends. I don't really like my team. like I said, I when I think about it, I guess it's pretty diverse, but they're just people to me. So I don't know, maybe I'm naive in that sense. To me, I'm very libertarian when it comes to stuff, is that let people do what they're going to do. And as long as they're not hurting anybody, it's their thing. I mean, if they are hurting somebody, then it's different to me. But I think like at Dassault, they've done a really good job of like, I guess I hate to use the word inclusion because it just sounds so cheesy, because it's I think most of us hire people because of their abilities. I know like in tech support, it's the same thing. That's such a diverse group, but they're so talented, and it doesn't matter who they are, what they are. So, but I think they've done a good job in with the, making feel people included. I mean, I'm a member of the Pride Committee at work. And it was, I think we started last year, and, but we see things on the other side too, like that. Sometimes the people who are supposed to be the most inclusive tend to be the most exclusive. I mean, that's my experience here locally with the charity that I used to work with, and stuff. So I think it goes all ways. I think it's, again, you're either a good person or you're a bad person, and you attract those kind of people. If you're hanging out with somebody that's a bad person, then your choice of friends might be questionable as well. Eventually they're going to die on the vine by themselves.
Yep. But Mike, most companies don't have that. And I know you don't like the word inclusion, neither do I, but some companies don't have that even in their repertoire. Inclusion's not part of it. So
yeah.
And companies like that. So yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, I did 2 years as a contract employee at Dassault. Yeah, there is a broad reach of everybody and anyone, and it's based on your ability, not based on anything else. I totally agree with that comment.
I can speak to that directly, having just onboarded 3 weeks ago, coming from heavy industry, manufacturing, foundries, welders, right? The HR was the railroad tracks behind the plant. So coming from that for a decade to Dassault, night and day. And the only diversity I can claim to is just coming from the arts world, primarily with my music degree. It just shifted my brain a different way than most engineers, the way I see problems and whatnot. And up until this job, that was not an asset. I didn't fit the mold, and that was very clear. But the team here has embraced it from my first interview. It's been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was, I came from the mold world, building plastic injection molds, very manly type of thing, right? Stuff. And they don't, I mean, there's jokes that I used to hear and stuff that would, turn any kind of gay person off, like that. But yeah, Dassault, joining the Pride Committee, and then our first meeting that we had when people talking about coming out and stuff like that, I never really expected anybody to say anything different than they really did, or it to be a big deal. It's like, okay, I decided to wear black jeans today instead of blue jeans. It's just, nobody really has a different reaction because of the color jeans, right? So, but again, it's like going back to what Ed was saying, is like, in the mold industry, I knew I was never going to get what I wanted out of it. I was not going to get retirement. I wasn't going to get to work with the kind of people that I wanted. So I decided to change my path in life to get out of that and get into something where I could. So again, that's because I chose to do it. There wasn't a government program that came along. There wasn't like a special program from SolidWorks that was hiring diverse people. It's just, I decided to better myself and get to where I wanted to go. So, so I don't know. I'm just, it's crazy things. It's like, I kind of feel like this is like on a first date, you don't talk about politics or religion, right? And it's kind of gone down.
I dropped in here thinking, man, I got into the good stuff right away.
But this is healthy conversation. And it's healthy conversation amongst a group of people that are very intelligent, and we can be the messengers of this conversation to say, "Hey, look, come on, we can be those people."
And I think as corporations or as leaders in an organization, or if you don't make a point to be inclusive and whatever word you want to choose. But that inclusivity, advertising that is important, because I think the default is exclusionary. And so you have to take a stand and make sure that we have a policy of being welcoming and open-minded.
Yeah, see, for me, when I went searching for jobs and looked at SolidWorks,
hey, nice shirt, Kirby.
Yeah, I didn't apply because they were saying, "Hey, we hire gay people." I just thought it'd be a cool job, so I applied.
Right.
That was it. So I don't know. It's
You
gotta be
didn't,
careful. Yeah,
but you didn't feel included in your past job, right?
No, and I also didn't. I also knew I wasn't going to get the retirement I wanted or the health care I wanted, and so it wasn't their fault that they weren't offering what I wanted. They were offering what they had to, and that's it. If I thought they should have offered more, then I should save up money and buy the company and change it or go somewhere else. It's not. It wasn't on them to make my life comfortable. It's just a job. That's kind of how I looked at it. But that's why I joined in here, and we're going to always to change. It wasn't just a job; it was a career at that point.
Josh,
You
if I
make
could follow up your. Go ahead, Ed. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
If I could follow up your point, Josh, it takes intention to shape these cultural. I don't want to call them issues. That's not the right word, but it'll be a stand-in. People that are just obnoxious about being change advocates. The arts and nonprofit world that I dabbled in before this job got it. Big time manufacturing, heavy industry did not, unless they hired someone that hopefully didn't get squashed and fired for doing it, even though they hired them to do it. It's tough. It takes a long-term vision with some really determined people to pursue these goals.
Yeah, I think, and then I think the experience can go the other way too. When I moved here to Vegas, I was volunteering at the Gay and Lesbian Center here, and I went through 1 year of volunteering there and going through their, the different events they had, and that was enough for me. They were the most exclusive people that I'd ever met in my life, and they claim to be the most inclusive, but behind the scenes, it's if you don't fit the mold, if you, you're not included. And again, it's like it's common in other things. It's like, in the Pride Committee at work, they were talking about bringing in like different organizations for speakers and stuff. And so I brought up the fact, does it matter if this organization that tends to be, pro-gay and all this other stuff, if they're supporting companies that do business in countries where they kill people, does that matter? Right. So it's a lot of it, like, I think like Matthew, you're kind of leading to, it's virtue signaling in a way. I think a lot of companies do that too. To try and, get up, I guess.
The box has been checked.
The shirts that we are wearing, Ryan, or whose shirt?
And so I think it's
But if you're doing that though, and you're doing it disingenuously, I think in this society in particular, you're going to get called out when you go against that principle. If you're stating one thing and doing another.
If the voices are loud enough against them, though, right? I think we saw a lot of virtue signaling over the last couple of years, or the last few years. So, it is what it is. I think it's so. I like good people, and that's why I choose to hang out with.
Joe, if I could ask you, Joe, can you describe your experience of when you've encountered people or organizations that were genuinely inclusive or not, or what that felt or looked like? How do you tell the difference?
Well, so
this has turned into Larry King. Sorry.
No.
This is a healthy conversation and awareness.
I can even lean forward and put some suspenders.
Yeah, I hear you. Right, put the glasses on there. So, unfortunately, Mike Tucker's bringing up a lot of interesting points and a lot of good points. However, there's a lot of things that's already in place. A lot of policies. I'll use this as an example. A lot of companies have policies in place that don't even know that it's causing problems and it's avoiding me from being my authentic self. Let me say that first. And until they understand the female, or any colored person, I want to generate, it's not just about blacks or female, right? But until you really understand and you look at that and you understand the other side, it's like a left-handed person from a right-handed person, right? All of your stock is for a right-handed person. You hire a left-handed person, and that person has to adjust to using a mouse that's...
Ryan, if you want to join in on the conversation yourself, let me know and I'll send you a link.
That's a simple scenario, but that goes up, way up, right? Let me use this as an example, which has been broadcast all over the world here for the past couple of years. But you have a black female that's at the front desk, an admin, in the admin office. So the first person you see is like female, and her hair is very nicely pressed and done well. And then every so often that person have to not put chemicals in her hair, so she lets her hair go natural. The executive comes in and goes to the HR person like, who's that at the desk? Like, what do you mean who's at the desk? It's the same person at the desk forever. It is. Now her hair is natural. It's like, we can't have that. That's not good representation. Not realizing that the understand the ethnic background of this person, that they can't afford to even do that. Number one is the cost, and one is it's chemical burnt here. So at some point they have to do that. And typically what they do is put on a wig to fit in. So being my authentic self, and I say that and I use that as an example, but you can pick anything. I can give you an example. And those are some of the things that, how would you, it's ignorance, again, to come back to ignorance. You don't know, and policies are in place that's handicapping so many people.
It's also highly illegal too. I mean, that's
Well,
what I'm getting at. So,
and I'm not even getting into that, what's legal and what's not.
well, I mean, that's the point of it. Though. Again, you can't legislate morality, right?
Common
so,
sense.
like, trust me, if I get demoted or I don't get a promotion or something, that's all because of something that's this or that. Trust me, the first call I'm making is to a lawyer to say, okay, let's, we're going to rename this to Mike Works instead of SolidWorks. And I'm going to own the whole company, right? I mean, that's how it is. It's, I'm not worried about stuff like that. I mean, it's just, you can't let people get away with breaking the law. That's the thing. And we have plenty of laws that back all this stuff up.
If I can just interrupt you there a second, that's part of the problem. Like, it's again, I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but things have changed a lot, but not so much. It's not blatant anymore. It's just handled higher level and behind the scenes. And things are still, actually it's more dangerous now than it was before because it's not open and you don't know who it is. Again, it's that generation of getting the older guy like myself out and let the next generation in. So it's not so simple about, I contact my lawyer and I go there, because it doesn't work that way. Should, but it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's inherent problems that are beyond. I don't know. It's
out of control.
Yeah, I mean, companies when do they listen is when their bottom line is hurt, right?
So that's exactly right. When most companies started to listen and started to put changes in place was 2 years ago. All of the corporate companies were being told that you will do this, and then they got pushed back and said, we're not going to do it, and they were told they didn't have to do it. So now they're on the fence about which way to go with that. Do the right thing, right?
Well, it's like it's just like the highway that has the bad turn, right? There should have been a barrier there at the corner in case a car goes off the side of the road or a truck comes off the other way. Until someone dies, then no changes ever happen.
And they may have a secret number of how many people need to die.
It is a
number.
I mean,
not just one. There could be.
I mean, how long did cars have seatbelts or airbags?
Right. They aren't allowed to make a change or put up a stoplight to the intersection until
Thanks for joining us, Josh.
have died.
Sorry,
and that's the truth.
Thank you for joining us, Josh.
Yeah,
Thanks,
cheers,
Josh.
everyone.
Cheers.
Have a
Great
good
hanging
weekend with you all this week.
I got one more meeting at the bottom of the hour in about 2 minutes. So I got to jump off for that as well. So.
Hey, I appreciate it, Mike. Good
Thank you.
conversation.
We'll see you guys. I'll see
Mike.
you guys next year. And fingers crossed, right?
Fingers crossed.
That the
Fingers
Decepticon area
crossed.
doesn't come
In
next year.
person. In person.
We can have this
In person.
We can all hang out in the real hallways.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. All right. Take it easy, guys.
Mike, hey,
Thanks, Mike.
The beautiful thing about what we're talking about here is that we haven't made any alienations against Australians yet. So, Mike Lord, you're good. You're good, Mike. You're welcome wherever you want to go.
Wait till he unmutes and then go for it. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring. I wanted to levity the conversation. It's
Yeah.
been deep. It's been deep.
It's
Just
needed.
get a little humor in there. Yeah.
Joe and I have had these conversations, and I have plenty of thoughts on the matter. I just find it incredible in this day and age that we're actually still talking about it. And it's no different here in Australia. To be a point, we've just had an inquiry into our parliamentarians because it took a staff member to be raped in our Parliament House to raise the conversation. And if you want to see, I'll try and drop some links. If you want to see some young women fighting our Parliament at the moment, a young woman who was Australian of the Year last year, Grace Tane, who is just constantly giving it to our Prime Minister at the moment over his actions. It's a conversation to look at, but this is just a crazy conversation that continues in this day and age, whether it be colour, whether it be race, whether it be religion, whether it be women in the workplace.
Mm-hmm.
But the best thing I'd love to see that we didn't need to legislate it, and more importantly, we didn't need to discuss about it because it wasn't a point to discuss. It didn't need to be raised.
We haven't even touched religion yet.
I know.
Oh, man.
and this conversation needs to happen with a rather large glass of scotch next time in a rather seedy bar.
Properly lubricated conversation. Yeah.
I've got to go in just a minute, guys. But I do want to jump in because first, thanks, Joe, for talking. That's great. I grew up in a really mixed neighborhood, so I know exactly where you're coming from. And Rachel, youth, I've got a son who's coming out of high school. He's going into college. He's going into poli-sci. He wants to make things great for the world. So we've had lots of conversations with him. And but I would say, words matter. I always take forever when I write things because words are so important. And I think let me challenge you guys when you're talking about inclusion or exclusion, think about validation. People, when you think about people and what they do and who they are and what they're seeking, most people are seeking validation. They want some confirmation that they've got good ideas, that they're a good person, that they're working hard and they're doing the right stuff. And so it's not so much grouping people together, which it's difficult not to do, and it's easy to fall into that. But just try and keep everyone as an individual and validate them as an individual. So, I mean, when I was a team leader, I hired a gentleman that had hearing problems. He was deaf, and some of the other managers, they were asking me, well, how's he going to be able to do this and how's he going to do that? And I said, he can do it. We will accommodate. We'll do whatever we need to do. And we had one of those. I don't know if you guys have seen the phones that do phone to text. And so he told me, I was unaware of them. He told me about it. He informed me and educated me about it. There was no cost to the company. And I said, let's get it in here. I worked with our IT folks. I said, you're a designer, you're a draftsman, you need to communicate with customers. So if that's what we need for you to do that, we'll do it. And so, I mean, it's just validating people and, what they need to be successful, helping them to be successful. When we set up the team office, I set up the desks so that it was easy for people to look face to face at each other because he read lips. He didn't want to sign, but he could read lips. And with his hearing implants, he could hear with lip reading and communicate very well. So, awesome. I try not to think about being inclusive and everything, but just everyone is an individual and just what validation do they need and what are they trying to accomplish? So I don't know what that adds, but
no, that's well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Seconded.
Well said.
Hey, that's great, Dan. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to continue this conversation in Nashville with you guys. And I'll tell you, it's by validating people. I mean, the reason this conversation is going on so well, we're friends. We've talked before. We trust each other. It's a matter of trust.
Yep.
Too. I mean,
Yep. We all know each other. We all have that same level of trust.
Right.
So, yeah.
I mean, Ed and I have been up many late nights at Solid World talking, Joe and Michael. So it's but great to see everyone. And I've got to go. Dinner's going to be ready. So thank you all.
Same here.
Hey,
thanks, Dan.
Thanks,
That's a
Dan.
great note to end on for me too. And Jonny, Kirby, thank you for giving this this platform for us to just come and
it's
form our own little community. It's been awesome, man.
We're more than happy to let you guys lead the conversation.
Yeah.
While we I mean, Joe, I think you were part of the inclusion session that was, I think, yesterday.
Yes, it was.
So, just a quick question: how does that, being an official session compared to just a natural conversation like this one has been?
I think this gives, in that meeting yesterday, the panel was doing most of the talking I think this setting is much open. I considered stuff like what we're doing now for unofficially is a safe space, right?
Yeah.
We know each other, so we feel comfortable that we can say things. And what I would like to say is that everyone should be able to speak openly and not be offended with someone said, because if you can't ask the question and say what's really on your mind, then we're defeating the purpose. If I ask her a question, she shouldn't have to put in her head, how do I phrase this without offending someone? And until we can speak openly and express ourselves the way we want to and not try to ease the blow, we're not going to move forward.
Yes.
That's what needs to happen. And if we can, so to answer your question, this is more open. Well, the session we have was more structured. Understand why there's a limited time there, but it was too structured, and we didn't get a lot of conversation from the audience.
Because I mean, this was completely unexpected.
Yeah, no,
it
it's
just
natural,
naturally went that way, and we're really glad that.
And I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to totally.
No,
you're
it's all good, Joe. All good.
And we're glad that it went into this naturally, and we had a whole conversation about it. We want to kind of snip this all together and make it a single video and actually allow it for people to go back.
Mm-hmm.
But we did a live session as well, and there wasn't that much interaction. And I just wanted to see if you kind of felt the same way, where when you put a time limit on a conversation like this, you feel like you can't cover all the points that you want, and you can't fully gather the perspective of the audience.
Yep.
You can't
Well,
gather.
when you're
under. Go for it.
When you're under a time constraint too, you feel like you have to be rushed.
Yes.
Right. And everyone has a chance to speak, but when you're going to get that chance to speak, everyone has a valid point. So this dialogue, this medium that you gave us, there's no when you end the podcast, that's when it's done. Have you told us when you're going to end it?
No.
We end when
There's
everyone
no
leaves.
there's no finite resources to fight over with time.
We leave when we're the last ones left.
We leave.
Oh, we run out of alcohol.
When there's no one here and the bourbon is dry, you guys are done.
We got beer as
well.
Oh, we got beers. Yeah,
I see Eric's here
got a
too,
good
so that's
time.
going to be a good handoff. I gotta go, guys.
Thanks,
Joe,
Matt.
thank you for your
See you,
thoughts. That
Matthew.
was awesome.
We'll have a conversation next week, Matt.
Yeah.
Now talk about two
Up again,
oldies
Matt.
but goodies right here. Casey Gorman and Eric Beatty. Holy shit.
I know, right?
Be afraid.
We segued from an hour deep conversation, and then Casey and Eric joined us.
Yep. It's time to change it up.
I think first
Howdy.
of all, congrats, Eric.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Eric.
It's an honor.
Oh, hey, Rachel.
Well deserved.
Oh, that's
Well deserved, my friend.
Congrats.
very kind of you.
The reason I got on was because of the conversation you guys were having. I wanted to be, a listener in what was taking place, other than just being on YouTube. I think where you guys were going with it was really someplace that it needs to go.
Good to hear.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And it was with a good group of people that can have that conversation too. Good cross section of people, good cross section of voices and opinions. So, and Rachel, who's been overly voicious and rambunctious and not telling anyone to shut up.
She never shuts up. Really, seriously, you can't stop her. Once you wind her up,
Very chatty, yes.
He's out of control.
Yeah. Rachel, jump in anytime. Don't let the boys club fool you. Jump in
Absolutely.
anytime.
Well, if I
Absolutely.
have something to say, I'll say it.
There you go.
Also, I just
That's what
like
we
to
like.
listen.
Rachel, even if you don't, because look at these two guys. Well, to my left, these two guys over here.
Who's Ed pointing at?
Well,
that's Joe.
Depending on how you on my screen, you guys are this way.
If
Wait,
you
we
go
this
like,
way.
if you go to that corner, that's us.
Australia.
That where I am?
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
Australia.
That's Australia.
Australia.
That's right.
Australia
there.
is.
We got Joe.
Australia's over here for me.
Ed. Casey.
Joe's
and then below
here.
Joe, you got Eric.
Everybody's all a mix.
Yeah, you
On the
have to
cell phone,
wonder how they.
I see four people at a time on a cell phone. So.
Oh, that's right. You get the minimal screen, right?
But-
You got to scroll. to see the
Casey,
others.
did the alligator ever rock up?
Nah, it's still too chilly for me.
Oh,
It's hiding
man.
in my-
He was going to show us an alligator.
Yeah, he let us down though. Casey, in the summer, you've got to hop on and let us see it.
See some gators.
Yeah. I've got a picture on the phone or a couple from going back there. I mean, he's been back there quite a while.
Have you named him yet?
I
Snappy.
haven't.
Al.
Yeah.
Casey, you still seeing rocket ships going into space from your backyard?
Oh yeah, we just had 3 of them go off within the last week.
That's got to be so cool.
Yeah, I always see those pictures. I'm like, that is cool. Like
that is really amazing.
if I ever go to Florida and Orlando kind of areas and that, I want to try and plan it all together so that I can go and watch a launch as well.
Launch and landing.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Launch and
All
land.
the space stuff is landing right back after it's launched. That's pretty cool.
That is like
That is way
so
I mean,
straight out of.
I don't know if any of you have ever
1950s
played the game
sci-fi.
Kerbal Space Program.
No.
Just me, right. Basically, it's the most accurate kind of space simulator where you kind of build your own spaceships and take them up, and it uses a lot of real-world physics to try and get a spaceship into space and then explore the world. And to do the kind of things that Elon Musk has done with SpaceX, landing his own spacecrafts and that stuff, after playing that game, you have a whole newfound respect of how difficult that actually is. It is actually insane to be able to do that kind of stuff. And people, you get a lot of like really big YouTubers and that try and like replicate that kind of stuff in Kerbal Space Program. But it is insanely difficult. The maths, calculations, all that stuff is mental.
Maths. We know where someone. What part of the world someone's from right there with the maths.
The maths.
The maths. The maths.
Yeah.
You know, my Canadian fiance says the same thing. The maths. I go, we call it math here in the States.
Yeah, but you also call it
math.
Legos. It's Lego.
That's true.
And thus the balance of the force is maintained. Man.
Right.
Why don't we have any Star Wars sounds?
Right.
We
Well,
probably
she's
get copyright.
also from the French-speaking part of Canada, so if there's an S at the end, she doesn't pronounce the S. So first time I met her,
They don't pronounce
oh,
many
yeah,
letters, though.
Well, that and I need to
Just
go to
A?
Marshall's, and I said I need to go to Marshall, and she goes, I said Marshall. She goes, yeah, Marshall. I go, here in the United States we call it Marshall. She goes, well, here in Canada we don't pronounce the S. Touche.
Just completely forgot off that S at the end.
Yeah, it's silent.
We need to go to Canada at some point.
We need to go a lot of
Canada's
places.
awesome. Casey used to live not too far from the Canadian border.
That's quite a
He grew up
difference
in-
from
he's in New
Canada
York. He's
to
in New York.
Florida.
He's a Western New York boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Niagara Falls.
There you go.
Damn.
There you go. And Eric Beatty's originally from Ohio, correct?
Yep. I'm
Yep.
I'm a refugee from Northwest Ohio. So we were right below Michigan, and honestly, the quickest way to get into Canada was to go to Windsor, which was actually more southern than Detroit. So if you headed
Yeah,
straight
you
up
had to
that
go
way.
Down that little bubble right down at the bottom there.
Yep.
Hmm.
You always been in New England, Ed?
Yep. Born and raised Massachusetts. Never lived anywhere else. Kind of like Rachel. I think Rachel's from originally from Mass too, right?
Yep, and I'm still here.
Yep. Yep. You don't leave. You go to Vermont and then go, Vermont's a beautiful state. You go to Maine. Maine's a beautiful state. You go to New York. Oh, I love New York. You always end up coming back to Massachusetts.
Mhm.
I don't know what it is. It's like that rubber band only can stretch so far.
There you go. Rubber band or umbilical
It's like you in
cord.
Newcastle, Johnny.
I can't stray too far from home.
Yeah, you can't go too far south, whilst your accent changes and no one will welcome you back.
25, 30 minutes outside of Newcastle. That's all I got.
Well, I thought maybe it was, that the coal only lasts so much if you're from Newcastle, and so you got to return to replenish.
For him to go to London, that's somewhere tropical.
Honestly, I hate London. Stresses me out. It's far too busy.
He moaned that he sat in traffic for 2 hours the other day.
Oh, damn.
I do that every day.
There was an accident on the way home. It took me 2.5 hours to get home, and normally it takes 20 minutes. That's daily life for Kirby.
So weather-wise in England, in London, do they get snow or is that rare?
Very rare. Like, we haven't had snow this whole season.
What about Newcastle? Is that
you've had one snow, one or two?
Maybe had 2 or 3 now.
Yeah,
it's still
I
fairly
seem
rare.
I seem to recall reading years ago that classic Dickensian London winter that you associate with it was like a climate anomaly in the mid 19th century, and that long before then and pretty much ever since then, that for London and England to get that type of snow is just quite the anomaly.
Well, I mean, this exact week last year, London's had the worst snow that I've seen in the 8 years that I've lived here, and that was probably about that deep. And that shut down everything.
Yeah, when you get that kind of snow, you don't have a way to prepare for it.
Yeah,
Well, the only snowplows that are around in the London area are at the airports.
Yeah, but the airports go, shit, it snowed. Cancel everything.
That's kind of like where Eric is now, Washington. They get snow, but I don't think you really have the equipment to prepare for a large snowstorm. Do you, Eric?
Some communities do. Like the day after Christmas, we got hit with a huge snowstorm, and it was literally, I had about 2 feet of snow in my backyard, and I'm a few miles outside of Redmond proper. I'm a few miles from the Microsoft campus, and then Seattle itself. Now, Seattle itself, where it's especially the downtown area, where it's very hilly and everything. Even a couple inches of snow will shut that down because it's just so steep in spots. In some areas, it rivals San Francisco in the degree of steepness to the hills and the streets downtown. But by and large, yeah, the first few days after even a moderate to mild snowstorm here, it'll snarl things up. We don't use sand. I mean, we don't use salt. All the trucks, are gravel and sand spreaders and a de-icing compound as opposed to that automobile eating rock salt.
Casey, you still remember that lake effect snow that you grew up with?
Oh yeah. I'm glad to be well away from that. Every now and then, the company I'm working for will send me somewhere in the snow. Last year, I got stuck in New Jersey, and then New Jersey was shut down, and it was like I was good. It's like 5 trips back, and the snow pile that was there at the hotel was still there every damn trip I went. It's like you had to.
Yeah, when it gets compacted like that, it can last forever, as they ram it.
For
So like
for those
that's
for
got me
those that
thinking.
never
Like Johnny and I were watching the Winter Olympics, and it was the women's snowboarding, and the top two was an Australian
and New Zealand,
and someone in New Zealand. Our question is, where are they practicing, Michael?
Certainly not in Australia. I was just, that whole conversation just went over my head. I had no idea what you're talking about.
He's trying to work.
Yeah. No, we got the only good thing about ours, we've got snowfields, but we only associate snow with recreation.
Well,
So,
New Zealand's got some hills and mountains, Mike.
Oh,
don't they?
New Zealand's a bloody cold place.
Yeah.
It's probably the coldest place in the world at times.
Yeah,
so
there
it's
you
got
go.
a lot
There's
of lot of skiing down there.
There's your answer.
But yeah, we
So explain how the Australian won.
they spent 6 months here and then 6 months in Europe. So they escape Australia. Well, anything to do with sport, we win.
To Casey's point, growing up in Western New York, because I had a friend that lived in the other side of Lake Erie or Lake Ontario. I forget which lake is which, Casey, but I never experienced lake effect snow until I went to go visit my friend, and we go into this bar. It's snowing out. The flakes are like, I mean, they're sizable. Like they're like they
like
hit you.
tribbles.
Yeah, they're big. They slap you in the face and you're like wiping it off. So I'm like, okay. We go into the bar. We like 2-3 hours later, we come back out, and it was, like this much snow on the ground. And I'm like, that's all from the lake? That's not a storm? He goes, yeah, and that'll continue for 3 days straight. And I'm like, the hell with that. No way. No, thank you.
As a kid, we lived in an apartment, and the front door faced the lake and the falls. And there'd be sometimes, you'd go out and you'd open that front door, and there was a good thing there was a storm door there, because snow covered the whole door. You just, we went out the back door, and it was just that bad.
The worst snow I ever experienced was in the winter of 77 to 78 here in not here, but back in the Midwest in Ohio. There was the January 1978 blizzard, and the house I grew up in, Waterville, which was just a few miles south of Toledo, Ohio. The ground floor was raised up. There was a porch, and the porch was about 6 feet off the ground, and just wrapped around the front of the house and everything. And it had a banistered railing wrap around it. And that winter, the snow was actually up to the hand railing of the porch banister. So probably about 8 feet deep with all the snow that accumulated those few days during the blizzard storm. And then with the drifts that piled up from the wind and everything, the front porch was totally engulfed, and the living room windows, the living room span the front of the house, and the snow was piled up halfway up the windows there.
Yeah, Dan Wagner in the house. Who's Dan? Who's around you, Dan? Scan Dan. Let's see who's around you. Give us a. Over here is GP.
Dan's dressed up.
Sean O'Neill.
Damn, he's had a few.
Who's next to Sean?
He's on mute. We can't hear you. You're on
Might
mute,
be just as
so
well.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Let's see if you'll be able to see our.
What do you think to the studio, Sean?
Hey, you guys in the Copper House?
Probably. Looks it.
Sean looks like he's had a few.
It looks like
I
it.
just said that.
He can't figure out how do you
Sean.
turn the fucking mute button off?
He's forgot about us already.
On the left.
You're
He's
all
taking us for a
done.
walk.
How you doing, Sean?
Are you guys in the Copper House?
I
Sean?
see it.
It's noisy there, that's for sure.
It's a cat noise.
That's why I said change the dick.
What's that?
Sean O'Neill. Now we've just got a shot of his
Oh,
ear.
we can't. And he froze. Damn it.
Yeah. Man.
Oh man.
Oh, that would have been beautiful. Nice segue. So I'm reading the chat over here. Toby's really digging your guitar, Casey, behind you.
Oh, thanks, Toby. I've got, I don't know if I get it back to where I can see it. There's a couple of them around.
Yes, definitely, Toby, come hang out with us. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
gotta
Toby,
turn,
come
I
on
gotta
in.
turn sideways when you do that, Casey. There we go.
Oh, he's
Sean's
back.
back.
Hey.
Oh, hey, we can hear and see you.
You know what it was? It was on. So Dan connected with this phone, but it was on horrible Wi-Fi.
Well, we can hear you fine now.
How much have you had to drink already?
Not much. Just one beer.
Did you have a good week at least?
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing that Brian and I are hinging on is the fact that we talked to like over 50 people, which like we talked about. We've been talking a lot about like just after the show that we like typically like during Free Experience World or SolidWorks World, we don't really, I don't know, we definitely don't talk to anywhere near 50 people, and like everyone had different stories, different insights to show. So no, I mean we were excited to be able to like just bring that out, especially this year. Like obviously there were no actual hallway hangouts. Like you guys did a great job of showing that. But
Kudos,
you know, I guess like bringing that to everyone was kind of a treat. And like one of the biggest things to me, which like you guys could probably say full well, was the fact that like if you looked at like Manish and PT being on live set and like what they were talking about, they weren't talking about like the scripted stuff that usually they do in general session.
Yeah.
Like it was them talking about them like being in R&D and like stuff they did earlier on in their careers and how they came up and giving honest opinions. It was almost like what you guys do. It seemed, I said to Brian, I was like, it seemed like a podcast, which we had never done. Like we had never gotten that, to me, like we had never gotten that exact vibe. So like experimentally, it seems for me, like I'm always interested in new things, and I felt like that was a learning moment for me. Like just seeing that it was like they weren't just like solely interested in talking about stuff that like people always ask them about.
It was
for sure.
It was genuine. It was genuine, and it was real.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like Slug Me 6.
Definitely.
I keep saying that. Like I'm not just saying it. Like I've said it. Even I probably said it I've said it several times, but I probably said it last like 10 minutes ago that Slug Me 6 taught me so much about content, and I was barely involved in it at all. Like you guys taught me so much about content in this community. Just like seeing what it could be like. It doesn't have to be, not that I thought this necessarily, but like you proved it actively that it doesn't have to be fully produced.
Yeah, if it's unscripted, if you're doing it because you absolutely love doing that, if you're passionate about it, you can see it.
Yeah.
But if
it doesn't have to be all picks and clicks kind of stuff,
Oh.
Not at
That's
all.
how I run half my user. That's how I run every one of my user groups. Nothing scripted. Just jump in and go for it.
Yeah, we're here. Let's do this.
Roll up your sleeves and let's get into it.
Exactly. Who needs a
It's so
presentation?
weird. Like we're scared to do, like it's almost like we've been scared to, and you guys know, like I haven't been on like the hard like content side like for a long time, but one thing I've sensed, and I even said this as I was doing interviews like for this role, like it's something that we've been kind of almost scared to do, it seems, to do that kind of content, and I don't know, I'm excited to do more of it, honestly. Like that's what energizes me.
There's no trust. There's no
if I
trust
could
in
add
the
comment here, we'd like to see some of that. And I know maybe not from a virtual sense, but live or somehow in person. We'd like to see some of that in person. I don't know how you reproduce what we're doing here in person, but with Nashville being a great audience and a great city to have that kind of venue and that opportunity, if you guys can figure out a way to manufacture that opportunity, I'd be there. I would totally be there.
It's funny you guys say that because like one thing I've been thinking about is how you kind of have that vibe, like you guys mentioned, at user groups, and we've had it for a long time. And this idea that we could digitize that, we could virtualize that. Like I find that really interesting. Like almost like in my mind, what I've thought about like just coming into this role is kind of like almost like a SolidWorks Live X, right? Where it's like almost a merger between a little bit of world, a little bit of like the vibe that we get, the organic vibe from user groups, and just being able to maybe broadcast that from a location where you have actual users, like you have actual people in the room, and to have a show kind of around that. I don't know, that stuff excites me. I think it's full of possibilities.
No, hopefully we can capture that excitement in a bottle in Nashville next year. That'd be awesome.
Well, that's for done, sure.
Right.
Or maybe before, like
Hey,
20.
yeah, leading up to it.
I mean, yeah.
You know, hey,
why does it have to be in Nashville? Why can't it be? You know,
yeah, like certain events leading up to Nashville. I would be totally for that. Yeah,
To help
absolutely.
build it. And to help build
Is that where
things.
you're going? Is that where you're going for, Johnny and Kirby? Something leading up to Nashville?
Yeah, like the whole birth of this podcast was like, let's not meet once a year. Let's try and meet more often. And I think that should be for the whole community.
The whole community, yeah.
You know, let's have a
there's
big
a couple
hangout.
of it that kind of do that occasionally. I mean, Mike is in on it, and then we get with Phil Sluter, Ed Eaton, you know, and a couple of us that kind of go through it. You know, we'll randomly get together, maybe quarter to quarter, just to kind of touch base and keep up with everybody.
Yeah, we try that with like regional meetings for Swuggen and that. But you know, why can't we hold regional champions gatherings? Why can't we? You know, maybe they are just purely virtual, but why can't we hang out more than once a year?
Yeah.
But the content has to be like this. It has to be free form. It can't be scripted. It can't be, hey, we need to talk about this. Free form, man. Let's just open it
Fuck
up.
it, let's do it.
You know,
Why not?
get a drink.
Get
Get a
rid of the
drink or
PowerPoints.
water if you
Yeah.
don't drink, and just sit back and let the conversation flow.
Right. Just get rid of the PowerPoints. No PowerPoints allowed.
Yeah, no PowerPoints allowed. No slides. No slide decks.
PowerPoint, that's verboten.
slide, slip of the slide.
Yeah, I'd be up for that. I mean, I've participated quite a bit this year, only because a lot of the conversations have been organic. I don't like scripts. When I did my thing on main stage, everything was scripted, and I kept telling Keisha, I don't want it to be that scripted. I want it to be more freeform. He goes, yeah, but we need to stay on point and all this other stuff. I'm like, oh, fuck, stab me in my eyes.
No one can tell when it's scripted, right?
Yeah, right.
I tried my best just to like make it sound like it was coming out of my, you know.
You did a really good job. By
The
the
only
way.
time that it should be scripted is for the skits, because that just makes it funny.
Yeah, the canning. Yes, definitely.
But Sean, you've got a lot of the, I assume, the higher ups there.
Yep.
Okay.
He's worrying now.
Sorry, what was your question?
You've
Say
got
it
more
again.
of the higher up people there.
Like here with me now?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Oh,
okay.
nice, convenient.
We're trying to convince. so we've put together. We've raised $2,101.69 for Magic Wheelchair, and we've been bullied into trying to convince SolidWorks to match that.
Do your magic, Sean. Do your magic.
I'm sure. Actually, Dan and I were talking about that on the way here. So he's here. Obviously, it says Dan Wagner, so obviously he's here.
Yeah.
Unless I stole his phone, which maybe I did. But I'm sure we will.
What's the total at now? Did it raise,
$2,101.69.
So we've gone in the hour we've been doing this. It's gone over $1,000 extra.
Yep.
Yes.
Wow, that's awesome.
Whoa.
That's
Sean.
And that's 2 magic wheelchairs paid for.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Wow. That's incredible. We saw, like, Dan was telling me about the progress that you guys made, and I was like, oh, wow. I'm getting kicked out of this space. I think I have to go.
No, don't worry, Sean. Dan said that your company card would cover it.
You don't know it yet, but it does.
The signal's breaking up.
I like to order a lot, Duncan.
Yeah, he said, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Are you talking, Sean?
Yeah. I'll check with you guys soon, but no, I'm sure we'll be able to do that.
Yep. But we've had a lot of good conversations with Matt and a lot of other.
Yep.
We've been the unofficial staff room, essentially.
Literally, yeah.
Sure. All right, guys. Talk soon.
Thanks a lot, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
See you, Sean.
Thanks, John.
I was about to say, do we get a tour of his pocket now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might put a pocket right here. You got to get Dan to say that now for your podcast, like swole.
Oh, we'll get it. Protein.
Got to get it. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
He's still floating. He's just not
Like,
realised.
You know what? Joe is probably one of the first people to actually meet Dan in real life. Because he came in during the pandemic.
Yep.
Although, no, Eric, you met him
Yeah,
as
Eric.
well in the Slug Me 6.
It'd be Eric, I think.
We're still listening to Dan's pocket.
Yeah, Dan's pocket's talking to us.
I know, right?
Actually, that is fantastic, Eric.
Well, just keep screaming swole. There he is.
Whoa!
There he is.
Joe, here he is. Whoa.
Give us the gun show.
If you're talking, Dan Wagner, we can't hear you. Too much noise.
There's the point where he like flexes and the buttons pop
No,
off.
I was going to say, if he flexes too much, that shirt's coming off.
Don't flex, dude. Don't flex. The buttons are going to flex. Oh my god.
Oh, hey. Oh, there's Brian.
There's Brian.
Finally, Brian makes an appearance.
The only one that didn't join us.
Yeah.
Sing for us?
That one. Where is he?
Evanescence.
Well, me, it's right there.
I heard Evanescence.
You should show the video to these guys of the show. I don't know. We can't hear anything though,
This feels like a lot of our calls that we make usually.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Lance is on too.
Hey, to be fair with Joe, I'm surprised he's not in the room with you guys.
Yeah, I'm shocked you didn't get an invite. They let you on stage, but be like, no, we're not going to include you in the
There
dinner.
he is. He's in the background.
All of a sudden, we see Joe walking between both these guys.
But it's not a green screen. It's like an actual printout.
Yeah.
That's true.
Joe
We have no clue what's going on. We just got to get him to.
Joe this week is like, where's Waldo? It's just like everywhere.
Mr. Flex. Weird flex, but okay. That's his face.
Too funny. That's way too funny.
No, I'm so proud of you for making the journey to Walton.
I'm gonna have to mute him.
Dan,
Yeah, that's not a good sound.
It won't even let me mute him. There we go.
There you
Hallelujah.
go.
Hey, yes.
Clean up my ear. Wait a minute. Ready?
The
Get
song
ready.
they were
I'm gonna
asking for.
Ready? Got to beat me. Ready? Ready? Bullshit. There you go.
You know what I found really funny is that only mutes all of our audio, so it sounds great for us. But for the stream, you're still going out.
That's awesome. So all this time I've been swearing, your YouTube audience can hear me.
Yeah, it made no shit of difference.
Yeah. Like we have no official. Like it may say SolidWorks there, but we're no affiliation, so we can say whatever we want. We can have any conversations we want.
We're
can,
solid like Dan.
Yeah.
Swole
works.
Yeah, we can do what we want here, really.
Ken. Toby, too tall. Toby's got to join. Why isn't
we're trying to?
He's taking another Uber shift
feed.
At this hour.
Well, I'm sure he can put it in park for a half an hour. Come join us.
I mean, who hasn't been in an Uber that hasn't been on the phone the whole time?
True. Very true. Where you go? Where you going? Hey, dude, can you pay attention to the road? Dude, pay attention to the road. Speaking of Swole, there he is.
So it looks like
he's back.
Like Dan's in the same room with you.
No.
And
that's the image
of you.
behind him.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Which means he's over there.
Hallelujah.
I feel like they've especially Dan to be that swole, you know, you have one or two drinks and you've finished.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait till they all have one or two drinks. You might want to cancel their video.
Well, I mean, I don't think they've worked out that we've unmuted them.
Or muted them.
Yeah, no, they're still muted. I'm still seeing the.
Yeah. I don't think they realized it though, Eric. I think they think they're. We can't hear them.
They probably think they're spouting some of the most incredible stuff that has ever been, spoken and everything.
And he's gone.
And see you later. Wah, wah. You have that.
I was worried we might have got the bathroom soon.
Yeah.
Although we had Brandon hanging out in the bathroom on, what was it, yesterday morning?
It's been a long week.
Yeah, it was yesterday morning.
Come on, Too Tall Toby. Come on, Too Tall Toby.
Too Tall Toby.
Tall Toby.
Too Tall. I've got him somewhere. I'm going to message him.
Already obviously.
Or email. Oh, some guys posted pictures.
Ooh.
More pictures of Swole Dan.
Swole. Every time you mention Dan, you gotta. Every time you mention Dan, you gotta go Swole.
Dan Swolner.
There you go.
And I'm still so envious,
Stands by
They got the gold blazers. I like
the green. Eric, I like the green blazers. I really do. I think the green blazers were.
Oh,
apropos.
they were great, but growing up as a kid watching, Chris Economaki on Jackie Stewart on Wide World Sports, calling the auto races.
Solid gold dancers.
They had those gold blazers with that ABC Wide World of Sports patch on them and the big headphones. And to me, that's the vibe I was going for when I
get it. You needed the Wild World of Sports patch on it though, instead of the Masters patch. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
I get it.
So we
the,
got at least the slug me patches.
In the background needed to be the skier jumping off the lift and taking the sign out with him, right?
Oh, the agony of defeat.
Totally.
This is where generational gap between Rachel and the rest of us. She's going, what the hell are these guys talking about?
Because he's quite old as well.
Okay, so speaking along that vein, I'm gonna say something here, and I want each of you to let me know if you got the reference. So the backstory is that when I was there for not Slug Me, the month before I was in Waltham for the quarterly brand meeting. And afterwards we all went out to dinner, and Lynn Allen and I got a ride back from the restaurant. I think we're over in Burlington, the Italian place there. So GP was giving us a ride back to our hotel, and
Personally.
Lynn joked. Yeah. So Lynn joked, you know,
He's in
Eric.
GP's Land Rover.
No, his Porsche.
Oh, classic.
Yeah. So Lynn joked, saying, you know, Eric, you've heard so much stuff these past couple days. We're gonna have to get some extra heavy duty NDAs signed from you. And okay, so here's the reference now. So I said to Lynn and GP, I said, don't worry, Sergeant Schultz is my role model.
Hogan's Heroes.
Yep. Casey gets it, and
I know nothing.
I know
Yep.
nothing.
Joe, everybody gets it. So
Michael, you had Hogan's Heroes in Australia, right? You're on mute, Mike.
I don't think
Unless he's talking to his colleague.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely that's like at
So-
the end of our generation too. That's the crazy thing.
you cats get that. Lynn and I spent the next 15 minutes on the drive explaining Hogan's Heroes to GP.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
totally. And then the next time I'm in Waltham for Slug Me, you know, Dan Wagner and Todd and I are in the car, and we're driving to meet Dan Herzberg and a few other folks, and Matthew Hall for dinner, and I'm telling this same story to, you know, Todd and Dan Wagner, and I said, and I got to that same point. I said, so like I told him, I said, don't worry, Sergeant Schultz is my role model. And you know, Todd, he's in the backseat. He chuckles at that, you know, in that Todd Blackshear chuckle style. And Dan goes, I don't get it.
No
What do you
idea.
mean?
No idea. Yeah. Generational
And
gap.
so yeah, it's that generation gap. So again, the same thing happens. You know, I end up explaining Hogan's Heroes to Dan. And so that's why now, you know, whenever we're on a call with Dan and something, and I make some type of reference, you know, I'll always pause and say, well, Dan, you know, that's from a movie called Star Wars, you know, a mid-1970s sci-fi film about the adventures of a farm boy caught up in a galactic rebellion or something like that. So I'll totally give Dan the complete, you know, pop culture context, even if it's something that happened maybe
you know,
10 minutes ago. You know, I'll say, oh Dan, that's a singer named Billie Eilish. You know, she was a very popular, you know, something like
it's funny you say that, Eric, right? Generational gap. I remember going to see Star Wars and Return of the Jedi when I was a teenager at the movie theater.
Oh yeah.
And these guys weren't even born yet, but yet
Oh.
look how strong the Force is with that whole series.
Oh,
with
for
that
sure.
Yeah. Just
I was watching
think
that.
about that. Steven Spielberg became a millionaire because of something like that, and then Disney bought it, right? I think they
Yep.
own it now, right?
Yeah.
It made even more money. Come here.
Well, they announced today that they're doing the
that.
They announced today. What was it about Obi-Wan?
The Kenobi series comes out May 25th.
Yeah, they actually moved it forward.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Oh, that's for sure. You've been watching Book of Boba Fett?
This nerd hasn't.
I haven't. I've been busy.
Man.
Apparently there's a new
you know,
episode tonight.
Johnny, if I were Patton, I'd slap you.
Joe, you gonna
Casey
go
got
off?
that one.
I gotta head out.
Oh, you're gonna join Dan now.
He's already there.
He's been there the whole time.
Great to see you, Joe.
Guys.
See you.
Hey Joe, how long are you in Waltham for?
I'll be heading out in the morning.
Okay. I was going to say, if you're there any much longer, there's a phenomenal restaurant you need to go to, the Painted Burrow. I'm sure Rachel knows about it. It used to be It used to be the Italian place, but I've eaten there like 3 times now, and oh my gosh, it's phenomenal.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind on the next trip up.
Right on.
Hey, guys, thanks a lot. I really appreciate the
Thanks,
conversation.
Joe. We must have a proper catch up.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Indeed.
We'll
Good
plan,
one.
plan one.
We'll plan an episode with you.
Yes, Rachel, please keep this guy in check, Rachel, when I'm gone.
Yeah, sure. I'm watching.
Yeah,
Got
you're in charge now, Rachel.
I'm watching you,
All right, guys,
Wizowski.
I'll see you
Always
guys.
watching.
Bye.
See you, Joe.
Michael's disappeared as well.
Looks like his office
there's a
was being invaded.
So there's a tracker emergency.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
koalas
Can't
are-
like, oh, we can't let this new bathroom cabinet design leak out inadvertently by anyone watching the core podcast. Let me turn off my camera.
He gave us a little like overview of his workshop and that, which was really cool.
Oh, right on.
He did that for us last year as well. Apparently, he had that whole office to himself at one point. It was built for him.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
I like to wish. I like to imagine that he had his desk right in the middle.
So he
with
could
a
see out
big,
any
high
window.
back
On a
chair.
raised dais, so everything was below. him.
Everything
Completely
was going
bald
on.
cat, a sphinx cat that he stroked.
Totally. Time to die, Mr. Bond. Time to die.
$1 million.
All right,
Maybe
guys,
Mike-
I'm going to sign out as well. So
See you, Casey.
see you guys.
See you, Casey.
Thank you for
We'll
joining
see
us, Casey.
See you in
Yeah.
Nashville.
If you guys do one of those champion things, I'm not a champion, but send me a link and I'll join you guys.
You know what? You're a member of the community and you do awesome things.
Yep.
There you go.
You're
There it is.
honorarily a
You're
champion.
my
There it is.
champion,
Or you
man.
can sign up to be on. I'm sure we can fast track you.
Probably. Ed will tell you, I keep saying I'm going to retire, but I haven't done it yet. So,
I'm not too far behind you, but I'll still be working till I'm 70. So
yeah, well, I found out my boss is leaving the end of the year, and I think the director of engineering at this place is leaving at the same time. So I might have to schedule that myself.
Yeah, you better do it
everything
before you
down.
end up getting that battlefield promotion,
yeah. Oh, here you go. Here's the keys. Here's the keys to lock up when you come out.
Yeah.
But y'all take care. It's good seeing y'all.
Right on.
Thank you for
Hey,
joining us,
Casey.
Casey. Good luck with the alligators.
Yeah,
Yep.
careful.
Yeah.
No problem.
I
Later.
heard they're quite the ankle biters.
Yeah,
Can be.
a little more than that.
Nope. Nope.
Eric, are you buying any new Lego sets for your daughter?
Oh gosh. We haven't gotten she's working through a backlog right now because she I was telling you she built the Sydney Opera House right at the start of COVID. and
Has she ever
actually-
tried Technic?
Oh, I turned my daughter onto that. When she was a little
not
kid.
so much. Not so
Those are
much
awesome.
the
I like those.
Technic stuff.
I
built-
really enjoy
we
the
built a
regular
couple
Lego.
Small kids.
I really enjoy
Yep.
the regular Lego, but then I bought a fairly cheap Technic set. And
Those are cool though.
Yeah, for the price I paid for it, and
Yeah.
then I spent 3 times as much time building it. And
They do tend to be
And
more.
like with regular Lego, I can kind of look at what I need. Oh, I need 5 of that, and just carry on watching TV while I click those in place and feel it.
Yeah, but
Technic, you do that, you're fucked.
It's more.
Yeah, you can't do that. You
It's
can't.
more
No, you can't.
Technical.
Aha.
Yeah, you really got to focus, and I can't join family time tonight, according to Tall Toby.
Look forward to doing it in person next year. That's an
Yep.
exclusive.
Yes, he'll be with us.
Mm.
But yeah,
Dun, dun, dun.
the Technics. From that I then got one of the big sets, the Lamborghini. That was a lot of fun. Like the points
long
where
that
I would
take
get. Where I'll get quite far into it and realize I made mistakes because I was building like normal Lego.
Oh,
And
no.
fixing that
Can't
error,
do that.
especially as an engineer, you've got to start. You can't just take off
Gotta
a
go back.
chunk fix it and do it. You've got to really think
Get it
about
all the
how
way
am I
back.
going to take this apart.
Yeah. How do I get back to there without, literally
destroying it?
Well,
yeah,
I built
without
the-
using the feature rollback, one at a time,
Like I built the UCS, the big 8080 that came out this year, and I got to about step 500. That's about 4 days worth of building to realize I made a mistake in step 4.
Ooh.
And I had to take most of that thing apart
Oh,
just to move one of the
wow.
Technic studs to the other side of a brick.
Amateur.
Amateur hour. Yes.
Ouch.
But it working on the Technic side of things, it just really meant that I had to take things slower and spend more time with the builds, because I'm starting to get to the point where I'm so quick with a regular Lego set that I don't know if I'm getting the value that I used to.
Yeah. So what's
the Technic set will definitely. Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what's the new largest piece count Lego set that they just came out with this past year?
Currently the largest Lego set is the Lego 8080.
Okay, but before that,
I lied. That's the most expensive Lego set. Flex.
Swole!
Oh,
there goes the family show.
But I think still the set that has the most part count is a Lego art piece of the world, which is made of individual little studs.
Wow.
I think that's close to 10,000 parts, 10,000 little individual parts. And what I really like about that is that you can find so many different unique ways of building that exact same set. So I've got all of the Star Wars art sets, and you can go online and find different alternatives to those kind of sets, or you can create your own kind of pixel art. So that's currently, I think, the largest Lego count. I mean, Lego's been doing a very good kind of campaign with a lot of their big sets, and their slogan for them is "Adults Welcome." They've literally, on all their new sets, they've gotten rid of the age restriction on them. Getting rid of the from this age to that age, because they're starting to find sets like the Titanic and that. No kid's gonna want that. That's for an adult who wants to.
Okay. That's what I was thinking of. I just went back into my email and did a search on the Lego phrase.
I think Mark, he was on earlier. He's got the Titanic. His wife built the Titanic.
Who got the Titanic?
Mark Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's built it. I've looked at it. I've measured for spaces for it. My wife won't let me. But it looks like a cool set. But the problem I have with a set like that is
it's repetitive.
It's repetitive. You'll have the boat, the front.
Yeah.
The bow and the stern are different, but everything in the middle is repeated, other than what's on deck.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's exactly the set I was thinking about, because I found it in my email. I had sent the link to Kathy, my ex-wife, and about it, because again, I'm looking at the email. It was last November, so I'm sure we were discussing potential Christmas presents for Gemma, and then I think based upon that date, about 2 weeks later, I ended up buying her full set of new rims for her car, because she was driving to school and she slammed straight into a curb. She's a fairly new driver. I mean, she's a senior, but all during pandemic junior year she didn't drive at all.
We've all been there. We've all had that new car.
Yeah.
Well,
so
not new car. That first car. Handbrake turns.
Yeah, this was her first car. It's a 2003 Celica GT, and she drove straight into the curb, because on the road on the street from that she takes to school, the road jogs a little bit, and it was early morning and foggy, so she didn't catch where it jogged, so she ended up front passenger side tile just straight into the curb. It shattered the aluminum, cast aluminum rim there and everything, and so it's like I was trying to find a matching rim, but the manufacturer discontinued them about like 6-7 years ago. So it's just like, okay, we're going to Discount Tire. I'm gonna get you all 4 new rims, and it's your combined Christmas and birthday present. Christmas is when it is, and her birthday is exactly a month later on January 25th.
So like
between the rims and 2 tires, because she destroyed 1 tire, and the other one, got a flat in it. It was like, okay, I just dropped $950, so that I wasn't expecting to. So yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday.
Yeah, I've been there. Like
some big drops.
Yeah,
like in South Africa, especially what that was 8 years ago, maybe a bit more. There was no kind of cab service. You always either, you couldn't just phone up a cab or anything. They've got Uber now, recently, but like in my early 20s, it'll be, someone drove home. It was usually me. But you could easily just have as many drinks as you need, and the amount of times that I could barely even see straight and drove home.
Oh man. Ooh.
Like
bad
I am shocked I never got arrested. I never crashed. At one point I was told I drove through the Johannesburg airport at 120 kilometers per hour.
What's that in
English? At like 3 o'clock in the morning. Like looking back at that, it's like I was dumb. But that was I did a lot of damage to my car because of that. I was a hooligan. Handbrake turns around corners, and
I mean, you're still
a little bit, yeah. But one thing I found is that when because that was a car given to me by my parents, I didn't really understand the value of it. Whereas now I've bought my own car. Like if I damage my car because of some stupid thing that I've done, I can't easily get to work. I can't get around. It just really changes how easily
really
I can get on with
balances
life.
Things for you.
And that's one thing I really learned kind of leaving South Africa, coming here and just doing everything on my own, kind of starting from scratch, is that I really learned the value of everything that I own now. And you can't really take for granted what the gifts you're given.
No. Sure.
I did still have good time in that car. It was a little
What
Ford Focus
kind of car
1.6.
was it?
Ford Focus 1.6. It was a sedan version. Because I was doing product design, I needed bigger boot space, so I went for that one. I still wanted to put big sound system in it. I'm trying to convince Sarah to let me do that in my car now.
No, I wouldn't bother.
Just because you
And what are you driving now?
I drive a little Ford Fiesta. Downgrade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you got an ST.
I am a yob at heart.
Absolute boy racer.
If it doesn't pop and bang, I'm not interested.
So what do you have, Johnny? I didn't hear.
Ford Fiesta.
But
okay.
But Johnny, tell me about your fuel efficiency.
Shut up.
Or
Fuel's
the lack thereof,
fuel's not
right?
important when I get there twice as quick.
How much tax do you pay a year?
£150.
Yeah, I pay nothing.
Yeah, but I get there faster. That's easy money.
50 quid lasts me a week and a half.
Yeah.
What is the equivalent of 50 quid? Like, what is 50 quid in America?
£50.
£50 is about $70.
Yeah.
17 or 70?
70.
70.
Yeah, I've been buying a bunch of older sci-fi modeler magazine
it's about
issues from the UK, and each one is I drop about 40 pounds between the eBay price and the
So I mean,
international shipping.
My car's a 40 liter, and it costs me $70 to fill up. That's how expensive petrol
Yeah,
is.
it cost me that.
Holy shit, that's a lot.
How many miles do you get, Kirby, out of $70?
I get about 350 miles.
No, it's not too bad.
I travel 20 miles a day, and that takes me 2 hours.
So your tank
London.
capacity, you said 40 liters?
Yeah.
Johnny? Kirby?
Yeah, 40 liters, and that's
So
almost
that's,
$70 to fill.
That's roughly 10, that's about 10 gallons, roughly. Roughly 4 liters, 3.9 some to the gallon.
Yep.
So I rented a Lamborghini. Well, I didn't. Jack Daniels did for me. So that I used half a tank in a day on that car, and that cost me $60 to fill up half a tank in a day.
Now $60 or 60 pounds?
Well, it works out close to $60.
Okay,
to fill up half
I
a
didn't know
tank.
if you were just swapping the units for our convenience.
Yeah, we're nice.
Yeah, I drove that thing really slow because I had to put down a $6,700 deposit on it.
Woo!
That was painful.
Woo!
And that's
why I drove
you rented
slow,
it
Johnny.
just for kicks?
No, I won a
Holy.
competition with Jack Daniels to do experiences, and one of the experiences was to live
Okay.
the high life, and I got to own a Lamborghini for 24 hours and go to some fancy hotel and that. The old people look like at me and like, look at this young knob with his young money.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm a fraud.
Yeah. Absolute.
Yeah.
That's a beep 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 beep.
I'm a
beep.
fraud. There it is. Look at me.
Yeah,
Badass.
Absolute.
All right
Yeah.
on.
Johnny's
Cool,
still
son.
not happy about that.
I'm not
Well,
because you used
didn't-
my
you
photo
didn't
to win it.
offer. Yeah.
Our
You didn't
photo.
offer.
Yeah.
You didn't even offer to go drive by his house and do one of these as you go by the house.
No, he's an absolute.
It's only got 2 seats, Johnny.
I would have done it. Hey, Johnny! Yeah! Go
Yeah,
by at 100
exactly.
miles an hour.
That's basically what he did, but he didn't even have the commitment to drive up to me.
In their language, he's a bloody wanker.
Nice, Eric. Nice.
Boss won't go. No, I would honestly rent that car again. Use my own money to do it this time. It was
Right,
it was a real experience.
What's the 0 to 60 on one of them?
Fucking fast. I didn't time it.
We'll find you've got Google there. It was
Yeah.
like a query, not more of a fucking. I wonder.
Johnny calling out Kirby. Can you type it
'Cause I
in,
think the
dude?
fastest I went is 100 miles an hour.
70, you mean?
No, I was doing about
No, you had
70.
to-
I put
you
my foot
had to
down,
have gone-
and then within like that, I was at 100, and I was too scared.
Mate, I've gone faster
you
than that
had-
in my car.
Have
You
you put a
had to have
£1,000
gone faster
deposit?
than
Do
that.
you have £5,000 deposit on
No,
yours?
because I own mine.
So it'll cost you just as much.
That
True.
car can go like 220 miles an hour. You had to have gone faster than 100 miles an hour. There's
I
no
don't know. I
governor
didn't
on it.
have the space, and when I did have the space, I couldn't see the road because it was too dark.
Oh, okay. I'll give you that.
I've never maxed
But
mine,
then-
to be fair.
You still could have drove by Johnny's house with the finger up in the air, going,
Mm.
"Yeah, I was gonna stop, but
3 seconds.
Yeah, 3.2
Could've gave him
seconds. There was a point
Could've
where I
given
was
that.
kind of in first, put my foot down, and then I felt it slide a little bit, shat myself,
Dude, I
and then
do-
remembered I need to shift up on this.
I do that quite regularly when it's wet. So.
And,
the shifter's on the steering wheel, right?
Yeah, you got to
Not
use
on-
the shifters.
on the
It's
steering wheel?
it's automatic, but you can put it into sports mode, which kind of only shifts it up automatically on its own, much higher up.
I can literally only imagine.
And so when I picked it up, I accidentally put it in that mode, and I couldn't
Johnny's
figure out
still
how to
bitter.
take it out of that mode. So when I was driving through London, I'd put it into
Hashtag
second gear,
bitter,
and it
not
automatically
bitter.
drop it back into first gear. It'll make a loud bang, and I look like a knob. Everybody just shat themselves on the side of the road, being like, "Look at this idiot in his Lamborghini, revving and just dropping gears."
You're being that guy. Hey, look at
I
this
do that in
guy.
my car.
It took me 5 minutes to go, about a mile because of speed bumps.
So I got to ask you a question. If anybody had hit you or you got
$5,000.
a scratch or a dent, $5,000 gone? Is that literally
Well,
it?
it depends. It's a deposit, so that's what they hold. They then assess what is the price of the damage, and then that gets taken out of that deposit.
I bet it was $5,000 if you hit anything.
To be fair, the wing mirror was already falling off. Like, people have knocked that car. No one, the handbrake on that crunched when you put it down.
That's rentals though. Like you
That's
hit
any
something,
rental,
they
yeah.
charge you the maximum.
Yeah.
And they don't fix it.
They didn't drive it off the showroom line and drive it to your house.
Yeah.
But I'll do it again in a heartbeat. Like I've looked at these like driving experiences of you can drive a car on a track and that kind of thing. But I felt like that's sitting in a car with an instructor and you've got 10, 15 minutes with the car. You can have a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah,
Whereas this, I had
carte blanche.
Yeah, I could do what I wanted.
I can't believe
Yeah, go where you wanted.
In Atlanta, I looked in Atlanta. They had Porsche has one of their driving centers there, and basically you could drive anything either with instructions. The only one they had a criteria on. You could rent anything, except the only one that had a criteria on was the manual. You had to,
yeah,
because everything was auto. So the only thing they actually had was this criteria that you had to be with the instructor for 2 laps with the because it was a manual.
Now, Michael, I got to ask you a question. Being in Australia, you drive on the left side of the
correct
side.
side.
Of the road.
Correct
The opposite side.
We drive on the left side of the road with the right hand steering with the right hand steering
Same
wheel.
as UK, same as South Africa.
How
Same
would
as
you
the
have
good
managed
places.
that? Well, it's all relative. How would you have managed that in the United States, being on the left side but on the right side of the road, left side of the car?
The easy rule of thumb when you're driving internationally is that you're always
in the middle of the road.
You're always in the middle of the road.
Yep.
So the trick is, the trick isn't so bad making left-hand turns. It's a bit tricky making right-hand turns. Remembering to stay on the.
You have to remind yourself because when we were in
And-
Nashville in
You were
2020,
terrible.
I was all right. I was like, God, I said to Johnny, it's like we're gonna go to Jack Daniels. It's only a 40-minute drive. I'm gonna rent a nice muscle car. So
Next time I am renting.
So I thought I was the bee's knees, and I got myself a Camaro and realized that's like your Ford Fiesta in the US. It's the bog standard car.
Yeah.
We thought we were balling. It was even convertible. But yeah, I get into that
in
car.
February. Great. What a highlight that
You
was.
You would have been better off with a Mustang than a Camaro, but just saying.
The thing is, I had to phone to book that, and I was like, pass. That's effort. But I said to Johnny, it's like, look, I didn't tell you this before, but I've never really driven on this side of the road. I've never driven on this side of a car. I've never driven anything this powerful. I've never driven a car
Johnny
with real
instantly sweating.
I've never driven a car with
like
rear wheel. Rear wheel drive.
Why have you not told me
Let's
this?
go.
I would have rented it and just dealt with it. But no, Kirby, confident Kirby is just turning up and just renting stuff that he has no right to touch.
we didn't do too bad. Like, quite honestly, like if I didn't have you there, I would have shat myself. I needed that support. But when we were returning it back to the airport, like there was this long straight heading up to like the parking. I'm like, all right, it's my last time just to give a bit of gas and have fun. And I just floor it down this road, and then went a little too fast, had to brake a little too hard, and came around the corner. And as we came around the corner, there's the guy waiting for us to receive the car. Kind of just like
doing
shaking his head. I mean,
so we can. I was going to say, so we can test my driving ability in the States. You were talking about now that we're going to Nashville. We're talking about renting a 15-seat bus, and it's all going up to Jack Daniels again.
So it is an idea that I've pitched to Dan and Sean already.
I'll volunteer to drive.
So this is where the tricky part comes in, is the liability in terms of them paying for you to drive. Well, more for us to drive.
I'll pay for my own liability to drive just to see the reaction on everybody's faces.
That's not a problem, Dan. He says his service is weak, but it's
He's
not.
not.
He's not weak.
Right?
But yeah, our idea for Atlanta, if it was going to work out, was to fly into Boston like a week before, get a bus that then starts in Boston head office and just stops at various locations through Philadelphia, picking up. This was actually inspired by you, Ed.
Yeah, because I wanted to do that a bunch of years ago. Yeah.
And collect as many user group leaders, champions, and on the way have like stop in those cities and do something interesting and do something CAD related. If we can get like sponsors like HP and that to give us laptops to do like CAD design challenges while we're driving through.
I'm on board. I will work with you to get the sponsors you need. Pull out the Rolodex.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know what the Rolodex is, that's an old-fashioned name phone number list.
But
I will do that. I will totally do that.
Yeah, we're going to start
It's
in
like
Boston.
an Outlook address book, but physical.
Kirby, that's on your list, your to-do list.
Yep.
So it's start in Boston, move our way down through New York, Philadelphia, and then all the way. For this trip was to stop in Nashville as a kind of like, this is where we were supposed to be, throwback, Jack Daniels, and then end up in Atlanta. But on the way, picking up SolidWorks champions, SolidWorks users, customers if they want, sponsors if they want, and user group leaders, so that when we arrive in Atlanta, it's you've got this image of, even though that the community was separate in 2021, we've all gotten together and we're all arriving together and still together for the next event in Atlanta.
Magical mystery modeling.
Yeah, that was the picture we were trying to do. But chatting with Sean on that, their main concern was liability. How will... So, I mean, if we can organize this without them.
Yeah, but let's, if you're serious about this, I can pull some strings.
We just need to find the right people. And you know what, Matt Clegg, he's new, so he's got a lot to learn.
Legal don't know about him yet.
Legal don't know about him.
Right. Get him now.
They
Get
know
him
about
now.
us.
Get
They
him
know about
committed
me.
now.
They definitely know about me.
Oh, if they know about you, they know about me. I was in the door for 2 years. There's a reason why I don't work there anymore.
But Matt really likes this idea as well, and it's the idea of the community getting together and arriving together, because what always happens is that we kind of spot in at the airport. Maybe we'll run into each other at the airport, but we all meet up at the CAD Monkey. But why not all arrive together in a bus? Why not hang out in a bus for 3-4 days beforehand? Doing, CAD challenges. There's Toby telling us, here's your model for the day. Let's make it, or that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and we can do your core podcast during the.
Yeah, it was part of it as well, for us to kind of record it and stream it, and broadcast as much of it as possible.
I'll say it again because I have to bow out. The fiance's here. She wants to go watch some TV shows. British Best Baker, just so you guys are curious. She likes that show a lot. I do too. A little homage to your home country. But if you are serious, I am on board. I will help. I will pull out the Rolodex and
I know Heather would be keen on this whole idea.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on board. I was going to do this probably like 5-6 years ago, and
let's fly Michael over.
I'll come in via Boston. I'll drive.
Yeah, Michael. That's why we were asking as well. Like, is there any tracker in the States? Because that would have been a very good.
Yeah, but what we could do, we could get Michael.
We can flog and go to Australia instead.
Get Michael to load one into a container and come across with it. Save on the fare.
Not too sure we'll fit that many people in, but
it'll be only a month of travel.
Fine.
Can you get that on your expense report, Michael? That's the key thing.
Maybe. Yeah,
I mean, SolidWorks keep using the model. They might as well buy one at this point.
I just saw it. It made an appearance today out of the blue. I was a bit shocked on that. Surprise.
Wow, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, and I said to Heather earlier,
include
Earl
me in.
Earl didn't even give me a heads up.
I don't remember approving that one.
include me in those plans, if you will,
Definitely.
and anything else you got going on. even if it's just your podcast.
Yeah,
I'd love
like
to join.
We've got to do an episode with everyone who's hung out the last 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I'd be-
after
I'd
this,
be-
Johnny
I'd be
and
on
I are
board.
really going to chat and start discussing our plans for next year.
Feel
Because like my wife wants to join in for it because she saw how much of a good time we had. In Nashville and
the pretty blonde you just saw walk by. She goes, "I know you guys are a bunch of geeks, but I'm going to Atlanta. I'm going to Nashville with you." So
Like, Nashville was the biggest surprise for us. We didn't know about Broadway.
We didn't do any research, did we?
We turned down. We have to party here, but we had to go to Jack Daniel's the next morning. So we were responsible adults, and we
For
didn't.
once.
Yeah.
We tried very hard not to go into bars, and we managed to survive ourselves, not going into any bars. But the next night, we just
let it go, let it rip. Sometimes you just got to pull the Band-Aid off. So let it go. Well, it was a pleasure chatting with all of you
Thanks,
for the week.
Ed.
Right on.
And feel free to reach out anytime. You know, you guys know how to find me.
Yep.
Whether it's just to collaborate or just to chat, you know you're always going to get a good opinion from me. So on that note, cheers everyone. Good night.
Good to speak to you,
Thanks,
Ed.
Talk soon.
Later, Ed.
See ya.
cheers, Dan.
Cheers.
I'm getting everyone's names wrong.
Jesus.
Cheers, Ed.
It's all right.
You
Good night.
said cheers, man. That's it.
Good enough
Cheers,
for me.
man.
See ya.
Flex.
Bye.
He's just swelking.
Swalking, yeah.
I gotta jump off too. I gotta make some dinner.
No
Right
problem.
on,
Thank you very much for hanging out
Yeah,
with
thank
us.
you.
Yeah,
Rachel.
it's good seeing you, Rachel.
Me too.
I mean, you didn't have to spend all your time with us, but it seems like you had a good time at least.
I did. It's good
That's what
networking.
matters.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can call it work because we were part of 3D Experience World, and
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
you are helping the community grow.
Mhm.
Definitely.
Yeah, you can rationalize anything.
Mhm.
There's always a way.
Right on.
All
I'm
right.
good with
See you guys.
expenses.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you, Rachel. Take
Yeah.
care.
Bye.
Why isn't that Star Wars box on the top right of your shelf? I keep looking at it.
That looks
That one.
vintage.
It looks quite vintage.
That is
Looks like old
from-
like you, Johnny.
That's 1977. That's a series of Ralph McQuarrie prints.
Oh, dude, behind the green screen, I have some legit fancy artwork.
I
Wow.
thought they were just like
No, they're
random
Ralph
shit.
McQuarrie's.
The fuck's he?
They're original concept art.
Who's he?
He did all the original concept art for like Star Wars movies.
Is he the one that drew the like weird Darth Vader
Yeah.
helmet? I've seen some of that. At the
It's
one of
Ralph
the.
McQuarrie.
I've got him in a book somewhere.
Yeah, and down below,
Oh, we're going on an adventure.
Oh,
Yeah, there. The C-3PO, that's on my wall.
so
yeah,
clearly not an original.
that's the 2-volume Ralph McQuarrie
Yep.
Star Wars art set.
Mm-hmm.
And
But
then
yeah, like what else is on? Because you always have that shelf in your background.
yeah,
I'm sure things make their way on that shelf because they're special.
Already I can see a blue Ford GT40, Eric.
Give us a tour.
yep, that's a replica
Nerd.
of the.
Do you know why it's a GT40, Kirby?
It's blue.
No, because it's 40 inches off the ground to the
And
roof.
it was for the GT racing class. Yeah,
Isn't
but
that the Ford versus Ferrari
Yep,
car?
Ford GT40.
it is.
Is that how you learned it from
I'm
the movie?
gonna call
No, I
it
knew it before.
the winning car because Ken
It won.
Miles.
Yep.
But Le Mans rules them cheated him. But yeah, that's the Ken Miles car there.
Is that what
And then-
parts kind of inspired Slug Me 6?
Exactly.
Nice.
And then yeah, that is the set of prints that I got for Christmas in 1977.
Awesome.
So yeah, so that cover picture, that's the lightsaber duel between Luke Starkiller
Yep.
and Darth Vader with the samurai style helmet
Mhm.
that he had then.
You know what's really interesting about just looking at that artwork is that it's very kind of the fighting style is quite animated, which is what they illustrated.
Based off samurai.
No, but it's what
Yeah,
they
he
illustrated
drew his
in
inspiration
episode
from
1, 2, and
samurai.
3, which everybody hated.
Mm.
Which is quite interesting, like, to see that that's actually what they were trying to achieve. They just didn't have the technology to do it.
Look at C-3PO in this, and R2.
Yeah. So that C-3PO, Macquarie was heavily inspired by the Maria robot from Fritz Lang's Metropolis. Then this is the coffee table book Sculpting a Galaxy, the ILM model shop over the decades. Then I've got all three of the big heavy duty industrial light and magic books there. I've got a bunch of old I've got that red spine there. That's the Moonbase Alpha Technical Notebook published by Starlog magazine in 1977.
That's cool.
See, Eric's got the good shit.
Yeah, that's because I'll be 59 on Friday, so that's why I've got all
He's
this.
49, so it's fine. That's sticking, Johnny.
And then down here, these are things that you cats would probably be familiar with. This is my collection of sci-fi and fantasy modeler magazine that was published in the UK by Mike Recchia from mid-90s up to about 2001.
I never really collected those. Like I see quite a few of them now, but there was one that I did collect, which was a Lancaster bomber model kit type of thing.
Was
I did
that
real robots.
like a subscription where you assemble
Yeah.
the kit? Yeah, these are all just like regular magazines, like reviewing kits and stuff. It wasn't.
Oh
something
right,
that
so
you,
it's like just standard magazines.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
subscription
yeah.
magazines.
It's not like the D'Agostini Millennium Falcon
Or R2.
or R2. Yeah.
Where's your art?
So yeah, so that's
Johnny.
That that
Terrible
book
with
there
names
next
today.
to Star Wars. When Kathy and I got married in '94, we went to Barcelona
I was
for our
4.
honeymoon.
I was
And
4
so
at that point.
was. Oh gosh.
I was -2.
This is my.
You were
can see
barely
here,
a thought.
I've got.
Not even.
This is a 1972 Trans Am Pontiac Firebird. I bought it. It'll be 40 years this May 8th, 1982. I bought my my 1975 Formula Firebird, which is out in my driveway right now. I've had that car 40 years.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
So I've just realized something is that I have something. Well, you've got something on Eric's shelf that you have on your wall, and I've got something that Eric has on his wall.
Eric's not on his wall anymore.
Wait for him to come back.
Eric's back. There we go.
We just completely ruined his scene.
No worries.
But yeah, you've got the.
We've got some artwork, yeah.
Yeah, you got the C-3PO.
The Macquaries.
The same Macquarie art. I've got the Heather art.
Yeah, that's right.
On his top left.
We're both owners of Heather Haas DriveWorks originals.
You know what? DriveWorks are incredible in terms of sponsors.
Oh, oh my gosh.
Do they support you a lot there, Michael?
Unmuted. You look, every time they've come out, Phil Gilly Banks came out to Australia, and we've had a couple of them Drives Work come out. We always see something up with them, and obviously Heather always still sends things out if we want. So DriveWorks we all know is without a doubt the number one supporter of user groups and the like in the world.
Yeah, at this point we're all user group leaders here, so here's a good point to bitch and complain. And we'll send it to Dan. And 3 out of 4 of us here are out of the States. The user group network is predominantly the States. And the platform is set up with sponsors and that stuff that you can contact. I've contacted every single one of them, and none of them have gotten back to help out But DriveWorks is from day dot in terms of me taking over the London and for helping out Jonathan. I've always been there, been like, let's help out.
Sunday, like.
What?
It's Sunday. Using my full name.
Jonathan. Wow, yeah.
Jonathan.
Throw his middle name in there.
I'll use Jono.
You'll think he's
There.
getting in trouble from his mom.
Why don't you like Jono?
Because I'll batter you with a glass.
Why? Come on.
Because it's not my name and it's not my preferred name either.
It's not Jonathan.
Yeah.
Why not Jono? Why Johnny?
Because Johnny's better than Jono.
But why?
Because Johnny's English and Jono is Australian.
All right, Jono.
Michael, you know I have connections to Australia that I don't mind sharing.
Like I spent in my uni days, I was good friends with a guy named Jono, full name Jonathan.
Yeah, what's he doing now?
He does military stuff.
Time.
But
time. Eric says time.
Why not Jono?
No, I don't like Jono.
You prefer Johnny?
Do you know what I even hate
I
more than
prefer
Jono?
Awesome.
What?
John.
Yeah, John. Don't like John.
John Bon. What about Jay?
No. Makes me think of the in-betweeners guy.
I'm trying to convince Sarah to let me at least throw in, if we're going to have kids, it's a boy. One of our requests is Bartholomew.
Bart. My God, what are you doing to the poor child?
I was going to say, yeah, that's got fucking torture
or
me.
number 2 is Jay.
Do you know the
but spelled
therapy bills
Jay.
you're facing later in life?
Just like
if you
Homer
make
J.
kids
Simpson.
or Bartholomew?
Did you know Homer J. Simpson? His middle name is Jay, but spelt
J-A-Y.
J-A-Y. So there's a whole episode about trying to figure out what does J stand for.
After 3 days, we really are scraping
It's
the barrel
Jay.
of shit.
But yeah, what were we going on before I call out your name? No, you called out that I called you Jonathan this Sunday.
Yeah, because
You were going on about user groups.
Yes, user groups.
Yep. That all
Back
the
on track.
sponsors are here in the U.S. and they
Yes, the train is back on track.
Choo choo.
Yeah, DriveWorks is, and I think it's a lot easier for them because they are UK based. And Eric, you actually brought this up the other day, is that for them, for the user group leader of the year, this is the first time that it's actually a domestic
you
award.
are the first domestic winner. You know, man.
And like I was shocked when she told me. I was like, really? Me? We just dig about, really. For what we're doing, we're having fun.
Yeah.
This is not work. But yeah,
No, for all the horribleness that this pandemic and COVID has brought upon the world and everything, the only even most tarnished silver lining aspect of it, I think, has been, the fact that these 2 years now we've been doing all these virtual swug-in meetings and everything, and the fact that I think it's really brought the entire swug-in community that much closer together.
Yes.
Because it used to be, once a year at World is when you caught up with everybody and you got to see folks in person. Maybe you'd have like some regional events in your region, but the fact that on almost a weekly basis, if not a couple times a week, I can be attending something on the East Coast, or I can be getting up a few hours in the middle of the night to join Michael's group and meet new people and everything. And it's just.
And I think Michael, like 2020 Swag Summit, the last one, we were all together.
Yep.
Rachel said, break out into your regions. You've got your regions, but if you're not in the US, go hang out with Michael Lord and myself. And one thing we had spoke about is that presentations is very difficult to pull together.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to try and find companies in the UK to try and present, or interesting presentations to go on in the UK. A year later, the pandemic pitches up, does its thing, forces us all into this environment of sitting behind a camera.
This digital diaspora.
The digital world of meetings, and forced us to carry on doing our meetings.
Yep.
But with that, we started to all realize, like, we don't need to, it doesn't matter where we are based. We can have anyone in the world present for us.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's phenomenal. And I'll be potentially very controversial in the greater Swugin universe and say that this wouldn't have happened under previous leadership.
They've been trying to. Oh, we'll get into Richard in a moment.
Oh, okay.
No, he was awesome. He convinced me to do this.
Yeah,
him and Rachel. But yeah, we were forced into this digital environment, and we were forced to, there were a few user groups that were like, "I'm out. That's it. I'm not gonna even attempt it." Yeah. There were, a lot of user groups that were like embracing it and just being like, "This is the new norm for the next time."
This is what we've been wanting to try for a while. But
there are new user groups like Jonny's who only knows digital.
And all the African groups. I think that is such coolness.
But with us forcing to be virtual, and then that leading so long to the point where 3D Experience World had to be virtual. They were broadcasting to close to 30,000 people that suddenly didn't know about user groups, and they've had their biggest growth ever, because all of a sudden people starting to understand that there's this ecosystem. People have wanted to, like, for example, me, I've always understood, like, there's, when I first moved to the UK, I tried to find a SolidWorks connection, or a SolidWorks, because that's what I was using, a SolidWorks network to join, some sort of like user group. There was one in London, but it hadn't had meetings in years, and I kind of like, okay, cool, put my phone down, didn't bother with it until I actually got invited out to World and actually realized, like, oh wow, no group in London, why don't you start one then?
Yeah.
And 3D Experience World last year kind of showed that to a lot of people, and we've had a lot of growth around the rest of the world. But now, as things are starting to slowly normalize, I'm starting to look at, let's start going back into person. Let's look at my meetings. I'm no longer concerned about where I'm going to get my presenters from. I can just contact any of the wonderful people that I know already and have them present on a big screen or somewhere for it. And that person most likely will be more than happy, because they're comfortable with it, they understand it. So many people now understand and know that a Zoom meeting is something they can do. It's quite easy. There are some people that completely refuse to. Ed Eden is one of them. But that's because he likes the networking aspect after it, which is something we enjoy as well. That's always the fun part, in between sessions, have a break, have some pizza, have some beer, and then carry on. But
chat, exchange war stories, that kind of stuff.
The only caveat with that, I think the only difference in it, and believe me, I'm used to doing both now, the only advantage of doing presentations live, it's much easier to get the conversation going in different directions. People do tend to sit back a little bit on Zoom meetings, and when you're live, you're getting questions being thrown at you left, right, and center.
I mean, if those that are watching it are live, I'm live, that person, for example, say it's you, Michael, doing a presentation. You sat on a computer, you're doing your thing. But I can help facilitate. It's like, does anyone have any questions for Michael or any comments? feed them back.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
forth.
no, I agree. No, I don't disagree. It has to be. It has to be driven. People still seem to be very reserved online to open their mouths. You just saw again in the discussion today where people aren't turning their cameras on and all those sorts of things.
But I mean,
it's very strange.
That also leads into like my plan for the future of me running my user groups. Is one, you got your in person. That's where you get to network and chat. But I also want to get. I don't have to worry about who presents. Anybody in the world can present for us. And they can present what they need to. But I want anybody to be able to join from around the world from a Zoom meeting as well. They can attend, they can watch. They can see that same presentation. However, they miss out on the whole networking aspect. They miss out on the conversations that happens outside of it. Yeah, they can ask questions, but they kind of like, cool, thank you for joining by, and then the rest of us just hang out for half an hour to an hour chatting about what was being spoken to. They get left out on that. So,
but the possibility is that the experience that they've seen now potentially inspires them to seek out something local, or if they're really inspired by it, potentially start something local, knowing that, hey, if they were able to tie into a user group meeting halfway around the world that was getting its presenter from the other half of the world as well, that they're not like, oh gosh, I can't start one of those groups. I don't know who I could get to speak. I don't know who I could get to attend, It's like Field of Dreams, man. If you build it, they will come,
Exactly. If you mash it all together, you can create really awesome user group meetings. I mean, I'd love to present it. I mean, either I've been to your user group meeting in person, Eric.
Physically. Yeah, that was great.
Physically,
Rachel. I mean,
that was a lot of fun, but I'd still like to present about 3D printing at some point. I'd like to do that at Michael, your meetings as well. But I mean, like, for example, Eric, at this current moment, unless someone's willing to pay for it, I'm not going to go to Seattle anytime soon. But I've got family close to in Brisbane in Australia, and I've already said to my wife that if we're going to go to Australia again, I want to go to Sydney because I want to go and see the city. Michael's in Sydney, can arrange user,
and it's a much nicer city than Brisbane.
I've been in Brisbane.
I mean, Brisbane's got the Gold Coast.
I can verify that. It was 30 years ago, but
I mean,
I spent New Year's in Brisbane.
Have you tried the Gold Coast yet, Michael?
I have been to the Gold Coast, and let's just leave it at that.
It's a nice place to drive through. He says.
Yeah, like Sydney is where all the like popular sites are, but it's the kind of thing of, since I'm there, might as well try and arrange, something, and that's something I can hold off. It's like, hold on, Michael, let's do, if you want me to do 3D printing, let's try and plan it around me being there in person. But if I can't be there in person because that's not my plan, such as presenting at Eric's meeting, I'd be happy to present it on Zoom.
Yeah, no, that's right, and that happened early on after our discussion. I managed to convince Dan Walker, Dan to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to present at the meeting. Eric's up anyway at 1, but to get Dad Wagner to present at 4 was fantastic, and he'd only been in the job for I think he was trying to impress us. He'd only been in the job for about 6 months.
I mean, yeah, Eric, Michael, you're the most remote of all the user group leaders in terms of.
I got to be something.
Down under.
I got to be something.
But you're always there, and you're always doing something awesome. And
no, look, which actually is a nice little segue while I actually have Eric on online. obviously Eric won today's the recipient of today's Michelle Pillars Award, and I remember when I was awarded this a couple of years ago, and I say this honestly, I received it with Betty, and Betty Baker, we all know,
Yeah.
I said at the time, and part of my acceptance was that Betty deserved it far more than I did, because obviously Betty and her involvement in STEM, she's doing this for other people, and I said in all honesty, and I still believe this is that everything I do is kind of for myself. If someone else gets a benefit, that's a bonus to me. And Eric came up to me very kindly afterwards and said some very nice words, and his words were that that what I said wasn't true, because I actually embodied the spirit of what Michelle Pillars believed in. And so just let me say this to Eric now. Michelle will be looking somewhere on today, smiling very happily.
Oh man, it's still early February here, but the pollen count is seriously spiking. And
We're using that one again.
in Northwest Washington here.
No, we did have in the meeting discussing these. We did have a long conversation of Michelle Pillars Award was about the lifetime achievement, the long service, and like you've just achieved the you've done your massive meeting that you did last year. You started the first user group meeting. You've been in from day dot doing everything. I've been doing this 5 years now and taking over. Jonny, you're a year, and you've got a long way to go, Jonny. But yeah, you've been there from day dot, and we're kind of saying it's about time Eric got it.
Wow. Even on Monday when they showed the nominees, I was thinking like, okay, it's very kind that I'm included there, but I was convinced that what you guys have done with this podcast, what you did with Magic Wheelchair, and that being just such the epitome of awesome humanitarianism, if I may. I thought it's because to me the award is all about building and extending community, and that's what you guys have done with this podcast, with the Magic Wheelchair stuff, not just for Slug Me, but the previous couple of years, with like the speeder bike and everything. And like Jose, the other nominee, just what he's been doing above and beyond to extend the reach of Swugin into Central and South America and the Latin American speaking countries. I thought, okay, I had that Susan Lucci, it's an honor to be nominated feel, but and it's not even something that I said, I won't get my hopes up for, because again, honestly, I, in some ways, I'm echoing Michael's sentiments. So when I started this 26 years ago, it was for less than altruistic reasons. Yeah. One reason was I wanted to give my students access to networking, and two, it gave me more kind of brownie points on my tenure track pursuit at the community college.
Exactly.
So starting, so it's always been about
Jonny, you're 26 now, aren't you?
Yep.
So Eric, you've been doing it as long as this boy has been alive.
Has been around. Wow.
And now he's doing user group as well.
Yep. Like JFK said, the torch has been passed to a new generation. Born in this SolidWorks era.
Nothing like a bit of pressure, right?
But I'm really glad the way that Dan did it this year in terms of at the Slug Me show off who was nominated, because that isn't always shown. who was nominated, why they were nominated, so that those honorable mentions could, be seen as, this is why people thought you could award it, and then on, main stage, that's when it's officially announced, and officially, in front of everybody, being like, that is why you have won it.
Yeah, no, I'm just, it's still, a kind of wow.
You're a legend, Eric. You're an awesome legend.
I have been, I am, and I always will be just Eric. I'm just a guy that learned how to draw pictures on a TV screen, and I've been milking that one skill for 35 plus years.
I mean, like we've like a lot of people have been complimenting us, but we're doing this because we enjoy just hanging out. This is what we enjoy, is helping connect people. With the user group network, we enjoy helping, sharing, and educating and showing off what you can actually achieve with SolidWorks. If I really wish there was a user group network or some sort of thing near me that can help me, with my CAD models that I was designing. I had none of that. I had to figure it out on my own. But when I did figure that out on my own, I would then help share it with my own little university community of people and show them. There was especially two of them where I was very close with when it came to their CAD side of things, is they'll make their CAD models, but I'd be sitting down with them for a couple of hours, helping them resolve any issues or try and solve problems with them, and be like, I really want to create the shape. All right, let's sit down for 4 hours. Let's figure this out together. I really enjoyed helping and supporting those people. You're paying me to make something. I would rather tell them or show them how to make it themselves.
Right on. Right on. You guys are freezing on me.
Are we okay now?
It's cutting in and out. I should probably actually drop off now. I just discovered Kathy's been blowing up my texts with hey, when are you heading over? So, but no, this has been so fantastic. And again, I am so grateful for the friendship of all three of you. In fact, Michael, I was just reflecting to myself a couple days ago how I first met you at the LA 2017 CAD Monkey dinner. You were playing Jenga, giant Jenga with Jeff Mirasola and stuff, and I thought, wow, this guy's really something. I mean, I was familiar with you, but never having mentioned everything. And then I thought, wow, this guy is so cool. He'd probably want absolutely nothing to do with me. And then I remember we both ended up in one of the sessions, and then as we left it was headed to the lunch hour, and I remember I was just walking with you and chatting and everything, and then I thought, oh wow, he's actually talking to me. This is so cool. This is so cool. And then sitting with you at lunch and everything, and then I think from there we went to the top 10. Yeah, it was so it was on the third day. It's just like, wow, this is so cool. And meeting you, Johnny, that night with Luke and Karen and Rachel and Dallas.
It was the exact same night that I met Johnny.
Yeah.
I just came back from Hooters.
Different priorities, eh, Kirby?
So in Dallas, you've got Hard Rock Cafe, which is a place that I always try to go to in every city, which Johnny does as well.
Yep.
But across the road was Hooters, and Hard Rock Cafe, they had a couple of drinks, but their food is quite average. So Hooters, they got good wings, so I went across there. And that's when Luke...
Yes, the wings.
Luke I went for the wings. And that's when Luke had messaged me and be like, oh, we had CAD Monkey and that stuff. So I went from Hooters, and that's when I had my cowboy hat and everything. And that's when I met this This guy,
Penis.
yeah, this bozo, yeah. And the rest is currently present because we can't call it history because we're still going. We're still doing this.
You're not dead yet.
Not dead yet. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, we sung.
Not that old. Jesus.
Well, I sung horrendous karaoke and drank a lot. If
you keep drinking the way you're going.
So, it just dawned on me. So that was all Dallas, right? So Cad Monkey was Saturday night.
Yep.
That's when you two met. So I actually met Johnny the night before then, because that was Friday, I think, either Thursday or Friday.
You came. I landed Saturday morning.
Yeah, we came Friday.
Yeah,
Me,
so
Eric, Rachel, Luke and Karen, and
Karen,
a couple others had Mexican food, I think, opposite the Omni.
Yeah. Casey Gorman was there,
Yep.
and Nicole Walden also.
Yes. Yeah, and Cad Monkey the next day is when I met this idiot.
Precisely.
All righty, fellas. Well, I gotta head over to Kathy. So again, I'm so grateful to know all of you and to have your friendship.
No,
and
thanks,
that,
Eric.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, let a geek and a nerdy guy like me, hang out with you. Like
Anytime,
I always
Eric.
maintain, it's 40 years after high school, and I finally get to sit with the cool kids.
No, you are the cool.
Yeah,
kid.
we're the lucky ones.
Exactly right.
We're the
You
lucky
got this
ones.
whole thing around the wrong way here.
Yep.
Maybe it's a southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere thing. It's the Coriolis effect. Got things all.
Yeah,
swirled up.
it's all that it's equator and sun flares and shit.
Pollywogs and drop bears.
in saying that, I heard this morning on the way to work that a Democrat senator is the sitting chair of the Friendship of Australia caucus. And I'm thinking, how did he score that job? Is that just to get a free trip to Australia every now and then?
It very well could be. All right, later, cats.
Thanks for
All right.
stopping by, Eric, as usual.
Eric,
Thanks
it has
for
been
having me.
awesome.
Right on. Say right back at you in tenfold.
Yes, and Michael, I think we're going to wrap out our stream.
Yeah, I was
tonight.
going to say, I'll leave you guys.
We've
sure
done
you've
10
got some-
hours again.
Just-
How do we always
you
break
need-
records?
Because we're two
We're not
idiots.
even trying.
You break records, you break money. Well done, guys.
And we
Catch
break
up with you
ankles.
guys later.
You do.
Congrats on that.
I break ankles.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric.
It's been awesome hanging out and chatting with you guys again.
Bye
See you guys later.
Cheers.
Bye. Still no service in Paddy's.
Bunch of dicks.
Anyway, it's time to wrap this puppy up. 3 days and we are
We're finished, Johnny. We have completed 3D. I'm trying to push buttons.
Join us tomorrow for another edition
Actually, won't be
of The
tomorrow.
Core.
Yeah,
Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. Give us a break, please.
Jesus.
So yeah, this is what 10 hours plus another. It's 28 hours we've done. We've
Yep.
done more than Slug Me 6 ever done.
And SolidWorks Live.
I feel like, and SolidWorks Live.
Sean's having a rest.
Yeah, Sean's sleeping. Poor baby. Jonathan.
Kirbyathan.
Jono.
Kib.
Cabacious.
Ka. Ok.
Car baby. Johnny.
It's time.
It is time. 3D Experience World is finished.
2022 is finished. We got 2023 to go.
I feel like, Johnny, we could do. All we've trying to do here is just hang out with mates. Enjoy the time with the people that are attending World. Give them a platform to have any discussion, any chat they want. Talk about what their sessions were like or anything like that.
Promote themselves, promote others.
Yeah.
Promote user groups, promote champions, promote everything.
We are the social side of 3D Experience World again this year, and I think we've achieved what we were trying to do. And just create a platform for people to socialize and network with each other. But at the same time, we've raised money for Magic Wheelchair. We've raised
2,100 and
69 cents. Fucking smash that one.
Yeah. Jesus.
We planned last year. We did 517. We planned for 500 this year, and we have quadrupled our target.
Big anonymous donation.
Yeah, big anonymous.
We have our suspects.
Still waiting for SolidWorks to match it.
Yeah, dude, if they double that, we are in, times 8.
We've crushed it. Jonny.
Let's close this puppy down.
Yes, it's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with everybody that's joined us these past 3 days.
Thanks to everyone who's got involved in the chat, in the in the actual stream.
Yes.
In everything we've been doing. The Twitter's been great.
Thank you to all of those that has subscribed.
Liked.
That's all they need to do.
Commented. Mainly subscribed. No, not the cat noise. Meow, 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 meow. No, not that one either, Curbs. I know you've been holding them in since that hot sauce stuff, but...
We'll do proper hot stuff.
I'm not sure you can take hot stuff.
I don't know what I need to close this with, Jonny. We need to have...
Join us tomorrow for another. Join us tomorrow.
No, we're not doing this tomorrow. No, yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to turn that off. Oh, I need to pee so badly.
Dude, I need sleep.
Hello there. Hello there.
We're in Paddy's Irish pub and we're still waiting for service. Fucking dicks.
You know what? There is one sound that I think has been the highlight of the week. Can you guess?
That one, the blue one?
No. Better than the blue one. Michael Lord.
Mate, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
That is staying with this board forever.
I'm going to, especially,
the whole of this board needs keeping.
This one is also my favorite and was accidental.
For a $25 donation,
100.
You can help.
Just 100.
Yeah. No, Jeff Mirasola definitely thought it was like storage
Fucking
watch, just straight in there with
absolute
a higher
legend.
bid. Great.
We've done a lot, Jonny.
We have. We've gained subs. We've promoted the community. We've shown our worth. But I'm ready for bed. Like, seriously, find us a fucking outro. Sorry, find us an outro.
You're trapped here forever, Jonny.
I'm not. It's my fucking house.
You just cut the power with your toe as well.
I'll do a Brandon. I'll turn the lights off.
It's been awesome. We're tired. Ready for bed.
I just looked at that screen. I thought Earl was here, but it's not Earl.
Jonny. At least we've got to do is just stop looking at ourselves because we've looked at ourselves. There's 3 of us on the screen.
Oh, yeah. I turned my top one. I'll turn the top one off. There we go. Ooh.
There's still 3 of us.
Line.
But...
Bye-bye, viewers.
You know what? We've got to... Yeah, fuck off. I say we look at the camera to close this off, Jonny.
I'm putting her to sleep.
Putting her to sleep. All right. Mine snores too much. Yeah, chin chin. My guy, it's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you again at 3D Experience World. Let's let's do it again next year.
100%, maybe in person even.
Hopefully.
I'm fingers crossed. I need Nashville.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah, boy.
Thank you very much for joining the core podcast in 3D Experience World. We've been having an absolute blast chatting with people. It's time for us to go to bed.
Bye.
For once. Have a good one. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. The link's still going to be live if you want to donate money to Magic Wheelchair. Hopefully we're doing another one of those this year sometime.
Definitely.
We'll see. But yeah, it's been time for us to go to bed.